On the Xinzhou continent, within the Bingling Kingdom at the remote Gala Mountain halfway up the slope, stood a small wooden cabin. 8 years. Do you know how I've been through these 8 years? 8 years ago, my wife left a letter and vanished without a trace. I raised my daughter with endless hardships until she was 8, and now she too has left a letter and run away. Is there any transmigrator more miserable than me? Chu Mo stared at the note on the table, his face full of pain and deep worry. Dad Ling'er has gone down the mountain to find mother. Ling'er doesn't want Dad to suffer from longing every day, so I'm going to bring back that heartless and irresponsible woman. Ling'er wants to ask her face to face why she never came back to see Dad nor Ling'er. Dad doesn't need to worry about Ling'er's safety. You once roamed the world with ease, and as your precious daughter, I will surely find mother safely. Dad, just wait for good news. A scene from 8 years ago when his wife Liu Qingxue left flashed before Chu Mo's eyes. Chu Mo couldn't help exclaiming, "What a familiar sight. No wonder she's such a little brat born from her mother. Your dad is no invincible drunken sword immortal, I'm just a drunkard." Complaints aside, he still had to find his daughter. Though his daughter had been clever since childhood, how could he feel at ease letting an 80-year-old girl navigate this dangerous world alone? Chu Mo dashed down the mountain. But just as he was about to rush out of the foothills, a thunderous roar exploded in his mind, freezing him in place. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, host. Both your daughter and wife have run away, completing the system activation condition. Daughter roams the world, father fears shall get hurt. When daughter becomes a big shot, father will be backed by her. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Lonely Man check-in system. With the system, you will never be a loner. The system is now bound to host Chu Mo and daughter Chu Ling'er. For specific usage, please refer to the manual. Hearing these words in his mind, Chu Mo's mouth twitched and his forehead darkened with lines. Can you call that human speech? I've transmigrated for 9 years without a system, but the moment my wife and daughter run away, you can't hold back and come out to congratulate me. Damn it. After a quick scan of the manual, Chu Mo understood the new system's functions. Through the system, he could see the safety status, hunger, and health level of his daughter Chu Ling'er. He could also remotely deliver items to his daughter through the system to prevent her from being hungry or cold. If she was in danger, he could provide some long-distance help. Most importantly, the system allowed him to check in daily and obtain various rare treasures that could enhance strength and transform physiques. These treasures were unusable for the host Chu Mo, but when used on his daughter, they could nurture her and grant Chu Ling'er cultivation. And every time her daughter's cultivation increased by 1 level, his own would be 1 minor level higher than hers. Not only that, whatever physique or skill his daughter acquired, he would perfectly replicate. The crow feeds its parents, the lamb kneels to suckle. Great. Finally a cheat. There's plenty of time, the future is bright. As long as I raise my daughter well, I can become invincible under heaven. From now on, whoever dares to bully me, you'll call my daughter over for a parent-child double team. Chu Mo cheered. Host, who is Fong Chong? Chu Mo screw off. Seeing that his daughter was safe on the system panel, he breathed a sigh of relief and was no longer so anxious. In truth, Chu Mo had already spent 9 springs and autumns in this world. Unlike other transmigrators who summoned wind and rain as holy sons, he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation talent. In this martial world teeming with experts and rival empires, Chu Mo, without any cultivation, could only choose to live in seclusion deep in the mountains, living an ordinary life by farming and planting vegetables. Until, one day a few months later, while chopping wood on the mountain, he found a woman with a noble aura, a perfect figure, half her face disfigured and severely injured. It was this woman who changed his life. Chu Mo carried her back to his small shack and took meticulous care of her for several months. Though she was out of danger, Chu Mo discovered the woman had lost her memory. After months of day and night companionship, the solitary man and woman slowly developed feelings for each other. Chu Mo successfully entered the heart of the amnesiac woman, becoming her closest person, following the principle that all is the same when the lights are off. That very day, they became husband and wife. Chu Mo smoothly helped his wife undergo a transformation, and a month later she became pregnant with a daughter. Though the home was poor, their love was deep. But happiness didn't last long. Shortly after their daughter was born, when Chu Mo returned from chopping firewood, he found his wife Liu Qingxue was gone. Only their infant daughter Chu Ling'er remained in the thatched hut along with a note. The note bore only 4 words, "Husband, wait for me." Chu Mo worried that his wife might come back, but couldn't find him, so he waited in that hut for 8 years. At the same time, a female emperor with the same name in the Bingling Kingdom rose to power, ruling the world. But that had nothing to do with Chu Mo. Could his disfigured wife be the female emperor? Struggling hand to mouth for 8 years, still no news of his wife. And today, when he woke up, he found that his daughter had also left a letter saying she was going to find her mother on behalf of her father. She had run away. But fortunately, now that he had obtained a system, it was some consolation. But soon he realized a problem. Wait. So I as a father am just a tool. Like Doraemon. Asking for anything, giving everything. So, this is a parenting game about raising a daughter. Ding. Host can understand it that way, but you only have one life. This isn't Contra. You can't borrow lives when you die. Please nurture carefully. The system added a humanized explanation. Chu Mo nodded, read the manual a few more times, and seemed to notice something. His eyes lit up as he tentatively asked then, "Since my cultivation realm is higher than my daughter's, can I pass my power to her? Then she levels up, I follow, and then I pass power again." System. Ding. No infinite recursion. Bug detected, repairing. Thank you, host. Reward 1 lottery chance. Hearing the system's words, Chu Mo felt like crying, but had no tears. He fiercely slapped himself several times. Why did I have to run my mouth? With the new system, Chu Mo's mood lifted considerably. Now he just needed to find his daughter, complete daily check-ins, and nurture her. Then in a few years, when the father and daughter emerged from the mountains, they would be invincible. Finding his wife would become much simpler, wouldn't it? Chu Mo had even thought of a slogan for their re-entry into the world. Stay hidden in the deep mountains for 10 years of check-ins, then leave and dominate the ages. But when Chu Mo stepped forward to leave Gala Mountain, the system blocked him again. Ding. The outside world is too dangerous. To avoid the annihilation of the host family, you are restricted from leaving Gala Mountain for 2.5 years. During this time, please diligently practice all skills. No negotiation. How about a shorter time? No negotiation. We must leave some offspring in case everyone dies. 2.5 years. Fine, 2.5 years it is. By the time I leave, I'll be a trainee who has practiced for 2.5 years. Moreover, the system could remotely monitor Chu Ling'er's status and even provide food so she wouldn't starve, which greatly reassured him. Besides, Chu Ling'er had been smart and clever since childhood. Oh, as long as she didn't encounter vicious criminals, she should be fine. When she got bored enough, this wild girl would come back on her own. Besides, not everyone in this world practiced martial arts. Most were ordinary people. There were also no organ harvesting organizations. Generally, no one would trouble an 80-year-old girl. The empire was mostly populated by ordinary people and had laws to protect them. After reasoning all this out, Chu Mo turned and walked back to his decrepit thatched hut, completing the first check-in of the new system. Ding. Congratulations, host. Check-in successful. You have obtained 100 herbs detoxification pill. 100 herbs detoxification pill can cure all known poisons. No level or usage restrictions. Chu Mo nodded after reading the description. This was a life-saving treasure. When you drift through the martial world, you're bound to encounter all kinds of strange poisons. With this thing, it's like having an extra life. Such a treasure must be carefully stored just in case. Ding. Chu Ling'er is hungry and needs meat buns. Please feed the host. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded an alarm. Chu Mo glanced at Ling'er's system panel. Her hunger level had turned red. Chu Mo quickly took 2 steaming hot meat buns from the bamboo steamer in the kitchen and remotely teleported them to her through the system. Meanwhile, on the other side, a little girl in a white dress with a blue cloth sack tied at her waist was riding a buffalo far, far away. Chu Ling'er, carrying the mission of searching for her mother across 1,000 miles, had ridden the farm buffalo very, very far. So far that she no longer remembered the way back, having never left her father or traveled far from home. Riding the buffalo on the road, Chu Ling'er felt terrified because she was lost. Her stomach growling with hunger, she reached back and took down her tattered cloth sack. This sack, her father had given it to her after telling her the story of Doryman. She had pestered him for days before he solemnly handed it over, telling her it was the greatest treasure in the world. So Chu Ling'er treasured it dearly and took it everywhere she went. Whenever she wanted a gift, Chu Mo would coax her into telling him what it was, then secretly put it in the sack at night. When she woke up and found the gift, she would be overjoyed. The sack could grant almost any small wish, except when she wished for a mother, which it could not fulfill. I'm so hungry. At home, Daddy would have made me something delicious. Maybe I should go home first, eat until I'm full, and then run away again. Chu Ling'er rubbed her belly pitifully. On her first trip far from home with no one to rely on, she realized home was the best place. But as soon as the thought emerged, she quickly dismissed it. No. I came out to find Mommy. I can't go back. I can't let Daddy be a widower. Besides, if I go back now, Daddy will surely spank me. If only I had something to eat. I really miss Daddy's meat bun. Bored and hungry, Chu Ling'er opened the worn cloth sack, wondering if it had heard her plea. As soon as she spoke, 2 large meat buns appeared inside. Oh, there really is food. This sack is amazing. Daddy didn't lie to me. Ling'er let out a surprised cry and happily grabbed the buns to eat. In her heart, she became even more convinced that her father was the #1 master in the world. Truly, whatever she asked for, the sack gave her. Just as Chu Ling'er was sitting on the buffalo eating a bun on the main road, a heavily guarded convoy of horses and soldiers could be seen approaching in the distance. Your Majesty, there are still 10 li to go before we reach the secluded residence of Sai Huarua, the master of the Medicine God Valley. Then the injuries of the imperial preceptor. The person inside the carriage did not respond. Outside the carriage rode 2 late Earth Stage Masters on horses with more than a dozen late Xian Stage Masters guarding around. This formation was formidable anywhere. On the Shenzhou continent, martial arts reigned supreme. The initial ranks were 1st to 9th grade warriors, followed by Yellow Xian Earth and Heaven. Every heaven stage master was a pillar of the empire, intimidating enemies and assisting the monarch. They were virtually invincible. But such experts rarely emerged from seclusion, devoting themselves to cultivation unless the empire was in crisis. Below heaven stage were earth stage masters, the backbone of the empire. Every earth stage master was a regional overlord. When no heaven stage appeared, a late earth stage was invincible. Xian stage masters were also formidable experts in the martial world. Even the leaders of many small sects were only at Xian stage. Such a powerful escort indicated the extremely honored status of the person being protected. Inside the carriage, a woman of peerless beauty with a voluptuous figure wearing a palace dress, her aura as icy as tint of sandy-rolled ice. She bowed her head, staring blankly at a yellow ginkgo leaf in her palm. Her stunning face now showed a gentle gaze, a sweet smile occasionally flickering at the corners of her lips, and then deep guilt causing successive sighs. Husband, without your concubine by your side, I wonder how you have fared all these years. And has our daughter grown up? Does she take after you more or after me? I wonder if you have given our daughter a name. Husband, what are you doing right now? Are you thinking of me as I think of you? Or have you found a new love and forgotten me? Looking at the withered ginkgo leaf, the woman seemed to see her husband bowing his head, lovingly combing her hair. Just as she was lost in memories, a weak, aged voice came from beside her. Cough. Cough. Your Majesty, are you thinking of him again? Yes, this woman was Liu Qingxue, the Empress of the Bingling Empire. Hearing the voice, she turned her face, showing respect. She responded to the pale, decrepit old man. Teacher, how are you? This old man was the imperial preceptor of the Bingling Empire and also the teacher of Empress Liu Qingxue. He was a late heaven stage grandmaster, the sword god Li Chunfeng. The old man waved his hand, frowned slightly, and did not answer. That item in your Majesty's hand is the ginkgo tree in front of his door, is it not? The Empress nodded slightly. Teacher already knows why ask again. Hey, your Majesty, during the blank period of your memory, that fellow took advantage and defiled your pure body. According to the laws of our Bingling Empire, I should have executed him. The old man's eyes were murderous, filled with sword intent. However, as he looked at the stubborn woman before him, his gaze softened again, and he sighed faintly. But I am not blind. The day I escorted your Majesty back to the capital, I saw the happiness on your face, something I had never seen in nearly 20 years. I can understand your Majesty sharing hardships with him. But I must remind your Majesty, with his naturally crippled physique and humble background, he is utterly unworthy of you. To become your Majesty's man, one must either have peerless martial arts that can suppress the ages or a prominent family background. Otherwise, how can he command the court? And if your relationship is exposed, it will surely cause upheaval in the court. The situation is now unstable with internal strife and external threats. This would be a disaster for him, and your Majesty might not be able to protect him. I beg your Majesty to put the greater good first, the empire first, and the people of the world first. After uttering these words with difficulty, the old man covered his chest and coughed violently. He looked extremely unwell. The Empress opened her mouth as if to speak, then hesitated. After a long silence, she did not reply. 8 years ago, as a princess, she was persecuted by her brother the Zhenbei Wang, resulting in disfigurement and memory loss. A year later, she gave birth to a daughter, and her memory awakened. She was secretly brought back to the palace. With the support of imperial preceptor Li Chunfeng and the late emperor, she ascended to become the empress. But being empress was not so glorious. Internally, her brother the Zhenbei Wang watched covetously, trying to force her off the throne. Externally, the three empires of gold, fire, and wood threatened and coveted. It was a time of peril, like walking on thin ice. Over the past few years, she had been busy purging the court and rooting out noble families. She did not dare to return and reunite with Chu Mo, nor even write a letter or inquire about him for fear of exposing him and causing harm to the ordinary man. For 8 years, she could only rely on this ginkgo leaf in her hand to convey her longing for her husband. Thinking of the life 8 years ago, the Empress' face showed the utmost tenderness and happiness. She thought in her heart, I have never loved power. If it weren't for my husband's frequent jokes about aspiring to be the emperor's man, would I have returned to the palace to seize the throne? One day I will bring him here. I will make him eat the most delicious soft rice in the entire world. Whoa, she three. Just as the Empress was lost in thoughts of the man deep within her heart, the earth-ranked expert driving the carriage suddenly reined in the horses. Your Majesty, there is a wild girl riding an ox blocking the road ahead. How should we proceed? Shangguan Yin, a spirited sword-bearing guard clad in silver armor, cupped her fists toward the carriage. The Empress furrowed her brows slightly. This journey was meant to be kept secret from everyone. Moreover, this trip was of utmost importance. It concerned whether she could hold on to her throne. Because the sword god Li Chunfeng was gravely injured. If he was not swiftly treated, then her elder brother, the Prince of Zhenbei, would surely seize this opportunity to usurp the throne. If that happened, not to mention her reunion with her husband and a life of leisure, even the civil and military officials might come to her palace for a feast. Do not cause unnecessary trouble. She is just a child, have her move aside. Liu Qingxue spoke softly through the carriage curtain. As you command, your majesty. Shangwan Yin bowed and strode toward Chu Ling'er. Just as she was about to speak, Chu Ling'er lifted her adorable little head, her mouth stuffed with steamed buns, and mumbled a question to Shangwan Yin. Hello, sister. May I ask where this place is? Upon seeing Chu Ling'er's appearance, Shangwan Yan's heart churned with shock and her expression turned to utter astonishment. Without bothering to answer Chu Ling'er, she rushed back to the carriage and hastily reported, Your Majesty, I have something important to report. This little girl looks exactly like you did when you were young. See for yourself. Shangwan Yin was also a disciple of the sword god Li Chunfeng and had grown up with the Empress, so she naturally remembered the Empress' childhood appearance. The Empress raised an eyebrow, a flicker of interest stirring within her. Someone who looks like me. Bring her over. Let me have a look. Moments later, gazing at the porcelain-like lass with two little buns on her head, the usually unruffled Empress was so startled that she shot to her feet, feeling a tremor in her heart. Even Li Chunfeng, who seemed on the verge of death, sat up straight, eyeing both the Empress and Ling'er with astonishment. How can there be two people so alike in this world? On the carriage, the Empress took the fluffy meat bun Ling'er offered and asked curiously, Ling'er, are you sure your surname is Zhao? Of course. What do you think, pretty sister? Isn't the name Zhao Ling? A smug smile spread across Chu Ling'er's face. Pretty sister. Shangwan Yan's expression shifted repeatedly. Calling the Empress sister was quite bold of this girl. But since the Empress said nothing, she as a guard wouldn't meddle. And what's your father's name? Why did he leave you alone on the... Where's your home? We can take you back after we finish our business. The Empress frowned, daring to abandon an 80-year-old girl in such a desolate place. Her parents must have had nerves of steel. What if she ran into wolves, tigers, or leopards, or some villain? And why did this Zhao Ling'er look so much like her? Counting the time, her own daughter should also be 8 years old now, the same age as this girl. Could it be? At this thought, the Empress' heart leaped a mix of suspicion and faint excitement. Seeing Liu Qingxue probing like she was digging into her family background, Chu Ling'er's eyes darted around cautiously, a defensive instinct stirring. She recalled a saying her father Chu Mo had once told her. In the treacherous world, speak to people as they are, tell ghosts what they want, mix 3 parts truth with 7 lies. That's the way to survive. And the more beautiful a woman, the more you must be wary of her, because they are especially good at deceiving. The clever and mischievous Chu Ling'er quickly concocted a story in her mind. My home. I don't know where it is. I'm lost. I rode my old ox for over 10 days to get here. As for my dad, he shares my surname Zhao, of course. His Dao name is Wine Sword Immortal. He's very powerful. Chu Ling'er secretly gloated. Dad had said that having multiple aliases while roaming the world wasn't a bad thing. And besides, how easy was it to trick her? Who knew if they were enemies? Hearing Chu Ling'er's boastful words, the others didn't take them seriously and even sneered. Could anyone be more formidable than the sword god inside the carriage? A sword immortal? What a joke. The Empress frowned slightly. Her father's surname was Zhao. It seems I overthought this. My husband's surname is Chu. If your father is so powerful, he must know many martial arts. Then why hasn't he taught Ling'er any martial skills? To verify the faint suspicion in her heart, the Empress pressed further, her eyes fixed intently on Ling'er's expression. She believed that an 80-year-old girl couldn't lie, and even if she did, she would see through it. Chu Ling'er puffed out her chest proudly. My dad is definitely a master. He knows the Sunflower Manual, Evil Slaying Sword Manual, and even the 48 techniques of Edo. But practicing martial arts is too hard. Having to squat in horse stance every day, Ling'er doesn't want to learn. Chu Ling'er pouted. She had once asked to learn martial arts, but after her dad made her climb up and down the mountain a dozen times and squat in horse stance for half a day, her legs were so sore, she never brought it up again. The Empress exchanged glances with Li Chunfeng and Shangwan Yin, frowning deeply. None of the martial arts were familiar, and that so-called cart-pushing technique sounded like some third-rate moves. After all, they were all martial arts masters and had seen or heard of every famous technique. This Zhao Ling'er's father might have some skill, but certainly not much. The Empress felt a pang of disappointment, dismissing the bold guess in her mind. It seems it was all just a coincidence. Her father was not the husband she hadn't seen in 8 years, because her husband had no talent for martial arts. Having always stayed deep in the mountains and never ventured out, he naturally couldn't have encountered martial arts, let alone know their names. Sigh. Yet for some reason she felt a deep affinity with Chu Ling'er, as if there was much to say. Perhaps because the girl resembled her own childhood and was the same age as her daughter. Her subconscious love and guilt for her daughter had shifted onto Ling'er. Then where is your mother, Ling'er? You've been away from home for so long. Your parents must be very worried, right? At the mention of her mother, Chu Ling'er's mood dimmed, and she seemed less cheerful. My mother? Actually, Ling'er has never seen her either. She ran off with someone else right after giving birth to me. It was my dad who raised me with his own hands, through thick and thin. At these words, everyone fell silent, leaning back in collective shock. Her father was truly ruthless. Definitely not an ordinary man, raising his daughter on such a diet. Shang Guanyin couldn't help but ruffle Ling'er's hair, while the Empress, frowning with deep sympathy, pulled Ling'er into her arms. The usually stoic Empress burst into a tirade. What? Ran off with someone else? How despicable! How can there be such an irresponsible woman in this world? Giving birth without raising. She doesn't deserve to be a mother. If I ever find a woman like that, I'll kill every single one I see. The Empress' anger flared. She had been forced to leave her daughter and husband while this woman had abandoned her child and run off with another man. It was truly contemptible. Chu Ling'er nodded vigorously in agreement. You're right, sister. She's really no good. She made my dad wait for years. He hasn't remarried in 8 years. If Ling'er ever finds her when she's old, I won't give her any food and let her starve. The two women, one big and one small, instantly found a common enemy. They joined forces to curse the heartless, faithless woman. For a moment, they found each other immensely agreeable. The Empress sighed inwardly. Her father had remained unmarried for 8 years. For a faithless woman, he was indeed a devoted soul. I wonder if my husband has remarried. Could he have remained faithful to me for 8 years? Ling'er, do you remember the general direction of your home? Point it out to your sister, and when I have time, I'll take you home. You're so young. It's not safe out here. No need, sister. Dad said I need to gain experience in the world, and I have treasures he gave me. No one can hurt me. Seeing that Ling'er wouldn't reveal where she lived, they had no choice, as they were on a mission and had no time to search. As for the so-called treasures, everyone ignored them, as there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy inside the carriage. Then Ling'er can stay with your sister for now. After we finish our business, I'll have Sister Shangguan teach you martial arts, and well, look for your home along the way. Chu Ling'er studied the Empress' stunning features, her eyes darting around. A thought suddenly struck her. Finding her mother wouldn't be easy. Could she befriend this sister and ask her to help in this? Many hands make light work. Okay, then I'll trouble you, sister. But Ling'er has nothing to repay you with. Don't worry though, once Ling'er learns martial arts, he'll protect you. Seeing Chu Ling'er act like a little adult, the Empress smiled warmly and waved the bun in her hand. It's fine. Ling'er has already given me something. With that, the Empress parted her tempting red lips and took a bite of the bun, ignoring that it was slightly dirty. The bun was simple, but the familiar taste sent a jolt through her. This meat bun. Why is there no green onion? Before the Empress could dwell on it, a guard's report broke the warmth inside the carriage. Your Majesty, we have arrived at our destination. Ahead lies the valley where the divine healer Sai Huatuo resides in seclusion. The carriage halted at the entrance of a valley, and the Empress strode in, holding Chu Ling'er's hand. Guan Yu walked closely by the Empress' side, gripping her blade, her sharp eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, ready to counter any sudden danger. Behind them, several Xian-level masters carried the dying Li Chunfeng on a stretcher, following closely. Inside the valley stood only a small wooden cabin. The cabin was surrounded by a variety of rare and precious herbs. A gust of wind carried their fragrance to everyone, evoking a sense of a paradise beyond the mortal world. However, when the group took in the valley's surroundings, it felt like a hellish abyss. The cliffs were covered in poisonous insects. Scorpions, centipedes, and vipers swarmed everywhere, sending chills down their spines. Under the protection of Guan Yu and another Earth-level master, the Empress approached the cabin and slightly bowed. This younger generation, accompanied by my master Li Chunfeng, comes to visit the divine physician. With a faint creak, the cabin door swung open on its own. Had the little girl from back, then has become the awe-inspiring Empress, while I, an old man, remain trapped in this valley. Come in. Hearing the ethereal voice, the Empress stepped inside, without hesitation, holding Chu Ling'er's hand, as if utterly unafraid of any danger within. Inside, a man dressed in luxurious robes, appearing to be in his 20s, sat in a wheelchair writing something. With a vermilion tint on his brow, he exuded the elegance of a worldly scholar. His legs hung limply as if crippled. This man was the era's divine physician, Sai Hua. The Empress, gazing at his flowing black hair and handsome features, slightly bowed in a gesture of respect from the younger generation. Senior, you remain as youthful as ever. Few knew, but as the disciple of the sword god, the Empress was well aware. The divine physician Sai Huatuo was one of the rare heaven-level masters, not as young as he appeared. He was actually over 300 years old. Hey, you flatter me, Empress. This old man is already halfway in the grave with not many years left. But the wound on your face. Sai Huatuo looked at the Empress with a grandfatherly gaze. The Empress shook her head slightly. I trouble you with your concern, senior. After my master brought the medicine from you, I recovered fully. Sai Huatuo nodded, then turned his gaze to Chu Ling'er beside her, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This girl shares a destiny with you. Yes, I met her on the road and brought her along. As they spoke, Chu Ling'er cautiously approached Sai Huatuo. She reached out her small hands, tentatively touching Sai Huatuo's broken leg, then quickly withdrew them, afraid of causing him pain. This sight made Guan Yu and the Empress' expressions shift. Though Sai Huatuo was mild-tempered, he hated anyone mentioning his leg, let alone touching it. Just as the Empress moved to pull Ling'er back, Ling'er looked up, her innocent and pure eyes filled with concern for Sai Huatuo. Does it hurt? Hurt. It stopped hurting long ago. I was born this way. Meeting Chu Ling'er's caring gaze, Sai Wachuo's mind drifted thinking of some past memory. Yet he didn't get angry at the little girl, instead feeling a growing fondness. After all, a delicate, well-behaved little girl like a porcelain doll was hard to dislike. Chu Ling'er frowned. Big brother, why don't you find a doctor for your leg? Hearing this, Sai Huadua shook his head, chuckling as he patted her head. Big brother, it's been so long since I heard that. Little girl, do you know this old man is 356 years old? As for the doctor you mentioned, who in this world can surpass me? If even I can't cure this heavenly crippled leg, big brother is over 300. You look as young as my father, and he's already over 508. Chu Ling'er smiled sweetly, showing no surprise at his age. Hearing this, Sai Huadua, the Empress, and the others paused for a few seconds before bursting into laughter. Haha, little girl, do you know what it means to be over 500? That's beyond heaven level, unrivaled. Such an ancient monster doesn't exist in this world. At such a young age you've learned to boast. Seeing their disbelief, Chu Ling'er pouted and insisted firmly. But my father really is over 500. And he used to be the #1 in the world. Also, he's a doctor too, incredibly skilled. He can cure anything. Last year Uncle Nyo's leg down the hill was just as limp as yours, and my father healed it. How about I bring my father to see you next time? Chu Ling'er had been kind-hearted since childhood. Seeing Sai Wachuo's leg in such a state, she felt he was as pitiable as Nyo had been. A wave of compassion stirred in her. Sai Huadua frowned, slightly curious. Nyo? Who is that? Just Uncle Wang's plow ox at the foot of the hill. We call him Nyo. My father fixed him with just a few planks and some herbs. He also healed a Huang de He and de Yi from other. Chu Ling'er patted her chest proudly. Hearing this, Sai Wachuo's face darkened. The esteemed divine physician compared to an ox. Your father is the village veterinarian, isn't he? Seeing Sai Wachuo's angry glare, the Empress quickly changed the subject. Senior, children speak without restraint. We came here on urgent business. Sai Huadua rolled his eyes. She's just a little girl, why would I argue with her? No need to worry. She means well. It's been a long time since anyone cared for this old man so genuinely. It feels nice. All right, bring that old fellow in. Leaving him out in the sun would make me seem neglectful of an old friend. Oh, the one who once put a sword to my neck and stole my chicken, but at the table, no longer so arrogant. Looks like you'll be going to the earth before me. When that happens, you'll dig your grave. The familiarity between them showed their close bond. The dying Li Chuanfeng, roused by his old friend's taunts, seemed to regain a shred of strength. He snorted and turned his head away. I didn't come here for your mockery. I came to see a doctor. One word, are you treating me or not? Sai Huadua pursed his lips. No fun. You've been hard-mouthed your whole life, even in death. Watching the two heaven-level masters bicker like youths, the Empress and Guan Yu exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, a man remains a boy till the end. Without further delay, Sai Huadua twisted his right wrist, shooting a golden thread toward Li Chuanfeng, wrapping it around his wrist. With 3 fingers of his left hand on the thread, he began to sense carefully. The cabin fell into a silence so deep that heartbeats were almost audible. As Sai Wachuo's expression grew grim, the hearts of the Empress and the others sank. Minutes later, he withdrew the golden thread. Li Chuanfeng asked weakly, is there still hope? The poison has seeped into the 5 organs reaching the heart. It's difficult. Sai Huadua sighed. The Empress frowned deeply. How could an ailment felling a heaven-level master be simple? In these turbulent times, the sword god must not fall. Senior, if it's difficult, there's still a chance. Whatever it takes to cure my master, I can procure it. Sai Huadua waved his hand, speaking gravely. It's not an illness, it's poisoning. Poisoning? Guan Yu gasped in shock. Everyone frowned except Chu Ling'er, whose eyes darted around thoughtfully. Her gaze shifted between the Empress and Li Chuanfeng. This beautiful sister seemed to care about the old man too. She had been kind to Ling'er, taking her for rides on the horse. Shouldn't she help? Father said a girl should be helpful and kind to be liked. With that thought, Chu Ling'er made up her mind and reached into her. Just as she stepped forward to pull out her father's universal antidote pill, the Empress yanked her back. Ling'er, don't. Senior, my master is a latest-stage heaven-level master. How could he be poisoned? What poison could harm him? Thwarted, Chu Ling'er pouted and stood obediently by the Empress. Sai Huadua frowned deeply, letting out a long sigh. One poison can't defeat him, but what if hundreds are mixed, accumulated over time, gradually eroding him in small doses? These words shocked everyone. Guan Yu and the other Earth-level master couldn't help exclaiming, impossible. How? Who could have poisoned my master? That I don't know, but I'm certain the poison was administered by someone close to. The Empress remained silent, glancing at the ailing Li Chuanfeng, her mind racing to identify the poisoner. After a fruitless moment, she sighed. Senior, what poison is this? How can it be cured? Sai Huadua took out a silver needle, pricked Li Chuanfeng's finger, and squeezed out a drop of black blood. The needle turned black instantly. He sniffed the foul black blood and said with grave intensity, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Miaojiang Yama's curse. Everyone gasped in unison. Even Li Chunfeng's face showed utter despair. Yama's curse. The poison made from 108 deadliest poisonous insects and 72 toxic herbs 1,000 times more potent than Crane's Top, the legendary incurable poison of the Miao tribe. Then does that mean the sword god master is? The poison known as Yama's Wrath was infamous throughout the martial world, a lethal venom so potent that even the king of hell would weep in despair before succumbing to its grasp. Once it took effect, there was virtually no cure. Even a heaven-tier master would find all their inner strength sealed, unable to draw upon a shred of their profound power. At the moment of poisoning, a man would bleed from all 8 orifices, while a woman would hemorrhage from every pore. Moreover, throughout the entire realm, only the Lord of Miaojiang possessed the knowledge to concoct this venom. By virtue of this singular poison, no one in the martial world dared provoke Miaojiang. After a moment of silence, Sai Huado let out a long sigh, a trace of dejection coloring his face. Alas! The formulation of Yama's Wrath is far too complex. A single misstep, and we'll never have another chance. A minor error leads to a vast divergence. I am not confident. Unless we capture the poison's creator and extract the formula, we can't cure it precisely. Hearing Sai Huachuo's lament, Shangwan Yin staggered backward in terror. How can this be? Even you divine physician Sai have no solution. My master never offended the Lord of Miaojiang. Why would he be afflicted with such a poison? Shangwan Yan's questions were destined to go unanswered. The Empress let out a sigh as well. If even Sai Huadua could not cure this poison, no one in the world could. As for capturing the poison's creator, the Lord of Miaojiang was himself a heaven-tier powerhouse, his mastery of venomous arts unfathomable and godlike. Without at least 4 or 5 peers of the same caliber, who could possibly subdue him? Moreover, even if they could capture the Lord of Miaojiang, Li Chunfeng's condition could no longer afford to wait. Senior, please think of something. Master is far too crucial to the empire. If anything happens to Master, the entire empire may be plunged into turmoil. Liu Qingxue understood the importance of the sword god Li Chunfeng. He was not only her most formidable combat asset, but also the revered teacher of both her and her father, utterly loyal to the royal family. Moreover, without him as a pillar, it would be difficult to contend with the northern pacifying king in the future. If she lost the throne, how could her husband remain the emperor's man? Though her husband was handsome, she certainly couldn't let him become the northern pacifying king's paramour, could she? Hearing this, Sai Huao remained silent for a long while, but ultimately shook his head. Alas! Do you think I don't wish to cure old Li? He is my friend as well. There are few in this world with whom I can share a few words. But the odds are simply too slim. If the medicine is mixed incorrectly, it might instead accelerate the poison's eruption. I, Sai Huao, have always prided myself on being the finest physician under heaven, and I've contended with Miaojiang my entire life. He poisons, I heal. I never expected that in the end my skills would fall short. As for old Li's poison, if you had come 10 days earlier, I might have found a way. But now the poison has invaded his heart. It's nearly incurable. At these words, everyone's eyes dimmed with despair. Li Chunfeng, already at death's door, struggled feebly to rise. He smiled bitterly, gazing at the Empress. Hey, Your Majesty, there's no need for further futile efforts. I won't survive this day. Instead of torturing me, it would be better to give me a fine bottle of wine so that this old immortal and I can share a few cups and depart with grace and abandon. Seeing Li Chunfeng in such a state, the Empress and Shangwan Yin were filled with despair and heartache. Is there truly no way? Must I watch the national preceptor depart? At that moment, the atmosphere within the hut grew unbearably heavy. Sai Hua broke the seal on a jar with a single palm strike and personally poured a bowl of medicinal wine for Li Chunfeng. The two drank in silence. Just as despair settled over everyone, Chu Ling'er, clutching a pitch-black pill in her hand, timidly stepped forward. Sister Ling'er might be able to cure the old grandpa's illness. At these words, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, you have a way. Ling'er has the universal antidote pill made by my father. I think this trivial poison can certainly be cured. Chu Ling'er replied in a crisp voice. She raised the pill high, proudly puffing out her undeveloped chest, her face brimming with triumph. After waiting so long, she finally had a chance to speak. This 300-year-old big brother still claims to be the best physician, yet he can't even cure a minor poison. How shameless. Look how low-key her father was. Though he was the best at everything, he never let her mention his name. Seeing the black pill in Ling'er's hand, the Empress Li Chunfeng and the others felt a glimmer of hope. Their gazes instinctively turned to Sai Huao. Sai Huao understood and took the pill for a look. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, staring at Chu Ling'er with a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is no antidote pill. It doesn't even qualify as a basic elixir. It's just soot and salt mud rolled together with a bit of beet juice added. Ling'er is your father, not only a veterinarian, but also a mason. He rolls a pretty round mud ball, though. Seeing her treasure so disparaged, Chu Ling'er immediately took offense, snatching back the universal antidote pill and clutching it protectively. That's not true. When Ling'er was little, no matter what illness I had, my father cured me with this antidote pill. And he said that as long as you take this pill, any poison in the world can be cured. Sai Huadua sighed and shook his head slightly. That's just what your father told you to deceive you. If it cured minor ailments, it was only because the soot happened to work. Soot, also known as 100-grass ash, can be used medicinally, but only to stop diarrhea. It can't cure poison. Enough, little girl, stop making trouble. Old Li has little time left. Let me share a few more bowls with him. Chu Ling'er, about to argue further, was pulled back to the Empress' side. Hope was shattered once more. Everyone's eyes again filled with disappointment. Chu Ling'er curled her lips and snorted inwardly. You don't believe in my father's pill now, but when I find a chance to feed it to the old grandpa, you'll see how skilled my father truly is. Despicable. Chu Ling'er curled her lips and snorted inwardly. You don't believe in my father's pill now, but when I find a chance to feed it to the old grandpa, you'll see how skilled my father truly is. Maybe. After the old grandpa dies, Ling'er can dig up the grave and feed him the pill. Thankfully, Li Chunfeng couldn't hear this thought, or had be too afraid to die even in death. After downing several bowls of wine, Li Chunfeng's condition deteriorated drastically, and bitter laughter escaped his lips repeatedly. I had to think that I, Li Chunfeng, with my single sword guarded the nation's borders, only to be poisoned now, without even knowing who did it. What a bitter irony. Your Majesty, if possible, please investigate upon your return who among my retinue administered the poison. The Empress nodded, a fierce, icy glint flashing in her eyes. Naturally. Once I uncover the culprit, I will annihilate their entire clan and ensure they die a miserable death. At these words, Li Chunfeng breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, an arrogant voice rang out from outside the wooden hut. Annihilate their entire clan. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Today this valley shall be your burial ground. As the voice fell, the wooden hut was torn apart by a surge of inner force, exposing everyone inside. Hearing the familiar voice, Shang Wanyan's face changed dramatically as she swiftly drew her sword and glared warily at the valley above. There on the ridge stood a man with a mustache, a burly muscular frame, and an overbearing demeanor. Northern Pacifying King, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be guarding the northern frontier? Indeed, the man on the ridge was none other than the Empress Liu Qingxue's own elder brother, the Northern Pacifying King. He was also their greatest current adversary. Though the Northern Pacifying King's personal strength fell short of hers, and his most formidable combat asset couldn't match the sword god Li Chunfeng, he commanded numerous aristocratic families and experts wielding immense power and influence that the Empress dared not provoke. A move against him would severely cripple the empire's vitality. How could they defend against other empires' invasions then? What business does a mere guard have to speak? Do I need your guidance on where I go? Get lost. The Northern Pacifying King dismissed Shang Wanyan with contempt and a scolding, then turned to gaze at the Empress with a mocking expression. My dear Empress, surprised to see your royal brother here. You've made me search far and wide. Who would have thought that the long-retired cripple Sai would be living in such a backwater? The Empress' face turned icy as she demanded coldly, how did you know we were here? The Northern Pacifying King's eyes glimmered with amusement, as if the Empress and her party were already birds in a cage. His smug demeanor made the righteous and indignant Shangwan Yin gnash her teeth in fury. What's so difficult about knowing you're here? When that old fool was poisoned, how could he not seek medicine? Did you think your movements were so secret that your clever ruse could fool me? Little did you know all your actions were completely under my control. Today, you won't escape even if you sprout wings. Seeing the adversary's prepared stance, the Empress narrowed her eyes. Inwardly, she knew the Northern Pacifying King would not come alone. However, after glancing at the divine healer beside her, she regained her confidence and could not help but sneer. Do you think that just because my master is in a weakened state you can take me? Who gave you the courage? The blood-saber old ancestor. Even if you know my whereabouts, what can you do? Although the divine healer had entered the Tao through medicine, his strength was inferior to Li Chunfeng, who specialized in killing. But medicine can save lives, and it can also kill. The Northern Pacifying King's only reliance was the blood-saber old ancestor, a mid-stage heaven rank. With the divine healer's skill, facing the blood-saber old ancestor was no cause for concern. Given his close bond with Li Chunfeng, how could he stand idly by? However, unexpectedly, the Northern Pacifying King burst into loud laughter and cast a contemptuous glance at the divine healer. To deal with that old bastard Li Chunfeng and my dear sister, I, your imperial brother, have made ample preparations. How could I have overlooked this cripple? Come out, all of you. The Northern Pacifying King Liu Ji waved his hand, and dozens of figures appeared atop the valley. Shangwan Yen and the others stared intently, instantly tensing up, their expressions turning grim. 4 latest-stage Earth rank experts, over 50 Xian rank masters, and 1 mid-stage Heaven rank elder wielding a blood-red longsword exuding a murderous aura. This force was nearly twice the strength of the Empress' own. This time the Empress had deliberately brought only a few guards to avoid the northern pacifying king, lest a large-scale movement reveal her trail. Who would have thought? Her whereabouts were ultimately exposed, and he seized the opportunity to strike while her defenses were weak. Especially upon seeing the 20-something stunningly beautiful swordswoman beside the northern pacifying king Shangwan, Yin widened her eyes in disbelief. Junior sister, you. Why are you by the side of that traitor? Could it be? Seeing a core member of their own camp, now standing with the northern pacifying king. At that moment the Empress and the others all understood, their eyes turning icy cold. No wonder their whereabouts had been exposed, so that was it. Young Mushua, how dare you betray the Emperor and the Master? Have we treated you poorly? The Master taught you all kinds of skills like a daughter, and the Emperor regarded you as a sister. Why did you betray us? Shangwan Yin rebuked indignantly. Yang Mushua sneered coldly, leaning her delicate body against the northern pacifying king, resting her head on his shoulder, and spoke with a face full of happiness. You have been good to me, but you don't know that I have always admired the northern pacifying king. I would do anything for the one I love, including sacrificing you. Since you are so kind to me, why not? For the sake of our shared sect, bless me once more. Seeing Yang Muksha's shameless demeanor, everyone felt sick. Sensing the approaching delicate body, the northern pacifying king barely suppressed the disgust in his eyes. Putting on a pretense, he reached out to embrace her, looking at the Empress and the others with a mocking gaze. Hell, let me tell you the truth, it wasn't just your whereabouts that Shui told me. That old bastard's poison. She administered it. Surprised. Shocked. She has long been my woman. Now that the old fool can't use his power, my dear sister, what do you have to fight me with? As long as I get rid of this troublesome old man, the entire Ice Spirit Empire will be mine. Let's settle old and new scores today. Ha ha ha. Lu Ji threw his head back and laughed arrogantly. The Emperor's cold, proud face showed no sign of panic. Even if the sword god was incapacitated with the divine healer present, she could still defend herself. Shangwan Yin, however, was furious. The impatient Li Chunfeng on the stretcher was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood. You traitor! You traitor! Old Li, don't panic. Even with that mere blood saber, he couldn't surpass me even if he trained for another 20,000 years. Since you are guests in my home, I naturally must ensure your safety. Otherwise, if word gets out, would I, the divine healer, have any reputation left? The divine healer flicked his robes with calm confidence, casting a contemptuous glance at the blood saber old ancestor, also a mid-stage heaven rank. However, unexpectedly, in response to the divine healer's confident words, the blood saber old ancestor burst into laughter and willingly conceded. Haha. Well said, I indeed cannot take you down. But this time your opponent is not me. I am only responsible for killing that old bastard. As for you, someone else will deal with you. As his words fell, a swarm of poisonous insects flew from afar, blotting out the sky. The insects formed a black cloud, carrying a man clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura descending from the heavens. Long time no see, my senior brother divine healer. Seeing the newcomer, the divine healer felt a great threat. Even Li Chunfeng showed a look of despair. Miao Sanbu. You've allied with them after all. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Our Miaojiang has always stood alone. How could we collude with others? I wouldn't want to fight you, senior brother, either. But they offered too much. Miao Sanbu's lips curled into a sinister smile, black mist radiating from his entire body. Where the black mist passed, trees withered, and no living thing existed within dozens of meters. Even the northern pacifying king and his men kept their distance. Such a master of deadly poisons was feared by everyone. He was called Miao Sanbu because anyone who crossed him died within 3 steps. Seeing the enemies line up, the Empress and the others' hearts sank to the bottom. Even the smile on the divine healer's face gradually faded. Enough talk. After I finish off this cripple, I'm going to raise his medicine god valley. Anyone who dares oppose Miaojiang will not be left alive. Miao Sanbu's inner energy surged. Transforming into a black mist, he leaped down from the valley, heading straight for the divine healer seated in his wheelchair. His inner energy materialized into a python, opening its massive jaws to bite down. The divine healer's eyes sharpened, refusing to yield. He slammed both hands on the wheels of his wheelchair, launching himself and the chair into the air. Inner energy surged from his palms, forming a massive black cat that clashed with the Miaojiang lord. A cat-snake battle ensued. Neither held back, fighting fiercely until the sky darkened and the earth quaked. As inner energy splattered, rocks on both sides of the valley shattered and rolled down. A mix of foul stench and medicinal fragrance filled the entire valley. The 2 super experts automatically moved their battlefield to the sky, leaving the valley floor to the others. Witnessing this scene, Chu Ling'er's mouth fell open in shock, her big eyes filled with awe. Good heavens! A fight could cause such destruction. How formidable must her invincible father be when angered? No wonder he never lost his temper. He was just too powerful. These people started fighting as soon as they appeared. It was so dangerous. Would Ling'er die here? The beautiful sister and that old grandfather seemed to be losing. Father wasn't by Ling'er's side to protect her. Father always said a wise man doesn't stand where danger looms. Maybe Ling'er should run. But the beautiful sister was so lovely, it would be a shame if she died. And Sister Shangwan had been kind to her, taking her horseback riding and even promising to teach her martial arts. What should she do? Ling'er didn't want them to get hurt. As Chu Ling'er was lost and thought the Empress, filled with guilt, placed her beside Li Chunfeng. Ling'er, it's my fault. I've wronged you. Sigh. If I hadn't brought you along midway, how could this have happened? Don't worry, sister will get you out no matter what. Stay by Grandpa Li's side and don't run off. With that, the Empress waved her hand, and Shangwan Yan, along with the 20+ Xian rank experts, erupted with inner energy, charging straight at the enemy. She herself soared into the air, unleashing the aura of an early-stage heaven rank. In an instant, her body was clad in an ice armor forged from tinth of sandy-rolled frost. She transformed into an ice battle goddess, a sword of ice aimed directly at the strongest, the blood-saber old ancestor, and the northern pacifying king. The Empress aura radiated fully, dropping the surrounding temperature by over 10 degrees. Beautiful sister, be careful. Chu Ling'er shouted, but her voice was instantly drowned out by the sounds of battle. With her exceptional talent and powerful imperial chi, the Empress could barely hold her own against the blood-saber old ancestor and the northern pacifying king. However, Shangwan Yan and the others, facing double the enemy forces, quickly found themselves in peril. The situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. This made Chu Ling'er extremely anxious. If the beautiful sister lost, wouldn't Ling'er have no one to help find her mother? This free labor couldn't die? Just as she was at a loss, a feeble, angry shout nearby caught Chu Ling'er's attention. Damn it! A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken. If I weren't poisoned with my sword alone, I would have slaughtered. Sigh. I've roamed the world all my life, but today am to die here. Li Chunfeng watched the Empress and the others fighting, his heart aching with rage and a profound sense of helplessness. Now he couldn't even crawl, let alone fight. All he could do was mutter a few curses to vent his resentment. Grandpa talk a lot. If Ling'er helps you detoxify, can you protect the beautiful sister? Of course. My sword path is all about killing. How many in this world can match me? They are mere scum like dogs and chickens. Li Chunfeng replied weakly. Chu Ling'er understood and immediately reached into her pocket, fumbling around. You doubted my father's detox pill, but now you'll have to rely on it. Once I cure you, you'll believe in my father's skills. Then, the beautiful sister will become my beautiful stepmother. Meanwhile, at home, Chu Mo, who was digging the ground to plant cabbages, heard the system notification. Ding! Detected that your daughter Chu Ling'er is in danger and urgently needs a universal detox pill. The sun shines high and the flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp early. Why do you carry a bundle of explosives? Chu Mo sang cheerfully while swinging his hoe. Life was blissfully carefree without his daughter by his side, yet the land still needed tending. He resolved to grow more pesticide-free cabbages to mail them to his daughter. Chu Mo now resembled a rural father steeped in quiet devotion. Every morsel he grew, every bite he saved was meant for his daughter, haunted by the fear that she might go hungry or thirsty. Just as he dug with cheerful vigor, a system alert rang out, startling him so violently, My Ling'er is in danger. Where on earth has she gotten herself? Why does she need an antidote pill? Has she been poisoned? But I don't even have an antidote pill. Anxiety clouded reason. At the first sign of peril befalling his daughter, Chu Mo lost all composure, his mind reeling, his steps faltering. Ding! Did the host not acquire a universal antidote pill at the start of this journey? Hurry up! If you dawdle, your daughter will perish, and you'll have to restart from scratch. The system's sharp reminder restored a sliver of calm to Chu Mo's frantic thoughts. Then send it fast. Pills can be acquired again through future blessings, but if my daughter is gone, there'll be no one left to play this account. Until her mother returns, this is the only character I've got. After dispatching the universal antidote pill via the system, Chu Mo fixed his gaze unblinkingly upon his daughter's status panel. Terrified, even the slightest anomaly might spell disaster. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Chu Ling'er rummaged frantically inside her spatial pouch, until finally she grasped a pill the size of a clenched fist, the universal antidote pill. At last, I found it. But why is this pill larger than the ones father used to feed me? Surely I didn't pack anything this big before leaving home. A puzzled frown crossed Chu Ling'er's brow. Gazing at the pitch-black, dung-shaped pill resting in her palm, she flashed a mischievous grin. I'm small. Father always gives me only a thumbnail-sized dose. But this venerable elder is over 300 years old, surely his dosage must be proportionally greater. So Elder sir, if you swallow this lump of dung, this antidote pill, you'll surely, and then, you'll save the beautiful young lady. Chu Ling'er bounced the pill lightly in her palm, then squatted beside Li Chunfeng's stretcher, eyes gleaming with fierce, unwavering focus. Li Chunfeng recoiled in horror at the sight of the pill in Chu Ling'er's hand. Even Sai Huadawa had declared it nothing but soot and mud. What use could it possibly serve? Who knew whether that mud had been trampled by livestock, or whether her father's hands kneading the pill still bore traces of last night's youthful vigor? No, I'd rather die than swallow stove soot. If this soot could actually cure anything, I'll stand on my head and defecate upside down. Chu Ling'er wrinkled her nose in disgust. The elder truly was revolting. Glancing toward the perilous battle unfolding between Shangwan Yin and the Empress, she realized time was slipping away. Seeing Li Chunfeng paralyzed and helpless, Chu Ling'er grinned slyly, and without hesitation pressed the fist-sized pill straight into his gaping mouth. At the sight of her playful smile, terror flooded Li Chunfeng's eyes. To him, this little girl had transformed in an instant into a devil incarnate. Damn it! After a lifetime of mastery, must I meet my end choked on a child's soot pill? What sin did I commit to suffer such humiliation in my final moments? Wailing softly, the dying Li Chunfeng could not resist. He watched utterly powerless as the stove soot mud ball was forcefully shoved down his throat by the tiny devil herself. Lying supine, the massive pill lodged instantly in his windpipe. In a flash, he began choking, his face flushing crimson, his body trembling uncontrollably. Chu Ling'er watched delighted. It's working. Father's antidote pill truly works. Look, beautiful sister. Elder Sir is brimming with vitality. Hearing Chu Ling'er's cry, the Empress momentarily faltered, just long enough for Shui Dao Laozu and Jinbei Wang to seize the opening, striking her back with a palm force that sent her staggering toward Li Chunfeng's stretcher. The Empress wiped a trace of crimson from her lips, then looked sharply, only to see Li Chunfeng's mouth agape, his fingers clawing wildly at his throat. She needed no second glance to spot the colossal object wedged deep within his gullet. Even the Empress, so serene, so aloof, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth, casting Li Chunfeng a look heavy with pity. So, this is the legendary delay until you perish pill. Truly invigorating after ingestion. A peerless celestial rank expert nearly strangled to death by a pill. If word spread, the sword god's legacy would crumble. Yet even now the Empress refused to scold Chu Ling'er, not even with a single glare. Instead, she gathered her inner energy, preparing to strike Li Chunfeng's back and dislodge the pill. But at that very instant, the giant pill dissolved in his throat, releasing a torrent of sacred, overwhelming energy that surged through his limbs and vital organs. The Yama venom coiled within his viscera recoiled like leeches doused in salt, vanishing in an instant. His blackened, poisoned organs began flushing back to healthy pink. The antidote pill's energy was immense, brutally potent, as though no toxin, however vile, could withstand its sovereign might. Feeling his strength surge back, Li Chunfeng froze in disbelief, his face pale with astonishment. Yet at that moment, Jinbei Wang and Shui Dao Laozu closed in. Heath, your majesty, what other tricks remain in your sleeve? Otherwise, you'll never get another chance. Faced with their taunts, the Empress remained silent, her expression glacial, her gaze unyielding. Her regal figure stood firm, shielding Chu Ling'er and Li Chunfeng without retreating a single step, her eyes locked warily upon her foes. The sword god famed across the four realms, and her majesty hailed as the ice spirit kingdom's most exquisite beauty, shall both perish here today. Oddly, my heart races with excitement, brother emperor. Rest assured, I won't let your corpse go to waste. The elder loves his meals piping hot. Jinbei Wang surveyed them with utter confidence, his gaze sweeping over Empress Liu Qingxue without a trace of lust, mercy, or kinship. Only disdain lingered in his eyes. By contrast, the crimson-haired Shui Dao Laozu licked his lips lasciviously, regarding the Empress as though she were a delectable prize already claimed. I've sampled countless women, but never an empress. Today fortune smiles upon me. Slillipe, your highness, no more delays. The elder grows impatient. Strike while she's weakened. Prolonged battles invite calamity. The two lunged toward the Empress. Just as she raised her frost soul blade to meet them in mortal combat, a voice, arrogant, commanding, unmistakable, rang out from behind. Have I granted you that much face? Hearing that familiar timbre, the Empress's eyes flickered with sudden joy, while Jinbei Wang and Shui Dao Laozu recoiled in shock, halting mid-stride. They turned and saw Li Chunfeng, once near death, now standing tall. His entire being radiated the razor-edged aura of a drawn sword. Sword chi surging forth, locking onto Jinbei Wang and Shui Dao Laozu. The two were stunned, speechless. Impossible. He was half dead moments ago. How did he suddenly spring back to life? Shui Dao, test him. This is merely a desperate bluff, a dying man's final illusion. Jinbei Wang ordered Shui Dao Laozu forward. Shui Dao Laozu frowned faintly, yet did not budge an inch. Your highness, you're the protagonist of today's tale. The elder feels slaying the sword god, a legend known across the realm, should rightfully be your honor. A mere supporting role like mine dare not steal the spotlight. Mid-sentence, a blade of pure sword chi cleaved the air, forcing both men to raise their weapons in defense, only to be hurled backward 10 meters by the sheer force. Sensing the overwhelming power resonating through their blades, they exchanged a glance and roared skyward in unison. Circumstances have changed. Retreat. Li Chunfeng was a sovereign force, one man holding an entire nation in check. Among celestial rank masters, he ranked among the elite. They had no idea how he'd recovered. But Jinbei Wang and Xue Dao Laozu understood one truth together: they stood no chance against this immortal master, not with the Empress watching nearby. Such was the awe-inspiring authority of a latest-stage celestial rank powerhouse. So long as Li Chunfeng stood, none dared defy him. As Jinbei Wang withdrew, his legion of elite warriors vanished from the valley in an instant. Meanwhile, the Lord of Miaojiang and Sai Huadao had reached a stalemate, both bleeding from the corners of their mouths. Crippled fool. Mountains may turn, but rivers flow on. Until next time, I will return. The Lord of Miaojiang soared into the sky. Neither Sai Huadao nor the sword god moved to stop him. With the battle concluded, Shangguan Yin and the others staggered forward, battered and bloodied, then dropped to their knees in unison. Why, Your Majesty? We failed in our duty to protect you. We accept whatever punishment you decree. The Empress raised a gentle hand. Rise. None of you bear guilt. Rewards await upon our return to the capital. But Grand Preceptor, your condition. Her brow furrowed faintly, her gaze searching Li Chunfeng with quiet concern. Even Sai Huadao leaned in curiosity alight, grasping Li Chunfeng's wrist to take his pulse. Instantly his scholarly composure shattered. He stared wide-eyed, unable to contain his gasp. Damn it. The supreme venom. The Yama venom. It's gone. How is this possible? The Nether King's venom is gone. Senior, are you certain you didn't misjudge? The Empress Shangguan Yin and the Earth Realm expert were all astounded. Just moments ago, Li Chunfeng was being tormented to the brink of death, yet now he appeared so spirited. Could it be? Truly healed. Though I am old, I can still discern this poison clearly. It's indeed gone, not a single trace of toxin within his body. Even the accumulated pill toxins from the past have been completely purged. It's nothing short of a miracle. Oldly, tell me quickly what exactly happened. Even I couldn't cure that poison. How did you manage it? Sai Huadao was immensely excited, grabbing Li Chunfeng by the shoulders and shaking him wildly. If the method to neutralize the Nether King's venom could be mastered, then the Lord of Miaojiang would no longer be a threat. Most importantly, perhaps, he might even find a glimmer of breakthrough from the antidote. Pressed by the crowd, Li Chunfeng's gaze was dazed for a few seconds. Recalling the sequence of events, he then looked uncertainly towards Chu Ling'er. Just now, little Ling'er fed me a large lump of soot from the bottom of the pot, and then I felt my body recovering significantly. You all saw what happened after that. However, though the poison is gone, my strength hasn't fully recovered, and I couldn't retain Xue Dao and Lu Ji. At these words, everyone's gaze shifted to Chu Ling'er. They all swallowed hard. Sai Huadao squeezed out a smile. Little divine healer Ling'er, did you truly cure this old man's poison? Questioned by the crowd, Chu Ling'er patted her chest, then her sack. She declared with immense pride. Of course, Ling'er said from the start she could cure Grandpa's illness. I also said my father's antidote pill is called the universal antidote pill, which can cure any poison. It's your fault for not believing me. Just now it was so dangerous. To cure Grandpa, I gave him the largest pill I had. Everyone was shocked. Even the Nether King's venom could be cured. Could Ling'er's father truly be the world's greatest physician, as she claimed? Was her father a hidden supreme master? With the poison cured, everyone became intensely curious about the identity of Ling'er's father. Retorted by Chu Ling'er, Sai Huadao was momentarily speechless. He had clearly seen her antidote pill. It was just soot from a pot bottom. But how could it cure the poison? Little Ling'er, could you let Big Brother have another look at the antidote pill your father left you? Sai Huadao suspected he had misjudged earlier. Perhaps the pill contained some other hidden ingredient. It absolutely couldn't be simple pot soot, and her father couldn't possibly be a mere veterinarian. The idea that a veterinarian could cure the Miaojiang Lord's signature deadly poison. Who would believe that? Chu Ling'er proudly turned her head away. No. Before Big Brother said my father's pills were just rolled mud balls and were useless. Sai Huadao gave an awkward smile, knowing he was in the wrong. Ahem, I admit I was too loud before. Now I believe Ling'er's antidote pills can cure illnesses. Big Brother apologizes to you. Seeing Sai Huadao so obsessed with medicine, willing to humble himself and apologize to a little girl, everyone was astonished. The Empress gently rubbed Chu Ling'er's head and asked softly, Ling'er, if you don't mind, let Senior have a look. Let him admire how brilliant the medicine made by your father, the world's greatest, truly is. Through their interactions, the Empress had come to understand the little girl's temperament. She was like a stubborn little donkey. Anyone who looked down on her father would immediately get her bristling. Since the Empress had spoken, Chu Ling'er readily agreed. With an air of maturity, she patted Sai Huachuo's shoulder. Hey, we've been through thick and thin together, so he'll give you one antidote pill. Saying this, she pulled another pitch-black pill from her bag and handed it to Sai Huadao. Staring at the pill in his hand, Sai Huadao scratched his head and examined it countless times, losing all semblance of a master's demeanor, growing more puzzled by the moment. No mistake, this is clearly pot soot, but why? Seeing this, Li Chunfeng teased him with a hint of sarcasm. Pot soot. Do you think pot soot can cure the Nether King's venom and purge the accumulated pill toxins? Could it be that your medical skills are inferior to Ling'er's father's, so you can't see through the medicine? When I took it, the pill dissolved upon touching my throat, its effect even better than a heaven-grade spirit pill. As cultivators, they had all consumed many healing and cultivation pills. Every medicine has its toxicity, inevitably leaving some pill toxins in the body. Such toxins are extremely difficult to purge, yet Li Chunfeng's body now seemed as youthful as when he was in his dozens, with no trace of pill toxins remaining. This was what astonished Sai Huadua the most. Sai Huadua nodded thoughtfully. It's possible that some sophisticated method was used to conceal the medicinal properties, which is why I couldn't see through it. This pill is definitely not simple. It might even surpass the category of heaven-grade spirit pills. Truly, there is always a sky above a sky and a mountain beyond a mountain. I will keep this pill carefully and spend the rest of my life unraveling its mysteries. Little did Sai Huadua know the pill Chu Ling'er fed Li Chunfeng was an antidote pill from the system. Yet the one in his hand was indeed a genuine pill rolled from pot soot. Sai Huadua cherished the antidote pill as if it were a priceless treasure. Seeing the crisis resolved, the Empress turned and knelt down, looking at Chu Ling'er with adoring eyes. Ling'er, it's a good thing Sister had you by her side this time. You've helped Sister immensely. This is a life-saving grace. Tell Sister what reward you want. Even if you wish to be the little princess of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, Sister can make it happen. Ling'er, do you truly not remember where your home is? Sister would like to visit your father. The Empress' thoughts were simple. Not only did she genuinely adore this little girl, but she also wished to make the acquaintance of the father Chu Ling'er claimed was the world's greatest. After witnessing with her own eyes how that unremarkable pill had cured the world's #1 deadly poison, the Empress Li Qingxue and the others developed a strong interest in Ling'er's father, Zhao Wudi. Possessing such medical prowess, his martial arts were surely formidable. By building a good relationship with Ling'er, they would effectively be allying with a hidden expert. Chu Ling'er lifted her head, a cunning expression flickering across her little face, startling the Empress. Why did she look like a sly merchant? Sister Ling'er has traveled so far and truly doesn't remember where home is. Also, Ling'er doesn't want any reward. Since Sister mentioned a life-saving grace and the pill was made by my father, it means my father saved Sister. My father often says that a life-saving grace should be repaid by giving oneself in marriage. How about beautiful Sister marries my father? That way Ling'er can be with Sister every day and Sister won't need to make a special trip to visit my father. What do you think? These words caused an uproar among everyone present. Shang Wanyan's eyes widened. Ling'er, what kind of things has your father been teaching you? Do you know what kind of existence Her Majesty is? She is. Before she could finish, Chu Ling'er smiled and nodded, examining the Empress up and down with a highly satisfied look. Ling'er knows. I've heard Sister Shangwan and the others address you as Your Majesty many times. My father said only an emperor can be called Your Majesty, so beautiful Sister must be our empire's empress. Shangwan Yin was taken aback, staring at her in confusion. Since you know she is Her Majesty the Empress, how dare you suggest she marry your father? Aren't you afraid Her Majesty will have your head cut off? What's there to be afraid of? My father once conquered 6 kingdoms and was an emperor for decades before breaking through the void to come here. I'm used to being around an emperor every day. There's nothing scary about it. Chu Ling'er waved her hand dismissively, uttering words that left everyone utterly shocked. What? Your father conquered 6 kingdoms, was emperor for decades, and even broke through the void? Hiss. We don't know what these 6 kingdoms are, but breaking through the void. Such a feat exists only in legends. We've only ever heard of it. If that's the case, then Ling'er's father is truly over 500 years old. Everyone fell silent. Initially, they would have scoffed at the notion of breaking through the void. But recalling how they had similarly doubted Chu Ling'er's medicine earlier, the claim of breaking through the void now seemed somewhat credible. For a moment, everyone felt a surge of reverence for the mysterious father of Ling'er. What a pity not to be able to meet such a supreme expert. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huano both sighed softly. Seeing everyone so admiring of her father, Chu Ling'er was overjoyed, grinning to reveal 2 small canine teeth. Her big eyes curved into little crescent moons, utterly adorable. My father is indeed over 500 years old. I, Zhao Ling'er, have always been honest and never lie. So beautiful Sister, would you like to consider repaying the life-saving grace by marrying my father? A look of helpless amusement crossed the Empress' usually cool face. She couldn't help but tap Chu Ling'er on the head and give her a playful glare. You're so young yet so sly. How old are you? Do you even understand what marriage means? And I already have someone I love. No matter how ordinary he is or how excellent your father might be, it's impossible. Love requires mutual affection. A hint of tenderness and longing flickered in the Empress' eyes as she couldn't help but touch the ginkgo leaf tucked in her bosom. My husband, wait for your wife to quell the internal strife, and I will surely come to find you. I will make you the happiest man in the world. Hearing the Empress' words, Chu Ling'er's eyes dimmed. So beautiful Sister already has someone she likes. Does that mean she can't become father's concubine? What a pity, such a beautiful woman. Wait. Father once said something when he was drunk. If the hoe is wielded well, no wall cannot be toppled. Once beautiful sister learns more of father's virtues, she will surely love him to the point of no return. Thinking this, Chu Ling'er let out a sly chuckle. Liu Qingxue shuddered, inexplicably feeling a chill run down her spine, as if she had been targeted by something terrifying. Little girl, what mischief are you plotting now? Since you can't find your home for now, why not come back to the capital with sister first? Although your father is a master and may have left you some means of protection, a little girl out alone is ultimately unsafe. Come with sister to the capital, and it'll make you a princess. Besides, didn't you say your father has no cultivation techniques for women? Later, sister and sister Shangwan will personally teach you to step onto the path of cultivation. How does that sound? Heeding the Empress' advice, Chu Ling'er pondered for a few seconds before nodding with delight. Father said the palace was teeming with beauties, and if the Empress sister couldn't recruit them all, Ling'er could settle for the next best thing and recruit a few pretty princesses to be her stepmothers. Good. Father is already unmatched under heaven. As his daughter, I cannot tarnish his reputation, so I must train in martial arts. And so Chu Ling'er followed Liu Qingxue and the others as they journeyed towards the imperial capital Chang'an. Thanks to her life-saving grace, the lively and clever Chu Ling'er naturally became the group's darling. The reclusive Sai Huanhua, at Li Chunfeng's invitation, also chose to leave seclusion. Sai Huachuo's heart was like a mirror, since Ling'er's father could resolve the death fiend. Then his medical arts must surely surpass Sai Huachuo's. Could it be that his own crippled leg truly had a chance to be healed? Back in the capital, the Empress and the Northern Pacifying King both ostensibly refrained from pursuing the assassination attempt in Medicine Valley. Liu Qingxue, prioritizing the greater good, feared destabilizing the empire's foundations, while the Northern Pacifying King was also wary of the sword god Li Chunfeng. The two parties were remarkably taciturn, as if the incident had never occurred. However, Liu Qingxue was now troubled by another matter. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot. She is merely a brat with no background or known origin. How can she possibly become a princess of our Bingling Kingdom? Exactly. Since its founding, our Bingling Kingdom has decreed that only descendants of meritorious officials or those with an impeccable background can be adopted as foster daughters, let alone be granted the title of princess. This little girl is not of loyal and virtuous descent. Does your Majesty intend to break the national laws set by the previous emperors? This will surely cause turmoil in the court and make it difficult to win public support. During the morning court session, Liu Qingxue had mentioned her desire to adopt Ling'er as her foster daughter and grant her the title of princess. However, she faced opposition from several elder statesmen, including the ministers of revenue, personnel, and justice. After bowing their heads and speaking, they subtly glanced towards the Northern Pacifying King, who stood with his eyes closed and head lowered, as if seeking further instructions. The Northern Pacifying King curled his lips slightly and nodded subtly. Although he couldn't harm the Empress for now, he could find ways to vex her. By constantly obstructing her and diminishing her influence, he could naturally cripple her authority. Hearing their words and observing their subtle actions, Liu Qingxue's expression darkened. These veteran officials of two reigns had originally been neutral, but now they were colluding with the Northern Pacifying King. Liu Qingxue's face was as cold as ice as she gestured for silence. Ministers, although Ling'er is not of loyal and virtuous descent, who says she cannot become a princess? If my memory serves me, there is another rule in the ancestral teachings: those with extraordinary talent can also be accepted into the royal family, correct? These words left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. The Bingling Empire had the Northern Pacifying King, but also a Heaven-tier Southern Pacifying King. The two checked each other from north and south, and this Southern Pacifying King was an orphan. However, due to his extraordinary talent, he was adopted as a foster son by the previous emperor and received substantial resources. He eventually broke through to the Heaven tier. The Minister of Rights from the Empress faction bowed and saluted. Indeed, such a rule exists. May I ask, Your Majesty? What do you mean? Could it be that you intend to? The Empress nodded. Exactly. By my reckoning, today is the Triennial Talent Assessment Day for princesses and princes. I intend to have Ling'er undergo the talent assessment. If her talent reaches the Heaven tier, I trust that you, my beloved ministers, will have no further objections. Yes. Upon hearing this, the ministers nodded dismissively. On the Xinzhou continent, talent grades mirrored one's cultivation level. Yellow was the lowest, heaven the highest. One's talent determined the potential peak of their cultivation. For instance, Shang Wanyan's talent was at the late Earth tier, so barring unforeseen circumstances, her lifetime achievement would be capped at the late Earth tier. Whether she could break through to the Heaven tier depended on encountering a major fortuitous opportunity or achieving sudden enlightenment later on. The Earth tier was already a remarkable talent, 1 in 10,000. How difficult then would it be to achieve Heaven-tier talent? It was nearly impossible. In recent decades, the Bingling Empire had only produced the Southern Pacifying King and the Empress. The northern pacifying king and his allied ministers all shook their heads, revealing sneers of mockery. Meanwhile, the few old ministers loyal to the empress furrowed their brows, wanting to offer counsel. Chu Ling'er's entry into the royal family was a game of chess between the empress and the northern pacifying king. If Chu Ling'er's talent proved insufficient, barring her from the royal family, it would undoubtedly damage the empress' prestige. Yet the empress remained unflustered. Since Chu Ling'er claimed her father was a powerhouse who had shattered the void, how could his daughter be lacking in talent? Let's go. Since no one objects, follow me to the assessment hall. The empress rose and strode directly out of the council hall. The civil and military officials followed closely behind. Minutes later, the group arrived at the assessment hall. The hall was currently filled with several dozen children aged between 5 and 10. The children were very quiet, seemingly waiting for something. At the front of the hall, an erudite scholar was droning on about the assessment rules. Behind the scholar was a bagua stone formation the size of a round table with a diamond-shaped crystal at its center for testing talent. Seeing the empress and the ministers enter, the scholar and the dozens of princes and princesses knelt and bowed their heads in salutation. Greetings, your majesty. Rise. Pay me no mind, continue as you were. I am merely here to see if there is any talent. Ling'er, go and join the line. I will watch from here. The empress raised her right hand slightly, her expression as cold as ever. Everyone was long accustomed to the empress' icy demeanor. She was like this with everyone. Chu Ling'er smiled and obediently took her place at the end of the line, watching everything with great interest. Having come from the mountains, she found all these things fascinating. Dear princes and princesses, when I call your name, please come forward and drop a drop of blood into this formation. The formation will then assess your talent. Your talent represents your future achievements. Please do not take this lightly. Below the yellow grade, the crystal is colorless. Yellow is blue, profound is purple, earth is gold, and heaven is red. After the introduction, the scholar unhurriedly placed several spirit-infused crystals at the base of the formation. As the crystals were set, the formation activated, and the table-sized bagua array began to rotate on its own. This spectacle made the dozens of princes and princesses crane their necks to get a better look. Even Chu Ling'er fetched a small stool, stood on tiptoe, and watched with eager anticipation. Once the formation was fully activated, the scholar smoothed his robe and called out loudly, "Line up, one at a time." At his command, the children began the test in an orderly fashion. Under the imposing pressure of the empress and so many ministers, even the most mischievous child behaved. Marquis of Lingnin's son, blue yellow grade talent. Next, Marquis of Zibai's daughter, purple profound grade talent. Next, as each child was tested, some rejoiced at their good talent, while others were dejected by their poor results. Having been in the capital for a day, Shang Wanyan had explained many of the imperial city's rules to Chu Ling'er. Naturally, Chu Ling'er understood what this triennial assessment ceremony signified. Regardless of one's previous status within the family, a good result in the ceremony promised a bright future. The family's resources would also shift in their favor. Conversely, a poor result would likely make one an outcast within the family. Out of over 50 individuals, more than half had been tested within the hour, yet not one had achieved Earth-grade talent. Watching all this, Chu Ling'er felt both nervous and excited, her small hands clenched tightly. Just then, the empress' cold hand gently rested on Chu Ling'er's head, accompanied by a soft, comforting voice. "Don't be afraid. I believe in you. Make sure to silence those old men. How dare they look down on little Ling'er? Go and slap their faces hard." Chu Ling'er nodded seriously. "Yes. Father is so formidable, so naturally, I won't be any less. This time I will definitely test for heaven-grade talent and not let sister down." Hearing their exchange, the northern pacifying king and his cohort of ministers all showed disdain. A pheasant trying to pass itself off as a phoenix. Was heaven-grade talent so easy to achieve? When the time came, and this little girl tested with garbage talent, he could use it to slap Liu Qingxue in the face. What a heaven-sent opportunity. Today he would surely humiliate that woman. Meanwhile, on the other side, after learning that Chu Ling'er was safe, Chu Mo slept soundly for an entire day. Upon waking, he pulled a yellowed manual from under his bed and began scrutinizing it with utmost seriousness. His hands were also busily engaged in a great undertaking. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Chu Mo sat upright, touching his own waist with a righteous air. After activating sage mode, I feel so refreshed. Ha! As a man who had been celibate for 8 years, Chu Mo naturally had his own cultivation methods. It was understandable for a young man. Glancing at the book of sage wisdom with a hint of boredom, he placed it back with reverence. The host's actions are so shameless, the system expresses its contempt. Even the system found it unbearable. If it could block the host, it would have done so already. Screw your contempt. I did this to change my luck for the lottery. I remember when I got you yesterday, I had a lottery. What can I actually get? Chu Mo washed his hands and asked in his mind. Many things. Except for Pangus blood, everything else is possible. You know, every system these days claims to draw Pangus blood, but there's only one Pangu. How much blood can he have for all these systems? As he spoke, a massive golden wheel appeared in Chu Mo's mind, densely inscribed with countless treasures. Things like the Sunflower Manual 6 Meridian Divine Sword 1000-Year Ginseng Blood Sword Great Return Pill. Even Divine Beast Mounts, Celestial Beast Pets, and Immortal Maids were all there. It truly had everything. However, items like Immortal Maids occupied such a negligible area on the wheel that they were virtually invisible. Damn, can I only get these treasures through the lottery? Chu Mo felt dazzled. He wanted every single one. Not necessarily. Sign-in rewards are also randomly received here, but the chance of getting rare items through the lottery is higher than sign-ins. The host has just relieved himself that your luck should be good. Do you wish to draw? Nonsense. Of course I'm drawing. Chu Mo rolled his eyes. With a command, the pointer in his mind spun rapidly on the golden wheel. Immortal Maid. Divine Beast White Tiger. Damn it, stop already. Don't give me trash for my first draw. Chu Mo roared furiously in his heart, but it was useless. The pointer slowed down and gradually stopped on the 4 words "thanks for participating." Seeing this, Chu Mo's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but curse loudly. What the hell? Not even trash. How can you be so merciless? Before he could finish his tirade, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his mind. Ding. Chu Ling'er is about to undergo physique activation. Please provide a special physique for your daughter to ensure faster, better, and more stable development. Hearing this, Chu Mo's curses abruptly stopped. Activate physique. Where the hell is my daughter now? How is she getting more advanced? Chu Mo's gaze shifted to Chu Ling'er's attribute panel. At this moment, her physique column was marked with the word. Chu Mo couldn't help but sigh deeply. We really are an ordinary father and daughter. Not only were we born without any remarkable physiques, but now the lottery gave us nothing either. Alas, what am I supposed to give her? What am I supposed to give? As soon as he finished speaking, the already stopped pointer seemed to be pushed by an external force, moving forward by a hair's breadth. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your first lottery draw has earned you a divine physique, the Blood Fiend physique. Would you like to grant it to Chu Ling'er? What's going on? It had already stopped. Why did it move? Blood Fiend physique. Divine physique. Chu Mo looked puzzled. After reading the long description that followed, he was so stunned that his mouth hung open. Damn. It's this powerful. Truly worthy of being a divine physique. If my daughter has it, it's as good as me having it. Why keep such a divine physique gathering dust? Also do today's sign-in and send the reward along. Ding. Sign-in successful. You have received a roast chicken. Item has been delivered. The last examinee Ling'er. In the testing hall, the elder called out in a professional tone. His indifferent expression made it clear that none of this batch of youths showed any promise. What a difficult group. Upon hearing her name, Chu Ling'er broke into a cheerful smile and hopped over to the elder. Hello, old grandpa. It's finally my turn. The elder's mood lifted as if infected by her smile. He nodded and smiled back. Not bad. The elder's mood lifted as if infected by her smile. He nodded and smiled back. Not bad. Though simply dressed, you are quite polite. Come, take a drop of blood and place it on the center of the formation disc. Chu Ling'er lowered her head, pulled a small knife from her bag, and pricked her fingertip with the blade. A drop of crimson emerged from her fingertip. Seeing this, the Empress Shang Wanyan and Li Chuanfeng, who was hiding in a corner, all gazed at Chu Ling'er with expectant eyes. How formidable must the talent of a daughter born to a powerhouse who could shatter the void be? Following the elder's instructions, Chu Ling'er dripped her blood onto the formation. But unexpectedly, the diamond-shaped crystal at the center of the formation only flickered faintly before going still. Old grandpa, what level of talent do I have? Chu Ling'er asked expectantly. The elder blinked in bewilderment. Well, if I'm not mistaken, you have. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er was deeply disappointed. How can this be? Why does Ling'er have no aptitude? This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The Empress and the others wore expressions of disbelief. A master who could cure the deathly fiend with a single pill. His daughter had no aptitude. How is that possible? No wonder Ling'er had no martial arts skills. It was because she had no aptitude. Seeing Chu Ling'er's lack of talent, the northern pacifying king and a few old ministers seized the opportunity to burst into laughter. With such mediocre aptitude, it seems she cannot enter the royal family. Indeed, compared to these princes and princesses, she is far too inferior. She doesn't even have yellow-grade talent. At best, she can cultivate to the third-rank martial artist level right. As expected, without a noble lineage, it's truly hard to have talent. I wonder what His Majesty sees in this girl. It's not that we old ministers oppose her becoming a princess of the royal family, but she simply hasn't lived up to expectations. Hearing their mockery, the Empress felt rage boiling within her, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in her eyes. However, as seasoned court officials, they knew exactly how to toe the line without breaking the law. The Empress could not simply kill them in front of all the officials. After all, the court was not a one-person rule, and not everything was decided by the emperor alone. She had to consider the minister's sentiments. Prompted by the northern pacifying king, the old ministers spoke again. With his backing, and having so brazenly defied the Empress today, they began to feel that the Empress might not be so untouchable after all. Watching them belittle Chu Ling'er, the Empress felt an inexplicable surge of fury, her inner energy barely under control. It was as if someone had trampled on her most precious treasure, and she was ready to kill. There was no blood relation between them, so why did she care so much about this girl? Liu Qingxue couldn't understand, and she didn't want to dwell on it. She would simply follow her heart. Just as she was about to disregard everything and strike them down with a single palm, Chu Ling'er spoke up with a stubborn look in her eyes. Impossible. My father said I am an unseen-a-century cultivation prodigy. How could I have no aptitude? It must be because the blood drop was too small. They'll try again. With that, Chu Ling'er raised the knife to cut deeper. At that moment, a warm energy surged within her body, flowing continuously through her blood vessels. The original blood in her body seemed to be consumed and replaced by this energy. As the energy circulated, nourishing her entire body, Chu Ling'er felt a surge of strength. Looking at the blood on her hand, she felt a strange craving and restlessness inside, instinctively sensing that blood was very useful to her. Shaking her head to cast aside these strange thoughts, the stubborn Chu Ling'er once again dripped her blood onto the testing formation. Instantly, the crystal blazed with brilliant light. This time, the radiance did not fade quickly, but instead persisted intensely. Most importantly, the light was not blue, gold, or red. It was a myriad of colors. The entire testing hall seemed draped in a coat of rainbow-colored splendor, light shining upon everyone present. Seeing this, all were stunned and exchanged fearful glances. What is happening? The crystal showed no reaction before, but now it's glowing with so many colors. Could the formation be broken? Or does this girl actually have talent? Unable to make sense of it, everyone turned their eyes to the elder in charge of them. The elder's eyes were wide with utter bewilderment. It can't be broken. You could all die, and this thing would still work. This girl must have awakened some extraordinary talent. I have tested aptitudes for over 100 years and have never seen such light. What level could this be? Everyone wait, let me consult the ancient texts. In shock, the elder pulled out an ancient tome from his robe and began flipping through it in front of everyone, searching for records that matched the light emitted by Chu Ling'er. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the elder's answer. Even the Empress and Li Chunfeng dared not breathe too loudly. Li Chunfeng even used his lightness skill to fly over and stand guard beside Chu Ling'er. After a few minutes, the elder found the record and let out a sharp cry. His face was filled with shock, and he couldn't contain his amazed roar. Found it. Damn. This little girl has such a level of talent. Hiss. The Confucian scholar, typically so righteous, was startled into a twisted expression. Everyone exchanged glances, craning their necks to see. Little one, what is Ling'er's aptitude? Could it be late Earth stage? Even Li Chuanfeng, his curiosity piqued, could not help but ask. Called a little one by Li Chuanfeng, the scholar took no offense. Compared to the ancient age of that old immortal, his own century-plus life indeed made him a mere child. Greetings, Imperial Preceptor. It is not Earth stage. Could Ling'er possess Heaven stage aptitude? Sigh. Our Ice Spirit Kingdom has produced another talent. Back then, His Majesty awakened the Ice Soul physique with aptitude reaching late Heaven stage, invigorating the entire court. Now this little girl has such a constitution. Let me see who dares obstruct her from becoming a royal princess. Li Chunfeng was astonished, joyfully tousling Chu Ling'er's head. His love for talent surged once more. Yet unexpectedly, the scholar shook his head again, his gaze shifting from shock to solemnity. No, nor is it Heaven stage. Imperial Preceptor, have you heard of an aptitude even greater than Heaven stage? Hearing this, Li Chunfeng frowned, then his pupils suddenly dilated as a thought struck him. You mean an aptitude beyond Heaven stage, existing only in legend? The scholar nodded, spreading open an ancient text. Precisely. Imperial Preceptor, according to records, this little girl's aptitude far surpasses Heaven stage. For she has awakened a special physique, one that has appeared only once in history. The Blood Fiend physique. At these words, the civil and military officials in the court could no longer remain calm, all crying out in shock. What? The Blood Fiend physique. The physique that allows one to absorb a portion of a slain opponent's power through slaughter. And in battle, the Blood Fiend, she can ignore an enemy's defenses using blood energy to restore one's own internal force. Truly a born god of slaughter. Isn't that the physique the Azura King possessed 10,000 years ago? The Blood Fiend physique, a constitution existing only in legend, was known to every cultivator. It is one of the most formidable physiques under heaven. While other cultivators could only absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, filtering out impurities to cultivate, the possessor of the Blood Fiend physique was entirely different. They cultivated without bottlenecks, merely needing to kill and constantly reap the fruits of others' cultivation. This was a physique born for slaughter. As long as there was killing, one would never exhaust their strength. The scholar nodded, numbly picking up the ancient text and reading word by word. According to records, the last appearance of this physique was on the Azura King 10,000 years ago. The Azura king, neither wholly righteous nor evil, used this divine body to reach an unparalleled height in just over a decade, an altitude that even heaven stage experts could only gaze up at. Even the 6 great ancient kingdoms at the peak of martial prowess gathered all their heaven and earth stage experts to besiege him, only to be swept away by the Azura king's overwhelming force until all the experts were annihilated. After destroying the 6 kingdoms he ruled as emperor for several decades, grew bored, tore through the void, and vanished, leaving a complete mess behind. Unexpectedly, today, 10,000 years later, we witness such a divine physique again. I can die without regret. The scholar sighed with deep emotion. After hearing this, everyone was filled with awe, staring fixedly at Chu Ling'er. It was as if they saw a brilliant new star rising before their eyes. Chu Ling'er planted her hands on her hips, lifting her chin proudly. She wrinkled her little nose at the Prince of Jinbei and the ministers who had obstructed her. You said I had no aptitude, you looked down on me. Now you have nothing to say, do you? With a father as formidable as mine, how could I lack aptitude? Upon hearing this, the Prince of Zhenbai's face turned ashen, his eyes fixed on Chu Ling'er. This little girl's astonishing talent was bad news for him. If such a genius was not under his control, she would become an obstacle in the years to come. She must be eliminated. Haha, congratulations, Your Majesty, on acquiring such a prodigy. However, I pray Your Majesty will protect her well. Only those who survive to cultivate successfully are called geniuses. Those who die halfway are nothing. The Prince of Jinbei gave a hollow smile, cupping his hands, and shot a threatening glance at Chu Ling'er. Liu Qingxue cast him a cold look. That is no concern of the Prince of Jinbei. Guarding the northern frontier is your duty. You? The Prince of Jinbei, Liu Ji, snorted in anger and turned to leave. Seeing the confrontation between the prince and the emperor, the civil and military officials remained silent, each staring at their noses, lowering their heads to pick at their nails. Watching the Prince of Jinbei storm off, Liu Qingxue couldn't help but curl her lips into a slight smile. She felt a joy greater than anyone's at Chu Ling'er's success. As for the Prince of Zhenbai's threat, as the daughter of a supreme powerhouse, how could Chu Ling'er lack the life-saving measures left by her father? And how could she herself stand by and watch Chu Ling'er be harmed? Since Ling'er possesses such aptitude, I trust none of my beloved ministers will oppose my adopting her as my foster daughter and conferring upon her the title of princess. Liu Qingxue said coldly. The officials dared not raise their heads, nor did they dare to cause trouble. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, little princess. Excellent. Ministers, hear my decree. Proclaim to the world that from this day forth I enfeoff Ling'er as the princess of everlasting joy. Furthermore, if anyone dares to leak a single word about Ling'er's aptitude, do not blame me for showing no mercy. Liu Qingxue flicked her dragon robe, sweeping her majestic gaze over everyone present. The icy killing intent made the officials tremble. They had no doubt that if they leaked information to enemy states, they would be dismembered on the spot. With that, Liu Qingxue took Chu Ling'er's hand and strode out of the testing hall watched by the officials. The imperial capital sword pavilion. As the residence of imperial preceptor Li Chuanfeng, the sword pavilion housed countless formations and loyal experts. At this moment, Li Chuanfeng, the Empress Shangwanyan, and several Earth stage experts loyal to the royal family had gathered here. As for Chu Ling'er, her nature was too wild. She had already wandered off to some corner of the sword pavilion. Within the sword pavilion, Liu Qingxue was not worried about the little girl's safety. Everyone, what are your thoughts on Ling'er's talent? Liu Qingxue sat in the seat of honor, looking at them gravely. Sai Huoa slightly cupped his hands. Such talent is unparalleled in the world, like a piece of supreme, uncut jade. It must be nurtured and carefully carved. However, the blood fiend physique differs from ordinary cultivation. Meditating and practicing internal energy are useless. One must absorb blood essence through slaughter to advance. And the little girl currently has no cultivation. I believe we should first establish a hunting ground. In the hunting ground, we raise a batch of livestock infused with spiritual energy. Once Old Li teaches some basic sword techniques, let little Ling'er go in to kill sheep and deer. This way there is no danger, yet she can gain foundational cultivation. After a few seconds of thought, everyone nodded in agreement. Senior Sai is right. Though the physique of slaughter is born for killing, it is still fragile before it rises. It is certainly impossible to let Ling'er kill people. So killing livestock will not only allow her to advance, but also temper her courage, preventing her from hesitating in future battles. Most importantly, it is safe. Listening to the discussion, the Empress turned her gaze to an old minister in eunuch's robes beneath her. Wei Zhongxian, I leave the matter of the hunting ground to your western depot. I trust you will handle it well. As you command, Your Majesty. Rest assured, as it concerns the little prince's cultivation, I dare not be careless. The eunuch Wei Zhongxian replied in a shrill voice. As you command, Your Majesty. Rest assured, as it concerns the little prince's cultivation, I dare not be careless. Your Majesty, the matter of cultivation is preliminarily resolved. But compared to cultivation, I believe the shaping of character and morals may be even more important. Ling'er is now 8 years old, her character not yet fixed. I suggest that the scholars of the Imperial Academy provide her with more moral education. Additionally, she should be exposed to formations, medicine, military strategy, and various fields. Not necessarily mastery, but at least familiarity. This way, whether she enters the martial world or the court, she will not be at a disadvantage. Li Chunfeng spoke thoughtfully in a low voice. After experiencing his disciple's betrayal, he placed great importance on moral character. The Empress nodded, taking this to heart. She certainly did not want Chu Ling'er to become a mere butcher. Development required all-around growth. As everyone brainstormed on how to cultivate Chu Ling'er, the Empress noticed Shang Wanyan behind her, hesitating to speak. She asked softly, "Xiao Yin, is something the matter?" Questioned by the Empress, Shang Wanyan did not conceal her thoughts. She cupped her hands and bowed. "Your Majesty, after much thought, I may have guessed who Ling'er's father is." Everyone's expression turned solemn as they sat upright. "Who is it? Do tell." "Your Majesty and Master, do you recall that Ling'er mentioned yesterday how her father was invincible under heaven? He once swept through the 6 kingdoms of Yan, Zhao, and Chu with a single sword, ruled as emperor for decades, and finally shattered the void to depart." Hearing this, the Empress Sai Huatua and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances and nodded slowly. "Ling'er did say that. What about it?" Shang Wanyan's eyes grew grave, and she frowned in deep thought. "Your Majesty, today during the aptitude test, the ancient records also mentioned that the Azura king swept through the 6 ancient kingdoms 10,000 years ago, ruled as emperor for a long time, and finally shattered the void to leave this world. Doesn't this resemble Ling'er's father's experience? Moreover, the Azura king possessed the blood-fiend constitution, of physique that emerges only once in 10,000 years. Yet it appears in Ling'er. I wonder, is there a connection between Ling'er and the Azura king? Or perhaps, Ling'er's father and that Azura king?" Shang Wanyan dared not continue. Hearing her speculation, everyone was stunned. Her words struck like a thunderbolt in their minds. "The Azura king, Ling'er's father. You mean you suspect Ling'er's father is that Azura king?" "This is merely my conjecture with no evidence to prove they are the same person." Shang Wanyan bowed slightly. Yet the others were somewhat convinced. It seemed quite plausible. They appeared to be two unrelated individuals, but connecting Chu Ling'er's usual words with the ancient records. Everything seemed to suggest that Ling'er's father was the legendary Azura king who shattered the void and was invincible under heaven. Wait, the Azura king lived 10,000 years ago while Ling'er's father is only over 500 years old. That can't be possible, right? Sai Huatua questioned, full of doubt. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng seemed to recall something, his gaze gradually turning serious. No, for a powerhouse who can suppress an entire realm, what they shatter might not be the void, but time and space. Time and space. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. Can one truly sever the river of time? Do you mean he leaped out of the long river of time from ancient times to the present, and his actual age is only over 500? Li Chunfeng shook his head, slightly uncertain. After closing his eyes in thought for half a minute, he opened them again, his eyes gleaming with wisdom as he spoke slowly. "I've only heard from my master that when a martial artist becomes powerful enough, they can leap out of the river of time. However, we cannot confirm that Ling'er's father is the Azura king, but the fact that he could neutralize the Yamas doom with a single pill. Even you, the renowned divine physician, cannot fathom his pill, which speaks volumes about his mastery of medicine. Moreover, with Ling'er's talent, her father must be a formidable martial artist, even if he isn't the Azura king. It's possible that every move we make is under his surveillance, and he possesses the absolute power to come to Ling'er's rescue if she's in danger. Otherwise, which father would let such a young daughter with such extraordinary talent roam the world without worry? And Ling'er once mentioned the martial arts her father knows, like the 18 dragons subduing palms and the 6 meridians divine sword, names we've never heard before. If I'm not mistaken, these might all be supreme martial arts from ancient times." Li Chunfeng spoke eloquently. As the nation's preceptor, his wisdom naturally matched his role in advising the sovereign. Moreover, his profound cultivation allowed him access to information beyond ordinary reach, lending credibility to his words. "Well said. If I had a daughter with such astonishing talent, I'd treasure her dearly, keep her close, and nurture her carefully. How could I let her roam freely?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. They looked up at the surrounding void one by one. Perhaps it was an illusion, but they felt as if a pair of eyes were watching them from the void. If they dared to harm Ling'er in the slightest, it seemed that heavenly lightning would strike them down in the next moment. A chill ran down their spines. They all sat up straight, tense and uneasy. Seeing her loyal followers so restless, the Empress raised her hand to calm them. "Everyone, don't be too nervous. If Ling'er's father is truly such a master, the better we treat Ling'er, the greater the rewards we'll reap in the future. Besides, I am Ling'er's godmother. I want to protect and dote on her. How could I ever harm her? In the days to come, I hope you will all give your best, wholeheartedly protect and teach Ling'er, and not disappoint that great master." Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. They all resolved to win over Chu Ling'er. Pleasing her was akin to befriending a supreme powerhouse. Even the smallest favor from him could bring them immense benefit. After thorough discussion, they decided to dedicate the finest resources to cultivate Chu Ling'er. Li Chuanfeng, Sai Huadua, and several court officials skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and military strategy also offered to impart their knowledge without reservation. After finalizing the plan for Chu Ling'er's upbringing, the Empress began to stroll through the sword pavilion. As she conversed with Li Chuanfeng, she also searched for Chu Ling'er. National Preceptor, how is your health now? How much of your strength have you recovered? The Prince of Zhenbai's behavior has become increasingly outrageous. I can hardly contain myself. Recalling Liu Ji's assassination attempt the day before and today's provocation, Liu Qingxue's expression grew colder. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng's wrinkled face showed a hint of bitterness. Although the Yamas doom has been neutralized, the erosion of my internal organs has caused considerable damage. I fear I may never return to my peak. Moreover, I advise your majesty not to act hastily. Don't you wish to see who else will show their hand? If we must purge, let's do it thoroughly in one go. Looking at Li Chunfeng's frail, aged appearance, Liu Qingxue sighed. He was indeed no longer the vigorous man. Can't even Senior Sei's medical skills restore the National Preceptor? If it can repair his damage, the treasures of the National Treasury are at your disposal. By the way, I have 1,000-year blood ginseng. Before she could finish, Sai Huadua, sitting in a wheelchair, interrupted. It's useless. Old Li is already so old. Once his internal organs are damaged, it's nearly impossible to fully restore them with medicine. The chance of him returning to his peak is almost zero. Hearing this, the Empress and Shang Wanyan's eyes filled with sorrow. He was the Empire's cornerstone. To think, even heroes grow old. Just then, Sai Huadua seemed to recall something and changed his tone. It's not entirely hopeless. If we could obtain the flesh or essence of the 4 divine beasts, it could extend his life. If we could get vermilion bird meat, it would not only replenish lost vitality, but also allow rebirth through fire, restoring old Li's internal organs to their youthful state. However, divine beasts like the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise have power far beyond the celestial rank. How could we ever obtain their flesh? Li Chunfeng and the Empress both sighed deeply, abandoning the idea. How could mortals rival divine beasts? Even with the nation's full strength, they would be no match for an adult divine beast. As their spirits sank, they noticed Chu Ling'er hiding alone behind a rockery, seemingly occupied with something. Ling'er, what are you doing here? Why aren't you playing with the older brothers and sisters? The Empress approached quietly to find Chu Ling'er gnawing on a roast chicken. The aroma filled the air, tantalizing and stirring primal cravings. Even Liu Qingxue, the celestial empress who seemed above worldly desires, couldn't help but swallow. Hearing the Empress question, Chu Ling'er looked up, revealing a face smeared with grease. She grinned, her smile utterly innocent. Ling'er is playing hide and seek with the big brothers and sisters. I hid so well they searched for ages and couldn't find me. The Empress nodded, and Li Chunfeng smiled warmly, as if recalling the days when he raised the Empress from infancy. No brought her up. Having such a joy around was indeed delightful. Seeing Ling'er's greasy face, Li Chunfeng couldn't resist teasing. Oh, you get to eat roast chicken while playing hide and seek. This chicken looks quite good, and strangely, just smelling it makes me feel refreshed, as if my internal injuries have eased. Ling'er, where did this roast chicken come from? Father just made this for me, and Ling'er happened to be hungry, so I'm taking this moment to have a little snack to Grandpa Li, would you like a bite? It's delicious, and it won't get stuck in your teeth. Chu Ling'er made no attempt to hide her treasure, shaking her precious burlap sack. With her greasy little hand, she tore off a piece of the chicken's rear that she disliked and offered it to Li Chunfeng. Gazing at the plump chicken tail, Li Chunfeng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Though he was a top-tier powerhouse, after all, everyone has their vices. Take chicken tails, for instance. They were Li Chunfeng's favorite. The moment he saw one, he couldn't control his mouth. Li Chunfeng glanced left and right, and upon catching the amused look in Sai Huachuo's eyes, he forcibly suppressed his craving and reluctantly turned his head away. Well, Grandpa doesn't like chicken tails, so maybe let's forget it. Seeing this, Chu Ling'er blinked, seeing through Li Chunfeng's stubborn denial. With thoughtful consideration, she jumped up and stuffed the chicken tail right into his mouth. Oh, come on. Grandpa Li, stop pretending. Brother Sai Huadua told me yesterday that you love chicken tails and even fought over them with him before, so Ling'er specially saved this for you. Though eating a chicken tail in front of his disciples, the Empress, and Sai Hua was embarrassing, the irresistible aroma beneath his nose made him powerless to resist, completely losing control of his mouth. Li Chunfeng cleared his throat, put on a loving smile, and patted Chu Ling'er's head. Ahem. Since Ling'er insists so strongly, even if Grandpa doesn't like chicken tails, I must eat it. Nom. Opening his cavernous mouth wide, the chicken tail in Chu Ling'er's hand vanished instantly. Under the half-smiling gazes of the crowd, Li Chunfeng's face reddened slightly as he chewed a few times. The moment the flavor of the chicken tail burst forth upon chewing, Li Chunfeng froze, his pupils suddenly dilating. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Holy crap! This chicken tail is unlike any I've ever tasted. No sooner had he spoken than he quickly closed his eyes, sensing the changes within his body. Seeing him so entranced by a chicken tail, Sai Huadua rolled his eyes. What? Wasn't it cleaned properly? Got some chicken droppings on it. Then you've hit the jackpot. After all, one can't openly eat chicken shit, but you who love chicken tails get the rare chance to taste it. Upon hearing this, the Empress and Shangguan Yin both gagged, stepping back in unison, casting a disdainful glance at Li Chunfeng. But Li Chunfeng had no time to retort. His body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. From that ordinary chicken tail, a rich vitality kept surging forth. As the saliva entered his stomach, that miraculous life force began mending his severely damaged internal organs. Moreover, he felt his lifespan was increasing. Though slow, it was a tangible extension of life, far more potent than 1,000-year ginseng. Sensing this transformation, Li Chunfeng's eyes flew wide open. At that moment, he understood that the roasted chicken in the little girl's hands was no ordinary fare. Li Chunfeng stepped forward, smiling obsequiously, his eyes burning with intense desire as he fixedly stared at the roasted chicken in Chu Ling'er's hands. Ling'er, this chicken is so delicious. Could you give Grandpa Li another piece? If not, can I at least suck on the bone you're holding? Seeing this, Sai Huadua couldn't help but mock him. I say, you old geezer are still a state preceptor. You can't be this pathetic, can you? Master, you're a heaven-tier expert. Dignity, dignity. If you can't bear it, let's go back and make a table of roast chicken. Shangguan Yin massaged her forehead, feeling her master was too disgraceful. In the Ice Spirit Kingdom, he was above all, but one, yet today, for the sake of chicken, he had stooped to sucking bones. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng paused, staring at Shangguan Yin in disbelief. You said make a table of what? Roast? Forget it, you'd better just suck the bones. Shangguan Yin didn't finish her sentence, suddenly catching on her pretty face, flushing with anger. Li Chunfeng clicked his tongue, making no attempt to hide. You don't understand a damn thing. No roast can compare to the chicken in Ling'er's hands. It's not that I love chicken tails, but this chicken can heal my internal injuries and extend my lifespan. The word extend was spoken with extreme discretion, lest others overhear. After all, anything that could prolong life was among the rarest celestial treasures on the entire continent. If word got out, it would inevitably spark a scramble. Hearing this, several people burst out laughing, with Sai Huachuo's laughter being the loudest. Haha, a chicken tail, and you think it can heal injuries and extend life? You're killing me. Are you so crazy for chicken tails that you've lost your mind? Li Chunfeng ignored him, offering no further explanation, and turned to look seriously at Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, look. Chu Ling'er glanced at the 4 to 5 pound roasted chicken in her hands, then at Li Chunfeng's pitiful expression. A trace of sympathy appeared on her little face. Father had said the palace had great food with many delicacies and 108 dishes at every meal. Yet when Ling'er got hungry, she couldn't even find the kitchen. And Grandpa State Preceptor couldn't even afford a roast chicken. How pitiful. Sure, since Ling'er can't eat all of this anyway. Here, have this wing, Grandpa. Chu Ling'er tore off another wing and handed it to Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng took it with trembling hands, tore off a tiny piece, and held it under Sai Huachuo's nose, grumbling. Taste this. Sai Huadua shrugged, opening his mouth dismissively. It's not like I've never eaten chicken and I won't be as pathetic. Despite his words, once the chicken entered his mouth, Sai Huachuo's eyes also flew wide open, revealing an expression of disbelief. This meat. Holy crap. Just as you said, it can heal heaven-ear experts' internal injuries and extend life. Such a treasure surpasses the realm of celestial herbs. Ling'er, did your father really make this roast chicken for you? Sai Huadua turned and asked with extreme gravity. Chu Ling'er nodded in bewilderment, not understanding why an ordinary roast chicken had them so shaken. Yes, my father gave it to me, and it was freshly made. It was still warm when I got it. Ling'er, when did your father? Mother wanted to pay him a visit, and also to behold the countenance of the world's #1 expert. Here, wipe your mouth, eat slowly. It's fine with mother here, no one will snatch your things. The Empress stepped forward and crouched down, taking out a handkerchief and gently wiped the grease from Chu Ling'er's mouth, like a mother. Even this small gesture warmed Chu Ling'er's heart, who had grown up without a mother, and she gazed at Liu Qingxue with shining eyes. So, this is what it feels like to have a mother's care. Is this maternal love? Ling'er finally has a mother too, but unfortunately, my godmother isn't father's wife. No, father didn't come, he gave it to me through this dimensional pouch. This is a treasure father personally gave me, saying he got it during his travels. Whenever there's something delicious, he sends it to me through this dimensional pouch. Chu Ling'er explained generously, without concealment and without fear of being robbed by those present. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, deeply shaken, and a single thought arose in their minds. Delivering objects across space. Ling'er's father has indeed surpassed the heaven tier. They took a deep breath, suppressing their inner turmoil. Old Sai, do you know what kind of chicken this is in Ling'er's hands? This thing is immensely beneficial to me. If I can find this type of chicken, I'd like to raise some. Hearing this, Sai Huadua pondered for a moment, then looked up at Li Chunfeng with a mocking gaze. I don't know what kind of chicken it is, but I know what kind of toad you are. You actually want to raise such a marvel. Li Chunfeng fumed. Are you asking for a beating? Can't you talk properly? What's wrong with me raising a chicken? Sai Huadua shrugged, his expression gradually turning grave as he looked at the group and spoke solemnly. This probably isn't chicken meat. With our status, we're not even worthy of raising it. The effects are exactly the same as the divine beast vermilion bird recorded in ancient texts. I suspect the chicken in Ling'er's hands is the legendary vermilion bird, and it was freshly slaughtered. Boom. These words struck like a thunderbolt, stunning everyone into silence. What? The vermilion bird? That's a divine beast far beyond the heaven tier. How is that possible? How could it not be? Apart from the vermilion bird, can you find any other poultry in this world that can heal your old wounds? Or a spirit beast containing such abundant life force? Terror also flickered in Sai Huachuo's eyes. That was the vermilion bird, a being that could serve as a nation's guardian beast, yet today it had been turned into roasted chicken. Was the world going mad? They desperately wanted to deny that the chicken in Ling'er's hands was the vermilion bird, but the facts were undeniable. Using the vermilion bird as roast chicken, Ling'er's father truly has an extraordinary bull. Ling'er is so fortunate to be the daughter of such a peerless expert. Sai Huadua and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances. They desperately wanted to ask Chu Ling'er's father if he needed any adopted sons. If you don't mind, we too would gladly become your sons. Staring at the roast chicken in Chu Ling'er's hands, the group was rendered speechless. Their perception of the strength of Ling'er's father was once again shattered. However, Chu Ling'er had no inkling of the vermilion bird's significance. To her, it was merely an ordinary roast chicken. And these people before her were the kindest to her aside from her father, so she was not stingy. Father always taught Ling'er to share good food with her own people. Come, beautiful mother, this drumstick is for you. Sister Shangwan, this liver and breast meat are for you. Ling'er can get full from just the other leg. The rest of the meat Grandpa Li and Brother Sai can share. Ling'er saw you all enjoy it. Next time father makes something delicious, Ling'er will bring it for you. With her small hands, Chu Ling'er tore the roast chicken into pieces and distributed them to everyone. Gazing at the roast chicken in their hands, their hearts surged with excitement. This was vermilion bird meat, something even heaven-ear cultivators couldn't savor. How could they be so fortunate today? Indeed, clinging to the little girl's coattails was better than any divine opportunity. Ling'er, if we eat all your chicken, your father won't he mind? Just as Li Chunfeng was about to take a bite, a grave concern struck him. This was a gift from Chu Ling'er's father. What if eating the vermilion bird angered him? Could our Bingling kingdom withstand a single slap from him? Chu Ling'er waved her hand dismissively. Father won't get angry. It's just a chicken, eat without worry. We have many chickens at home, about 30-something. And father often catches a few more, so we never run out. Occasionally we even get to eat snake meat. Hearing this, the group was dizzy with astonishment. Even the Empress' beautiful eyes widened, her lips slightly parted. A single vermilion bird's tail feather could drive a super expert like Li Chunfeng to utter longing. Yet this man kept over 30 at home, and he regularly hunted more vermilion birds. Were vermilion birds really so weak these days? But why had none of them ever seen one? Given Ling'er's father's strength, could the snake she mentioned actually be a dragon? Hiss! Unfathomable. The term big shot could no longer describe Chu Ling'er's father. With Ling'er's assurance, the group set aside their worries. They savored every bite, eating the vermilion bird meat slowly until it was all gone. They didn't even spare the bones, chewing them to bits. After all, even a single feather from a vermilion bird was a supreme treasure. With the roast chicken consumed, Li Chunfeng's internal injuries fully healed, and he gained 10 years of life. His appearance, once that of a man in his 70s or 80s, had reversed to his 50s or 60s. Sai Huadua had broken through to the late heaven tier, and the Empress had advanced to the mid-heaven tier, a minor realm improvement. As for Shangwan Yan, she had shattered her innate limitations and broken through to the early heaven tier. Though her foundation was unstable, she was now a heaven tier cultivator, a world apart from the earth tier. I thought I'd only drag on for another decade or so, but today not only have my organs recovered, but my cultivation is also more refined. Now I'm at the peak of heaven tier, just one step away from breaking through. Li Chunfeng wept with joy. Regaining his composure, he looked at Chu Ling'er's adorable face, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Haha, I, Sai Huadua, have also reached the late heaven tier. If I ever meet Miao Sanbu again, I'll make sure he never returns. Sai Huadua was equally ecstatic. Exchanging glances with Li Chunfeng, the two old men silently vowed. From now on, Ling'er is our own granddaughter. No, our little goddess. Anyone who dares touch her will annihilate their entire clan. Hee Ling'er, you've helped your mother greatly this time. With your roast chicken, my faction's strength has risen a level. Our chances against the Prince of Jinbei have increased. The plan can be moved up. Liu Qingxue picked up Chu Ling'er and gently touched her forehead. Chu Ling'er nuzzled contentedly against her, but in her heart she silently mourned for them. Eating the chicken made them feel better and stronger. How malnourished must her godmother, the old men, and sister Shangwan have been before. Father truly treated her well, raising her plump and healthy. As they reveled in their breakthroughs, the valiant Shangguan Yin noticed something. Wait, your majesty, master, I believe this roast chicken might be a gift from the wine immortal. Otherwise, just moments ago, we were worrying about master's internal injuries and discussing vermilion bird meat, and then Ling'er happens to have a roasted vermilion bird. How could such a coincidence exist? As we suspected, every move we make is under the immortal's watch. Hearing this, the group's expressions, exchanging glances, they respectfully raised their hands and bowed toward the void. Thank you for your great gift, senior. We will wholeheartedly nurture little Ling'er. After the ritual, they looked up to find Chu Ling'er staring at them with confusion. The Empress smiled gently. What? Chu Ling'er pouted discontentedly. Mother, you all grew stronger after eating the chicken, but I only feel full. Why don't I feel any different? The Empress furrowed her brows, pondering for a few seconds before speaking slowly. It might be related to your physique. The blood fiend body defies common sense. Normal cultivation methods are useless. You need to kill to advance. Saying this, the Empress felt she should let Chu Ling'er try. After all, the blood fiend body existed only in legends, and they knew little about it. By the way, Ling'er, are you brave enough to kill small animals? Kill small animals? Of course. Father says children of the poor grow up early, so he taught me to slaughter sheep, chickens, and ducks. Chu Ling'er tilted her head and answered with a smile. Her expression even showed eagerness. The Empress and the others were astonished. All right, Ling'er, wait a moment. Grandpa Li will be right back. Li Chunfeng vanished from the sword pavilion like a gust of wind. A dozen seconds later, he descended from the sky holding a small lamb. Ba ba. He presented the lamb to Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, want to give it a try? We estimate that once you start killing small animals and absorb some blood energy, you should be able to step onto the path of cultivation. Great. Let's slaughter it so Ling'er can cultivate and become as strong as father. Chu Ling'er took the lamb without hesitation. She pulled a sharp knife over 10 centimeters long from her pocket. With a swift plunge, the white blade entered the lamb's neck and came out red without a moment's hesitation. Her movements were clean, precise, and incredibly practiced. Her small hand holding the knife didn't tremble at all, not like an 80-year-old girl. The scene left Li Chunfeng, the Empress, and the others exchanging bewildered glances. But soon a wondrous sight appeared. As the lamb's blood splattered onto Chu Ling'er's hand, she became intensely excited. Holding the lamb with one hand, she instinctively thrust the other into the spurting wound. Her palm worked like a pump, instantly draining the lamb's blood dry. The scene was eerie and terrifying, like practicing demonic arts, yet no evil aura emanated from Chu Ling'er. Then, after absorbing the blood, she effortlessly broke through to the first-rank martial artist. Witnessing this, Li Chunfeng and the others could no longer remain calm. Hiss! Is cultivation really this easy? Holy crap! No wonder it's a legendary divine body. It took us half a month to reach the first-rank martial artist. Even though they knew of Chu Ling'er's monstrous talent beforehand, seeing her breakthrough still left them reeling. Compared to her, they were trash. Chu Ling'er clenched her fists, overjoyed. My strength has increased so much. This feeling is wonderful. Mother, does Ling'er have martial arts now? The Empress nodded. You have inner energy now. As for techniques, Mother and the grandpas will teach you when we have time. We need to think about which ones are best for you. Chu Ling'er was ecstatic, jumping up in excitement. Great. Once I've learned enough, I can roam the world like... At this moment, Chu Ling'er seemed to have forgotten her quest to find her birth mother. Compared to searching for that emotionless mother, she felt this Empress godmother was far more endearing. So beautiful, father would surely like her too. She must be taken. With that, Chu Ling'er twisted her wrist, and in just a few minutes had butchered the little lamb cleanly, leaving only the pure meat. Her movements were incredibly skilled. Looking at the bloody lamb kidneys in Chu Ling'er's hands, Li Chunfeng and Sai Huarua leaned back in alarm, fearful of offending this little goddess and losing their own kidneys. Meanwhile, as Chu Ling'er advanced, Chu Mo, hidden deep in the mountains, received a notification. Ding! Congratulations! The host's daughter has taken her first step into cultivation and advanced to first-rank martial artist. Host receives feedback. Current realm, second-rank martial artist. Congratulations. You've evolved from a little weakling to a slightly stronger weakling. Special reward draw. Oh, Ling'er has already stepped into cultivation so quickly. Then, as her father, am I not far from being invincible? Indeed, raising a daughter has its benefits. Chu Mo sat beneath the ginkgo tree at his doorstep, savoring a bowl of rice with immense satisfaction. Without that clingy little demon of a daughter around, life felt truly blissful. Though he had no idea where his daughter had wandered off to, seeing her thrive more each day brought peace to his heart. As for the system, teasing him, calling him a mere weakling, Chu Mo paid it no heed. With his thick skin, what ridicule couldn't he endure? After finishing his meal, Chu Mo washed the bowl and put it away. He relieved himself, washed his hands, then sank his mind into the system and silently pressed the draw button. For an unlucky soul, washing hands before each draw was perhaps their last stubborn ritual. The pointer spun from slow to fast, whirling rapidly across the golden lottery wheel. Chu Mo's heart lifted with it as he prayed incessantly. A celestial maid. A demon butler. If nothing else, at least give me the sparklets of Ultraman Tiga. But this time the system seemed deaf to his prayers. The pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the top-tier calligraphy skill. Calligraphy. Chu Mo frowned at the reward before him. In this world teeming with cultivators, what use is calligraphy to me? If it were before, I might have thought calligraphy could teach Ling'er, but now I'm Master Chu, am already a second-rank martial artist. Am I not close to invincibility? Could calligraphy kill someone with a pen in a fight? Chu Mo was utterly disdainful. Yet something was better than nothing if he couldn't use it. His daughter could. A girl who often read books cultivated an intellectual beauty, and Chu Mo still hoped to raise his daughter into a talented woman. Hence he had always taught her to write and recite poetry. After all, besides these, he had nothing else to teach. Forget it, I'll mail this calligraphy skill to my Ling'er. As for me, Master Chu, am off to test my terrifying power. After sending the top-tier calligraphy to his daughter via the system, Chu Mo sought a target for practice at his doorstep. Now a second-rank martial artist, he felt immensely stronger and stood taller. After a search, he finally set his sights on the wild boar he had captured now in the pig pen. Prepare to die, Beiji. Chu Mo rolled up his sleeves and leaped into the pen. The boar, brimming with wildness, harbored deep hatred for the man who had captured it. It charged at Chu Mo with savage ferocity, tusks swinging. Thus began an epic battle between man and boar. Chu Mo even thought up a title, The Drunken Sword Immortal versus the Heavenly Marshal. But alas, after 10 minutes, the Drunken Sword Immortal was tossed out of the pen by a tusk, landing face first in the mud. Damn, truly the Heavenly Marshal is not to be underestimated. I'm better off writing and reciting poetry. Let Ling'er handle the fighting and killing. Chu Mo picked himself up decisively, abandoned any further combat, bathed, and fell asleep in bed. While Chu Mo reveled in his promotion, the Prince of Jinbei, Lu Ji, was throwing a thunderous tantrum in his mansion. Damn it all. How could that wench pick up a random wild girl by the roadside with such talent? A blood fiend body rare in 10,000 years. Once it matures, who in the world could stand against it? Now that the wench has adopted the divine body as a princess, those old foxes at court will surely see her value and future, inevitably swaying some fence-sitters toward that bitch Lu. This infuriates me. Recalling how the Empress had publicly humiliated him that day, leaving him utterly disgraced, Lu Ji fumed. In his mansion, he smashed and shattered everything, leaving cups and vases strewn across the floor. The servants trembled in fear. Miao Sanbu, the lord of Miaojiang, and the blood saber elder sat calmly drinking, utterly unfazed by the prince's rage. Don't look at me. I'm Miao Sanbu, and merely a guest you invited. We're partners, not your subordinates. If not for that pile of heavenly treasures and Sai Wachuo's head, I wouldn't wade into this mess. Seeing the prince's displeased glare, Miao Sanbu sneered. Lu Ji seethed. Taking his treasures, and this bastard dares to slack off like this. Just as his rage peaked, a coquettish laugh drifted by his ear. Your highness, worry not. A divine body that hasn't grown is but a hollow shell. Your servant has a plan to dismantle the power Her Majesty built today and ensure the blood fiend body never. All eyes turned. From behind the screen emerged a woman in provocatively revealing attire with a figure so fiery it could ignite desire. She swayed her slender waist forward and collapsed limply into Lu Ji's arms. This woman was none other than Li Chunfeng's traitorous junior disciple Yang Muxue. Gazing at this seductress, Lu Ji's eyes flickered with disgust. Yet outwardly he burst into laughter and wrapped his arm around Yang Muxue. Muxue, speak your brilliant plan. If it's good, this prince will reward you handsomely. Hearing this, Yang Muxue's heart soared. With a soft moan, she clung to the prince like a boneless creature. Your highness, your servant desires no heavy reward. I've always eased your troubles, yet you still lack a princess consort. What do you think? You once promised me a title. As a prince, you cannot break your word. I've longed for you for so long. Yang Muxue pressed against Lu Ji with seductive eyes. Her allure made the blood saber elder lick his lips. At her words, a cold glint flashed in Lu Ji's gaze. Speak your plan quickly. Don't waste my time. Or else. Yang Muxue blushed. Or else what? Your servant is willing to oblige. Your highness, the blood fiend body is still unripe. A mere ignorant wild girl. Now is the perfect time to strike. We need only dispatch a few skilled assassins to ambush and kill her with ease. Once the blood fiend body is gone, that wench will lose much leverage. With you and the Empress at a stalemate, how could the ministers dare to take sides recklessly? Thus, the problem is solved. What does your highness think? And the position of princess consort? Yang Muxue teased, coyly pressing her ample curves against him. She fully exploited her physical assets. But unexpectedly, Lu Ji sneered coldly and shoved her away. He delivered a brutal slap across Yang Muxue's face, sending her flying several meters. Blood gushed from her nose, and several teeth were knocked out. Princess consort, my ass. You think you can be my princess consort? A mere profound rank trash, look at your worth. Don't mention assassination, it only fuels my rage. You promised to poison that old bastard Li Chun. But what happened? The old bastard is unscathed, and I nearly lost my life in Medicine Valley. What user? Now that wild girl has become the old bastard's treasure, coddled like a fragile gem. Do you think they won't guard her? Are you sending my elite forces to their deaths? What's your agenda? Gazing at the heartless Liu Qingxue, it covered her swollen face, eyes wide with disbelief. In that moment, her world crumbled. She desperately wanted to ask Liu Ji, did you know how much psychological damage a slap like that inflicts on a beauty like? She had risked everything, forsaken her conscience, betrayed the master who raised her, and sold out the empress who treated her like a sister, all to become a princess consort and spend her life with this man. Yet in the end, was it all a futile dream? Failing to poison Li Chunfeng meant Yang Muxue had lost her value. With mere profound rank strength, she could never gain favor. In an instant, Yang Muxue was consumed by regret and terror. Your Highness, I have no agenda. That old man's survival wasn't my fault. Blame that useless Yama poison. Otherwise, Li Chunfeng wouldn't have returned alive, and it wouldn't be called the world's deadliest toxin. Desperate to survive, Yang Muxue spoke recklessly. At these words, the prince and blood-saber elder turned their gazes. The pressure shifted to Miao Sanbu. Miao Sanbu froze. Are you questioning me? Then let me show you the taste of Yama poison. With a flick of his black robe, a plume of black smoke enshrouded her. Instantly, Yang Muxue's piercing screams filled the room. The sound was hair-raising. Watching the woman writhe on the floor, unable to die, the blood-saber elder licked his lips. Say, Your Highness, if you don't want such a fine piece, let me have a taste. I'm short a compliant cauldron. Don't waste her. The prince waved his hand in disgust. But Miao Sanbu snorted coldly. You can't use this woman anymore. The blood-saber elder was taken aback. A woman I've set my sights on, and I can't use her. Why do you say that, brother Miao? Miao Sanbu pointed calmly at the black mist on Yang Muxue, then at her lower body. He snorted again, speaking with an air of mystery. Because she's been infused with my Yama poison, her entire body is now toxic. The blood-saber elder suddenly understood. You mean, this batch is poisonous? Ultimately, at Bloodblade's insistence, the Miao frontier lord accepted Yan Wangsha. Yang Muxue was successfully taken away by Bloodblade, and that night, she was tormented to the point of wishing for death, yet finding none. However, upon returning to his bedchamber, the Northern Pacifying King did not immediately retire to sleep. Instead, summoned Qingxin to see me at once. At his command, half a minute later, an effeminate man entered the Northern Pacifying King's bedchamber. This man was his book attendant and also his hidden strategist. Upon seeing the arrival, the Northern Pacifying King's gaze instantly softened, and he patted the edge of the bed. The man named Qingxin sat down directly. Your Highness, your consort has arrived. Your Highness appears. Trouble. The Northern Pacifying King reached out and draped his arm over the other's shoulder. Hey, it's good that you're here. You Qingxin understand me best. To be honest today, the Northern Pacifying King concealed nothing, pouring out all his perplexities to Qingxin. The seemingly domineering Northern Pacifying King, in truth, harbored an unknown proclivity. He had no love for women, but instead shared an unspeakable relationship with his book attendant. After hearing the Northern Pacifying King's words, Qingxin's effeminate face broke into a seductive smile. Covering his mouth, he spoke in a sharp voice. Giggle, Your Highness. You simply wish to greatly damage the female emperor's prestige, correct? Your servant is willing to devise a plan for Your Highness. If successful, perhaps, we could even dethrone the female emperor, and even the protection of that undying old fool would be useless. The Northern Pacifying King was overjoyed. Speak quickly, speak quickly. This attitude was a world apart from how he had treated the beauty Yang Muxue earlier. Qingxin covered his mouth with a smile. Your Highness, consider this: with the current strife among nations since the female emperor ascended, the winds have not been favorable, nor the rains timely. In many places, refugees are exchanging their children for food, and the people are displaced. Yet the national treasury is utterly depleted with no funds for disaster relief. Facing natural calamities and man-made misfortunes, even the formidable strength of the female emperor and her court is of no avail. You must understand, for an emperor to secure the throne, martial prowess alone is insufficient. They must also win the people's hearts. Once the people's hearts are lost, the imperial aura can no longer be used. Without the protection of the imperial aura, the female emperor would be no stronger than an earth-stage cultivator. In this world, emperors possessed formidable combat power. Each could single-handedly defeat 5 of the same rank, and their cultivation speed was astonishingly fast, as if they were cheating, because they were aided by the imperial dragon aura. The stronger the imperial aura, the greater their power. The reverse also held true. This was akin to the faith power of cult followers. As long as the people's hearts remained undimmed, the imperial dragon aura would remain condensed and unyielding. Unless they died of natural causes, an emperor was exceedingly difficult to kill. Hearing this, a gleam of insight flashed in the northern pacifying king's mind, as if he understood. You mean? Qingxue smiled mysteriously. Indeed, just as your highness thinks. In that case, why doesn't your highness use this to disappoint the nation's people in her, and then completely destroy the people's hearts that belong to the female emperor? So, we only need to do this blah 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 murmur. After hearing Qingxue's plan, the northern pacifying king's eyes lit up and his face was filled with ecstasy. Excellent. Excellent. Qingxue, you are truly my treasure, my strategist. Qingxue smiled with these days are perfect for our preparations. We must expand the scope and influence of the situation, leaving Her Majesty to roast over the fire. Only then can we achieve the greatest effect. When the time is ripe in a few days, we can seize the opportunity to strike. Then, will the female emperor still be fearsome? If handled properly, countless people and officials will likely want to push her down. At that time, with your highness' strength, you only need to follow heaven's will to take her place and ascend the throne. The northern pacifying king was overjoyed and did not refuse Qingxue's initiative. A night passed in the blink of an eye. The female emperor Liu Qingxue and her court had no idea that a conspiracy was hurtling toward her. After the morning court session, Liu Qingxue dispatched Gu Yanwu, the minister of rights, and the most learned man under her command, to Chu Ling'er's Yongla palace. As Chu Ling'er's godmother, she naturally had to devote herself to nurturing the child. It was not only to curry favor with the mysterious father behind Ling'er, but more so. She genuinely adored this spirited little girl who reminded her of herself at that tender age. After only a few days together, Liu Qingxue had come to see her as her own daughter, a wonderful feeling. And toward her own daughter, she must not only learn martial arts, but also the arts of Qin chess, calligraphy, painting, and various branches of knowledge. Thus Gu Yanwu, who had attained the Tao through literature and reached the late Earth stage, was the finest tutor. No one in the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom possessed greater erudition. At the entrance of Yongla Palace, Gu Yanwu, clad in a long robe and radiating a righteous aura, wore a stern expression. He had been present yesterday when Chu Ling'er's talent was tested, and he knew how crucial his current mission was. The Yongla princess, the most talented person under heaven, was destined to become a great power. If he succeeded in teaching the princess cultural knowledge, he could proudly declare himself the foremost teacher in the world. He straightened his back. Gu Yanwu stroked his long beard, took a deep breath to compose himself, and stepped into the palace. Your Highness, your old servant by His Majesty's command has come to instruct your Highness in calligraphy and poetry. I implore your Highness to rise promptly. Morning hours are best for memory. Do not waste time, lest you incur His Majesty's displeasure. Gu Yanwu stood at the entrance of the bedchamber, cupping his hands as he announced. Chu Ling'er rubbed her sleepy eyes and couldn't help but mutter a few words under her breath. How annoying. I spent all yesterday slaughtering little lambs. I'm exhausted. I wanted to sleep in. I thought since Daddy isn't here, no one would force me to read and write. But I never expected Mother to send another old man to teach me. Sigh. When I finally trick my godmother into coming home, it'll definitely make Daddy spank her bottom. With a big stick and hard. Chu Ling'er said fiercely, then her face fell into melancholy as she murmured to herself. But Daddy has already taught me everything he knows. What more can I learn? Isn't this old gentleman wasting his time? Even as she muttered, she fought off her drowsiness and scrambled, because her father had repeatedly taught her to respect teachers and uphold the Tao, and to always be respectful and honest with them. Your Highness, your maids will help you dress. As soon as she was up, the maidservants streamed in, bowing their heads respectfully. Chu Ling'er found their ministrations uncomfortable. Refusing their help, she swiftly dressed herself and slung her hemp sack over her shoulder. After washing up, she followed Gu Yanwu to the study. Greetings, old grandfather. Chu Ling'er called out sweetly. Gu Yanwu smiled contentedly, taking an immediate liking to this well-mannered little girl. She bore none of the haughty airs of command. Your Highness, your old servant is the Minister of Rights, recognized as the most learned man in the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom. From this day forward, it will be your old servant's duty to instruct your Highness in literature and etiquette. I believe that with me as your tutor, your Highness will undoubtedly become a talented lady of letters. Gu Yanwu briefly introduced himself, setting a good start for their teacher-student relationship. Chu Ling'er nodded, wrinkling her little nose in discomfort. Teacher, what are we learning today? At the mention of study, Gu Yanwu became extremely serious, his words brimming with immense confidence. Today, we learn calligraphy. Seeing Chu Ling'er's bewildered look, Gu Yanwu curled his lips and continued. Without boasting, I have attained the Tao through literature, and my cultivation has reached the late Earth stage. I am a master by the standards of the entire Ice Spirit Kingdom. Among the literary arts, calligraphy is my greatest strength. Though calligraphy may seem harmless at my level, I can use the brush to stab at people's backs. With a surge of righteous aura, no evil can approach. In a fight, perhaps I cannot match a sword cultivator like the national preceptor, but in calligraphy, no one in the entire continent can surpass me. I hope your Highness will study diligently and strive to inherit my mantle. Listening to Gu Yanwu's words, Chu Ling'er pouted and secretly scraped her cheek with her index finger as if to say, "Old sir, you have no shame." Seeing Chu Ling'er's little gesture, Gu Yanwu frowned slightly in displeasure. "Your Highness seems to look down on your old servant. Do you perhaps have a different opinion on your old servant's words, eh?" Startled at being caught, Chu Ling'er hurriedly waved her hands in embarrassment. No. Ling'er does not look down on you, old sir, but Ling'er strongly disagrees with your claim of being the best calligrapher in the world. Gu Yanwu raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, has your Highness seen someone else whose calligraphy can surpass mine? How I fear no such person exists in this world." Seeing his unwavering confidence, Chu Ling'er immediately set her hands on her hips, glaring with wide, unconvinced eyes, and argued adorably. "That's not true. My daddy said his literary cultivation is unmatched in the world, yet you, old sir, have the audacity to claim the top spot for yourself. Ling'er has never seen anyone so shameless." Hearing Chu Ling'er's impertinent words, Gu Yanwu did not. What could an 80-year-old girl understand, even with her extraordinary physique? Literature and cultivation talent were two entirely unrelated paths. High talent in cultivation did not mean excellence in literature. Had she even read books? Even if she had, she was probably just a small-town exam grind, wasn't she? "I come from a scholarly family, generations of great Confucians. Who in this world could surpass me in literature?" A sense of superiority swelled in Gu Yanwu's heart. "Is that so? Does your father also understand calligraphy?" "Yes. My daddy understands everything: Qin chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, song, mud wall, building prison breaks, and leveling up. And he is the best in the world at every single one." Chu Ling'er raised her head proudly and patted her little chest. Gu Yanwu blinked in bewilderment. Prison breaks and leveling up. What on earth was that? Hey, your father certainly knows a lot. Of course. My daddy said when you walk the martial world, many skills won't weigh you down. And Ling'er has mastered all of these too. I have inherited daddy's true legacy. Chu Ling'er waved her little hand with great swagger like a little adult. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu could not help but burst into laughter. He knew that unless he showed his skill, he would never convince this little girl. As for her father, in the realm of literature, what was he? Your Highness, knowing many things does not guarantee mastery. Since you say your father is the best in literature, and you have inherited his true legacy, why don't you, your Highness, compete with this old servant, the self-proclaimed best, in a calligraphy duel? How about that? If your Highness loses, you mustn't cry." Chu Ling'er's eyes lit up, and she put her hands on her hips, accepting. "Fine. If you, sir, lose, you must never again claim to be the best in the world. My daddy is." Gu Yanwu let out a snort of contempt and waved his hand dismissively. "Lose? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I lose in literature, I will perform a handstand and shit in front of all the officials." Watching Gu Yanwu, who appeared utterly confident and disdainful of everything, Chu Ling'er playfully stuck out her tongue. "Master, are you really going this far? A handstand and diarrhea? Should we forget it? Losing would be terrible." Despite her playful nature, Chu Ling'er knew her limits and didn't wish to humiliate Gu Yanwu completely. In her heart, she believed her father was capable of anything. How could he possibly lose to this old gentleman? So she wanted to leave him some room to save face. Yet Gu Yanwu was fearless. "No need. I am a man of my word. If I say you'll do a handstand and have diarrhea, I will. If I lacked such conviction, I would be unworthy of being a descendant of the sage of Confucianism." He quickly ground the ink, holding the wide sleeve of his robe with his left hand. With his right hand, he spread out a sheet of paper, dipped his brush in the ink, took a deep breath, and began to gather his emotions. For some reason, from the moment he picked up the brush, Chu Ling'er felt as though he had become more sacred. He radiated righteousness and an aura of unspoken authority. Gu Yanwu opened his eyes, swept his weasel hair brush, and instantly wrote 4 large characters. Each stroke was vigorous and powerful, exuding the same righteousness as himself, like the light of justice. After writing the 4 characters, Gu Yanwu nodded with great satisfaction. "My spirit and energy are excellent today. I've surpassed my usual performance. Needless to say, if anyone carries this calligraphy piece, they will be immune to all ailments and evil forces, and even ordinary people can avoid minor illnesses." Gu Yanwu gently blew on the ink, placed the paper before Chu Ling'er, and curled his lips with a hint of pride. How could he not handle this mere little girl? Once the princess witnessed his literary prowess, she would surely realize the vast gap between him and her father. Then, as a loyal minister, he would offer her a graceful way out. In that case, wouldn't the princess be willing to learn from him earnestly? He was determined to become the teacher of the future #1 expert. No one could stop him. "Princess, since you claim to have inherited your father's true teachings, please take a look at these 4 characters. How are they?" Chu Ling'er fixed her gaze. A look of bewilderment flashed across her face. She thought to herself, this old gentleman's handwriting is terribly scrawled. Meeting Gu Yanwu's teasing gaze, she cleared her throat, clasped her hands behind her back, and answered with an air of pretension. This woman's treasure is passable, and the paper is very white, much better than the yellow paper at home. But the handwriting is too messy, far inferior to my father's calligraphy. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu's face darkened and he nearly spat blood. Princess, these characters are welcome guests as home. Could it be that you don't recognize running script? Chu Ling'er's smile instantly froze. Staring at the scrawled characters, she thought, it actually did look a bit like welcome guests as home. Oh no, she almost disgraced her father. But having inherited Chu Mo's thick skin, Chu Ling'er naturally wouldn't admit she didn't recognize the characters. She waved her little hand and declared proudly, of course not. How could I not know characters? It's just, your writing is a bit lacking compared to what my father taught me. It's far inferior. As a high-ranking court official with vast experience, Gu Yanwu had seen all kinds of people. He could easily see through Chu Ling'er's attempt to cover up her ignorance. Gu Yanwu smiled. Oh, since your highness thinks my writing is poor, would you kindly demonstrate and write a few characters to enlighten me? Chu Ling'er picked up the brush defiantly and wrinkled her nose at Gu Yanwu. Who's afraid? Ill right. Ling'er isn't scared of you. My father is invincible, and his calligraphy teachings are invincible too. Ling'er won't disgrace her father while traveling the world. With that, she prepared to write. Just then, Chu Ling'er's body stiffened, and a faint glow radiated from her. A faint prompt echoed in her mind, your delivery supreme calligraphy has arrived. Please check it. Chu Ling'er shook her head, trying to dismiss the strange sound. From that moment on, for some unknown reason, Chu Ling'er felt an extraordinary familiarity with all characters. Moreover, a deep urge welled up within her, compelling her to write more. Chu Ling'er casually moved her little hand. The brush traced across the paper, leaving black characters in its wake. Watching her write with such seriousness, Gu Yanwu couldn't help but smile. This girl looks the part, but she couldn't even recognize welcome guests as home. How could she possibly produce anything worthwhile? Gu Yanwu shook his head and glanced over dismissively. But the moment his eyes touched the corner of the paper, his expression drastically changed. His aged body trembled. At that instant, he felt an overwhelmingly terrifying righteous aura surge. His chest could not withstand the pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Uffed. What is this? I've been wounded by righteous qi. Gu Yanwu staggered back several steps before barely steadying himself. Ignoring his injury, he turned his bracing against the terrifying sensation. Gu Yanwu clutched his chest, forced himself upright, and looked again at the paper before Chu Ling'er. When he saw the source of his injury, his eyes filled with horror, and he roared in disbelief. This is Confucian intent. Gazing at the paper radiating righteous qi that had nearly solidified, Gu Yanwu knew exactly what it was. His heart churned with tumultuous waves. Confucian intent. That was a legendary thing. Not even his deceased master, the orthodox Confucian successor and peak Earth stage grand scholar Kong Yiji, had ever touched it. Only those who had grasped the true essence of Confucianism and cultivated it to the heaven stage, or above reaching the wilderness stage, could possess a trace of Confucian intent. Gu Yanwu himself had only sensed a hint of Confucian intent when inheriting the Confucian classic, the Grand Canon of Righteous Qi. But compared to the Confucian intent emanating from the white paper before him, it was like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. Gu Yanwu gasped sharply. Just then, Chu Ling'er set down the brush and blew on the ink with satisfaction. Father was right. Practice makes perfect. Now my writing looks much better. As Chu Ling'er finished, the Confucian intent grew even more immense. Gu Yanwu felt like a tiny boat adrift in a vast ocean on the verge of being swallowed. Could this really be the work of an 80-year-old child? Watching her cheerful demeanor, he couldn't help but doubt. PR. Princess may this humble official see what you've written. Gu Yanwu shed his earlier arrogance, becoming somewhat reserved, no longer daring to underestimate Chu Ling'er. In learning, mastery comes first. Just this Confucian intent alone told him he was no match. Now he had forgotten the bet entirely. He only wanted to see what she had written to produce such powerful Confucian, and if he failed to see it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Chu Ling'er smiled and nodded generously, handing over the paper she had written on. Gu Yanwu, with a solemn expression as if on a pilgrimage, extended his trembling hands and carefully accepted it. Looking down, he saw only 7 large characters. In the morning, hear the way, in the evening, die content. The characters were not as wild as running or cursive script, but upright like a gentleman. These 7 words alone made Gu Yanwu feel that they were even more aligned with the Confucian path than the Grand Canon of Righteous Qi passed down by his school. In the morning, hear the way, in the evening, die content. Gu Yanwu murmured, repeating the words several times as he stared at Chu Ling'er's calligraphy. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed in his mind. Then the phantom of an old man appeared in his mind, holding a scroll, wearing a scholar's cap, and exuding Confucian intent and righteous qi from head to toe. Though he was certain he had never seen this majestic figure before, for some reason his heart yearned to kneel. This presence was stronger than any Confucian ancestor he had ever encountered. The old man in his mind slowly opened his eyes, slightly raised his left hand, and a vast wave of Confucian intent surged toward Gu Yanwu. At that moment, he felt as if heaven and earth were collapsing, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Terrified, he quickly folded the paper and dared not look again. Gu Yanwu gasped for breath, patting his chest in lingering fear. This scene piqued Chu Ling'er's curiosity. Old sir, what's wrong? Gazing at the little girl before him, Gu Yanwu's mind was in turmoil, filled with the image of the Confucian Intentladen elder. Who could that be? After a long silence, Gu Yanwu finally came to his senses. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that even his every movement now carried a trace of Confucian intent. What astonished him even more was that he had broken through from the late Earth stage to the Heaven stage. Gu Yanwu stood frozen in place. He knew that the Earth stage and Heaven stage were a watershed, and his talent could never have allowed him to reach the Heaven stage in this lifetime. Yet because of Princess Yongl's calligraphy, he had shattered the barrier in just a few breaths and become a Heaven stage powerhouse. Feeling the dense righteous qi within him, Gu Yanwu was filled with reverence. With tears streaming down his aged face, he bowed deeply to Chu Ling'er. I never imagined the prince's calligraphy had reached such heights. How formidable must your father's skill be? This old official, a mere firefly, dared to compete with the bright moon. How utterly presumptuous. Thank you, princess, for bestowing this fortune upon me. I am eternally grateful. Gu Yanwu was truly convinced. Princess Ling'er was still so young, merely 8 years old. Yet she had been taught by her father to become such a terrifying existence, able to breathe life into calligraphy with a mere stroke. How terrifying must her father's literary prowess be? Furthermore, how did the princess come to understand Confucian thoughts? Who was that old man? A series of questions emerged in Gu Yanwu's mind. Seeing Gu Yanwu bowing deeply, Chu Ling'er was taken aback and hurriedly jumped to the side to help him up. Old sir, you've embarrassed Ling'er. If my father finds out that an elder bowed to me, he will definitely break my legs. Please, sir, rise quickly. Gu Yanwu, filled with shame, knelt on the ground and did not move no matter how much Chu Ling'er tugged at him. I dare not rise, for I previously underestimated your esteemed father and the princess. Now I am greatly fearful. I can only kneel long to atone for my sins. Chu Ling'er gently pressed her hand to her forehead. It's fine, my father has a good temper and won't hold it against you. Ling'er won't hold it against you either. After continuous persuasion from Chu Ling'er, Gu Yanwu finally sighed and trembled as he stood up. Feeling Gu Yanwu's respectful gaze, Chu Ling'er felt uneasy, as if something was not right. Old sir, you just mentioned. I gave you an opportunity. What does that mean? Your Highness, the situation is such. Migu Moses. Seeing Chu Ling'er puzzled, Gu Yanwu cupped his hands and immediately began to explain with a kind expression. He recounted to Chu Ling'er the ethereal figure he had seen earlier. Chu Ling'er blinked her eyes. Are you saying, because you saw my writing, you broke through? Did you also see an elder older than you in the painting? Gu Yanwu nodded. Exactly. That's just how it was, though I wonder who this sage truly is. Moreover, I also do not know where the phrase to know the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening originates. I feel that this saying is more suited to Confucianism than the great righteousness. Additionally, your Highness, your calligraphy gives a sense of enduring righteousness. One should be as upright as... Upon hearing this, Chu Ling'er instinctively mimicked her father's former demeanor, displaying a profound expression and casually waving her hand dismissively. Oh, there's nothing surprising about it. This phrase is actually taught by my father, he said. It comes from Luinyu. The font was also taught by my father, known as standard script, which he created himself. As for that elder, Ling'er has no knowledge of him. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu's eyes brightened, and he respectfully bowed deeply to the void. What a magnificent standard script. As for this Luinyu, it must have been created by your esteemed father, right? Otherwise, with my humble knowledge, how could I have never heard of it? Your father is truly talented, a master of Confucianism worthy of being a founder of the school. I dare to speculate that the meaning of to know the Tao in the morning and to die in the evening is this. To know all the laws and principles of the universe, even if one dies at night, there would be no regret. Gu Yanwu raised his head, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, staring intently at Chu Ling'er. He felt that with his understanding of Confucianism, he should be able to grasp the meaning of this phrase. However, unexpectedly, Chu Ling'er shook her head and laughed. No, that's not what my father taught me. He said, if someone offends him, then knowing the way to your house in the morning, he would come to kill you at night. Gu Yanwu's expression stiffened, rendered speechless. Wasn't this Confucianism? Wasn't it about pursuing the Tao? Why did this great figure seem a bit unorthodox? Is it really like that? Don't we Confucians advocate winning people over with virtue? Gu Yanwu asked uncertainly. Chu Ling'er nodded furiously. Yes, that's how it is, Luinyu. Of course, one must deal with enemies decisively. My father also said that Confucianism is not just about reasoning with people. That is useless. After listening to Chu Ling'er, it seemed as if something had been stirred within Gu Yanwu's mind. The once mysterious elder of righteousness had reappeared in his thoughts. Moreover, it seemed that the elder's lips curled slightly, and with a push. In Gu Yanwu's shocked gaze, an explosive display of power unfolded. The elder's muscles bulged, forming the character Ren on his chest, while the muscles on his shoulders transformed into the character Kai, and those on his back also bulged to form the character Da. The 6 characters Ren, Kai, and Da suddenly appeared in Gu Yanwu's mind. But the matter did not end there. The elder pulled out a large brick which bore the character engraved on it. The elder shouted with virtue when people over, and hurled the brick toward Gu Yanwu. Bang! Gu Yanwu took a hit, and his mind became a haze. The elder then vanished. When Gu Yanwu regained his senses, he felt as if his meridians had been unblocked. He sensed that he had comprehended something extraordinary. "Ah, I understand," Gu Yanwu exclaimed, his face brimming with joy. Chu Ling'er couldn't help but twitch her lips, feeling that this old man was rather dramatic. Old sir, what have you understood this time?" "Your Highness, I have grasped the true meaning of Confucianism, and I also understand your father's intentions. He wants to tell me that we study literature to reason with the brutes, and we practice martial arts to make the brutes listen to our reasoning. We must win people over with virtue." Gu Yanwu swiftly turned and returned with a brick in hand. Having comprehended this point, he felt that his Confucian path seemed to have infinite possibilities for advancement, no longer limited by his innate talent. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er fetched a stool, stood on it, and tiptoed to pat Gu Yanwu's shoulders, which were 2 meters tall, with an air of authority. "Yes, that's the meaning. This child is teachable." Gu Yanwu, being patted on the shoulder like a junior by Chu Ling'er, felt no anger. Instead, a thought crossed his mind. With such a formidable Confucian predecessor, I am not worthy to be his disciple, given my status and strength. Yet the princess could help me break through with just a casual stroke. This is the grace of imparting teachings and resolving doubts. Since that is the case, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Gu Yanwu decisively knelt before Chu Ling'er, performing the grand gesture of bowing to a master. He understood that coming to Yongla Palace for teachings today was the greatest opportunity of his life. As long as he clung to the leg of the Yongla princess, he could surely advance, and perhaps surpass the heavenly stage was also a possibility. Seeing this, Chu Ling'er was stunned. "That won't do, old sir. Look at you, so old, and Ling'er is only 8. Master, the accomplished take precedence. You are more than worthy to be my master. Please do not abandon me, otherwise your disciple will remain kneeling forever." No matter how Chu Ling'er tried to dissuade him, Gu Yanwu was adamant about being apprenticed, even willing to be a nominal disciple. Chu Ling'er had a kind heart, and could not bear to see the old man like this. She could only reluctantly accept him. All right, since you believe this writing is useful to you, I shall give it to you." Gu Yanwu received the calligraphy, which was filled with Confucian essence, as if he had obtained a treasure, carefully placing it in his bosom. "Thank you, master. I shall not disturb you any longer." After bowing and taking his leave, Gu Yanwu couldn't help but burst into laughter. This piece filled with Confucian meaning was enough for him to study for a long time. Unexpectedly, he had come today to teach, yet had become the student of a student. Truly the world is unpredictable. In the sword pavilion, Gu Yanwu came to report. The Empress Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng looked completely bewildered. "What did you say? You are no longer teaching Ling'er. Why? Did Ling'er misbehave? I will go and take care of her." Liu Qingxue prepared to rise and head to Yongla Palace to inquire about the situation. Having become the guardian of Ling'er, she had to take responsibility for Ling'er's future and could not let the child run wild. Seeing this, Gu Yanwu quickly began to explain. "Your Majesty, the princess is very well behaved, but I know my literary skills are inferior to the princess. Even my proud calligraphy and Confucianism are far beneath her, so I am unworthy of this position. Moreover, I have already taken the princess as my master. With her guidance, I have broken through to the heavenly stage." Gu Yanwu's calm words shocked everyone beyond measure. Seeing the heavenly stage aura erupting from him, Li Chunfeng, the Empress, and others gasped in amazement. "Indeed, he is truly at the heavenly stage. Are you saying Ling'er guided you? She can also understand Confucianism and has surpassed you in calligraphy." Knowing that others would not easily believe him, Gu Yanwu opened the painting that Chu Ling'er had personally written. Feeling the overwhelming Confucian essence, everyone staggered back. Shock, astonishment, incredulity, a series of expressions appeared on their faces. Yet even so, it was still insufficient to express their current feelings. Like the waves in the sea, they were hard to calm. Ling'er is only 8 years old and already possesses such accomplishments. Then her father must be wow. "Your Majesty, I estimate that Ling'er's father is likely already a flood-level powerhouse," said Li Chunfeng, the strongest in the Ice Spirit Kingdom, with a serious expression. "Yellow Xian, earth, and heaven are the recognized levels of martial arts. However, above the heavenly level, there are legendary experts. Wilderness, flood, universe. Wilderness-level powerhouses are rare, let alone flood-level." Initially, they thought that Chu Ling'er's father was merely wilderness-level. However, given the current situation, it seemed he was beyond wilderness-level. Everyone suddenly showed deep respect. Wonderful, old Gu has reached the heavenly stage, which means our strength has greatly increased. Moreover, as long as I break through to the wilderness level, we will have no fear of the Zhenbo Wang and the holy sect behind him." Li Chunfeng clenched his fist, his eyes filled with deep hatred. Although he was the national teacher of the empire, he was not invincible. Beyond the empire, there were still many hidden sects. The mother of the Zhenbo Wang was an elder of a hidden sect, and he himself was a direct disciple of the Holy Sect. The Holy Sect has 3 late heavenly stage powerhouses within. Not only that, but there are also rumors of an ancient wilderness-level old monster within the sect. This was also the reason Li Chunfeng did not dare to act recklessly against the Zhenbo Wang. Otherwise, with only a heavenly stage initial level Zhenbo Wang, how could he command Blood Knife Ancestor and cooperate with Miaojiang? Although they could not do anything about the Holy Sect for now to maintain balance among the Empire, the Holy Sect was also restrained by other hostile sects, not daring to send people to invade the Empire. The situation was deadlocked. No one would take the initiative to act. Unless the Ice Spirit Kingdom could form a crushing advantage, otherwise once they acted it would bring great calamity to the Empire. However, just as everyone was pleasantly surprised by Chu Ling'er, an Earth-level expert suddenly rushed in. Reporting to your majesty. The Zhenbo Wang is acting strangely today. What is going on? Is he mobilizing troops to Chang'an? Upon hearing the report from Liu Bing, commander of the embroidered uniform guard, the Empress' countenance darkened slightly. The situation at court was now tense, and Li Chunfeng, having obtained Ling'er's vermilion bird flesh, had managed to heal his injuries and even advance further. He was currently at the half-step Desolate Realm, on the verge of breaking through to the Desolate Realm and becoming a living legend. This was crucial to whether they could muster the confidence to confront the soul-suppressing sect. Before that, they wished for no unforeseen complications. Thus, every move by their enemy, the Northern Pacifying King, put them on high alert. Commander Liu Bing clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, that is not the case." With the Southern Pacifying King keeping him in check, the Northern Pacifying King dares not move his troops recklessly. However, today my subordinates discovered that the Northern Pacifying King has dispatched numerous experts to gather information on disaster-stricken areas across the nation. I know not his intentions, hence I came to report, hoping for your Majesty's decision. Hearing this, those present exchanged bewildered glances. Li Chunfeng frowned and asked, gathering information on disasters. What is he plotting? Gu Yanwu and the others pondered for a moment, then shook their heads. Who knows? It's certainly not to spend his own money on disaster relief. His actions are surely premeditated. Your Majesty must be cautious. Unable to fathom the enemy's intent, Liu Qingxue sighed helplessly. Commander Liu, continue monitoring the Northern Pacifying King and the soul-suppressing sect. Report the slightest disturbance immediately. Liu Bing bowed respectfully. As you command, your Majesty. I shall take my leave. Liu Qingxue nodded and waved her hand. Liu Bing withdrew with deference, his flying fish robe fluttering as he vanished in a flash. Liu Qingxue then accompanied the others to the Yongla Palace, preparing to take Chu Ling'er to continue slaughtering lambs and calves. With the monstrous enhancement of her blood fiend physique in just 2 days. Through the slaughter of livestock, Chu Ling'er had advanced from a little girl with no cultivation to a third-rank martial artist. This astonished Li Chunfeng and the others. If ordinary animals could yield such rapid progress, how terrifying would the speed be if she killed spirit beasts or cultivators? Go to sleep early, Ling'er. Mother will attend to official matters in the next room. Liu Qingxue tucked Chu Ling'er and gently closed the door and went to the adjacent chamber. Her imperial bedchamber had now also been relocated to the Yongla Palace. This was not only to care for Chu Ling'er and savor the joys of motherhood, but also to protect her. As the oil lamp was extinguished, the room fell into darkness. Chu Ling'er lay in bed, letting out a long sigh. Father, although my godmother is kind to me and the old masters are also good, I still can't help but miss home. But I can't return just yet. I need to use my godmother's power to find that irresponsible birth mother. Once I find her, I'll win my godmother over, and then he'll come back to surprise you. Besides, I'm already a third-rank martial artist. Father, if you knew, you'd be overjoyed, right? Having been away for some time, Chu Ling'er's playful spirit had waned considerably. After all, it was her first time leaving her father, so homesickness was inevitable. Thinking back on the little moments between father and daughter, Chu Ling'er gradually drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Chu Mo, feeling his power surge once more, was too exhilarated to sleep all night. My Ling'er is a third-rank martial artist, and your realm elevated. Chu Mo felt a marked increase in both speed and strength. Host growing stronger isn't for you to practice. Her advancement is so swift. With his realm elevated, Chu Mo felt a marked increase in both speed and strength. Host growing stronger isn't for you to practice the vermilion bird arm technique. I implore you to refrain from such indecent acts. Seeing Chu Mo's look of sheer bliss, the system couldn't help but mock him. Chu Mo shrugged. I've been a widower for 9 years. What's wrong with a little enjoyment? Sigh. I wonder where my Ling'er has wandered off to now. Has she already forgotten her old father? Chu Mo, they say a daughter is hard to keep when she grows up, but his own girl was only half grown and already beyond his grasp. Raising a daughter was truly a father's worry. When she was young, he feared losing her. When she grew up, he feared some other pig would take her away. Back when his daughter was by his side, he at least had a little ray of sunshine to chat with when bored. But now, living alone in the deep mountains, forbidden by the system from going down, his only pastimes were digging the ground, planting vegetables, and playing with his own hands. By the way, I haven't checked in today, have I? My luck is running hot now, perfect for a lottery draw. Come on, since you're ready, system, let's get started. Chu Mo rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. His greatest daily joy now was the single daily check-in. It felt like those mystery boxes at the school gate when he was a kid. You never knew what treasure lay inside until you opened it. In fact, the host can stockpile the check-in rewards. Combining multiple rewards into one can increase the chance of obtaining rare items. The system reminded him at the opportune moment. Hearing this, Chu Mo was taken aback. You mean I can choose not to claim the reward after checking in? Combining 3 or 5 times into one will yield a better reward, right? Ding. Correct. Chu Mo nodded thoughtfully. All right, I'll claim the reward tomorrow then. It's already late. Having made his decision, Chu Mo silenced the system, closed his eyes, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The first thing he did upon waking the next day was to merge the rewards from the 2 check-ins into one. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward upgrade triggered. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the divine auxiliary skill Eye of Truth. Eye of Truth, unrestricted by user level, allows the user to see through any illusion or maze and also to perceive the martial flaws and weaknesses of enemies or allies. Hearing the system's notification, Chu Mo was ecstatic. Awesome. With this Eye of Truth, it's like having a cheat code. I can see an enemy's weaknesses at a glance. And I can help my comrades in their cultivation, pointing out where they go wrong. It's a perfect tool for avoiding danger and seeking good fortune. Before picking a fight, I can check the enemy's level. If I can crush them, I fight. If not, I run. Though Chu Mo's realm was not high, he fully grasped the immense value of the Eye of Truth. Now that Chu Ling'er was out exploring the martial world, giving her such an ability would let her know who she could afford to provoke and who she couldn't. With his daughter possessing such discernment, he as her father could rest much easier. System, hurry up and send this to my precious daughter. As for me, I'm going to challenge Beiji to a fight. After issuing the command to the system, Chu Mo leaped into the pigsty once more to wrestle with the ferocious boar. Ever since he had a daughter, he had harbored an inexplicable animosity towards pigs. Compared to Chu Mo's joy and ease, Liu Qingxue, currently holding the morning court session in the Golden Throne Hall, wore a face full of gravity. The atmosphere in the hall was strange. The civil and military officials under the Northern Pacifying King's faction had all stepped forward today, earnestly offering their remonstrations. Your Majesty, I have a memorial to present. Imperial Censor Qin Hui, holding his tablet, bowed to the Empress on the dragon throne. Liu Qingxue frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. The position of Imperial Censor was significant, overseeing the provincial governors and inspectors, second only to the Grand Censor, the National Master, and the 2 Regent Chancellors. Though she knew he had secretly defected to the Northern Pacifying King as the Empress, she could not silence him outright. What is it? Liu Qingxue asked in a deep voice. Qin Hui cast a furtive glance at the Northern Pacifying King. Receiving a nod from him, a smirk curled at the corner. He then put on a sorrowful expression and tearfully reported, Your Majesty, the governors of Yangzhou, Yinzhou, and Jianghu under my command have all sent distress signals. I cannot bear to see the people suffering in misery, so today I risk my life to speak out. Since Your Majesty ascended the throne, these regions have first suffered floods, then droughts, and now locust plagues. In recent years, the crops in the fields have yielded nothing. The people have no food to eat and no clothes to wear. To make matters worse, bandits run rampant everywhere, and the people are destitute. The treasuries of the local governments are empty and insufficient for disaster relief. The people are filled with resentment towards Your Majesty. The governors now implore the court to allocate funds for relief, lest there be a change in the people's hearts. Having spoken, Qin Hui covered his face with his sleeve and wept mournfully. To an observer, he would seem a virtuous official concerned for the nation and its people. Hearing this, Liu Qingxue slammed her hand on the armrest of the dragon throne in fury. Bang! Are you implying that it is my ascension that has brought calamity upon the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom? Your servant dares not. In my eyes, Your Majesty is the first empress of our Ice Spirit nation, a sovereign of auspicious fortune. Yet the regional inspectors secretly visited the common folk, and the people do not share this belief. They all say, It is Your Majesty who has brought calamity. Watching Liu Qingxue's expression grow ever colder, Qin Hui gritted his teeth and cast a glance at the Prince of Jinbei. Emboldened, he straightened his neck and continued. Such discourse is extremely detrimental to our Ice Spirit nation and equally disadvantageous to Your Majesty. Thus, to win the people's hearts and quell these rumors before they spread, your servant believes the disasters must be brought under control. Your servant is willing to plead for the people's lives with death. I implore Your Majesty to extend a helping hand to the people, dispatch supplies for disaster relief, and proclaim Your Majesty's grace. With Qin Hui's lead, and at a signal from the Prince of Jinbei, Liu Ji, the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Justice, and over 30 other officials of various ranks all bowed in unison and declared, We beseech Your Majesty to extend your aid and rescue the people from their dire suffering. Witnessing such a shift in the court, the remaining civil and military officials exchanged bewildered glances, not daring to utter a word. The Prince of Jinbei leaned against a pillar, arms crossed, casting a mocking gaze at Liu Qingxue. Liu Qingxue did not answer immediately, but turned her gaze to her loyal censor-in-chief, Du Ruhui. Are Censor Qin's words true? Du Ruhui sighed and nodded weakly. They are true. Your servant only received the news last night, and had no time to report it. I beg your majesty to punish me. Hearing this, Liu Qingxue's eyes instantly grew somber. She had heard whispers of disasters in multiple regions, but she had not realized the situation had become so grave. At the onset of the droughts and floods, did I not allocate a substantial sum for disaster relief? Where was it used? Why has the calamity not been controlled? Liu Qingxue demanded in a deep voice, her tone carrying an air of accusation. Though she did not know Qin Hu's true intentions, she understood she must not follow his lead, lest she be led. In response to the Empress' inquiry, a subtle smirk flickered at the corner of Qin Hu's mouth as he signaled the Minister of Revenue Hushan. The robust Hushan, already prepared, shook his sleeve and produced a thick ledger. Your Majesty, this records every destination of that disaster relief fund down to the last copper coin. Please examine it. Liu Qingxue did not even glance at the ledger Hushan offered. She simply set it aside. If he could present it so brazenly, what she saw was merely what he wanted her to see. No need. I trust Minister He's conduct. Since the disaster is severe, relief funds must be allocated again to stabilize the situation and give the people a secure home. Liu Qingxue declared solemnly. But no sooner had she spoken than Hushan bowed with a look of guilt. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue has long been depleted and the state treasury is empty. I fear we cannot provide disaster relief funds. At these words, Liu Qingxue instantly understood. No wonder the Prince of Jinbei had been investigating the disaster-stricken areas these past days, and no wonder these officials who never cared for the people suddenly reported the calamity today. All of this was to put her, Liu Qingxue, on the fire. Now the ministry had no funds and the treasury was empty. As Empress, she could not provide disaster relief or aid the refugees. Undoubtedly, the people would harbor deep resentment against her. If the Prince of Jinbei fanned the flames, the consequences would be unthinkable. At that point, public support would scatter, and winning it back would be nearly impossible. Once she lost the people's hearts, her imperial aura would weaken drastically. In an instant, Liu Qingxue grasped the severity of the situation. Seeing the Empress' somber expression, the Prince of Jinbei seized the moment to step forward. Your Majesty, the people across many regions are suffering, and the number of victims is overwhelming. If Your Majesty does not provide timely relief to give them a stable home, I fear it may drive the people to rebellion. When our ice spirit nation crumbles, Your Majesty will be a sinner. The throne has always belonged to the virtuous. I implore Your Majesty not to betray the trust of the people and the late emperor. The Prince of Jinbei's gaze brimmed with smugness. His meaning was clear. If you cannot provide relief, let me be. Unlike the ministers who feared the Empress, the Prince of Jinbei had long been locked in open and covert struggles with her. Both sought to destroy the other, yet neither could prevail. Now that an opportunity had arisen, the Prince of Jinbei would not let it slip. Is the Prince of Jinbei trying to instruct me on how to rule? I will surely resolve this disaster. Do you think I am helpless just because the treasury is empty? Within 3 days I will present a solution. I will prove to you through actions that I am worthy of this throne. This court is adjourned. Liu Qingxue swept her dragon robe, and the morning assembly ended in discord. Her heart was heavy. The late emperor had left few resources in the treasury. As a woman ascending the throne, she faced immense resistance. Over the years, to win over hearts, the treasury had been drained, and even her personal resources were scarce. Now, despite her wisdom and ambitions, she was like a clever woman who could not cook a meal without rice. Watching Liu Qingxue storm off in anger, the Prince of Jinbei burst into unbridled laughter. His heart swelled with triumph. Once Liu Qingxue proves powerless and the world's anger ignites, I, Liu Ji, need only step forward to resolve this crisis, and I will win the people's hearts and achieve unprecedented prestige. Then, who is more worthy of the throne than I? And you, a woman stripped of your imperial aura, are fit only to be a cauldron for the founder of our soul-suppressing sect. Within the sword pavilion, Liu Qingxue gathered with her trusted advisors. Li Chunfeng had also learned of the court's conflict from Gu Yanwu. His expression grew grave. After all, an empire's longevity depended not only on high-end military might, but also on the common people. Your Majesty, as a woman on the throne, you broke new ground and have faced constant doubt. Coupled with consecutive natural disasters, many officials and commoners have voiced grievances, believing you unfit for the throne. I believe Your Majesty has sensed this as well. Your imperial aura has not advanced in the past 2 years, alas. If this crisis is not resolved well, it may be difficult to end peacefully. Perhaps all the prestige and foundation we have built over the years will be lost. As national teacher, Li Chunfeng spoke. Grand Counselor and Censor-in-Chief, Du Ruhui, also let out a long sigh. Your Majesty, I personally visited the disaster zones. It is a living hell. The practice of exchanging children for food is all too common. I even witnessed with my own eyes someone eating clay until their stomach burst, and they died a miserable death. Your Majesty declared at the morning court that a solution would be found within 3 days. May I ask if you have a brilliant plan to resolve this? Listening to their words, Liu Qingxue shook her head helplessly, making no attempt to hide the truth. To provide disaster relief, vast resources and money are essential. What we lack now is funds. Moreover, reconstruction after relief will also require enormous sums. With the resources at my disposal, I fear I have no solution for now. Hearing this, disappointment washed over the group, and their spirits plummeted. Was the Empress about to lose in her struggle against the Prince of Jinbei? The atmosphere in the sword pavilion grew. Even with numerous strategists present, all seasoned in officialdom, no one could offer a viable plan. After all, providing relief and rebuilding across several large provinces required funds far beyond their means. Just as everyone was at a loss, a cheerful, playful laugh suddenly echoed from outside. Giggle. Sister Shangwan, come catch me. If you catch Ling'er, he'll give you a treat. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. They saw Shangwan, Yin chasing Chu Ling'er as they frolicked in from outside. Chu Ling'er's laughter, as joyful as a lark's song, seemed to dispel some of the gloom in their hearts. Entering the sword pavilion and noticing the somber expression, Shangwan, Yin immediately sensed something was wrong. She swiftly moved to grab Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, don't be noisy. Her Majesty and the others seem to be dealing with a difficult matter. Let your sister play with you later. Sit quietly for a while. Chu Ling'er nodded. Seeing Liu Qingxue's furrowed brow, her eyes suddenly sparkled with cunning. From what Sister Shangwan said, Mother has encountered a problem. Father taught me many things. If Ling'er uses Father's knowledge to solve pretty Godmother's problem, will Godmother come to admire and rely on Father more and more? Father said that when a woman becomes utterly dependent on a man, she is like a leech clinging to an egret's leg, forever unable to leave him. So if Ling'er makes Godmother rely on Father, then when Ling'er goes home to find Father, will Godmother follow along? With this thought, Chu Ling'er's eyes lit up and a plan formed in her mind. She slipped her small body into Liu Qingxue's arms, looked up curiously, and asked, Mommy, have you run into a... Why don't you tell Ling'er all about it? Daddy said Ling'er has been smart since she was little. Maybe I can help you think of something. Watching Chu Ling'er's endearing and obedient demeanor, a rare smile graced Liu Qingxue's solemn face. Mother is discussing matters of state Ling'er won't understand and can't help. I appreciate your kind intentions, Ling'er. Go play with Sister Shangwan for now, or perhaps read some books. He'll come to accompany you once I'm finished. Liu Qingxue patted Chu Ling'er's head dismissively. Chu Ling'er was undeniably intelligent, with astonishing talent in cultivation and calligraphy. But how could an 80-year-old girl grasp matters of state? As the Empress herself, with numerous ministers to assist her, she still couldn't devise a solution. How could little Ling'er possibly resolve this? It wasn't just Liu Qingxue who thought so. Gu Yanwu, Li Chuanfeng, Sai Huadawa, and the others also smiled and said, Ling'er governing the realm is different from slaughtering a lamb. It's not just about plunging a white blade in and pulling it out red. You must consider the people. You're still young and don't understand the intricacies. When you're older, we'll teach you about internal affairs, and then you'll understand. Hearing their words and seeing their dismissive gazes, Chu Ling'er immediately pouted and protested discontent. Who says just because Ling'er is young, she doesn't understand? For a dynasty to be stable and enduring, for an emperor to win the people's hearts, they must treat the people well. Father said water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. I've heard these great truths so often they're coming out of my ears. At this, the group exchanged glances, their eyes widening in shock. These words struck like an arrow, piercing straight to their hearts. It felt as though something within them had been stirred. They couldn't help but tremble all over. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Excellent, well said, Your Highness. Did your father teach you this? Du Ruhui, the Grand Counselor, repeated the phrase, his eyes gleaming with insight. It felt like a sudden enlightenment. This single sentence could serve as a cautionary maxim for all future ministers. For one to utter such words, her father must possess profound insights into state governance. He felt that the other's level might even surpass his own. Du Ruhui's. Chu Ling'er nodded proudly and nuzzled against Liu Qingxue's chest. Of course my father taught me. He once conquered 6 kingdoms and was emperor for decades. Back then he was called the Eternal Emperor, although Ling'er never saw him as emperor. But hearing him talk about how he governed the court and vanquished enemies, Ling'er knows how amazing he was. At this, their hearts skipped a beat. Eternal Emperor. Liu Qingxue now remembered that Chu Ling'er's father was the Azura king who had traversed the river of time 10,000 years ago. A supreme expert who had single-handedly pacified 6 ancient kingdoms. As his daughter, Chu Ling'er had inevitably absorbed some knowledge through osmosis. Could she possibly resolve the current crisis? With this thought, Liu Qingxue, clinging to a glimmer of hope, explained the events in the court to Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, this is the situation. Do you think your mother is truly not favored by heaven, unworthy to be emperor? Could the myriad disasters plaguing the realm also be caused by my ascension? Is the will of heaven truly immutable? Liu Qingxue's eyes dimmed. She had never wished to be emperor. She had only chosen this path of intrigue because her husband often joked that he wanted to be the emperor's man. How could she have willingly embarked on this treacherous road? The ministers watched the empress' sorrowful demeanor and couldn't help but sigh. Though reluctant to admit it, the disasters across the land had indeed begun after Liu Qingxue's ascension. Perhaps a woman as emperor truly was not sanctioned by heaven. Just as everyone was sighing, Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes and let out a snicker. Mother, who told you this is the will of heaven? Who says a woman can't be emperor? Father once said that disasters have nothing to do with who sits on the throne. This is feudal superstition and must be discarded. Even if there were no emperor, disasters would still occur when they are meant to. It's just that these calamities happen to coincide with your reign, giving those with ulterior motives an excuse to stir things up until everyone naturally blames your ascension. But in truth, it has nothing to do with you. The will of heaven is immutable, is followed by another saying, man can conquer nature. Chu Ling'er leaped down from Liu Qingxue's embrace, clasping her hands behind her back like a sage enlightening the masses. After hearing this speech, everyone was profoundly shaken. They gasped sharply. Man can conquer nature. Emperors dared only to call themselves the son of heaven, implying they must defer to heaven's will. What immense self-confidence it must take to utter such words. Seeing their complex expressions as they pondered, Chu Ling'er pressed on. Mother, don't burden yourself. Father also said that the common people don't really care who is emperor. Their lifelong pursuit isn't to become immensely powerful, but how to live happily. Whoever fills their bellies and clothes them well is a good emperor. If the emperor makes it impossible for them to survive, they will rebel and risk everything to break this. At this, Liu Qingxue shuddered. Indeed, why would the common people care who is emperor? They might not even be able to say the emperor's name. True popular support comes from ensuring the people have food and clothing, inspiring their genuine loyalty. She was not even as perceptive as Chu Ling'er. Or rather, her father understood the way of emperors far better than she, a female ruler. No wonder he could utter words like water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. At that moment, Liu Qingxue's mind cleared considerably. Well said, Ling'er. Your mother truly wants the people to have enough, but the treasury currently lacks the funds for disaster relief and reconstruction. Alas, I have no solution. It is my failure that the people are suffering. Liu Qingxue couldn't help. The Ice Spirit Kingdom was plagued by internal and external troubles compounded by its inherent weakness, exposing its flaws at the first major upheaval. Everyone sighed in unison. A single coin can baffle a hero. Disaster relief and reconstruction required an astronomical sum. Even if the ministers loyal to the Empress pooled their resources, it would barely cover relief. Rebuilding the disaster-stricken areas seemed utterly impossible. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er's large eyes narrowed, as if lost in thought. If I remember correctly, Father once told Ling'er about his entire disaster relief process. After recalling Chu Mo's series of stories about Father as emperor in the court, Chu Ling'er had an idea. Mother Ling'er might have a way to provide relief and complete the reconstruction. At these words, everyone looked up at Chu Ling'er with eager anticipation. It wasn't so much that Chu Ling'er had a plan, but that her father had used such a method before. He was the Azura king. How could his methods be trivial? Ling'er, what is your plan? Won't you teach your grandfathers and her majesty? Chu Ling'er nodded, imitating her father's mannerism. She stood by the window with her hands behind her back, gazing at a 45-degree angle into the sky, exuding supreme confidence. Actually, the solution is simple. It's called work for leaf. The group exchanged bewildered looks. Work for leaf. Old Du, have you heard of it? Gu Yanwu asked in confusion. Du Ruhui shook his head with a bitter smile. No, I've lived for over a century and have never heard of such a method. Liu Qingxue stepped forward, ruffled Chu Ling'er's hair, and said softly, Good Ling'er, stop keeping us in suspense. Teach your mother. All right. Mother, work for leaf is simple. You see, if you just feed the disaster victims, they survive, but produce nothing of value. It's meaningless and fosters dependency, making them lazy. The day the state can no longer provide porridge, they'll immediately curse you for not caring for the people. A favor in times of need breeds ingratitude. But if you mobilize these victims, feed them, and have them rebuild the disaster areas and repair irrigation systems, they survive, and the reconstruction gets done. Doesn't that save a huge amount of money? With the irrigation system repaired by winter, you won't have to worry about heavy rains or droughts next year. Then will anyone still say you're not favored by heaven? They'll only praise your foresight. Chu Ling'er finished with a giggle, only to turn around and find everyone in the sword pavilion frozen in astonishment. 3 seconds later, their eyes blazed with light as dazzling as the sun. They couldn't help but exclaim in unison, Ling'er, your father is truly a political genius. Charming Ling'er proposed a solution that seemed simple, yet without guidance these high-ranking officials could not fathom it. If labor were used as a means of relief, it would undoubtedly reduce resource consumption by more than half. Indeed, it is a splendid policy for governing the nation. I never expected that not only was Charming Ling'er's father profound in cultivation and unparalleled in calligraphy, but he was also remarkably adept at statecraft. His capabilities truly leave others in awe. Mother does Ling'er's method work. Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, charming Ling'er couldn't help but laugh joyfully. Indeed, her father being an emperor is far superior to her mother taking on the role. Matters her father could resolve effortlessly were beyond the imagination of her mother and the elders. Liu Qingxue nodded delighted as she grasped charming Ling'er's hand. It works. Ling'er, your method is immensely useful. However, a hint of worry returned to the expression of the empress. With her political insight, it was clear to her the drawbacks of using labor as a means of relief. However, the premise of this method is that there must be food for the people to fill their stomachs, allowing them to have the strength to work. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. But food. Sigh. Mother has yet to think of a way to procure it. Hearing this, charming Ling'er scratched her head, feeling utterly helpless. Mother, I still have a large bun that Sister Shangwan gave me this morning. Why not? You take it for disaster relief. Seeing charming Ling'er being so well behaved, the empress felt a sense of comfort. At that moment, the trusted ministers exchanged glances and cupped their fists in respect. Li Chunfeng spoke first. Your Majesty, I am of advanced age and require little resources, so please take what is in this spatial ring. With Li Chunfeng leading the way, Gu Yanwu, Du Ruhui, and others naturally would not hide their resources at such a critical moment. After all, they were all in the same boat. One prospers, all prosper, one suffers, all suffer. Your Majesty, my family has considerable wealth as well. You may use it to purchase supplies for relief. My family also has some. I have always received the Emperor's grace, and today it is my honor to do something for your Majesty. Looking at each of them presenting their resources, Liu Qingxue felt deeply touched. It was this group of elder ministers who supported her, enabling her to rise from a princess to an empress. I thank you all here. I will remember what you have contributed today, and when the national treasury is slightly more stable, I will certainly repay you all double. Understanding the hearts of the ministers, she as the empress could not let them feel neglected, otherwise no one would support her again. The crowd respectfully cupped their fists, saying, Your Majesty is too gracious. We all contribute a little, and together we can still gather enough to aid disaster relief. But has your Majesty considered one issue? Having money alone. Where do we buy grain? Given the style of conduct of the Northern King, he will undoubtedly obstruct us when we attempt to purchase grain. At that time, it would be a pity to spend all the money and still not buy even half of the grain. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxue felt troubled once again. Seeing this, Sai Huadawa chuckled confidently. Rest assured, this matter can be entrusted to me. Having been a guest here at your Majesty's side for so long, I cannot just eat without working. Ha! My Medicine God Valley has always been dedicated to saving lives and helping the masses. We hold great prestige among the people. I can have my disciples procure grain from other places, and perhaps, considering the reputation of my Medicine God Valley, we might save a considerable amount of cost. Sai Huachuo's eyes brimmed with confidence. Although his Medicine God Valley lacked combat power, it held significant influence among the common folk, noble families, sects, and empires. After all, who is free from ailments? Generally, no one would offend anyone from the Medicine God Valley. That would be excellent. With your assistance, these funds can indeed be exchanged for sufficient grain, allowing us to use labor as a means of relief. Liu Qingxue did not hold back on her gratitude. Sai Huadawa nodded and took out a token to hand to the Empress. Your Majesty, take this token to the Medicine God Valley. My disciples will act according to your instructions. Good. Then I shall assign Dr. Du to handle this matter, and I will have Commander Liu Bing protect your safety. Delays could lead to changes. Act immediately, the sooner the better. Liu Qingxue issued orders to Du Ruhui. As the Minister of Justice equivalent to a Vice Prime Minister, Du Ruhui's loyalty and capability were beyond doubt. Having him handle the matter would ensure stability. Yes, Your Majesty, I will certainly manage it well. As long as we secure enough grain, the Northern King's conspiracy will fall apart without needing to attack. Moreover, by that time, Your Majesty will also gain the favor of the people, achieving two goals with one action. After speaking, Du Ruhui cupped his fists and withdrew, hastening with Liu Bing towards the Medicine God Valley with the funds. As for charming Ling'er, she was taken by Shangwan Yin to the study, awaiting her new teacher to instruct her. As a princess of the Ice Spirit Nation and the adopted daughter of the Empress, despite her exceptional calligraphy skills, there were still other things to learn. After leaving the Sword Pavilion, Gu Yanwu also set off with his mission, preparing to borrow troops from the Ministry of War for supervising disaster relief. To execute disaster relief, one must first shake the corrupt officials. The Empress placed immense importance on this relief effort, employing only trusted individuals. And with Gu Yanwu, a selfless and upright grand scholar, overseeing its success was guaranteed. Arriving at the Ministry of War, Gu Yanwu bellowed like thunder, showing no trace of the demeanor of a grand scholar. Old Ju, where the hell have you been? As soon as he finished speaking, a voice filled with disdain rang out from nowhere. Are you howling? Damn it! What are you doing here, you old pedant? Following this, a middle-aged man about 8 meters tall, neither too thin nor too stout, with a face full of sternness, emerged from the ministry's loft. This person was none other than the Minister of War, a latest-stage Earth realm expert, Zhu Jun. Like Gu Yanwu, he was an old subordinate of the previous emperor, loyal to the Empress, and the two shared deep familiarity. Gu Yanwu spoke without reservation, briefly explaining the situation. Thus I come under the emperor's orders to borrow troops for disaster relief. Zhu Jun rolled his eyes. Damn. Old man, when you show up, it's never for anything good. Take this token and go pick your people. I've got business to attend to. Gu Yanwu took the token and weighed it in his hand, suddenly noticing how formally Zhu Jun was dressed. Curiosity welled up within him. Oh, you dressed up specially today. Are you going to meet a lover? Zhu Jun, unrestrained, cursed back. Yesterday the emperor entrusted me with a task to teach Princess Yongla military tactics. I just finished my official duties and am preparing to head over. By the way, I've heard that the prince's calligraphy is outstanding, even you can't teach her. How ridiculous. You often claim to have unparalleled calligraphy and scholarly skills, yet you can't even handle an 80-year-old child. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Seeing the hint of mockery and amusement on Zhu Jun's face, Gu Yanwu remained unfazed, thinking of Charming Ling'er's extraordinary calligraphy and the calligraphy scroll he held. Gu Yanwu's gaze shifted to one of reverence. Indeed, I am well aware of my inadequacies and do not deserve to be the prince's teacher. Not only that, I have taken the little princess as my master, and now she is my teacher. Seeing Gu Yanwu's sincere expression, Zhu Jun was taken aback. You even took her as a master. This little princess is that impressive? Haha, to be honest, with my master's guidance, I have broken through to the Earth realm and reached the early stages of the Heaven realm. I ask you, are you envious? Gu Yanwu nodded, spreading his arms wide, mimicking the style of the sage of Confucianism, showcasing his physique. Standing 2 meters tall, combined with his bulging muscles, he exuded an imposing aura. Even Zhu Jun, the Minister of War, staggered back several steps in shock. What the hell? Were you not always an advocate of scholars speaking rather than fighting? What is this muscle business? Gu Yanwu smirked slightly. What's wrong with a scholar having a bit of muscle? That's perfectly reasonable. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Heaven realm from Gu Yanwu, Zhu Jun remained dazed for quite some time. So you were saying that your breakthrough to the Heaven realm was entirely due to your exposure to the prince's scholarly essence? Indeed. Thus, as an old friend, I advise you not to underestimate Her Highness. I once shared the same mindset of contempt, but now I no longer dare to. Gu Yanwu recounted the events of that day in detail. After hearing it, Zhu Jun felt both envy and amusement. Old man, you are truly fortunate. However, you need not worry. The princess is already so proficient in calligraphy and politics that she likely won't achieve much more in military tactics. A person's energy is limited, and she is only 8 years old. No matter how great her father is, how much can she learn? Zhu Jun shook his head dismissively, then proudly patted his chest. As the Minister of War, I have been studying military tactics for over 150 years. Which strategies and formations do I not master? The legendary generals I have trained are countless. Perhaps I may not be as powerful as the prince's father, but in terms of military tactics, she and her father combined might not even match half of my knowledge. To have me teach Princess Yongla military tactics is truly a waste of talent. Alas, I wonder what the emperor is thinking of. What use is there in teaching a little girl military tactics? From the perspective of his own strength and various considerations, Zhu Jun completely disregarded Gu Yanwu's words. After all, every profession has its specialization. Hearing this, Gu Yanwu patted his head, smiling thoughtfully. What you said makes sense. My master's calligraphy has reached such a remarkable level, indeed rare in a millennium. Whenever heaven opens a door for her, it always closes a window. In other aspects, it should be quite challenging for my master to achieve success. She surely cannot be extraordinarily gifted in every aspect, right? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. After concluding his conversation with Gu Yanwu, Zhu Jun selected numerous elites from the Ministry of War. He then took his proud work, The Essentials of Zhu's Art of War, and proceeded to Yongla Palace. Within the palace, Shangguan Yin, the valiant imperial bodyguard, had transformed into Chu Ling'er's study companion. Not only did she have to supervise the prince's studies, but she also had to accompany her in play. Gazing at the pile of childish toys before her, Shangguan Yin let out a helpless sigh. Princess Ling'er, it's time for us to practice calligraphy. These cloth dolls really aren't suitable for you. They're a bit childish. Chu Ling'er looked up with an innocent smile. The new teacher hasn't arrived yet, Sister Shangguan. Let's play a little longer. Now these 2 dolls are about to perform their wedding ceremony. Come on, come on. Chu Ling'er was thoroughly engrossed in her play when a voice rang out from outside the door. Your servant Minister of War Zhu Jun has been ordered to instruct the princess in the art of war. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling'er's smile instantly froze. She reluctantly put down her toys, pouting in frustration. How annoying. What's so great about learning the art of war? After all that studying, it's just about who's more shameless and who's more cunning. Humph. The old gentleman coming to teach me must be a cunning fellow too. Chu Ling'er muttered under her breath, full of resistance to learning military strategy. She thought she was being very quiet, but Zhu Jun outside heard every word. His aged face instantly darkened. You little girl, how dare you call me cunning? I don't even want to teach you. Even if I did, you might not learn it, and even if you learned it, you couldn't go to the battlefield. I really don't understand what His Majesty is thinking. Isn't this a waste of human resources? Wouldn't it be better to assign me to teach some talented deputy generals? Bound by the imperial decree, Zhu Jun had no choice but to accept it. Inside the room, Shangwan Yin's Princess, the art of war is the cornerstone of military strategy. No matter how formidable an army is without a commander well-versed in military tactics, even the largest forces are merely marching to their deaths in battle. Moreover, the one teaching you is the Minister of War, the greatest theorist of military strategy in the Bing. This is His Majesty's way of nurturing you. Even other princesses and princes would beg for Minister Zhu's guidance in vain. Please study patiently, Princess, and do not disappoint His Majesty. Having spent so many days with Chu Ling'er, Shangwan Yin had long figured out her personality. With people like Li Chunfeng doting on her, she was utterly fearless. Only invoking Empress Liu Qingxue's authority could calm her down a little. Chu Ling'er sighed. All right, I can't let my godmother down. He'll go to the door to welcome the teacher. Chu Ling'er turned around, rubbed her little face, instantly replaced it with a look of utmost delight and respect, and opened the door. Greetings, master. Please come in. Zhu Jun was stunned. If he hadn't just heard her cursing him behind his back, he might have believed she was a well-behaved child. Indeed, a woman's ability to change her face knows no age, it's innate. Ahem. Your servant greets your highness. Since your highness is so eager to learn, I shall proceed directly to the topic. Zhu Jun bowed slightly and followed Chu Ling'er into the study to begin his lesson. For the next half hour, only Zhu Jun's teaching voice could be heard in the study. Although he was reluctant to teach the little girl the art of war since he was there, Zhu Jun held nothing back. He explained various military principles without reservation, even placing his own writings before Chu Ling'er. Shangwan Yin listened with rapt attention, occasionally jotting down things she didn't understand. Having never heard such teachings, she found his military strategies nothing short of brilliant. Minister Zhu is truly remarkable. After hearing your explanation, I feel as if a light has dawned on me. Indeed, in the theory of military strategy, no one in Bingling Kingdom can surpass you. I heard that the Prince of Jinan, who terrifies the Jinling Kingdom at the border, was once your student. Upon hearing this, Chu Ling'er was stunned. Zhu Xiangshu is formidable. Someone named Zhu Xiangshu. The name my father gave me sounds much better. Unaware of Chu Ling'er's thoughts, Zhu Jun smiled modestly at Shangwan Yin, his aged face crinkling with joy. General Shangwan flatters me. In my youth, I was a renowned commander. It's only natural that I excel in military strategy, practice. As for the Prince of Jinan, he is indeed the most talented student I have ever taught. If not for the lack of support from a major sect, the Prince of Jinbei would not be able to rival him. Unfortunately, the Prince of Jinan fell in love with the wrong person. Alas, when speaking of the Prince of Jinan, Zhu Jun's face showed both pride and a hint of regret and sympathy. Even Shangwan Yan's expression softened, and she couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, he loved the wrong person. Her Majesty already has someone occupying the most important place in her heart. I have advised the Prince of Jinan many times, but he always says that one day Her Majesty will see his worth and change her mind. Alas, enough matters of Her Majesty are not for us to discuss. Minister Zhu, please continue teaching the princess, and I shall learn alongside her. After speaking, the two looked down at Chu Ling'er. When they saw her staring blankly into space, their faces At that moment, Chu Ling'er, having overheard their conversation, had already marked the Prince of Jinan as a rival in love. Someone dared to compete with Ling'er for her beautiful godmother. She had stayed in the palace, even neglecting to visit her own mother, all for what? To find a beautiful and perfect wife for her unworthy father. Now someone wanted to steal the mother she had claimed for herself. This was utterly intolerable. When she met that Prince of Jinan, she would use the diarrhea pills her father gave her to make him suffer for 10 days straight. Ling'er, don't daydream. Pay attention in class. Shangwan Yin rubbed her forehead. The Minister of War's lecture was a rare opportunity, yet she didn't cherish it. Zhu Jun's face was as black as ink. This girl was the worst student he had ever taught. Your Highness, please repeat what I just taught so I can see what you still don't understand. Pulled from her reverie, Chu Ling'er looked up with a bewildered expression. Master, what did you just say? Ling'er didn't hear clearly. Seeing Chu Ling'er let his words go in one ear and out the other, Zhu Jun nearly spat blood, his face turning red with anger. He swore he wanted to learn from Gu Yan with usual curses and shout, "You rotten piece of wood cannot be carved. If your Highness looks down on my art of war, you can ask His Majesty to excuse you from these lessons so we don't waste each other's time." Zhu Jun's words carried a hint of anger. Knowing she was in the wrong, Chu Ling'er gave an awkward laugh. Master Ling'er does not look down on your art of war or your writings. In fact, Ling'er also knows some military strategy. My father taught me. What you taught seems a bit simplistic, not cunning or clever enough. That's why Ling'er couldn't concentrate. Please forgive me, master. Seeing Chu Ling'er's earnest expression, Zhu Jun was furious. Wasn't this looking down on his art of war? She even said his strategies were too simplistic. He was the highest authority on military strategy in Bingling Kingdom. How could his strategies be simplistic? Nonsense. Since your highness says my art of war is simplistic, then your father's teachings must be far superior. In that case, allow me to witness them. Your servant humbly requests your highness guidance. Zhu Jun laughed in anger. Having a military background, he had a fiery temper. Being so belittled, he disregarded her status. Hearing this, Shangwan Yan's heart sank. Her expression changed as she tried to intervene. Minister Zhu, her highness is still young and ignorant. She has offended you. Please. Before she could finish, Zhu Jun waved her off. Zhu Jun said with a dark face, General Shangwan, this is not a quarrel. I am merely seeking instruction from her highness. I wish to see what kind of military strategy can be considered not simplistic. And I also want to know if her highness' mysterious father is misleading others with his boasts. Hearing these pointed words, Chu Ling'er was displeased. He could scold her, but he could never question her father's abilities. Her father never boasted. In her heart, her father was invincible in every way. How dare you look down on my father and say he misleads others? Master, are you so proud of this military treatise? Then Ling'er will write down my father's military strategies, and let Sister Shangwan judge which is better. Provoked by Zhu Jun, Chu Ling'er's stubborn nature immediately flared up. She picked up the brush on the desk, and relying on her memory wrote down every stroke of the military strategies her father had casually mentioned in the past. Watching Chu Ling'er writing furiously, Zhu Jun realized his own impropriety. The Minister of War actually ended up arguing with a little girl today. How disgraceful if word gets out. Sighed. Minister Zhu, coming from a military background, a quick temper is only natural. Actually, I'm rather curious about what Ling'er has written. Why don't we take a look? Shangwan Yin chuckled softly at Zhu Jun. She couldn't afford to offend either side, so she could only play the mediator. Zhu Jun nodded, his interest piqued. Let's have a look then. Though I know full well there's hardly anyone in the world whose military strategies surpass mine. But it won't hurt to see just how skilled the Azura King's tactics really are. The two quietly stepped forward and stood behind Chu Ling'er. Fixing their gaze, they saw several large characters on the paper, the Silent Master's Art of War, the 36 Stratagems. This was the name Chu Ling'er had taken from her father, and the content was all summarized from the stories he had told. She wrote slowly, pausing after every few characters to organize her thoughts. At that moment, a few stratagems were already written on the paper. Crossing the sea under camouflage, feigning attack from the east, while striking from the west, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. Chu Ling'er was meticulous, writing annotations beneath each stratagem so that anyone could understand how to apply them. After reading them, Zhu Jun and Shangwan Yin felt as if a surging wave of battle intent was enveloping them. A storm raged in their hearts. Was this the divine art of calligraphy? Could every word and every sentence form an artistic conception? But Chu Ling'er had never been on a battlefield. How could she evoke the killing intent of war through her writing? Before they could dwell on it, the scene before them shifted. Chu Ling'er had vanished, and in its place was a battlefield. On the battlefield, two unknown forces faced off. Under the fierce autumn wind with withered grass stretching far, the ancient battlefield stretched endlessly, with military camps extending for 800 li. Moments later, a war drum sounded, and soldiers grabbed their weapons, forming ranks. Hundreds of thousands of troops clashed, a dark, endless sea, leaving countless severed limbs and broken weapons strewn across the ground. Both sides were evenly matched, and after several skirmishes, neither could gain the upper hand, so they sounded the retreat and resorted to stratagems. In the days that followed, the military strategists on both sides racked their brains, devising schemes to outwit and slaughter the enemy. Shangwan Yin and Zhu Jun each became generals of one faction, witnessing and participating in hundreds of battles, large and small. No one knew how long the war lasted. Shangwan Yin, once a young woman of 18 or 19, had become a middle-aged female general. Zhu Jun too had aged from a youth into a middle-aged man. Closing his eyes, Zhu Jun absorbed all the stratagems used by the two-side strategists, and then his eyes flew open. It was as if a deep-sea bomb had been dropped into a lake, shaking his very soul, leaving him long unable to find peace. Hiss! These brilliant stratagems. Even I couldn't have conceived them. What a crossing the sea under camouflage! The interweaving of the false and the true is the highest art. On the surface, lulling the enemy while secretly maneuvering. Ingenious, truly ingenious. And feigning attack from the east, while striking from the west, besieging Wei to rescue Zhao. All peerless stratagems, both offensive and defensive. Excellent. Too excellent. At that moment, Zhu Jun grasped the brilliance of these stratagems. Just as he was about to follow the strategist to learn more, the hundreds of thousands of troops seemed to realize that they didn't belong to this world. All of them turned their horses and charged at him and Shangwan Yin. They tried to dodge, but found their cultivation had vanished. In the end, both were torn apart and trampled under the hooves of the chaotic army. With a gush of blood, the two awoke, their chests feeling as if they had suffered a severe blow, staining the floor red. Recalling the scene of being dismembered, their backs were drenched in cold sweat, and their eyes were filled with terror. This was the backlash of battle intent. It meant their bodies couldn't withstand the subsequent stratagems. If they insisted on reading further, they would surely meet their end. This was the backlash of battle intent. It meant their bodies couldn't withstand the subsequent stratagems. If they insisted on reading further, the paper was increasingly covered with characters, and the stratagems had reached over 30, but Zhu Jun and Shangwan Yin dared not look further. They couldn't even withstand the battle intent from 3 stratagems, let alone over 30. Princess, these stratagems are truly Shang, and my foundation isn't even stable yet. Why am I about to break through again? Just then Shangwan Yin noticed her own cultivation level and couldn't help but gasp. Wait, am I almost at the mid-stage of the celestial realm? I only broke through to the early stage a few days ago, and my foundation isn't even stable yet. Why am I about to break through again? Shangwan Yin was alarmed, knowing that breaking through too quickly could affect her foundation. But when she examined her foundation, she found it to be exceptionally solid. Beside her, Zhu Jun also couldn't help. My cultivation has actually reached half-step celestial realm. The bottleneck that had me stuck for decades has finally shifted. If not for my flawed technique and meridians, I might have already broken through to the celestial realm. The two never expected that merely glancing at these stratagems would cause them to break through. Compared to Shangwan Yin, Zhu Jun had clearly gained more. Through the tempering of hundreds of battles on the battlefield, he realized his own military strategies still had much room for improvement. Compared to Chu Ling'er's stratagems, he truly understood what it meant that all warfare is based on deception. He also realized that his own strategies were indeed somewhat superficial. Sister Shangwan, you two are so noisy. You're making it impossible for Ling'er to think. As the two were astonished, Chu Ling'er's dissatisfied voice rang out. She put down her brush hands on her hips. Shangwan Yin smiled sheepishly. Sorry, Ling'er, I didn't mean to. It's just, I felt it and couldn't control myself. By the way, Ling'er, how many stratagems did you write in total? Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes and pointed a small hand at the stack of paper in front of her. Aren't they all on the paper? Sister can just look for herself. After you're done, show them to the old gentleman and me so we can compare whose are better. Hearing this, Shangwan Yan's face twisted in bitterness. She both wanted and dared not look. As a general, she naturally knew how formidable Chu Ling'er's stratagems were, but they couldn't even handle the battle intent from 3, let alone the rest. Well, I can't quite count them. Why don't you tell me, Ling'er? Shangwan Yin made a flimsy excuse to Chu Ling'er sighed and looked at her as if she were a fool. See, Sister Shangwan took up martial arts because she wasn't smart enough for books. She can't even count. Simple-minded and physically strong. I wrote 35 stratagems, but you two interrupted me before I could write the last one. Hearing this, the two gasped. Even 10 such brilliant stratagems would be extraordinary, yet this little girl had 36. How profound must one's mastery of military strategy be to conceive so many timeless stratagems? These far surpassed Zhu's art of war. With this Zhu's art of war alone, the Bingling Kingdom's army could intimidate enemy nations. If they mastered these even more formidable 36 stratagems, wouldn't they become a god of war, perfectly controlling the battlefield? What enemy could stand against them? If this silent master's art of war, the 36 stratagems, were to spread, it would be fought over by all empires and revered as a sacred treasure by military strategists. Princess, this old minister was truly a frog at the bottom of a well, arrogant and blind. Compared to you and your esteemed father, I am but a firefly's light, insignificant. My own strategies are crude and vulgar. Here and now I apologize to you and your father. Realizing the gap between them, Zhu Jun adjusted his attitude and promptly bowed in apology. Not to mention anything else, even that simulated battle alone had taught him so much. This was the grace of imparting knowledge. How could he remain arrogant toward his benefactor? Seeing him concede defeat, Chu Ling'er puffed out her chest with pride. You look down on my father just like that arrogant old apprentice of mine, Gu. Now you see the difference, don't you? I told you my father is all-powerful. He's invincible at everything. When he swept through 6 kingdoms, you weren't even born yet. After basking in her triumph for a few seconds, she magnanimously extended her small hand to help him up, shaking her head with a grin. Knowing your mistake and correcting it is a great virtue. Thank you for your forgiveness, princess. Seeing Chu Ling'er act like a little adult, Shangwan Yin and Zhu Jun exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Indeed, children hold no grudges. The earlier tension instantly dissolved. By the way, princess, you mentioned there's a 36 stratagem you haven't written yet. Dare I ask, what is it? Zhu Jun's eyes burned with intense anticipation and longing. His passion for the art of war was boundless. He had devoted his entire life to studying military strategy, and now faced with such a legendary treatise, being unable to learn it would be a fate worse than death. Chu Ling'er, without any intention of holding back, tilted her head in thought for a few seconds before speaking. Hmm. Then listen carefully. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. My father said as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. A single defeat means nothing for as long as one lives there is still hope. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jun was stunned. In his mind, war meant only victory or defeat. Defeat was a stain on one's life. Yet this new perspective made him understand. So, one must know when to advance and when to retreat. Only then can one seize the chance to turn defeat into victory. To be flexible in adversity is the true mark of a man. Fleeing is the best strategy. This, truly, is the pinnacle of military strategy, able to advance when attacking and retreat when defending. If I could break through to the heaven rank and be decades younger and master these 36 stratagems, I would surely return to the battlefield and conquer the realm. Alas, but this cultivation technique and my meridians. It's not worth mentioning. Zhu Jun lowered his head in dejection. The reason he had stepped down from the position of Grand General to a civil post back then was precisely because his physical condition prevented him from breaking through. Feeling he could no longer bear great responsibilities, he eventually fell into despair. Shang Wanyan glanced at him and let out a long sigh. Minister Zhu, your cultivation technique, though it can harness the momentum of an army for training, is ultimately an incomplete fragment. Even my master could not complete the final page for you, nor help you break through. Alas, what a pity. Zhu Jun nodded, his face full of disappointment. Indeed, if even a master of the national teacher's caliber can find no solution, I fear no one in this world can help me. Now even that old pedant Gu Yanwu has reached the heaven rank, while I remain stuck at half-step heaven. Clearly my talent for cultivation surpasses his. If not for the great opportunity bestowed upon me today by Princess Ling'er, this old man might never have made any progress in his lifetime. Were I not constrained by this technique, this opportunity alone would have been enough for me to break through to the heaven rank. Shang Wanyan shook her head slightly, seemingly lamenting Zhu Jun's fate. He was a loyal minister, and to help him break through to the heaven rank and regain command of the military, the Empress and the national teacher had racked their brains. Yet all their efforts were in vain, as if his upper limit had been predetermined, destined to remain at the earth rank. If Minister Zhu could break through to the heaven rank, His Majesty's combat power would greatly increase. When the time comes to move against the Northern Pacification King, we would have a much stronger foundation. Shang Wanyan was well aware that once war broke out with the Northern Pacification King, it would be equivalent to clashing with the entire soul-suppressing sect. The Northern Pacification King's mother was an elder and protector of the soul-suppressing sect, wielding significant power. How could she stand by and watch her son be bullied? Moreover, the Northern Pacification King was essentially a tool used by the soul-suppressing sect to seize the empire. They had long known the truth. Were it not for the restraint exerted by several other major sects, the sect would likely have sent large forces long ago. The two sides were destined for an irreconcilable conflict. Once war erupted, Earth-rank martial artists would be of little use. The outcome would be decided by high-end combat power at the heaven rank. Thus, every additional heaven rank powerhouse increased the Ice Spirit Kingdom's chances of victory. Zhu Jun, his face etched with worry, walked to the window with his hands behind his back, gazing silently at the sky. His silhouette appeared somewhat forlorn. Overhearing their conversation, Chu Ling'er's eyes darted mischievously. She muttered to herself, Sister Shangwan said that if this scholar breaks through, he would be of great use to my godmother. If Ling'er could help using the knowledge taught by her father, how wonderful that would be. That way godmother would become more and more grateful to father. But Ling'er doesn't know where his problem lies. What should she do? As she was pondering, the tattered cloth bag on Chu Ling'er's body emitted a faint, almost imperceptible flash of light. A familiar mechanical prompt echoed once more in her mind. Ding! Your delivery, the Eye of Truth, has arrived. Please check and receive it. Instantly, Chu Ling'er's body trembled, and her vision went pitch black. The sudden change startled her into a cry. Ah! The cry had barely faded when 1 second later light returned to Chu Ling'er's eyes. Ling'er, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Chu Ling'er's scream, Shang Wanyan immediately became tense with worry. To her, the princess was not just royalty, but also a little sister. Who wouldn't adore such a soft, adorable, sensible little lowly with such a formidable background? No, it's nothing, Sister Shangwan, don't worry. Chu Ling'er rubbed her eyes, a look of confusion on her face. That voice. It had sounded twice before, hadn't it? Who could be sending this? Could it be Father? That makes sense. Only Father loves Ling'er enough to send things through the cosmos pouch. Ling'er knew that no matter where she went, her invincible father would always look after her. Last time, Father seemed to have sent some kind of calligraphy, and then Ling'er's handwriting became incredibly good. So what use is this Eye of Truth now? As Shang Wanyan studied Chu Ling'er with a concerned gaze, the latter also stared back at her with wide eyes. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in Chu Ling'er's eyes, and Shang Wanyan before her transformed into a moving skeleton covered in countless meridians and blood vessels. Chu Ling'er could see clearly even the hidden injuries on Shang Wanyan, and even how her inner energy flowed within her body. Sensing this change, Chu Ling'er rubbed her eyes in astonishment. Instantly, the meridians vanished and Shangguan Yin became human again. But when Chu Ling'er focused intently, the meridians reappeared. The clever Chu Ling'er immediately understood how to use the Eye of Truth and couldn't help but jump for joy. Sugoi, it's so amazing. WH. What dead aunt? Ling'er, did your aunt pass away? Shangguan Yin was utterly confused. Chu Ling'er waved her hand with a sweet smile. No, this is a phrase father taught me. Sugoi means very. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yin chuckled and tapped Chu Ling'er on the head, not taking the words to heart, dismissing them as childish nonsense. However, Zhu Jun was more observant. His eyes flickered as he committed the phrase to memory. Dead aunt means praising someone as very powerful. This old man has learned something new. Truly, one is never too old to learn. I must show off this knowledge in front of that old pedant Gu Yanwu. While the two were talking, Chu Ling'er took the opportunity to scan Zhu Jun with her eyes. She immediately spotted the problem. Having been taught by Li Chunfeng and others through intensive lessons, Chu Ling'er was already familiar with the meridians and quickly understood the situation. Master Zhu, if Ling'er said she could help you break through to the heaven rank, would you believe it? Upon hearing this, the two were stunned for a few seconds, then shook their heads. Shangguan Yin frowned slightly. Ling'er, do you plan to use the vermilion bird meat to help Lord Zhu? I'm afraid that won't work. It's a problem with the cultivation technique. Chu Ling'er shook her head. No, Ling'er doesn't have any chicken but left. Beside her, Zhu Jun was curious, looking at the Moses art of war before him as if understanding something. Could it be that Her Highness intends for me to study these 36 stratagems, hoping to use the momentum of an army and battle intent to break through my limits? Chu Ling'er shook her head again. Not that either. Actually, Ling'er can see where Master Zhu's problem lies. At these words, Shangguan Yin and the other laughed dismissively. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ling'er, you're only a third-rank martial artist. How could you possibly see through Lord Zhu, who is at half-step heaven? Chu Ling'er didn't explain, but a playful expression crossed her face as she looked at Shangguan Yin with a grin. Sister Shangguan, you have hidden injuries on your shoulder and 3 inches below your ribs, and there's stagnant blood in your lower abdomen that's about to flow out. Also, your chest is actually very small, only the size of Ling'er's fist. The reason it looks big is because you're using inner armor to pad it. Am I right? Hearing this, Shangguan Yan's body trembled, and she cried out in disbelief. Ling'er, how do you know? I've only told His Majesty about these hidden injuries. I'm sure I never mentioned them to you. And my chest. Ahem. As she spoke, a deep blush spread across her pretty face. Even someone as valiant as her felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at Chu Ling'er's revelation. Her chest was indeed small. It was a secret pain in her heart. Even reaching the heaven rank hadn't made it any larger. Additionally, the stagnant blood in her lower abdomen indicated her upcoming menstruation, which was also accurate. Shangguan Yin cast a furtive glance at Zhu Jun beside her, her expression awkward. Zhu Jun blinked, looking as if he had heard nothing, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Chu Ling'er grinned. Ling'er didn't know any of this before, father just told me. At these words, Shangguan Yin was so embarrassed she wished she could crawl into a hole. The esteemed Azura King, a master above the Hong rank, was actually spying on her, a mere woman. And had he seen her completely? So the Azura King was constantly watching over his daughter. If that were the case, didn't that mean she had no privacy at all? What difference was there from being stark naked? Shangguan Yan's face alternated between pale and red, a storm of curses raging in her heart. No matter how she stood, she felt uncomfortable, as if a pair of eyes in the void were mocking her small chest. I, Shangguan Yin, may not be powerful, but I am still an innocent maiden. How am I supposed to marry in the future? Not only did he look, but he also told his daughter. What a scumbag. Tui. Chu Ling'er thought she was being honest. After all, this eye power was bestowed by her father's mysterious abilities, so it was essentially as if he had told her. Little did she know she had just framed her father as a lecherous old pervert. As for Zhu Jun, watching Shangguan Yan's reaction, his eyes widened in shock. His heart trembled with awe, and his face was filled with reverence. To be able to see through a heaven-rank powerhouse's hidden injuries, menstruation, and chest size from afar. Just how powerful was the prince's father? I couldn't even detect his presence. Could it be? He saw through it using his divine sense. Sigh. Worthy of being the Azura King. What in this world could possibly escape his notice? If that's the case, then the princess claim that she could help me break through might not be a joke. Instantly, Zhu Jun became excited. To verify this idea, he turned his head very seriously and looked at Shangguan Yin. General Shangguan, is your chest really only the size of Her Highness' fist? The moment these words were spoken, the room fell into dead silence. The next second, a surge of immense inner energy erupted, hurling Zhu Jun dozens of meters away. Zhu Jun returned with a bruised and swollen face, wearing an ingratiating smile as he cupped his hands toward Shangguan Yin. My apologies, my apologies. I was too rash. Shangguan Yin snorted in anger and did not reply. Zhu Jun naturally dared not provoke this fiery woman, so he turned his gaze to Chu Ling'er with a pleading look. Your Highness. Hey, Don't worry, just circulate your inner energy for me to see again. Chu Ling'er patted her chest with unwavering confidence. Zhu Jun complied, circulating his inner energy through his body and attempting to break through to the heaven rank, but he failed once more. Seeing this, Chu Ling'er hopped over with her hands behind her back, pointing at his head. There's a blocked meridian in your head. The inner energy can't reach that point, which restricts your realm and prevents you from breaking through. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanyan was stunned. Wasn't she implying that Minister Zhu had a missing nerve? Was Ling'er really reliable? However, Zhu Jun's eyes lit up with joy as he respectfully cupped his hands. The princess is absolutely right. Every time I try to break through to the heaven rank, I feel the barrier is within reach, yet I can never touch it. Please, your highness, enlighten me. He knew that Chu Ling'er, being only a third-rank martial artist, could not possibly see through his problem. It was not Chu Ling'er who discerned it, but rather the Azura king behind her who directed her. Indeed, he was a great deity, and nothing could escape his notice. In his eyes, the image of Chu Ling'er's father had soared beyond the heavens. Compared to him, Zhu Jun felt like an insignificant ant with no secrets left. Bathed in Zhu Jun's fervent gaze, Chu Ling'er flicked her skirt and, like a transcendent sage, pondered deeply for a long time. To break through, you must shatter the barrier, but your inner energy, due to the nature of your cultivation technique, cannot reach that meridian point. I think Master Zhu could change the way you circulate your inner energy. Try reversing the flow so you can break through the barrier from the opposite side. Hearing this, Zhu Jun's face turned pale with fright. Change the route. Reverse the inner energy. Was she joking? The circulation of inner energy is determined by the cultivation technique. Recklessly altering it could cause the energy to clash, leading to severe injury or even explosive death. Was she joking? The circulation of inner energy is determined by the cultivation technique. Recklessly altering it could cause the energy to clash, leading to severe injury or even explosive death. Your Highness, must we really do this? Zhu Jun swallowed his saliva, fear gripping his heart. Shang Wanyan also tried to dissuade him. Ling'er, this is no child's play. Don't act recklessly. Chu Ling'er stroked her chin, smiling with absolute confidence. It should be fine. My father once said that one must have reverse thinking. If you can't solve something, a different approach might work wonders. Hearing this, Zhu Jun's confidence seemed to grow. Would the Azura king with his profound cultivation bother to harm a small fry like him? Huff. Since your highness and your esteemed father say, so then this old servant will risk his life to try. Even if I perish, I'd rather not remain stuck at the earth rank, forever feeling like a useless waste. The earth rank and heaven rank were worlds apart. Heaven rank allowed flight, but earth rank did not. Unable to resist the temptation, Zhu Jun sat down cross-legged and began attempting to reverse his inner energy. Shang Wanyan stood guard with intense anxiety, as if fearing any disturbance. Meanwhile, Chu Ling'er laughed carefreely without a worry. Reversing inner energy was no big deal. Her father had done it many times before, even mastering the Sunflower Manual and the Evil Warding Sword Manual. What was the fuss about? As Zhu Jun carefully reversed the flow, the surging inner energy traveled from the opposite direction to the blocked meridian. Taking a deep breath, he steeled his resolve and unleashed a fierce assault on the seemingly unbreakable barrier. It was a do-or-die effort. In his imagination, the barrier that had plagued him for nearly a century would not yield easily yet. The reverse impact shattered it effortlessly. In an instant, the true energy within him flowed unimpeded, a torrential river, surging endlessly. The inner energy coursed like a great river, rushing straight into the sea of his dantian. A vortex of spiritual energy formed in that sea, drawing in all the surrounding qi. After a dozen seconds, Zhu Jun slowly opened his eyes, their gaze as sharp as a spear piercing the sky. He had stepped into an entirely new realm. Immersed in the vast inner energy within him, Zhu Jun was lost in ecstasy. So, this is the heaven rank. So, the final missing piece of the technique required reversing the inner energy. Without the princess and your esteemed father, this old servant would never have touched it in a lifetime. This old servant bows in gratitude for the rebirth bestowed by the princess and your esteemed father. If the princess does not disdain, I wish to bow as your disciple, even if only as a nominal one. Zhu Jun flicked his sleeve and knelt in reverence. Bowing to a young girl might seem shameful, but bowing to a lovely princess backed by a colossal powerhouse was an honor he could only aspire to. If this apprenticeship also allowed him to learn the 36 stratagems, it would be an incredible bargain. Seeing Zhu Jun on the ground, Chu Ling'er's expression stiffened. Oh dear. Master Zhu, please rise. Why do you kneel like my old disciple? Ling'er already has an old disciple. Oh, I cannot take another. Zhu Jun remained unmoved, shamelessly refusing to get up. Even Shang Wanyan, a heaven-rank cultivator, could not pull him to his feet. Your Highness, since you've already taken Gu Yanwu as a disciple, what's one more? He was heaven rank, and now I am too. He can honor the master, and so can I. I will serve your highness like a revered elder. I only hope you won't despise me and accept me into your sect. Seeing Zhu Jun's brazen persistence, Chu Ling'er sighed. Heaven rank. Though far weaker than her father, should it be barely enough to be his disciple's disciple? If her father knew she had gathered such a group of underlings outside, would he be delighted? Besides, many hands make light work. Having disciples to search for her mother would be much easier. All right. Then I'll accept you as my disciple. Since you've bowed to me, remember to respect the master and honor the path. My father taught me from a young age that those who don't respect their master have no good end. Hearing this, Zhu Jun's expression turned solemn. He didn't realize Chu Ling'er was just grumbling. Instead, he thought she was conveying the Azura king's decree. Zhu Jun cupped his hands and immediately knelt. Once a master, always a father. This disciple will never forget. Chu Ling'er nodded approvingly, patting his shoulder with an air of aged authority, and spoke in a tone reminiscent of the stern abbess Annihilation. This is a sacred text of our sect. Guard it well. Watching this theatrical scene, Shang Wanyin was dumbfounded. A dignified heaven-rank cultivator had just become the disciple of an 80-year-old girl. This is a sacred text of our sect. Guard it well. Watching this theatrical scene, Shang Wanyin was dumbfounded. A dignified heaven-rank cultivator had just become the disciple of an 80-year-old girl. And with such casualness, it was truly speechless. All right, it's noon, and your master needs to nap. You may take your leave for now. Chu Ling'er, reveling in her role as master like a child playing house, waved excitedly. Then this disciple will take his leave. If you have any orders, just transmit a message through this token. Zhu Jun nodded, handing over a communication token. Then, as if receiving a treasure, he took the stack of papers filled with military strategies, bowed respectfully, and withdrew. When he left Yongla Palace, the expression on Zhu Jun's face was completely different from when he arrived, as if he were a changed man. Watching Chu Ling'er quickly fall asleep, Shang Wanyin quietly withdrew and went to the sword pavilion to report the matter of Zhu Jun's breakthrough and apprenticeship. After hearing the report, the Empress and Li Chunfeng and the others were at a loss between tears and laughter. Unexpectedly, Zhu Jun has also broken through. This is wonderful. Let them do as they please with Zhu Jun and Gu Yan's apprenticeship, as long as Ling'er is happy. The Empress waved her hand. Shang Wanyin nodded, then flashed back to Yongla Palace to guard Chu Ling'er's safety. Meanwhile, the newly promoted Zhu Jun, brimming with pride, strode toward the Ministry of War. He was ready to show off in front of his subordinates at the Ministry of War. If leveling up wasn't for showing off, it was meaningless. Yo, old scholar Gu still here. At the entrance of the Ministry of War, before stepping inside, Zhu Jun encountered Gu Yanwu once again. Gu Yanwu pointed to the 1,000+ elite soldiers of Xian rank and above behind him and smiled. I've just selected my troops and am about to set off on business. Edge, you're in a good mood today. Any good news? Hearing this, Zhu Jun immediately broke into a smug grin. How did you know I've broken through? Heaven rank. By the mother of all things, how did you break through? Sensing the other's aura, Gu Yanwu was astonished. He knew how long Zhu Jun had been stuck at the earth rank. He never expected a breakthrough. Zhu Jun did not hide the truth, revealing everything about his breakthrough and apprenticeship. After hearing it, Gu Yanwu was stunned. So, you're as awesome as me, both now heaven rank. And both guided to breakthrough by the master. Exactly right. You've lost an ant, and I've lost an ant. Zhu Jun deliberately flaunted his newly learned phrase, waiting for Gu Yanwu to look at him with confusion, so he could explain with utmost swagger, mock him, and then stride away triumphantly. But things didn't go as planned. After hearing this, Gu Yanwu's face darkened, as if it could drip water. I sincerely congratulate you, and you curse me for losing an ant. Today one of us must fall. I'm no longer that scholarly man who only talks. Before I would only move my mouth, never my hands, but now. Today I'll show you what it means to convince with virtue. What it means to be obedient at 60. If I don't slap you 60 times, my anger won't be quelled. With that, a brick slammed straight onto Zhu Jun's head. Zhu Jun felt a dizzy spell, and then Gu Yanwu struck left and right. At the entrance of the Ministry of War, only the sound of slaps echoed. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The Medicine God Valley's efficiency was remarkably high, swiftly exchanging the relief supplies. When Lu Bing and Du Ruhui returned with the provisions, Gu Yanwu and his group stored the supplies within spatial rings and set off directly for the major disaster-stricken regions. That morning within the court, the Prince of Jinbei, the Minister of Personnel, and the Imperial Censor all wore sardonic expressions as they awaited the Empress' arrival. Your Highness, one began. According to our investigations these past few days, His Majesty has made no significant moves. It seems she is at her wit's end. Your Highness' great endeavor is nearly complete. After today, the throne of the Empress may need to shift. Your subordinate humbly congratulates Your Highness on your impending ascension. Faced with the sycophantic flattery of his lackeys, the Prince of Jinbei curled his lips in disdain. That wretched woman. How can she contend with me? Relying on that old fossil Li Chunfeng. What is he but a nobody? Though my martial prowess may not match hers, the forces backing me are leagues beyond her reach. Your subordinate humbly congratulates Your Highness on your impending ascension. Faced with the sycophantic flattery of his lackeys, the Prince of Jinbei curled his lips. All were shrewd individuals naturally recognizing that the Prince of Zhenbai's capabilities were inferior to the Empress. For all his bluster, he was ultimately nothing more than an overindulged heaven-rank scion propped up by heavenly treasures. But one could not deny his formidable mother and his powerful background. The world bustles with activity, all for profit. The world clamors and hustles, all for gain. As members of noble families, they saw things clearly. As long as benefits flowed their way, whom they served mattered little. Any emperor would do. Hence they must curry favor when needed. Keep the man pleased and rewards would naturally follow. Indeed. Your Highness is valiant and brilliant with grand designs. How could a mere woman compare? Well said. When the current empress ascended, I was utterly opposed, but the late emperor insisted. We were powerless. In truth, our hearts have but one master, and that is your Highness. Hearing their words, the Prince of Zhenbai was immensely satisfied. Just then a eunuch's loud proclamation startled everyone back to their seats. His Majesty arrives. As the words fell, Liu Qingxue, majestic and aloof in her imperial robe, flanked by Shangwan Yan's protection, seated herself grandly upon the dragon throne. The court is in session. Long live His Majesty, long live, long live. The officials bowed and hailed in unison. Liu Qingxue's face remained impassive. These men hailed her with cries of long live, yet many secretly wished for her demise. If my beloved ministers have matters to report, let them speak. If not, this court is adjourned. Your Majesty, your subject has a memorial to present. Imperial Censor Qin Hui stepped forward once more, bowing, and continued at the Empress nod. Your Majesty, may I ask if you have found a solution to the disaster relief matter I submitted 3 days ago? The calamity weighs heavier than the heavens. Your Majesty cannot ignore the suffering of those refugees. Such an action is not the way of an enlightened ruler. Even her own Minister of War and his subordinates stood with eyes closed and hands folded, utterly composed. Seeing this, many officials of the Prince of Zhenbai's faction, they relentlessly pressured Liu Qingxue. Facing their aggressive onslaught, the Empress listened with a blank expression, offering no reply. Even her own Minister of War and his subordinates stood with eyes closed and hands folded, utterly composed. Seeing this, many officials of the Prince of Zhenbai's faction frowned, and Liu Ji himself was displeased. This was not the outcome he desired. In his mind, the Empress, today confronted by their collective pressure, should have been panicked and helpless, ultimately begging them for a few more days. But why was she so calm? Could she be shamelessly giving up all hope? The Prince of Zhenbai cleared his throat and stepped forward with an air of enigmatic confidence. His gaze fixed on Liu Qingxue with amusement, he demanded loudly, Your Majesty, should you not offer an explanation to all? The late emperor entrusted you with the throne not for you to act willfully. If your Majesty's virtue is unworthy of the position, it will be hard to command respect. We will never stand idly by while the people suffer in dire straits. Moreover, 3 days ago your Majesty personally vowed to resolve the disaster zones. An emperor's word is law. Hearing Liu Ji's provocative words, the Empress slowly opened her eyes, fixing him with an icy stare. I need not explain my actions to anyone. How have I acted willfully? The disaster zones require no concern or interference from you. I have already dispatched people with supplies. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Do you think I would trifle with the people's lives? You need only await good news. The Empress' words, brimming with conviction, caused everyone's expressions to shift. The imperial censor and the Minister of Revenue exchanged glances. Seeing the Empress' confidence, the Prince of Zhenbai furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Was the treasury not empty? The Ministry of Revenue had no funds. Where did your Majesty obtain supplies for disaster relief? And when did your Majesty dispatch anyone? Why are we unaware? A hint of scorn curled on the Empress' lips. I have my means of procuring supplies. Must I report to you, Prince of Zhenbai, on every matter? You are not so important. Seeing their confrontational stance, the officials fell silent, trembling. Fearing being caught in the crossfire, even leading officials like Qin Hui, Yin Song, and Hushan dared not speak. You? The Prince of Zhenbai, Liu Ji, was livid at Liu Qingxue's firm attitude. His gaze shifted angrily to Hushan, as if demanding an explanation for the supplies. Hushan spread his hands with an innocent expression, returning the look. Your Highness, didn't all the Ministry of Revenue's funds end up in your pockets? Where would I get anything to give her? I am wronged. Could it be that those old fossils pooled their resources? Liu Ji took a deep breath to suppress his rage, realizing the point his subordinate had raised. Liu Ji's hands clenched into fists in fury, wishing he could tear Li Chunfeng and his ilk apart. He, your Majesty, is indeed resourceful. But will your supplies suffice for relief and reconstruction? That is no concern of yours, Prince of Zhenbai. I have my ways. Furthermore, I have a major matter to address today. As she spoke, Liu Qingxue's already cold countenance grew even more severe. Guards, arrest the Minister of Revenue, Hushan. At her command, Commander Liu Bing rushed in with 2 the 3 wielding soul-binding ropes bound Hushan like a trussed dumpling with lightning speed. This sudden turn of events startled everyone, leaving them bewildered. When the Minister of Personnel, the Minister of Justice, and the Imperial Censor attempted to intervene, the fearless Prince of Jinbei stopped them. The Prince of Jinbei spoke with amusement, his voice low. No matter. With me here, let's see what she intends to do today. Making an example of someone. Can she succeed? The men exchanged glances and stepped aside. Liu Bing kicked Hushin behind the knee, forcing him to kneel, his face contorted with rage as he stared at the Empress. Your Majesty, why have you bound your subject? Hushin, do you confess your crimes? May I ask your Majesty, what crime have I committed? I have served 2 dynasties with utmost diligence, devoting my youth to the Bingling nation. I am innocent. Hushin looked up at the Prince of Jinbei and replied with confidence. The Empress sneered disdainfully. Must I spell it out? Commander Liu, since Lord he refuses to confess, you shall pronounce his sentence. As you command, your Majesty. Liu Bing clasped his hands, produced a small booklet from his bosom, and stood before the Empress facing the assembly with murderous intent, as he declared. According to a comprehensive investigation by the Imperial Guard 20 years ago, while serving as a provincial governor minister of revenue, Hushin abused his power to embezzle 5 euro taels of military funds, leading to defeat and the loss of the southern frontier. 15 years ago, after being promoted to governor of Suzhou, he embezzled 1 million taels of silver from disaster relief funds, resulting in the starvation of over 7 individual people in Suzhou. 14 years ago, 10 years ago, after becoming minister, he successively embezzled a total of 7 million taels in illicit funds, and 3 years ago, he transferred all tax revenues from the Ministry of Revenue. These are 72 charges with irrefutable evidence. Lord he, do you have anything to say? Liu Bing's expression was blank like a mask, as if he were an emotionless machine. After hearing the pronouncement, Hushin felt a chill run through his body, his face turning ashen. Half a second later, he raised his head and bellowed furiously at Liu Bing, as if grievously wronged. Nonsense. I, Hushin, have lived an upright life, though I have never done such things. Liu Bing, I warn you, do not fabricate evidence against me or the prince, and I will not forgive you. As he spoke, the Prince of Jinbei turned his gaze upon Liu Bing, his eyes sharp as blades stinging Liu Bing's. I advise you to think carefully. I am not someone a mere imperial guard like you can trifle with. Furthermore, I despise fabricators, but appreciate those who know when to yield. The Prince of Jinbei's words were laced with undisguised threat and recruitment. Yet Liu Bing remained unfazed. You won't confess. Do you think your deeds were airtight? Murder will out. Bring in the Vice Minister of Revenue, Liu Biao. At Liu Bing's command, a middle-aged man soon entered from outside, smoothed his robes, and knelt reverently. Your subject, Vice Minister of Revenue Liu Biao, pays homage to your Majesty. Seeing the newcomer, Heshin's face turned ashen. The person who suddenly appeared before him was none other than Heshin's deputy, the second-in-command of the Ministry of Revenue, and a man with whom he shared a close bond. Every corrupt and lawless act had this man's involvement. In that moment, Hushin suddenly understood why Liu Bing had managed to uncover his criminal evidence. Liu Biao, I treated you well. Why did you betray me? Do you think betraying me will grant you a peaceful end? Don't forget you had a hand in everything I did. Heshin's eyes were bloodshot, his expression ferocious, as if he wanted to devour someone, making him look utterly terrifying. Liu Biao gave a cold laugh. Forgive me, Grand Secretary, but this official has always been His Majesty's subject. I eat the sovereign's grain and serve the sovereign's affairs. The reason I went along with your corrupt schemes was solely to gather evidence against you. As for those ill-gotten gains, this official has long since secretly handed them over to His Majesty. At these words, all strength seemed to drain from Heshin's body. He had considered this man a brother, never imagining that everything had already been meticulously arranged by that woman, just waiting to spring the trap. The civil and military officials in the court were also shocked, understanding that the Empress was sounding a warning. They glanced around warily, eyeing those beside them with suspicion. Their minds raced, pondering who among them might be a spy planted by the Empress, terrified of suffering the same fate as Hushin and being dragged down from power. Now, Grand Secretary, do you have any defense to offer? If not, then please accompany me to the Sword Pavilion. Seeing the irrefutable evidence of both witnesses and physical proof, Heshin panicked. Your Highness, save me. Hearing Heshin's plea for help, the Prince of Jinbei stepped forward, proudly meeting the Empress' gaze. This man was his loyal dog. How could he not save him? If he failed to save his dog today, the dog would leave him tomorrow. Moreover, he could clearly see that the Empress was using this as a means to assert her authority, specifically to curb the Prince of Jinbei's influence. Your Majesty, Grand Secretary, he is a veteran official of 2 reigns. Is it truly appropriate for you to take him away? Even if the Grand Secretary agrees, I do not, and the other ministers certainly do not. As soon as these words were spoken, the ministers loyal to him immediately stepped forward to echo his sentiment. Indeed, Your Majesty, please reconsider. Grand Secretary, he holds a crucial post. If he is executed, who will manage the vast Ministry of Revenue? Well said. The Ministry of Revenue oversees the nation's taxes and all expenditures. Even if Grand Secretary, he has no outstanding merit, he has certainly worked hard. Wouldn't such an action chill the hearts of your fellow officials? Listening to their clamor, Liu Qingxue slammed her hand on the dragon throne in fury. An icy, bone-piercing aura emanated from her, and she glared at them with murderous intent. What use is your disagreement? What do you think I cannot rule this realm? That I lack the power to execute a single guilty minister? The Emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom is I, not you, Prince of Jinbei. You are merely a prince. Oh, what right do you have to interfere in state affairs? Everything in the Ice Spirit Kingdom is decided by me. Heshin's guilt is proven by irrefutable evidence. If I do not execute him, what purpose does the law serve? Does the Ministry of Revenue cease to function without Heshin? Liu Bing, drag him out and execute him outside the palace right now. Anyone who dares to obstruct will be treated as an accomplice and killed as well. Liu Qingxue swept her dragon robe, her attitude unyielding. This display sent a chill through the hearts of the assembled officials. It had been a long time since they had seen the Empress so enraged. The last time she had lost her temper was shortly after her ascension, when she had killed 48 ministers in a single fit of fury. Their entire families had been implicated. Nearly half the court had been purged in a bloodbath. The blood had stained the streets of the entire capital city red. On that night, the stench of blood in the capital had soared straight to the heavens. But over the years, they had almost forgotten the Empress' iron-fisted methods. Seeing the Empress before them, her aura explosive, they recalled that brutal and bloody scene. For a moment, no one dared to speak, their eyes turning to the Prince of Jinbei. Liu Ji, feeling his pride wounded, his spoiled and arrogant nature instantly erupted in rage. He also unleashed his aura, striking Liu Bing back with a single palm, and stood before Heshin, confronting the Empress. Liu Qingxue, you wouldn't dare? If you kill Heshin, I swear I will tear a hole in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. You know that I have the strength behind me to do so. Witnessing this scene, the officials behind him grew excited. If the Empress backed down, it would mean the complete collapse of the authority she had built over many years. This would be a great advantage for them. However, unexpectedly, the Empress gave a playful smile. Oh, Prince of Jinbei, are you preparing to rebel? I wouldn't dare. I am merely safeguarding the safety of a veteran official of 2 reigns and preventing the collapse of the court. To kill a man for such a minor offense, who would ever be willing to serve the throne in the future? Take my advice, the waters here are too deep for you to handle. Liu Ji refused to yield an inch, pressing forward, relentlessly abandoning even the most basic respect for hierarchy by addressing the Empress by her name. Liu Qingxue snorted coldly. Since today was meant to assert her authority, weaken the Prince of Jinbei's power, and stabilize the court, how could she possibly back down? Her vast inner energy and imperial aura merged, condensing into a 5-clawed ice dragon that hovered above her head, ready to strike at any moment. Drag him out and behead him. Today I will see how you intend to tear a hole in the sky. Staring at the immensely powerful ice dragon, Liu Ji was forced back a step, glaring at the Empress with eyes wide with fury. Do you truly want to burn all bridges? Are you not afraid of the soul-suppressing sect behind me? Let me tell you plainly that old fossil Li Chunfeng is utterly incapable of blocking my sect's 3 great protectors. Not to mention that my soul-suppressing sect has a desolate tier ancestor who is about to emerge from seclusion. What do you have to fight me with? Liu Qingxue acted as if she hadn't heard, sweeping her dragon robe sleeve and ordering Liu Bing with murderous intent. Execute him. Liu Bing clasped his hands in salute, then escorted Heshin out of the great hall right in front of all the civil and military officials. As he passed the Prince of Jinbei, he muttered softly under his breath, Your Highness, this sky still belongs to His Majesty. Your reach is not that long. Liu Ji clenched his fists, feeling a profound sense of humiliation. He wanted to kill Liu Bing and Liu Qingxue, but realized he was no match for this woman. He could only swallow his rage. And Liu Qingxue was also unwilling to have a complete falling out now, as Li Chunfeng was still a step away from reaching the desolate tier. If she killed Liu Ji, his mother would undoubtedly retaliate recklessly, leading a massive force from the soul-suppressing sect to attack. They lacked the foundation to oppose the soul-suppressing sect and could not afford to start a war rashly. Otherwise, with her fiery temper, she would never tolerate Liu Ji's repeated acts of insurrection. Your Highness, save me, save me. I don't want to die, I don't. Heshin screamed in despair. Crack. After a dozen seconds, Liu Bing's blade fell, and Heshin's cries abruptly ceased. The officials in the Great Hall who belonged to the Prince of Jinbei's faction trembled in fear, feeling the grief of a fox mourning the death of a hare. Reporting to Your Majesty. The traitor Heshin has been executed. Here is his head, please inspect it. Throw it out to feed the dogs. Also take men to the He residence and execute the entire household. Liu Qingxue waved her hand, and Liu Bing immediately tossed the head away. After this was done, Liu Qingxue, accompanied by Shangwan Yin, walked step by step to the Prince of Jinbei. Seeing the look on his face, hating her yet unable to do anything about her, Liu Qingxue curled her lips into a slight smile. I am waiting for you to tear a hole in the sky. Don't think I don't know that the main forces of your soul-suppressing sect are temporarily unable to emerge. Furthermore, put away your petty tricks, or I will not hesitate to fight to the bitter end with you. From today onwards, the position of Minister of Revenue will be filled by Liu Biao. Court is adjourned. Having said this, Liu Qingxue, dragging her long dragon robe, disappeared from the great hall with proud steps. After the empress left, the prince of Jinbei could no longer contain himself and roared in fury. Arg! Damn it! I swear I will have my revenge, or I am not human. Back at the prince of Zhenbai's mansion, Liu Ji was beside himself with rage. Upon entering, he saw Miao Sanbu drinking wine and watching dancers perform, looking thoroughly content. Seeing this only made Liu Ji angrier. Get out. All of you get the hell out. Now, how can you be in the mood to watch them dance? The dancers were terrified and fled in panic. Miao Sanbu rolled his eyes, looking at him with disinterest. What's wrong? Got a screw loose? Or did your eagle get its wings clipped? I've been following you for so long, can I enjoy myself a little? Where's Bloodblade? Why is he nowhere to be seen? I can't stand it anymore. Tonight I'm going to fight that bitch to the death. Remembering the scenes in the court, Liu Ji's blood boiled with uncontrollable rage. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand where Liu Qingxue, who had always been tolerant, had suddenly found the courage to break with him. Miao Sanbu poured himself a glass of wine, drinking it leisurely as if it had nothing to do with him. Ever since he got that discarded woman Yang Muxue from you, he's been holed up in his room, practicing his thrusting techniques. He hasn't come out for 3 days. And let me tell you, that woman is quite something, still a virgin. Could it be that you're no good? Miao Sanbu's expression was full of mockery. Liu Ji felt as if his sore spot had been touched, and his fury flared up, ready to explode. Seeing this, Miao Sanbu quickly changed the subject. What planning to act tonight? I advise you to hold back. Your soul-suppressing sect is being watched and can't free up its forces for now. With just the few of us, the fish would die, but the net probably wouldn't even break. Liu Ji took a deep breath and recounted the day's events. What do you expect me to do? I can't swallow this and what's it to me? Who told you to be so clever and mess things up? Wouldn't it have been better to wait patiently for the soul-suppressing sect to send people and seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom in one fell swoop? Miao Sanbu sneered contemptuously. Liu Ji clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth down a cup of wine, and smashed the bowl. What do you know? If I can take the Ice Spirit Kingdom beforehand, the ancestor will surely think highly of me once he learns of it. With the ancestor's favor, would I still fear not breaking through to the desolate tier? You must understand. Our ancestor was already at the desolate tier 100 years ago. You can imagine how powerful he is. Miao Sanbu had little interest in these political schemes. He shrugged, picked up his wine, and strode away. Don't you have that strategist called Qinshin? Go discuss it with him. I'm off to the Spring Breeze Pavilion to listen to some music. Damn it. What good are you people? One of you only knows how to fool around with women, the other just coasts along listening to tunes. Damn it. After smashing a table to vent his anger, Liu Ji also went to Chengxin's room. My darling, tell me, how should I deal with that woman? Now that Hushin is dead, my authority has been greatly weakened, and my other lackeys are all scared for their own skins and won't dare act recklessly. Sigh. After learning all this, Qinshin, that effeminate man, covered his mouth and giggled. Hehehe. Your Highness, what's so difficult about this? Your servant has a plan that can cause the dynasty to collapse in an instant. If your Highness wishes, your servant can even make the Empress your personal concubine. Qinshin nestled in the Northern Pacification King's embrace. Neither felt any disgust. Instead, they found it immensely pleasurable. Oh, my dear, you have a way to dismantle the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Qinshin nodded. Indeed, your Highness. When have I ever deceived you? The Northern Pacification King stroked his chin, pondered for a few seconds, and slowly nodded. However, I have schemed for so many years just to seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom and become an emperor revered by all. If you dismantle it, what meaning would my actions hold? Think again. How can we make Liu Qingxue abdicate? Accomplish this, and I shall surely favor you tonight. How naughty, your Highness, don't be wicked, it's not even dark yet. Allow me to think carefully. Toppling the Empress without collapsing the Ice Spirit Kingdom. That's a delicate balance to strike. A trace of coyness flickered across Chengxin's effeminate face, a sight the Northern Pacification King found immensely gratifying, filling him with a sense of achievement. However, seeing that the other needed to think, the king withdrew his hand. Silence fell within the room. Qinshin took out maps of the various kingdoms and power distributions, continuously gesturing. A few minutes later, Qinshin raised his head. Your Highness, I have a plan. Is that so? Speak it for me. The Northern Pacification King was overjoyed. Qinshin did not speak immediately, but pouted and acted coquettishly. Your Highness, if the Empress is dealt with, could you grant her to me for a night? Hearing this, the Northern Pacification King's face instantly darkened, laced with killing intent. What, have you taken a liking to women? No, your Highness misunderstands. My heart belongs only to you. How could I fancy those disgusting creatures called women? I merely wish to humiliate her thoroughly. She is the lofty Empress, the foremost beauty of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Humiliating her would surely bring immense satisfaction. Your Highness, please grant me this wish. I will serve you well tonight. Do you not yet know my devotion to you? Seeing the Northern Pacification King's anger, Qinshin quickly employed his most cloying, cajoling tone. It soothed the king immensely. All right. I agree. But remember, you belong only to me. Dare to fancy a woman and don't blame me for being heartless. Now tell me your plan. I can't stomach today's affront. Thinking of Liu Qingxue's cold, proud, and peerlessly beautiful form, a lascivious glint flashed in Qingxun's eyes. He lightly licked his lips, utterly debauched, yet he dared not show it before the Northern Pacification King. Your Highness, see now that he shun is dead. Those ministers are terrified for their own safety. Whether the disaster relief succeeds or not, they are no longer a formidable force. To topple her with internal strength alone is nearly impossible. So, we need to seek external power. Hearing this, the Northern Pacification King frowned deeply, his eyes filled with doubt. External power? You mean? Exactly, we can ally with the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Metal Spirit Kingdom, both of which have grievances against the Empress. Use their strength to force her abdication. A smirk curled at the corner of Qingxun's mouth, his gaze turning utterly sinister and venomous. Hearing this plan, the Northern Pacification King immediately refused. Are you insane? Bringing those two kingdoms in is like seeking help from a tiger. It's courting disaster. I'd be left with nothing but bones. My conflict with that woman is ultimately an internal affair of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Inviting outsiders changes the very nature of it. Qingxun shook his head, speaking with the confidence of one holding all the cards. Your Highness is mistaken. If someone else were to cooperate with them, it would indeed be like seeking help from a tiger. But you are different. Don't forget you have the soul-suppressing sect behind you. With that banner unfurled, would they dare act rashly? Liu Ji pondered for a few seconds. That's true. With the behemoth that is the soul-suppressing sect, other empires would have to show some face. Furthermore, I've received word that my sect's ancestor Zhao Dezhu should be emerging from seclusion soon. With him around, I will certainly be protected. But as you say, if they gain no benefit, why would they bother to cooperate with me? Hearing this, Qingxun raised a finger as slender as a woman's and shook it slightly. He curled back into the Northern Pacification King's embrace. Of course there must be benefits. The world bustles for profit. Without gain, who would wade into troubled waters? Your Highness can promise those two kingdoms some territories and gold, silver, and jewels after the deed is done. That way, I believe they will be more than willing. With the Empress' power, can she resist the combined forces of two kingdoms? Then your Highness will have overthrown her while retaining most of the territory under your control, a win-win situation. If such a great merit is reported back to the soul-suppressing sect, wouldn't your mother's status rise even higher? Listening to Qingxun's eloquent persuasion, Liu Ji admitted he was swayed. Seizing the Ice Spirit Kingdom was a monumental achievement. The immense benefits an empire could bring to the sect were unimaginable. When the ancestor was pleased, he might not only make him emperor, but also elevate his mother's status within the sect. Most importantly, he might even have the chance to be personally mentored by the ancestor, perhaps even accepted as a direct disciple. With a desolate realm ancestor as his backing, where in the world could he not go? Even the emperors of the 5 kingdoms would have to show him some respect. The plan is good. I can exchange some barren lands for an entire empire. But how can we ensure that the people from the fire and metal kingdoms won't turn on us afterward? I don't want to invite a wolf into my home. Qingxun smiled faintly, snapped his fingers, and pointed to the sky. Your Highness, have you forgotten the martial oath? Hearing this, Liu Ji had a sudden epiphany, his eyes lighting up. Exactly. How could I be so blind? I forgot about the martial oath. As long as we sign the oath before cooperating, if they dare to betray me, the heavenly Tao will not spare them. My dear, you truly are my most trusted aide. On the other side, after executing Heishan, the Empress ordered the embroidered uniform guard and imperial guard to raid Heishan's mansion. That day, the vast He family was slaughtered to the last, blood flowing like a river. Even several streets away, the pungent stench of blood could be smelled. Over 2,000 heads from the He family were hung on the city walls as a warning. Seeing the evidence of crimes posted by the embroidered uniform guard, the common people cheered wildly, harboring deep hatred for corrupt officials. Without corrupt officials squeezing the people's wealth, the common folk would not suffer so bitterly. Additionally, the embroidered uniform guard had spread the news of the imperial court's disaster relief. Passerby, did you hear? His Majesty executed a high-ranking corrupt official today, the Minister of Revenue. Cannon fodder, be really? An official of such high rank could be killed? Ruffian, see, no kidding. Those embroidered uniform guards were fierce. I saw them charge into the He mansion and massacre the whole family. Over 2,000 people, not a single survivor. See, their heads are hanging right there. Bandit D, that's nothing. When the embroidered uniform guards stormed in, even the He family dog got a couple of slaps for barking, its head all swollen. News spread like wildfire among the neighbors. In a short time, the Empress' prestige among the people soared, earning the support of countless commoners. The embroidered uniform guard also hung like a sword over the heads of the officials, deterring them from acting rashly. Inside the sword pavilion, Liu Bing rushed in, looking exhausted. Your Majesty, the He family has been wiped out, not a single survivor. The total gold, silver, and jewels amount to 8 million taels of gold. The assets are at the Ministry of Revenue's entrance awaiting your majesty's inspection. Upon hearing this, everyone within the sword pavilion drew in a sharp breath of cold air. What? 8 million taels of gold. He embezzled that much. That could rival 3 years of the empire's tax revenue. Li Chunfeng was startled by the colossal fortune. A mere minister of revenue had stolen this much, with so many ministers in the court. The total embezzled goods when averaged out were simply unimaginable. The empress was also shaken inwardly. It seemed she would have to crack down on corrupt officials more often. This was a quick way to amass wealth while eliminating dissent. No matter. Commander Liu, you shall oversee the storage of the assets. Additionally, have Liu Biao procure grain supplies and continue sending them to the disaster-stricken areas. With Hessian's fortune, the national treasury has been substantially replenished. Liu Bing accepted the order and withdrew. After Li Chuanfeng, the empress, and the other experts had calmed their minds, they did not dwell further on the assets. There were far too many places in the empire requiring funds. The money wouldn't last long anyway. Compared to wealth, Liu Qingxue was more concerned about Li Chunfeng's cultivation level. By the way, Grand Preceptor, has your realm seen any progress? Today I have openly clashed with Liu Ji. Given his nature, he will not swallow his pride. I fear he might bring men from the soul suppression sect. Can we withstand that? Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng stroked his graying beard and smiled with an air of serene confidence. Rest assured, your majesty. Unless their desolate realm ancestor Zhao Daiju emerges from seclusion, the soul suppression sect lacks the power to meddle in our ice spirit kingdom. With those 3 heaven realm pinnacle protectors, I am confident I can contend with them. Furthermore, I am already at the half-step desolate realm. I need but a single opportunity to break through. When that time comes, no matter how many they send, I will slay them all. And your majesty can take advantage of the few decades I have left to rapidly break through to the desolate realm. With the aid of imperial qi and your own talent, I believe you will achieve it soon. Li Chunfeng cast a profound glance at Liu Qingxue. He had to admit her talent was exceptional. She possessed the innate ice soul physique. She could absorb cold energy to aid her cultivation, a physique seen only once in a century. Having yet to reach 30, she had already attained the heaven realm mid-stage, a truly remarkable pace. However, that once vaunted talent had now been surpassed by that little girl Ling'er. By the way, your majesty, how has Ling'er fared during my days in seclusion? Ling'er has been very diligent. After waking each day, she goes to the hunting grounds to slay small animals. She has already advanced to a 5th-rank martial artist. I had Wei Zhongxian mix some spirit beasts among them for Ling'er to train against. Speaking of Chu Ling'er, a warmth and deep satisfaction along with boundless affection spread across Liu Qingxue's face. Li Chunfeng nodded. Spirit beasts. Can Ling'er handle them? Is there any danger? No. Wei Zhongxian is watching over her, and Xiao Yan stays by her side every step of the way, constantly vigilant of Ling'er's safety. I also had the Imperial Guard surround the hunting grounds. It is very secure. Her martial training is no issue, but in terms of literature, this girl has truly given me a headache. Alas, Liu Qingxue sighed, her face filled with distress. As a mother, even an adoptive one, she wanted her child to read and learn more. But unfortunately, there was no one around who could teach an 80-year-old girl. Seeing her helpless expression, Li Chunfeng burst into laughter. If she can't learn, then let it be. When I have time, this old servant will teach Ling'er swordsmanship. Seeing her helpless expression, Li Chunfeng burst into laughter. If she can't learn, then let it be. Alas, I wonder how that girl is faring now. If the circumstances back then had been suitable to bring her back, perhaps she too could be living happily now. Your majesty would not have to suffer so much longing. When speaking of Liu Qingxue's biological daughter, Li Chunfeng's face showed a hint of helplessness and guilt. To uphold the greater good back, then he had no choice but to tear apart the couple and bring the newly delivered empress back to claim the throne. In the end, he had caused her 8 years of separation from her daughter and husband, forcibly breaking apart a family. Liu Qingxue also sighed once again, pulling the ginkgo leaf from her bosom. I wonder, how is my husband faring? Surely he misses me too, suffering the same pangs of longing. Though my daughter lives an ordinary life with her father, with his considerate nature, he will surely take good care of her. Once I have stabilized the situation, I will definitely bring him to the capital. Then, no one will stop our family from reuniting. Gazing at the empress' resolute eyes, Li Chuanfeng, who had always opposed this, remained silent. Meanwhile, Chu Mo was not suffering the pangs of longing as Liu Qingxue imagined. Instead, he was living quite a fulfilling life. Heave-a-ho, heave-a-ho. In the yard before the cabin halfway up the mountain, a blazing iron furnace had been added. Drenched in sweat, Chu Mo was vigorously swinging a hammer, relentlessly striking a glowing red sword blank before him. The yard echoed with the clanging sounds. Damn it. You rotten system, what kind of garbage have you given me from these check-ins these past few days? A robe, a granary of rice, and some lousy blacksmithing technique. I'm a cultivator now, a top-tier 6th rank master, and you give me a blacksmithing skill. What use is that? And worst of all, This damn thing is so troublesome. In these past few days, Chu Mo's luck had been abysmal. Forget celestial maidservants, he hadn't drawn any cool, flashy treasures at all. He was so furious he couldn't even enjoy his meals. He even began to wonder if his bad luck was because he hadn't released before checking in. However, the only consolation was that he could still use these worthless items. He wasn't restricted to only Chu Ling'er being able to use system items. Of course, the precious skills and treasures were still beyond his reach. So as the host, he was practically adopted. Correction, it's a winter-warm summer-cool now-ash cyan robe non-GMO rice, and the supreme blacksmithing technique. Please don't lower the system's prestige. Also, luck is a fickle mistress. An unlucky soul should accept their fate. Actually, the system is doing this for your own good to improve your quality of life. Think about it. You're stuck in the mountains and can't leave. You'll need pots, pans, knives, hatchets, and the like. With the blacksmithing technique, you can make them yourself. Isn't self-sufficiency great? The system taunted him with a hint of mockery. Enraged, Chu Mo flung down the hammer and immediately sat on a tree stump, massaging his aching hands. Damn it, you have no damn prestige. How dare you claim you're doing this for my good? Don't your circuit boards ache when you lie through your teeth? Using your lousy blacksmithing technique to forge a knife means I have to swing this hammer 10,000 times just to make one kitchen knife. This is ridiculous. I'd be better off going down the mountain to buy one. It's way more convenient. Trapped in the mountains, Chu Mo often felt quite lonely. Aside from occasionally meeting a woodcutter or hunter, the mountains were nearly deserted, so bickering with the system every day became his only pastime. After all, going too long without speaking would make a person dull and depressed. Keep going. Keep trying. Host has already hammered 9,999 times. Just one more strike and your first masterpiece, a divine blade, will be born. What are you yapping about? You've been feeding me a bunch of motivational nonsense. It's just a lousy kitchen knife. Do you think it's a legendary divine weapon? Even if I hammer it 20,000 times, it'll still just be a kitchen knife. It can never become a dragon-slaying saber. With that, Chu Mo stood up, grabbed the hammer again, and rather disdainfully completed the 10th strike. After finishing, he stared intently at the blade before him, curious to see just how impressive the supreme blacksmithing technique, which the system had boasted about so extravagantly, truly was. But after more than 10 minutes, Chu Mo saw no extraordinary phenomenon. He lost all hope in this so-called supreme blacksmithing technique. While utterly unremarkable, case closed. Damn it, I knew it was just scamming me. If my old kitchen knife hadn't snapped while smashing garlic, who would have bothered hammering 10,000 times to make a new one? Screw this. Go cool your heels somewhere else. I'm going to cook. Chu Mo casually tossed the glowing red kitchen knife into a shady spot in the yard to let it cool and temper. Meanwhile, he rubbed his wrist, grabbed a large bowl, and headed toward the granary. Just ran out of my old rice. Today I'll try this garbage rice your system gave me and see how it tastes. The granary door slammed shut. What Chu Mo didn't know was that the moment he stepped inside, the plain, unremarkable kitchen knife lying on the ground suddenly erupted with a dazzling pillar of light shooting straight into the sky. At the same time, above the sky of Gala Mountain, a middle-aged man with an immortal aura lay on a cloud, drinking wine with a worried expression, muttering complaints. Alas! So hard. So hard. Breaking through to the desolate realm late stage is harder than reaching the heavens. Could it be that I, Zhao Dezhu, am destined to remain stuck at the desolate realm midstage for life? I clearly divined before leaving that today would bring an opportunity. But I've searched all day, and where the hell is this opportunity? As his words fell, a pillar of light suddenly appeared. With a whoosh, it pierced through the cloud beneath him, shooting straight from between his legs into the heavens. This sudden turn of events startled the middle-aged man. He quickly rose from the white cloud, glanced down at his crotch, and upon seeing that his prized possession was still intact, let out a sigh of relief. Damn it! Which bastard attacked me? Have they no decency? There are rules to fighting. Hit the face, not the family jewels. I almost lost everything. The middle-aged man couldn't help but curse. Even with his cultivation level, having that beam of light graze his vital area made him break out in a cold sweat. Taking a deep breath to suppress his fury, the middle-aged man lifted his head and finally noticed the fleeting beam of light. When he clearly saw it, his heart gave a violent lurch as if it had stopped for a few seconds, and his mind was shaken to its core. Hiss! This is a divine artifact emerging in the world. Isn't this the opportunity one need to break through? I, Zhao Dezhu, am truly a genius. I knew that secluded cultivation in the sect was useless. I had to come out and roam. Zhao Dezhu stood up, patted his backside, and slowly descended from the clouds, following the direction where the beam of light had dissipated. Before long, he landed above Gala Mountain. With sharp eyes, he scanned the mountaintop several times like an eagle, and his brow gradually furrowed. The light clearly originated from this mountain, yet why can't I find it or sense it? What kind of divine artifact is this? I must find it quickly. Delays could lead to trouble. If some old monsters come to compete, things will get difficult. Zhao Dezhu flew over the mountaintop a few more times until something on the mountain caught his attention. He noticed a small hut halfway up the mountain and the ginkgo tree beside it. This mountain is so desolate and rarely visited. Who would have thought someone lives here? Living on this mountain year-round, they must be intimately familiar with the area. I could go down and ask the owner if there's anything unusual about the mountain. If I find that divine artifact today, I wouldn't mind granting you a stroke of fortune. After some deliberation, Zhao Dezhu descended and landed outside the small courtyard. Just as he was about to step into the yard, a door inside suddenly opened. A young man appearing to be 27 or 28 walked out of the house muttering curses under his breath. Damn it. This cheap rice you gave me was a nightmare to wash. It took over 10 basins of water to get clean. But the grains are pretty plump though. Oh right, I haven't checked in today yet. Click to sign in. Host, with luck as poor as yours, are you sure you don't want to wait a few more days to stack multiple chances for a better item? The system asked teasingly. Chu Mo shrugged. I just wash my hands with rice water. I'm bound to get something good. Come on, I'm ready. Seeing Chu Mo insist on signing in, the system obediently spun the wheel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received a disobedient husky usable by host. Please check your rewards. The system was becoming more and more human-like, adding usable by host to worthless items as a courtesy. Still, Chu Mo was quite satisfied with the reward. Huskies were a fascinating species. In his past life, he had always wanted one, but huskies were notorious for their demolition projects at the slightest provocation. His family had been too poor to handle the havoc, so he never dared to get one. In this life, it didn't matter. His home was just a few broken planks and some water vats. Let it tear them apart. Having a lively pet would help alleviate loneliness. Walking the dog now and then seemed nice. But soon Chu Mo's brow furrowed. He found no item reward in the system's inventory. Where is it? Did you embezzle it? Living creatures cannot be stored in the system space. The dog is nearby. Please find it yourself. Chu Mo nodded and strode out of the yard. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu, perched on a large tree outside the courtyard, furrowed his brow slightly. A 6th-rank martial artist. A true martial artist, yet instead of striving for improvement, he chooses seclusion. And this man seems a bit unhinged, muttering to himself for so long. Well, none of my business. Once I ask him about the mountain, I'll toss him a little something. Zhao Dezhu was about to jump down and ask Chu Mo about any anomalies on the mountain. Just then Zhao Dezhu sensed something and halted his movement. He turned his gaze toward the forest, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Holding his breath and focusing his senses, Zhao Dezhu's expression grew increasingly grave. This is the aura of a northern plains ice wolf, and its strength is considerable. A half-step demon king. Hiss. How did a northern plains ice wolf end up here? Aren't these creatures found in the far north of the continent? Could it be attracted by the divine artifact as well? Zhao Dezhu's brow tightened. A demon king was roughly equivalent to a human desolate realm expert, a major power in the spirit beast world. At the same level, without divine weapons, humans were no match for demonic or spirit beasts. However, Zhao Dezhu was not worried. He had the confidence to deal with the approaching northern plains ice wolf. Head demon beasts are ruthless, especially wolves. It seems the owner of this courtyard is in danger, but I still need information from him. He'll save him as payment for the information. Zhao Dezhu remained hidden in the tree, quietly awaiting the northern plains ice wolf's arrival. A few minutes later, a large wolf, half a man's height, with black and white fur, came bounding toward the courtyard, tongue lolling. Its bright blue eyes gleamed with intelligence. The black and white fur on its forehead resembled 3 flames burning brightly, giving the wolf an imposing and majestic appearance. It ran like the wind. Its aura was both domineering and untamed. A divine artifact. The scent of a divine artifact. I've roamed the continent for so long, always leaving empty-handed from those ruins. I never thought I'd encounter a divine artifact here. I must obtain it and break through to the Demon King realm. Once I break through, I'll return to seize power and beat my father black and blue. A woo. As a dog. No, as a wolf, its sense of smell and perception were extremely keen. The northern plains ice wolf was certain the divine artifact was in this courtyard. The closer it got to the yard, the stronger the scent of the divine artifact in the air became. Its blue eyes burned with excitement and fervor. Chu Mo, who was at the yard entrance looking around for the dog, naturally noticed the change. Through his true sight, he saw a wolf with half-step desolate realm strength charging at him. Instead of fear, he felt joy. Damn, a husky. A purebred with 3 flames. Just look at that intelligent, foolish look in its eyes, no doubt about it. What a beast. Big and strong with impressive strength too. Chu Mo wasn't afraid of this powerful husky. In his mind, it was summoned by the system. Would it bite him to death? Since when did system-granted items harm their hosts? Who's the boss here? Seeing the excitement in the silly dog's eyes, it was clearly overjoyed to meet its new master. Chu Mo blocked the yard entrance, spreading his arms with a warm smile, waiting for the dog to leap into his embrace for a heartwarming reunion in this other world. The Northern Plains ice wolf charging toward him saw a mere 6th-rank martial artist daring to block its path with open arms. It was so furious that steam practically rose from its head. How dare you? You dare to stop me, the prince, from claiming the divine artifact. You're asking for death. Since you have no eyes, I'll tear you apart. The Northern Ice Wolf roared within. It felt deeply insulted. When did a 6th-grade warrior dare to block the path of a royal from the demon clan? This person is not worth mourning. To ensure the gruesome demise of this obstructing warrior, the Ice Wolf summoned all its strength. The 3 flames on its forehead flickered with brilliance, a unique racial skill of the Ice Wolf clan. Wolf Fong Wind Punch. As the light flickered, a remarkably solid aura enveloped the Ice Wolf. Its body suddenly stood upright, while its hind legs galloped like a human, and its forelegs churned as if powered by an engine. Looking at the grinning human before it, the Ice Wolf bared its fangs, grinning grotesquely. It was as if it envisioned the scene of an ant being crushed into a mist of blood. Zhao Dezuzu, perched on a tree, shook his head with sympathy. The Wolf Fong Wind Punch. Reputed to be the fastest offensive skill in the beast realm with hundreds of strikes in a second. Even I must be cautious, let alone this little weakling. The Northern Ice Wolf is indeed, as rumored, not only fierce, but also uses all its strength against every opponent. Is it possible that the Ice Wolf is charging into the courtyard because it has discovered a treasure? Right here in this courtyard? In that case, I should go out and intercept it. Zhao Dezuzu smirked, realizing a lot in that instant. Instead of searching the mountains, it would be better to intercept this Ice Wolf. Just as he prepared to save the poor 6th-grade warrior and seize the treasure, a shocking scene made him fall from the tree. You stupid dog, do you think of me as your little brother? Watch me not beat you to death. Take this lightning 5 whip. Seeing the dog rushing faster and even baring its teeth at him, Chu Mo became furious. The disobedient dog given by the system was indeed too unruly, even wanting to bite its own master. No wonder the system labeled it as disobedient. However, it is a natural right for a master to discipline their dog. It seems necessary to give it a lesson to make it clear. Chu Mo, mimicking the techniques of the martial arts master Ma from a certain country, twitched and struck at the crazed dog. The Ice Wolf charged over, as well, both man and dog frantically clawing at each other, exchanging blows. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Dezuzu was dumbfounded. A man-dog duel. At that moment, a powerful inner force suddenly erupted from Chu Mo, enveloped in an overwhelming sense of pressure. The battling Ice Wolf's expression changed dramatically. What the hell? What's going on? With a tremendous impact, it was sent flying several meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It crashed heavily against a tree, causing it to break. The immense shock also rendered the Ice Wolf unconscious. In its last moment of consciousness, it couldn't comprehend how this 6th-grade weakling could fight it for 300 rounds and end up defeating it. The Ice Wolf fell to the ground, its eyes rolled back, tongue hanging out, appearing comically foolish. Chu Mo clapped his hands in satisfaction. As a master, he should have absolute dominance over his dog. No matter how strong it was still his dog. Watching the Northern Ice Wolf being effortlessly blasted away, Zhao Dezuzu felt a tremendous shock within. His entire body tensed up uncontrollably. Heavens, that was actually the power of laws. How could a 6th-grade warrior possess such laws? Moreover, it was so dense, almost solid. He couldn't be a 6th-grade warrior, could he? Zhao Dezuzu clenched his fist involuntarily. This was the power of laws. Only those above the flood stage could barely touch them. As a mid-level flood stage, he didn't even qualify to come into contact with it. Yet this 6th-grade warrior erupted with such power effortlessly. If he hadn't seen the laws in his master before, he might have missed the fleeting essence of the law. Zhao Dezuzu was stunned. A 6th-grade warrior could master laws. What does that make me? Wait. He could kill this Northern Ice Wolf with a random strike, indicating that he was not a mere 6th-grade warrior. This must be an extraordinary recluse, an unparalleled master. His strength was surely above the flood stage, no. Perhaps even beyond the cosmic stage. I once thought myself invincible, yet I never expected such a fierce person to exist. Which sex answer? Indeed, my master was right. Great hermits hide in the mountains, and some powerful beings with unusual minds prefer to live ordinary lives, enjoying the guise of a pig to eat a tiger. Clearly a super powerhouse, yet pretending to be a 6th-grade newbie. Ugh, truly shameless. Especially the martial arts techniques called Lightning 5 Whips and Transformation Strike, which appeared chaotic, but could counter the Wolf Fong Wind Punch. Their grade was surely not inferior to the Ice Wolf clan's ultimate skills. This truly is a master of a generation. Faced with such a strong opponent, Zhao Dezuzu didn't know whether to stay or leave. The other party resided here, and now a treasure appeared in this mountain. It seemed he had come here for nothing. Sigh. But if he didn't see that treasure, he felt he wouldn't be able to sleep well tonight. After pondering for a few seconds, Zhao Dezuzu patted his robe and cautiously walked out, wearing a somewhat flattering smile. Senior, your strength is remarkable. You could easily handle this Northern Ice Wolf with a single palm. I am deeply impressed. Upon hearing someone greet him, Chu Mo turned around to assess the other person. His heart also trembled. What the hell, mid-level flood stage? How did such an overlord come to my place? Would he be jealous of my handsomeness and then strike me down? What should I do to win him over? In waiting online, it's urgent. With the eye of truth present, Zhao Dezuzu's strength couldn't hide from him. The dog given by the system, while a half-step flood stage, was still quite fierce, but at least it wouldn't harm its master. However, this expert before him was not given by the system. He felt no confidence at all. Hehe. Senior. Before he could finish calling out the word senior, a flash of inspiration struck Chu Mo's mind, as if he understood something. This guy possesses such immense strength, yet calls me a 6th grade warrior senior and praises my mediocre skills. Is he playing with me? If he truly wanted to mess with me, what should I do? Should I just accept it? Sigh. There's nothing I can do. Who told him to be stronger? Life is like being strong. If I can't resist, I can only cooperate well. Chu Mo's moral bottom line was incredibly flexible. He could take it up or let it go. Who told him he was inferior to others? Cough. You're too kind. It's a trivial matter, just a dog. If I wanted to beat it, it would be easy. As guests, since we meet, let us go to my home and sit a while. Chu Mo called out, dragging the dog by its leg, as if hauling trash into the house. The dog's head dragged over the threshold, making a thumping sound. Since this dog was already so foolish, it wouldn't get any more foolish. Seeing that the other party really didn't make a move, Chu Mo let out a long sigh of relief. Outside the courtyard, Zhao Dezuzu also breathed a sigh of relief. He never expected this powerful individual would be so easy to get along with. Indeed, experts of this level had returned to simplicity and would not easily lose their temper. Since Senior has generously invited me, I shall not decline. It's a perfect opportunity to seek advice from Senior regarding some cultivation issues. Zhao Dezuzu did not dare to refuse, respectfully cupping his hands, and followed Chu Mo into the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, he was captivated by the plaque on the door. The plaque was not extravagant, even appearing somewhat shabby, yet it was engraved with a single large character. Home. When Zhao Dezuzu's gaze fell upon this character, home, his body trembled uncontrollably. A powerful force of laws surged towards him like a giant python. In that moment, Zhao Dezuzu felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Dezuzu was knocked back several steps, shouting in astonishment. What the hell? Could it actually unleash the laws? Zhao Dezuzu steadied himself, patting his chest with lingering fear. Ignoring the cold sweat on his back, he closed his eyes and carefully contemplated the law force he had just experienced. If he could grasp even a fraction of it, advancing to the Hong level in the future would be far easier. This was a tremendous opportunity. Yet after a few seconds of contemplation, he found himself still unable to seize that elusive, mysterious sensation. When he opened his eyes to take another look, he saw that the character home had returned to its plain and unadorned state, devoid of any trace of law force. Incredible. Even a plaque can emanate such powerful law force, overwhelming me to the point of helplessness. And I, who could roam the world unchallenged today, bested by a mere plaque. It seems I have underestimated this senior. He is likely beyond the Zhou level, at least at the mid-Zhou stage. Zhao Dezuzu sighed, uncertain whether encountering such a reclusive powerhouse was a blessing or a curse. Just as he was about to cast a divination to discern his fortune, Chu Mo's voice rang out. Hey, what are you standing there for? Don't be shy, come on in and sit. It's rare to have a living soul to chat with. There's a stool in the yard. Take a seat while I tie up the dog. Chu Mo called out warmly. With that, he fetched a rope from inside the house, whistling nonchalantly as he slipped it around the neck of the northern ice wolf. The other end of the rope was fastened to a stone pier to prevent the beast from escaping when it awoke. After all, this wild creature needed to be leashed for a while to tame it. If it couldn't be tamed, then it would have to be cooked. At this sight, Zhao Dezuzu's mouth twitched. A dog. This was a half-step wilderness-level ice wolf, a top-tier powerhouse in the mortal world. Would a stone pier really hold it? Even a boulder weighing 10,000 jin could be shattered effortlessly by such a beast. Yet recalling the senior's strength, Zhao Dezuzu found it reasonable. What difference did the tether make? Could this half-step wilderness-level creature escape his grasp? It was merely a formality. This senior, it seemed, cherished a sense of ritual in life. Give life a thumbs up. Taking advantage of Chu Mo's distraction, Zhao Dezuzu stealthily pulled out a sound transmission stone, leaned close to the ice wolf, and snapped a selfie with a grin and a thumbs up. He planned to boast to his disciples about how he had single-handedly defeated a ferocious beast. After the photo, Zhao Dezuzu's expression reversed. Stealthily pulled out a sound transmission stone, leaned close to the ice wolf, and snapped a... By the way, senior, I've heard the Northern Ice Wolf clan is extremely powerful. A super clan in the northern region, with even a Zhou-level ancestor still alive. Senior, aren't you afraid of their revenge? Zhao Dezuzu offered a reminder out of goodwill. Chu Mo blinked in surprise. This husky had such a grand name. Northern Ice Wolf. Was that the husky's name in this other world? In his past life, the husky was originally a Siberian husky, so northern made some sense. And this creature did look rather wolf-like. The name Northern Ice Wolf certainly sounded more imposing. In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Chu Mo's mind. This expert, though fond of showing off, was a decent person at heart. Not only was he humble, but he even worried that the husky might wreck the house. Oh, no worries. I know the northern ice wolf, full of energy and loves tearing things apart. So Senior knows its origins. Then I was being presumptuous. Since Senior dares to keep it this way, you must have the strength to match. Zhao Dezhu nodded his heart, easing slightly. Such a formidable recluse must have traveled the continent before retiring. How could he not recognize the northern ice wolf, a dominant clan in the north? Chu Mo smiled lightly, a hint of longing in his eyes. Of course I know. Its equals are the Samoyed and the Alaskan, those two silly dogs. If I get the chance, I'll gather all three breeds and raise them together. These were the sled dog trio. Raising these lively creatures would fill life with joy. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu paused for a moment. Samoyed, Alaskan. He hadn't heard of them, but the senior said they were on par with the northern ice wolf. Could it be? At that moment, a thought struck Zhao Dezhu, and his heart jolted. Senior, do you mean the northern ice fox and the snowland ice lion? Chu Mo blinked. Northern ice fox, snowland ice lion. While the otherworldly version of the trio had such imposing names, a Samoyed did look like a large white fox, and an Alaskan robust as a small lion. Haha, exactly. Those two. I didn't expect you to know them. Seeing Chu Mo's casual demeanor, Zhao Dez's heart pounded wildly. How could he not know these two formidable races? Along with the northern ice wolf, they were the three overlords of the northern lands. The three races dominated the northern plains, majestic and unchallenged, each with a beast emperor comparable to a Zhou-level powerhouse. Their strength was terrifying. Were it not for their preference for extreme cold and lack of expansionist tendencies, few forces could stand against them. And this senior before him actually intended to tame all three races. If word got out, wouldn't he risk annihilation by the three clans? Wait. Since he dared to forcibly keep the ice wolf and speak with such confidence, he must have his own backing. Could his strength surpass the mid-Zhou level and reach the late stage? So the three races would have to show him respect. Sigh. A Zhou-level powerhouse was truly formidable. This junior has heard a little. Hee. Zhao Dezhu cupped his hands and gave a dry laugh. As they spoke, Chu Mo had already walked into the house and brewed a pot of steaming tea. Come. I've run out of wine at home, so tea will have to do. Chu Mo set out cups and lifted the teapot to pour. Flattered, Zhao Dezhu quickly took the pot. Senior, please don't. Let this junior do it. Watching the other pour tea with reverence, Chu Mo nodded approvingly. This generation of experts was easy to deal with. Incredibly strong, yet so respectful of etiquette. But your flattery still makes me uneasy. Just tell me what you want. By the way, may I ask your surname? Senior, my humble surname is Zhao. This junior is Zhao Dezhu. A fine name, a fine name. My surname is Chu. Chu of Chu Mo and Mo of Chu Mo. Meeting in these deep mountains is fate. Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu as in got you covered. Chu Mo praised him repeatedly, stifling a laugh, fearing the man might take offense. Zhao Dezhu committed the name to memory. Surname Chu. After racking his brain, he found no record of a powerful figure with that surname. Senior, with such profound strength, you must be backed by a major sect. Why do you choose to live in seclusion in the mountains? Chu Mo took a sip of tea, savoring its sweetness and richness. The system's tea was indeed fine. I don't deserve the title senior, and I have no sect behind me. I simply grew tired of the outside world. Listening to the cicadas and birds in the deep mountains is just as pleasant. Farming and hunting, life passes in a flash. As long as one is happy, what difference does it make whether it's the mountains or the world outside? Hearing this, Zhao Dez's expression turned solemn. He stood and cupped his hands. Senior, what a noble state of mind. This junior admires you. I have never met anyone with such a perspective. Zhao Dezhu felt deeply ashamed. Was this the mindset of a true powerhouse? Possessing overwhelming strength, yet harboring such humility and detachment from worldly strife. Truly indifferent to fame and fortune. Perhaps only those who have returned to simplicity can grasp the true essence of martial arts. Compared to the senior, his own state of mind was lacking by leaps and bounds. He at merely the mid-wilderness level had been proud and arrogant, believing himself nearly invincible, seeing all others as ants. Yet, what was he in the presence of this senior? If the senior could be so serene, why couldn't he emulate that? Perhaps he might find an opportunity for breakthrough in such detachment. Hearing this, Chu Mo also sighed. His own state of mind was hardly noble, it was born of helplessness. 10 years in this other world unknown to all, and the system he finally activated was utterly useless. Alas, who could understand his pain? Don't just chat. How dull. Drink your tea. Make yourself at home, don't be shy. You sip your tea while I cook some rice in the kitchen. They'll find some ingredients to make a few good dishes. Stay for dinner tonight. It's rare to have a guest in the house. Chu Mo smiled warmly, then headed into the kitchen. He knew well that friendships forged over the dining table were solid. One meal, one friend. If he could win over this big shot stomach, wouldn't he have a patron when he left the mountains? This move was worth it. Watching Chu Mo leave, Zhao Dezhu shook his head with a smile. Senior is truly generous and hospitable. Despite my weakness, he treats me as an equal and even forgives my earlier rude spying. If I could become friends with Senior, I would surely learn much from him. Zhao Dezhu murmured to himself before taking a small sip of tea. But the moment the tea touched his lips, Zhao Dezhu stood frozen, his face a mask of shock and disbelief. Holy crap! Could this tea be? Zhao Dezhu rubbed his eyes vigorously as if he had misseen something. What rose from the teacup was not steam, but a faint force of rules. This startled him immensely. Something that even he, a Huang-level master, had not yet grasped was somehow mastered by the tea first. What a damn joke. Could this be the legendary and priceless enlightenment tea capable of helping one comprehend the power of rules? Hiss. Has the Senior used such a treasure to entertain me? No wonder he said meeting in the deep mountains was fate. He intended to bestow this opportunity upon me, but how am I, Zhao Dezhu, worthy? Zhao Dezhu took another sip of tea. A faint power of rules swirled in his mouth before gradually dissipating. Although he had personally touched this gentle power of rules, he could absorb very little of it. Zhao Dezhu sighed, filled with self-reproach. It's still my state of mind that is lacking. Having the opportunity but unable to seize it, alas. Truly, I am unworthy of the Senior's guidance. Yet, even this mere wisp of the power of rules I absorbed is more effective than 30 years of secluded, bitter cultivation. Sensing the minuscule trace of rules within his body, Zhao Dezhu opened his eyes and hesitated for a few seconds. He still chose to solemnly store the unfinished tea in his cup into a premium jade bottle, and placed it into his storage pouch. He knew that with his current cultivation, he could not absorb it fully. Rather than waste it by drinking, it was better to save the opportunity for the future. As for the remaining enlightenment tea in the teapot, he dared not pour any more. Such a precious and rare treasure that the Senior allowed him to taste, it was already a tremendous fortune. If he were to take the pot as well, would that not be a breach of propriety? It would also leave a bad impression in the Senior's heart, a loss outweighing the gain. What if he angered him and got struck dead with a single palm? Better to be cautious. This is definitely the greatest fortune I've encountered in recent decades. What premium item should I use to return the favor? One must reciprocate. Only through mutual courtesy can I ensure I won't be kicked out on my next visit. Looking inward at that sliver of the power of rules, Zhao Dezhu was troubled. Just then Chu Mo walked out carrying a handful of edamame and some wild boar meat. Seeing Zhao Dezhu sitting upright on the stone stool, Chu Mo nodded approvingly. What a perfect posture, truly worthy of a cultivator. Perfect timing. I slaughtered a wild boar a few days ago. Today let my guest taste this fresh wild boar meat. Sit for a while longer, I'll shell these beans and stir-fry them with chili peppers. Chu Mo smiled in greeting, then lowered his head to start shelling the beans. Seeing such an unfathomably powerful master earnestly shelling vegetables, Zhao Dezhu seemed to have an epiphany. How could the Senior shell beans just for the sake of shelling beans? And he specifically moved to do it right in front of me. This must hold profound meaning. Wait, moving to shell them in front of me. And with such a serious expression. A supreme master like him can still be so down-to-earth as to shell beans. Could it be that he is trying to tell me that whether dealing with great or small matters, one must set aside one's status, treat oneself as an ordinary person, and approach it with the utmost sincerity to do it well? In that instant, Zhao Dezhu's state of mind seemed to elevate a notch. His thoughts became clear. He had been too eager to break through, which only yielded half the results. The Senior wanted him to adjust his mindset. Hiss. The Senior truly has good intentions, but why is he so kind to me? Could it be that he sees me, Zhao Dezhu, as a promising talent? Or is it out of kindness that he specially guides me? That must be it. If not for my keen insight, how could I understand the Senior's nurturing? Senior, your great kindness. Your junior expresses his gratitude here. Zhao Dezhu respectfully cupped his hands in a bow. Chu Mo was stunned for a few seconds, looked at the vegetables in his hands, then at the other's expression in bewilderment. Suddenly enlightened, Chu Mo then waved his hand casually, thinking to himself, it seems not all cultivators are bad. This master here is very polite. Oh, it's nothing much. Just a meal. I have to eat anyway, so adding one more pair of chopsticks is no trouble. It's rare to have a living person visit my home. It's nice to have someone to talk to. Zhao Dezhu was immensely grateful. Watching Chu Mo busy himself made him feel uneasy, as if he couldn't sit still. How could he just wait to eat while the Senior prepared the meal? Wouldn't that be so thoughtless? But he didn't know how to pick vegetables, either having been in seclusion for years and forgotten what food tasted like. Senior, shall I help? Chu Mo waved his hand and laughed. Oh, how could I impose on you? How about you help me cut the wild boar meat? Chu Mo pointed at the dozen or so pounds of pork on the stone table. For such a great master to cut meat was a gross overqualification. But since the other was mooching a meal, asking him to do a little work wasn't too much, was it? Seeing the other agree so readily, Zhao Dezhu was visibly taken aback. I was just being polite. Why did you take me seriously? But after washing his hands, he still picked up the pork. All right. With that, he drew his own sharp sword ready to cut the meat. Just then Chu Mo's disdainful voice rang out. Stop. Don't use the sword. Who knows how many people you've cut with that thing? It's covered in bacteria and viruses. What if you get a blood infection? Eating that would cause trouble. Besides, it's just unappetizing. Can't we be a bit more particular? To cut meat, you need a kitchen knife. Chu Mo shook his hand, stood up, picked up the kitchen knife from the ground, and blew hard on it to remove the dust. Here, take it. Zhao De's mouth twitched. When you blew on it, who knows how many droplets of saliva you sprayed. Isn't that unappetizing too? So swallowing your saliva is clean, but using my sword is dirty. Zhao Dezhu shook his head and sighed, then reached out to take the handle. The moment the handle touched his hand, Zhao Dezhu trembled all over, his pupils suddenly dilating. A domineering blade intent surged through his hand into his body as if trying to destroy his meridians. Even he, a blade master, could not control this overwhelming blade intent. The hand gripping the knife began to shake violently and uncontrollably. The shock in his gaze gradually turned into greed, but he quickly suppressed it, forcing his mind to remain clear. Zhao Dezhu held his breath, forcefully calming the turmoil in his heart, staring at the treasured blade in confusion. Why was such a supreme treasure shaped like a kitchen knife? And such an ugly design? Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to ask, while holding the kitchen knife, Chu Mo's laughter came through. How is it? Sharp, isn't it? This is the first kitchen knife I've ever forged, just finished. I hope you'll forgive its appearance. But I believe after a few more tries the design and quality will improve. Seeing the others staring blankly at the knife, Chu Mo thought he was dissatisfied with his maiden work, so he smiled apologetically, a bit embarrassed. After all, he had just acquired the forging skill and had no practical experience yet. The things he made indeed looked rather unsightly. He had used his true sight to examine it several times, but found nothing remarkable. He ultimately concluded that the knife was indeed just a piece of junk. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu felt a dizzy spell, as if his heart had skipped a dozen beats. His eyes shot wide open, and the knife in his hand nearly slipped and fell to the ground. Damn, did he just say that? Such a divine weapon was forged by his own hands. Hiss. Not only is this man a peak universe-level master, but he is also a divine-grade blacksmith. My heavens, is such a thing possible? Zhao Dezhu felt as if possessed by a spirit, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably. No wonder he had seen a rare treasure emerge earlier. It was all because this extraordinary master was forging weapons. Gazing at Chu Mo's slightly shy expression, Zhao Dezhu swallowed hard several times, casting a desperately longing glance at the knife in his hand. After hesitating repeatedly, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Senior, this knife? Is it for sale? If not, I would be willing to trade everything I own for it. Senior, what do you think? Sell the knife. This desolate-level expert actually wants to buy my kitchen knife. Why would that be? Chu Mo was baffled, unable to fathom the reason, and simply shook his head. Leaving aside the fact that a broken kitchen knife wouldn't fetch much, even if it could, he wouldn't be willing. No, this knife was the first I ever forged. It took tremendous effort, and its quality is poor. I can only barely use it myself. Chu Mo spoke with a hint of apology. His main concern was that this cultivator possessed immense strength. If he used the kitchen knife to smash garlic, and it broke, he might fly into a rage and return to kill him, the unscrupulous merchant. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu let out a disappointed sigh. He didn't believe a single word of Chu Mo's excuse. A divine weapon this powerful, and he was just barely using it. Impossible. It was clearly a tactful refusal. Indeed, he had been delusional. Such a peerless divine weapon sharp enough to split a hair, how could anyone sell it? If it were me, I'd treasure it dearly. Others wouldn't even get a glance, let alone hold it. As for stealing the knife, he dared not even think of it. The man had effortlessly forged such a treasure, his strength was already enough to destroy heaven and earth. Unless he was absolutely confident, how could he casually leave a divine weapon beneath a tree? I was indeed presumptuous. Such a fine blade is only worthy of you, senior. Watching the man's dejected expression, Chu Mo felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. It's clear you really want a kitchen knife. Since we have some connection, how about this? Next time you visit, I'll give you a better one as a token of friendship. But you must bring more wine. That's my one weakness. At these words, Zhao De's eyes flew wide open, nearly popping out of their sockets. Holy shit, did I hear that right? The big shot said he'd give me an even better divine weapon and be my friend. Hiss. I, Zhao Dezhu, actually have a chance to become friends with such an expert. This is the greatest opportunity of my life. Compared to being friends with a big shot, what is a mere divine weapon? Zhao Dezhu trembled uncontrollably with excitement, his hands so thrilled he didn't know where to put them. He could only rise and bow respectfully. Senior, your great kindness I will forever hold in my heart. I swear on my martial Dao heart. From now on, if anyone dares offend you or your descendants, I will make sure they know their entire family die without a burial place. Seeing the man so elated, Chu Mo smiled with satisfaction. This desolate-level expert was still pure-hearted and easily pleased. A kitchen knife made him this happy. From now on, with a desolate level big shot backing me, who would dare cross me? Haha, it's nothing not worth mentioning. Let's cook first. Remember to cut the meat into thick slices. It tastes better that way. Receiving Chu Mo's words, Zhao Dezhu gladly picked up the knife, ready to slice the wild boar before him. But as he prepared to bring the knife down, his expression turned grave. The kitchen knife was like a bottomless pit, constantly devouring the power within him. Every cut felt like unleashing a full-force strike, and the inner energy in his dantian was drained at a visible rate. Sweat of exhaustion trickled down his back. Even after exhausting all his inner energy, he had only cut through a small portion of the pork. On the other side, Chu Mo, who had finished shelling beans, saw this and couldn't help but shake his head. This cultivator really had no clue about kitchen work. He knew how to cut people, but not vegetables. Truly, each has their own expertise. I'll have to do it myself. Perhaps I should do it myself. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu didn't refuse. He was indeed at his limit. He set down the knife with difficulty, staggered back a few steps, and collapsed weakly onto a stone stool. Just as he was catching his breath and circulating his energy to recover, he noticed that his dried-up dantian had actually expanded slightly. Moreover, the realm that had remained stagnant for so long was showing signs of loosening. Sensing this change, Zhao Dezhu was stunned for a few seconds, then suddenly understood. So, Senior was using the guise of cutting meat to grant me an opportunity to train and temper me. But I, Zhao Dezhu, am so incompetent that I couldn't even grasp the opportunity placed before me. I have failed Senior's nurturing. Lifting his head, he saw Chu Mo holding the kitchen knife swiftly and rhythmically dicing the wild boar. Zhao Dezhu was dumbfounded. Now he could clearly feel the gap in strength between them. The other wielded the divine weapon with effortless ease, while he, after just a few minutes of cutting, felt as if his very essence had been drained. Alas, the disparity was obvious, a firefly compared to the bright moon. Zhao Dezhu rose with difficulty, his face etched with guilt, and bowed deeply to Chu Mo. I have failed, unable to complete the task Senior set for me. I have disappointed you. Please punish me. Watching the man's self-reproach, Chu Mo put the sliced meat into a bowl, utterly confused. Task? Oh, you mean cutting the meat? It's fine. Judging by your manner, you've never done this kind of work before, right? The first time is always a bit clumsy. You'll find the knack after a few tries. Chu Mo waved his hand, dismissively offering comfort. From the man's performance, he gleaned a truth: culinary skill had nothing to do with martial prowess. Not all cultivators make good chefs. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Zhao Dezhu was moved to tears. He never expected Senior to be so magnanimous. Not only did he not punish me, but he even invited me to practice again next time. This is practically a rebirth. I thank Senior for your nurturing grace. It's nothing, just a small favor. Take a seat. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Chu Mo carried the prepared ingredients and headed toward the kitchen with a word. But Zhao Dezhu, full of shame, quickly stood and bowed with cupped hands. Senior, there's no need. You have shown me such great kindness, yet I have nothing to offer in return. How about we postpone the meal for another time? Next time, I will bring generous gifts so I can eat without this overwhelming guilt. Zhao Dezhu was clear-minded. Senior had been so good to him, offering enlightenment tea, letting him experience a divine weapon, and nurturing him wholeheartedly. He was already deeply indebted. If he stayed for a meal, it would leave the impression of being oblivious to propriety. That would be highly detrimental to their future relationship. Chu Mo paused mid-step, turning back with a puzzled look. What's wrong? The food is all prepared. You're not eating before heading home. No. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. By the way, you mentioned earlier that you were out of wine. I happened to find some aged brews in my storage space. Perhaps Senior would like to see if they suit your taste. Zhao Dezhu smiled apologetically. He had already taken an invaluable cup of enlightenment tea home. If he stayed for a meal, he'd be taking both food and drink. That's not how a guest should behave. With that, he reluctantly pulled several large clay-sealed jars of wine from his storage pouch and presented them to Chu Mo. Senior, I hope you want to stain them. Chu Mo glanced at him with surprise, never expecting this cultivator to be not only polite, but also versed in the art of reciprocity. Excellent. As he broke the clay seal, a rich aroma of wine wafted out, and Chu Mo's eyes lit up instantly. Excellent wine. Truly excellent. This must be quite precious, right? Not at all. As long as you enjoy it, Senior. Next time, if I can procure more, I shall bring some again. Zhao Dezhu waved his hands repeatedly, yet inwardly his heart bled. How could it not be precious? It was outrageously expensive. This was the finest monkey wine he had risked his life to steal from the Stone Spirit Monkey clan, and he himself only ever allowed himself a tiny sip each time. But, thinking of the even more precious enlightenment tea, he felt it was well worth it. Hearing this, Chu Mo licked his lips with a hint of bashfulness. How could I accept such generosity? Next time, don't bring so much. Just a little will do. Thud. Zhao Dezhu stumbled and fell flat on his face. This Senior's character. Truly. Shameless, no, unique. Very well. I shall take my leave then. Zhao Dezhu cupped his hands respectfully and prepared to soar away. Mid-flight, he suddenly paused as if recalling something. By the way, Senior, since you have no sect behind you, may I ask if you have any family? If I chance upon them, I should pay my respects. Hearing this, Chu Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ling'er roams the world. If she had an awe-inspiring powerhouse watching over her, her safety would surely be assured. This expert before him was quite kind. Oh, family. Ever since my wife ran off, it's just me and my 80-year-old daughter. But she's also ventured out into the world, and I know not where she is now. Chu Mo shrugged helplessly. Zhao Dezhu nodded. And what is your daughter's name? Chu. Oh no, she took a false name after leaving. Zhao Ling'er, and she looks like this. Chu Mo suddenly recalled the letter his daughter had left before departing. It said she would use an alias. He pulled out a charcoal sketch of Chu Ling'er. Gazing at the lifelike portrait, Zhao Dezhu etched it deep into his memory. Very well. I shall remember, senior. Rest assured, in this southern domain, I hold some power and influence. I dare guarantee that any girl named Zhao Ling'er will face no trouble. Zhao Dezhu vowed, patting his chest before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the sky. Witnessing this, Chu Mo was filled with envy. Sigh. I wonder when he'll finally be able to fly. Daughter, hurry up and help your old man soar. Just as Chu Mo sighed, a disturbance came from nearby. He turned to see the dog that had fainted earlier beginning to How dare a mere mortal knock me out? One side. Ugh. Damn. Thud. Before the northern ice wolf could finish his thought, another powerful blow struck his head, knocking him out again. Before losing consciousness, he faintly heard a gratingly smug voice. Damn. A mangy mutt dares to bare its fangs. No memory at all, huh? They'll beat you to death. Piss me off and he'll skin you for a drinking snack. Speaking of drink. This wine Zhao Dezhu left behind is absolutely delicious. Low in alcohol, sweet with a fruity fragrance. And after drinking, my whole body feels brimming with strength, warm and incredibly comfortable. Truly, what an expert leaves behind is extraordinary. Chu Mo savored the moment, downing a large bowl of wine. Feeling its effects, his eyes sparkled as he quickly took out a porcelain bottle and filled it. He had the system deliver it across the void to his daughter Chu Ling'er. Since Ling'er loves juice anyway today, he'll let her taste this fruit wine. That night, Chu Mo feasted on wild boar and drank an entire jar of wine, finally collapsing drunk beneath the ginkgo tree. Good thing Zhao Dezhu didn't see. He would have been heartbroken, as he himself deemed a single cup an utter luxury. That night, Chu Mo slept most comfortably. Truly, a little drink aids slumber. The first thing upon waking was to open the system for his daily check-in. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the sword technique, grass character sword art. Grass character sword art. What kind of nonsense is that? Sounds utterly ridiculous. Chu Mo frowned. Did using this sword art require shouting grass? Before every fight, he turned his gaze to the system's description. Grass character sword art. A single grain of dust can fill the sea, or a single blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. This sword art is the innate divine technique of the nine-leaf sword grass lineage, hailed as one of the three great sword arts. It breaks all defenses and ranks among the most supreme offensive techniques. Cultivated to its peak, it can shatter past and present, defying the flow of time. Reading this modest introduction, Chu Mo leaned back and gasped sharply. Whoa, sounds terrifyingly impressive. I knew it. Never take a piss before morning draws, or touching that bird ruins the whole day's luck. Though he knew nothing of the nine-leaf sword grass, he understood one thing. This was the ultimate killing art. As for the word one of, he conveniently ignored it. Host has struck lucky this time. Proof that this system isn't rigged right. Haha. Fine, I'll trust you for now. But if I don't hit the jackpot next time, he'll still doubt you. System. You bastard. Alright, send it to my daughter quickly. Once Ling'er masters it, so will I. I can't wait to test how powerful this ultimate offensive technique truly is. Chu Mo rubbed his hands excitedly. With this skill, could he leap levels to kill, or even become invincible in the future? Meanwhile, far away at the soul-suppressing sect on Soul Mountain in the southern domain, chaos erupted. Ancestor, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Your disciples have been waiting eagerly. May we ask if the ancestor succeeded in breaking through? As Zhao Dezhu's aura appeared within the sect master, Holmeyer immediately led the 3 protectors and 10 early heaven-ranked elders to greet him. Looking at his smiling disciples and descendants, Zhao Dezhu chuckled. No breakthrough. But it's close, my realm has loosened. Master, will you continue your seclusion? Peak heaven-ranked Holmeyer spoke in her mature, seductive voice, her fiery red hair cascading over her shoulders. She wore a tight red dress that perfectly accentuated her boneless snake-like waist. At her hip hung a whip of unknown material. Knee-high stiletto boots graced her feet, beautifully outlining her round, slender legs, fair as mutton fat. Coupled with a face scoring above 95 and those bewitching peach blossom eyes, she exuded an aura both youthful and alluring. Any man would find it hard to resist. Most striking was the grandeur of her chest, enough to nurse 10 or 8 children without worry. Yet none present save Zhao Dezhu dared to gaze upon this enchanting, seductive vixen, fearing they might lose control and betray improper thoughts. For those who dared to stare with lustful eyes had all been turned into specimens and discarded in the back mountain. As sect master Ling'er posed her question, the others looked at Zhao Dezhu with hopeful eyes. Without his backing, the soul-suppressing sect had not fared well. Boycotted by other sects, they were hamstrung in every endeavor. Zhao Dezhu shook his head, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the sky, filled with emotion. No more seclusion. The ancestor has realized that at this level solitary meditation is futile. In truth, I emerged days ago wandering the southern domain's borders seeking a breakthrough. Fortunately, I found it yesterday. This is the greatest fortune of my entire life. Hearing this, the crowd exchanged glances. Seeing Zhao Dezhu's expression, Ling'er asked curiously, "Did the ancestor discover a heavenly treasure?" "And not at all. I actually encountered a supreme expert, a grandmaster at least at the peak of the cosmic realm." Zhao Dezhu spoke with reverence and admiration. Hearing this, the crowd gasped, their eyes filled with shock. Peak cosmic realm. Such a powerhouse has rarely appeared, even in legends. Does that mean they can hold the sun, moon, and stars in their hands? Does such a formidable being truly exist in this world? They couldn't help but be astounded in their eyes. Zhao Dezhu, a mid-stage wasteland realm cultivator, was already nearly invincible. As for the might of a cosmos realm pinnacle martial artist, they dared not even imagine it. Zhao Dezhu nodded and smiled. Whether he holds the sun and moon in his hands I cannot say, but every gesture and movement of his is imbued with the power of intent and the laws of the world. The very laws surrounding him are beyond my reach. A mere plaque at his doorstep could gravely wound me. Moreover, a kitchen knife he casually forged was a divine weapon brimming with fierce blade intent. This man is the strongest I have ever seen. Nay, perhaps the strongest in this entire era. The crowd was rendered speechless, knowing full well that Zhao Dezhu never boasted. To speak thus, he must have truly encountered such a being. Sigh. A cosmos realm powerhouse is indeed so terrifying. I wish I could see such a master in person, but alas, I have no chance. Ling'er sighed with longing. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu smiled mysteriously, a hint of pride and boastfulness in his expression. Don't worry, you'll have your chance. This old ancestor and that senior hit it off immediately and had a wonderful chat. We've even made plans to dine together next time. Hearing these words, the crowd was overjoyed and gave Zhao Dezhu a thumbs up. The ancestor is formidable. To befriend such a powerhouse who would dare to bully our soul-suppressing sect. Exactly. With the senior and our ancestor backing us, we no longer need to fear being cornered by the artifact sect or the heavenly unity sect. Speaking of the heavenly unity sect, they have gone too far. They set up formations even in the latrines of our sect, bombarding the outhouses while our disciples were relieving themselves. How despicable. The crowd chimed in, lamenting their recent hardships and grievances with tears and sobs. After hearing them out, Zhao Dezhu's expression darkened. I merely went into seclusion, yet they act as if I had perished. I tell you, you little rascals, as long as our sect does nothing heinous, whoever dares to bully you, this old ancestor, will avenge you. We do not seek trouble, nor do we fear it. But, should anyone commit atrocities, I will cleanse the sect myself before others can. Meyer, report the recent events to your master. Zhao Dezhu stood upright with righteousness, gazing at his disciples and descendants. Ling'er nodded and recounted everything in detail. I understand. I will go and have a word with the leaders of those two families myself. By the way, Meyer, list all the valuable treasures in the sect and have them sent to me tonight. Ling'er looked puzzled. Ancestor, are you going to use these heavenly treasures to break through? Zhao Dezhu waved his hand. Of course not. I am selecting precious gifts to take you on a visit to the senior's home. I heard from the senior that he is still single. If you can catch his eye. Need I explain the benefits? Hearing this, the fiery-tempered Ling'er immediately frowned. Though she was the sect master, she was still quite young and had never had a Dao companion. Now being told she might be wedded to an unknown elderly senior filled her with resistance. Master, you know in her heart, a beautiful woman deserved a hero. The man she dreamed of must be refined, skilled in martial arts, and capable of composing poetry. Seeming to read Ling'er's mind, Zhao Dezhu rolled his eyes and shot a disdainful glare at his only disciple. You're being picky. You should worry about whether the senior will even fancy you. He'll tell you straight. The senior is not only unfathomably powerful, but also incredibly handsome. If handsomeness were a crime, his looks would bankrupt any fine. Taking you to visit is just a try. He probably won't even glance your way. Don't get too cocky. Very handsome. The kind that would be bankrupted by fines. Well, maybe it's not so bad. Ling'er's resistance faded. What did age matter? As long as he was easy on the eyes. Older men had their charm too. After all, as the saying goes, old in body, young in spirit, the older the more eager. Ling'er imagined the senior to be a mature man in his 30s or 40s. Seeing his disciple's cheeks redden, Zhao Dezhu pursed his lips. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of inspiration struck him. He stopped abruptly and looked sternly at the assembled sect elders. Oh, and one more thing. Issue an order: if anyone encounters an 80-year-old girl named Chu Ling'er, treat her like your own grandmother. Offend her, and he'll dig up your ancestral graves. Don't ask why, just obey. You can offend anyone, but never one named Chu Ling'er. With that he flicked his robe and departed gracefully, followed closely by Ling'er as they flew toward the treasury. Watching Ling'er's alluring figure, a middle-aged woman with heavenly realm peak strength and a graceful appearance clenched her fists in envy. A visit to a Cosmos Realm senior. What an honor. Once my son quietly seizes the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I believe the ancestor will recognize his merit and take me along too, right? If that senior prefers mature women, perhaps. I Hu Yue could rise to great heights. This woman was none other than Lu Ji's mother Hu Yue. Once a consort of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, she had been a beauty of unparalleled charm in her youth. Alas, time spares no one. Returning to her cave dwelling, Hu Yue summoned a trusted confidant skilled in lightness techniques. Go, deliver this letter swiftly to my son in the Ice Spirit Kingdom. The messenger was swift, arriving at the town North Prince's mansion that very night. That evening the mansion was ablaze with lights as everyone gathered. Our sex ancestor has emerged. If I can seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I will undoubtedly earn great merit. Bloodblade, go notify the Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Metal Spirit Kingdom. Tell them to act swiftly. This king awaits their collaboration in our grand scheme. A night passed in the blink of an eye. Liu Qingxue was unaware of the multi-kingdom invasion crisis looming over the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Having just finished her morning court, she noticed that the ministers had become much more obedient since she made an example of He Shun and his entire clan. In high spirits today, she arranged to meet Li Chunfeng to teach Ling'er swordsmanship and check on the little girl's recent cultivation progress. Liu Qingxue stepped gracefully into Chu Ling'er's bedroom with Li Chunfeng. There they found the girl sprawled out on the blanket, sleeping soundly with drool staining the covers. Seeing her adorable state, Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Ling'er, time to wake up. Mother and Grandpa Li are here to teach you swordsmanship. With swordsmanship, you'll be much faster at slaughtering cattle and sheep, and your combat strength will increase significantly. Blearily opening her eyes and seeing who had arrived, Chu Ling'er pouted. Mother, you're here. Can Ling'er sleep a little longer? Ling'er is so sleepy. Little girl, were you stealing cattle last night? Usually you'd be up by now training in the hunting grounds. Why the laziness today? Liu Qingxue looked puzzled. Previously, Chu Ling'er had been diligent without needing reminders. But today she seemed like a little slug. Chu Ling'er licked her lips with relish. Last night Daddy sent me lots of juice. After drinking it I fell asleep and slept so soundly. The little girl was just greedy. Even juice made her drunk. Liu Qingxue patted her head dismissively. Come, let mother dress you. Today Grandpa Li is going to teach you an incredibly powerful sword technique. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er's eyes lit up with curiosity. Incredibly powerful. Mother isn't tricking Ling'er, is she? Before Liu Qingxue could respond, Li Chunfeng stepped forward with a proud expression. Hee, little girl. Your Grandpa Li's Azura sword technique is unrivaled. To put it simply, no one in the entire southern domain can match me. With my 3-foot sword I can hold my own against 3 or 4 peers. Splitting mountains and cracking stones, sweeping through thousands of troops. It's all within my power. Now, is such a technique impressive? Do you want to learn it? Chu Ling'er nodded frantically. Azura sword technique. What a name. When swordsmanship was mentioned, something stirred in her memory. Before she had passed out from the juice last night, she seemed to recall a voice in her mind saying that her father had also given her a sword move. What was it called? Ah yes, the grass character sword art. Grandpa Li Ling'er seems to know some swordsmanship too. Daddy taught me in a dream last night. Daddy said, it's the strongest sword technique in the world, probably even better than yours, Grandpa Li. Chu Ling'er looked up and reported honestly. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng bristled with indignation. Swordsmanship was his greatest pride, earning him the title. To have it so casually dismissed was unbearable. I admit the Azura King is immensely powerful, unrivaled in calligraphy and strategy, but strength does not equate to the way of the sword. Though I am only at half-step wasteland realm, my swordsmanship has long transcended the mundane. I mastered sword intent while still in the heavenly realm. Through years of honing, my sword path has reached perfection, even achieving the union of man and sword. And your father, the Azura King, claims his sword technique is unmatched. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at Li Chunfeng's incredibly excited expression, Chu Ling'er couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Grandpa Li, don't be angry. Anyway, father said the same thing when he passed on the sword technique to me in a dream last night. Li Chunfeng took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within. Realizing his own loss of composure, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh self-deprecatingly. Here I am, an old fellow on the verge of death, actually quarreling with a little girl like you. Truly, I've lived like a... I didn't expect the Azura King to possess such profound strength, capable of passing on sword techniques, even in dreams. By the way, what sword technique did your father teach you? Li Chunfeng was slightly curious. The Azura King's sword techniques could not possibly be the best in the world, but there must be something noteworthy about it. After all, even a master's sword technique wouldn't be too lacking. Chu Ling'er tilted her head and thought for a moment before sweetly smiling. It's called the grass character sword technique. They say it can split mountains and crack stones with a single blade of straw. PFF. Upon hearing Chu Ling'er's naive words, Li Chunfeng immediately burst into laughter. Your father is indeed the Shura king. He's so ruthless, he even deceives his own daughter. A sword is the king of all weapons. Even a novice knows that the sharper and sturdier it is, the better it is. The so-called treasured sword must be unyielding. Only then can it unleash its killing power far and wide. And how could something as soft as grass be used to kill? It's even hard to cut through skin, let alone withstand the intent of a sword. Li Chunfeng shook his head, feeling a mixture of disdain and disappointment toward this sword technique. It seems the Shura king, despite his overwhelming power, is merely average in the realm of swordsmanship. When it comes to swords, it must still be that I, Li Chunfeng, am the best. Listening to his words, Chu Ling'er proudly lifted her head. My father wouldn't deceive me. He was once known as the Wine Sword Immortal. His sword techniques must be formidable. Li Chunfeng scoffed at this. He, your father, is called the Wine Sword Immortal, while I am referred to as the Sword God. Today this old man wishes to see whose sword is more powerful, mine or your father's. Li Chunfeng turned and stepped outside, waiting for Chu Ling'er. Chu Ling'er, full of defiance, quickly changed out of her pajamas and, holding Liu Qingxue's hand, made her way to the plaza in Yongla Palace. At this moment, Li Chunfeng stood straight in the center of the plaza, a long sword slung across his back. Noticing Chu Ling'er's arrival, he smirked and called out, "Little girl, watch closely. Let me show you the power of my Shura sword technique." With that, Li Chunfeng's eyes narrowed and a thick aura of killing intent and sword intent brewed within him, ready to burst forth. He resembled an unparalleled sword, yet to be drawn as if hidden within the sheath was a supreme danger. Once the momentum was built up, Li Chunfeng let out a loud roar. "Sword, come." Suddenly, the long sword behind him flew out of its sheath with a whoosh and landed in Li Chunfeng's hands. With the sword in hand, his aura shifted dramatically. The killing intent was fully revealed, like a Shura crawling out of the abyss, instilling fear in all who beheld it. As Li Chunfeng swung the long sword, a sharp sword energy erupted forth. The sword energy tore through the air, creating a 15-meter-long, 3-meter-deep fissure in the ground. But that was not all. In order to demonstrate the might of his sword technique to the little girl, Li Chunfeng unleashed his moves without reservation. Each move more ferocious than the last, the power continuously escalating until the plaza could no longer withstand the fierce sword intent, forcing Li Chunfeng to hover in midair to perform. The surging sword energy created a magnificent scene as the sky became filled with sword energy. This massive commotion startled the ministers with ulterior motives in the imperial city, who trembled and hid in their homes. Meanwhile, Liu Qingxue watched from the ground, nodding in satisfaction. The national master's sword technique has progressed again. In this world, there's probably no one who can match him in swordsmanship. Even Chu Ling'er looked up with her mouth agape in envy. So amazing. I wonder if the sword technique taught by father could be this cool. After a few minutes, Li Chunfeng gathered all his internal energy into a giant sword slicing through the sky. This was his ultimate skill, the unity of man and sword. Having completed his sword moves, his robe fluttered as he descended gracefully. Seeing the shock on Ling'er and the Empress' faces, Li Chunfeng's lips curled into a smirk as he proudly stated, "So little girl, how does Grandpa Li's unity of man and sword measure up? Is the title of sword god true?" Chu Ling'er pouted defiantly, turning her head to the side. "It looks quite impressive, but I believe father's sword technique will be even more formidable. Father once said that he would roam the world with a sword and a jug of wine, defeating all masters. Even when facing countless opponents of the same level, he could kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace 1,000 miles away." In Chu Ling'er's heart, her father was the ultimate swordsman of the world, a superhero who could also compose poetry. She took every story he told to heart, filled with admiration and hope that one day she could become a renowned. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng felt a jolt in his heart, resonating deep within his soul. Kill one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace 1,000 miles away. What a poem, what a poem. No wonder he is the Shura king. That spirit is truly domineering. Liu Qingxue repeated a few lines, her beautiful eyes suddenly brightening. At this moment, a vivid image emerged in their minds. A master holding a wine gourd in one hand and a sword in the other, laughing freely as he broke through an encirclement of enemies. "Hee Ling'er, since you say your father's sword technique is so formidable, how about you show it to Grandpa?" Chu Ling'er did not refuse. Facing the provocation, she decisively nodded. Her father's reputation was now in her hands. What's there to fear? After father taught me the sword technique last night, I haven't had a chance to try it out yet, so it's just right to give it a shot. With that, Chu Ling'er closed her eyes, desperately recalling the images from her dream last night. A moment later, Chu Ling'er opened her eyes and casually pulled out a blade of grass from the ground. She stepped onto the plaza, focusing her mind as she gazed at Li Chunfeng. Chu Ling'er activated her internal energy according to the method of the grass character sword technique, and an incredibly familiar sensation arose from deep within her heart. Holding the small grass in her hand, Chu Ling'er lightly waved it at Li Chunfeng while shouting, "First move of the grass character sword technique, grass you old tree." Liu Qingxue. Li Chunfeng's eyes lit up. This move is good. Dominating. Just a simple action like this caused the normally calm Li Chunfeng's expression to change drastically. An incredibly violent sword intent erupted from the small blade of grass in Chu Ling'er's hand, shooting straight towards Li Chunfeng. That pliable blade of grass, which could be snapped with a gentle tug, transformed in that moment into a 9-leaf sword grass. The 9 leaves resembled 9 unparalleled swords exuding an unmatched and violent sword energy. It instilled no sense of resistance in those who beheld it. Li Chunfeng's pupils constricted, watching helplessly as the sword energy surged towards him, wanting to evade, but finding himself unable to move, as if his very essence was entirely locked. In desperation, Li Chunfeng could only gather internal energy to protect himself and counterattack with a sword intent devoid of internal energy, attempting to clash with Chu Ling'er's sword intent. Bang! 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 As the sword intents collided, Li Chunfeng's sword intent was destroyed cleanly, as if it were made of paper. Ling'er's fall clearly touched a chord in their hearts, causing Li Chunfeng and Liu Qingxue's own to tighten. Liu Qingxue pulled the little girl into her arms, her heart brimming with worry at the sight of her pale, frail appearance, unable even to speak. For a moment, the Empress, who had remained unflinching even in the face of a formidable enemy, became flustered. State Preceptor, hurry. Summon the Divine Physician Sai. All right. Li Chunfeng vanished in a flash, only to reappear 5 seconds later, descending from the sky, carrying a wheelchair. Seated in it was a bewildered Sai Huadua. Looking at Chu Ling'er, Sai Huadua immediately took her pulse. Nothing serious. From the symptoms, it seems she exhausted herself using a powerful ultimate move. What did you do? Why is the Yongla Palace in such disarray? Which fool made this deep trench? Don't you know repairs cost money? And why is little Ling'er so worn out? After finishing the pulse diagnosis, Sai Huadua looked around and asked curiously. Upon learning Ling'er was merely exhausted, Li Chunfeng and Liu Qingxue exchanged a glance and breathed a sigh of relief. For such a powerful swordsmanship to be executed by a mere 5th-grade little girl was already remarkable. It was only natural that her strength was drained. However, upon hearing Sai Huachuo's subsequent words, Li Chunfeng's face darkened, because he was the fool in question. Seeing this, Liu Qingxue gave Sai Huadua a general explanation. Sai Huadua was astonished. Your Majesty, you mean? Little Ling'er's sword intent is countless times stronger than that old bastard's. Hiss. How is that possible? That old fellow, though his character is poor and he's ugly, his swordsmanship is still commendable. An 80-year-old girl who has never trained in the sword just because of a dream. Comprehended sword intent. And not only that, her intent far surpasses that of the sword god, who has trained for centuries. Damn it. Is there no justice? Is the Azura King's teaching really that incredible? Ahem, I wonder. If I called him father, would he dare to answer? And would he also teach me sword intent? Hearing the truth, even Sai Huadua couldn't help but exclaim. All of this was shattering his worldview and understanding. He was reluctant to believe it, but the defeat etched on Li Chunfeng's face showed in every way that he had truly lost. At this, Li Chunfeng rolled his eyes. You're dreaming. How could the Azura King take notice of a small fry like you? How about you call me father, and he'll teach you instead? Hurry up and bring out your miraculous pills to restore little Ling'er's strength. Sai Huadua nodded, took a braised pork elbow from his storage ring, shredded the meat, and fed it bit by bit to Chu Ling'er. Li Chunfeng's mouth twitched at the sight. Damn it. I told you to get miraculous pills, and you give her a pork elbow. What do you know? This is my secret recipe, medicinal elbow. A few bites and she'll recover her strength. I can't bear to eat this myself. How could I be careless with something for the little girl? Sai Huadua retorted immediately. The two always argued when they met, and Liu Qingxue, standing by, was long accustomed to it. After eating some of the pork elbow, Chu Ling'er recovered and began to hiccup repeatedly. Delicious. Big brother, this is really delicious. By the way, Grandpa, Li is my father's swordsmanship powerful. Chu Ling'er looked up with a sweet smile, her eyes full of anticipation fixed on Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng sighed. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the other's swordsmanship was indeed superior to his. Your father's swordsmanship far surpasses mine. Compared to his grass character sword art, my Azura sword art has become mere beginner's technique. Alas, I never imagined that an ordinary blade of grass could serve as a vessel for sword chi and possess such formidable power. I thought the unity of man and sword was the pinnacle of the sword path. Ooh, I was indeed a frog at the bottom of a well. In all my experience, your grass character sword art is the greatest sword technique under heaven. Li Chunfeng was utterly dejected, sighing incessantly. Being defeated in his area of expertise was hard to accept. What stung most was that his vanquisher had never even practiced swordsmanship. Seeing his sorrowful state, Chu Ling'er patted Li Chunfeng's shoulder with an air of maturity beyond her years. Grandpa Li, according to the grass character sword art, the unity of man and sword is just the starting point. True mastery is achieving the state where everything can be a sword, where every blade of grass and every tree can be a weapon. And the pinnacle of the sword path is to have no sword in hand, but a sword in heart. The heart sword is the most powerful. With a single thought, sword chi can be unleashed. The swordless surpasses the sword, directly cleaving the soul. But Ling'er's cultivation is insufficient to achieve this. I think father could do it effortlessly. After hearing Chu Ling'er's words, Li Chunfeng's entire body trembled violently, and the stagnant path of the sword within him began to shift. Everything is a sword. The swordless surpassing the sword. So, I was still at the first stage of the sword path, while the Azura King had already reached the summit. I had been complacent, looking down on others with my swordsmanship, but in the end it was my own short-sightedness. Perhaps my challenge was nothing more than a child's meaningless game in the eyes of the Azura King. Li Chunfeng, imitating Chu Ling'er, plucked a blade of grass from the ground and tried to shoot out sword chi. But the moment he infused it with sword intent, the grass instantly disintegrated into nothingness. He tried repeatedly, even with a dry twig, but none could bear his sword intent. At that moment, Li Chunfeng understood much, and his heart became clear and open. It seemed he still had a long way to go on the path of the sword. If one day he could shoot sword chi from a blade of grass, it would signify another step forward in his swordsmanship. Looking at the grass in his hand, then at the adorable Chu Ling'er beside him, Li Chunfeng clasped his hands and bowed deeply. Ling'er, Grandpa Li thanks you. Thank you and the Azura King for showing me the way forward. Had she not been Liu Qingxue's master, making the seniority inappropriate, he would have knelt to little Ling'er as his sword teacher. Only by trying himself did he realize how difficult it was to release sword chi from a single blade of grass. Li Chunfeng's gesture startled Chu Ling'er, who immediately hid behind Liu Qingxue. Grandpa Li, it's nothing serious. If you want to learn, Ling'er can teach you. At these words, Li Chunfeng's head shot up, his eyes shining with joy. Really? Of course it's true. Grandpa Li has been so good to Ling'er, always bringing delicious food and pretty dresses just like my own grandfather. Teaching you swordsmanship won't upset father. Chu Ling'er smiled sweetly and waved her hand generously. Li Chunfeng was trembling with excitement, cupping his hands again with a smile. Little Master Ling'er, I shall be in your care from now on. But Liu Qingxue, watching from the side, frowned slightly. Why did every one of her ministers and experts who taught Ling'er end up becoming her disciple? If she taught her too, would she also be inexplicably convinced and become her student? No, taking one's own daughter as a master. What kind of nonsense would that be? Wouldn't this empress lose all face? Brother Sayus' elbow made me thirsty. Let Ling'er have some juice and rest, then he'll teach Grandpa Li. With that, Chu Ling'er opened the tattered cloth bag at her waist and pulled out an ordinary porcelain bottle with a capacity of about a liter. She shook it gently, and the bottle made a clanking sound of liquid seemingly half full. Pulling out the cork, she took several large gulps with relish, smacking her lips noisily afterward. Oh, delicious. Sweet and sour, truly delicious. Seeing this, the three exchanged glances and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Children are so easily satisfied. A bottle of juice made her squint with joy. However, as the cork was removed, a rich, fruity aroma and life force slowly drifted from the bottle. When this life force reached Sai Wachuo's nostrils, his smile instantly froze. His expression shifted, a mix of surprise, anticipation, and dread. Feeling the subtle changes in his crippled leg, he couldn't stop trembling. Ling'er, could you let me lick the cap of your juice bottle? As the life force entered his nostrils, Sai Huatuo felt a faint tingling sensation in his legs, crippled for centuries. This filled him with immense joy, for it was precisely for these legs that he had devoted himself to mastering medicine. He had once dreamed that by learning medicine, he could heal his legs, stand on his own strength, and finally break free from the wheelchair. He had also imagined using those legs to run, jump, and roam the world. Over 300 years, he had even entered the Tao through medicine, reaching the late heavenly rank. He practiced healing, pulling countless souls back from the brink of death. He had also taught many disciples with the heart of a healer. Yet he could not cure his own heaven-crippled legs. Not even the slightest improvement. He had saved countless others, but no one could save him. This had led him to abandon himself, sealing his needles and retreating into a valley to await death. But today the little girl Ling'er casually offered a bottle of juice, and it stirred an unfamiliar sensation in his legs which had been numb since birth. How could he remain composed? This bottle of juice was his hope. Perhaps his legs could be healed. Seeing Sai Huatuo in this state, Li Chunfeng and the Empress were both astonished. In their memory, Sai Huatuo, except when bickering with Li Chunfeng, was always an unflappable, refined gentleman. But now, his expression changed drastically, utterly losing his composure. What's wrong, old man? Is there something amiss with this juice? I'm not sure yet. Do I need to see and taste it? I hope it's that substance. Sai Wachuo's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Chu Ling'er's juice. Ling'er, considering that big brother and you are friends, how about you finish it and let me have a sip from the bottle? Hearing this, Chu Ling'er chuckled and proudly raised the juice. Big brother, are you craving it? My daddy's juice is delicious. I drank it last night, and slept soundly. Ling'er loves it, but I can't let you lick the bottle. At these words, Sai Huadua felt as if all strength had drained. He nodded in deep disappointment, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Indeed. The mere scent gave my crippled leg sensation. It must be a rare treasure. Am no kin to you, so why should I entertain such thoughts? Seeing Sai Huachuo's utter despair, Chu Ling'er rolled her eyes. Big brother, don't rush. I haven't finished speaking. I only said you can't lick the bottle, not that you can't drink it. Daddy always teaches me not to be stingy with good friends. Besides, Daddy is so capable, he can easily get more of this juice. Ling'er isn't afraid of running out. Since it's useful to you, big brother. Then this half bottle is Ling'er's gift to you. Chu Ling'er with an innocent smile held the bottle out to Sai Huadua with both hands. Though young, she could discern who truly cared for her. These people treated her like family, doting on her, allowing her to experience feelings she had missed in her early childhood. She didn't hesitate to help Sai Huadua. Staring at the precious treasure, so close, Sai Huadua took the bottle with trembling hands. Such a treasure. You're really giving it to me. Of course. Once your legs are better, big brother, you can play hide and seek with Ling'er. Chu Ling'er smiled sweetly. Sai Huadua, overwhelmed with gratitude, did not refuse. Once I'm better, I'll play with Ling'er every day. With that, he brought the bottle to his nose and inhaled deeply the rich life force rushing to his mind. A look of pure bliss spread across Sai Huachuo's face. Li Chunfeng and the Empress exchanged glances. Senior Sai, what exactly is this juice of Ling'er's? Can it truly heal your legs, eh? Sai Huadua looked up, deeply moved. In all my years scouring countless texts, I found only one method to restore my legs. But that method requires a supreme treasure, one we have zero chance of obtaining with our strength. That item is the Monkey King wine brewed by the stone spirit Monkey King himself. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng and the Empress exchanged a look of shock. You mean the Monkey King with strength above the desolate rank, who gathers thousands of rare spiritual fruits to brew a wine only once in a lifetime? They knew well the value of such a treasure. The Xinzhou continent had 5 domains. The Ice Spirit Kingdom lay in the southern domain, while the Stone Spirit Monkeys were a super clan on Mount Amei in the eastern domain. The Monkey King wine brewed once by the Monkey King in his lifetime was a supreme treasure for breaking through to the flood rank and healing wounds. A single troop of stone spirit monkeys numbered at least several thousand, each with strength ranging from the profound to the desolate rank. To obtain this wine meant breaking through the heavy protection of thousands of experts. The difficulty was immense. Even if Sai Huadua knew how to heal his legs, he could never achieve it. Daring to invade the monkey troop would surely see him torn apart by the fierce creatures. In response to their exclamations, Sai Huadua nodded with certainty. Yes, the only thing in the world that could stir my legs is this. This is a treasure I've never laid eyes on in my entire life. And the Azura King uses such a precious item as juice for Ling'er. What a grand gesture. But I suppose only the Azura King possesses the strength to easily obtain the Monkey King wine, doesn't he? Sai Huadua took a deep breath. Reincarnation was truly a skill. Having a good father was like cheating. It made him want to dig up his own father dead for centuries and give him a beating. Look at other people's fathers. So impressive. If Zhao Dezhu had heard this, he would have roared it was stolen through his own desperate efforts and had nothing to do with her father. Holding the Monkey King wine, Sai Huadua poured a little and carefully brought it to his lips, afraid to spill a single drop. As the wine entered his stomach, a surge of potent life force rushed directly into his crippled legs. Sensing the change, Sai Huadua was overjoyed, but one mouthful wasn't enough for a full cure, so he downed the remaining wine in one gulp. He closed his eyes, striving to channel the life force to repair the damaged meridians. After more than 10 minutes, Sai Huachuo's eyes snapped open, a sharp light flashing within. His legs, which had been utterly unresponsive, could now bend and stretch, and even his toes could move. However, he still couldn't stand yet. But even this moved Sai Huadua to tears of joy. Over 300 years, this old man finally feels the existence of his legs. Ling'er, this grace is like being reborn. I swear by my martial heart, from this day forth, big brother's life is yours. Chu Ling'er grinned carelessly. Big brother, you're too kind. By the way, why can't you stand up yet? Sai Huadua pinched his leg and smiled contentedly. It's nothing serious, it's actually healed. But after centuries without walking, I'm still not used to it and need to train. I estimate that in a while I should be able to walk completely. Moreover, after the meridians in my legs were repaired, my realm has also broken through to half-step desolate rank. Old friend, am now at your level. Ha ha. Sai Huadua laughed heartily. This was his happiest day, and all of it stemmed from the little girl before him. Li Chunfeng and the Empress nodded. It's good that you've recovered, senior. Now with you and the state preceptor guarding us, those petty villains won't dare to cause trouble. Sai Huadua nodded solemnly. Rest assured, your majesty. Since you are Ling'er's godmother, I will give my full support. Whoever dares to invade, I shall annihilate them. As his words fell, Shangguan Yin flew urgently from the direction of the imperial palace, a look of anxiety on her face. Your majesty, something terrible. I've just received the latest intelligence. The Fire Spirit Kingdom and the Metal Spirit Kingdom have joined forces and plan to visit our Ice Spirit Kingdom in 3 days. Their intentions are hostile. What? The kingdoms of Jin and Fire are coming to visit our Ice Spirit Kingdom. After listening to Shang Wanyan's report, Li Chunfeng and the others' expressions turned grim. Even the ice-cold face of the Empress showed displeasure. Is the news true or false? Your Majesty, every word I speak is true. Envoys from both kingdoms have already arrived. Shang Wanyan reported with a grave expression. Liu Qingxue nodded thoughtfully. Did the envoys specify what they intend to do? The envoys said, it's merely a friendly state visit. But the main visitors are the national preceptors of both kingdoms and their respective grand princesses. I suspect there's more to this than meets the eye. Shang Wanyan presented the envoy's letter to the Empress and Li Chunfeng. After reading it, the Empress furrowed her brow in silence, while the hot-tempered Li Chunfeng let out a cold snort. A friendly state visit. What friendship is there to discuss between our Ice Spirit Kingdom and the kingdoms of Jin and Fire? They'd love nothing more than to breach our borders. This is like a weasel paying a New Year's visit to a chicken. I bet those old foxes Hui Yuan and Jin Shang have also broken through to the half-step desolate rank. They want to flaunt their power before me and force our Ice Spirit Kingdom to cede territory or even surrender. Like the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the kingdoms of Jinling and Holing in the southern domain also had peak celestial realm experts guarding their nations. Their strength was equally formidable, not inferior to Li Chunfeng's, and the 3 kingdoms were evenly matched. Previously, the mutual checks and balances among the 3 kingdoms maintained stability. But now with Jin and Fire joining forces, their Ice Spirit Kingdom had instantly fallen into a disadvantage, a dire situation. This long-standing equilibrium might be shattered. You speak truly, National Preceptor. If they had attacked half a month ago, we might not have been able to withstand them. But now, with both you and Senior Sai at the half-step desolate rank, why should I fear? This time we'll make them retreat in defeat. The Empress' eyes were icy. If the opportunity arose, she wouldn't mind burying their top combatants here. As for retaliation from the 2 kingdoms afterward, we'll deal with it later. Li Chunfeng and Sai Huao exchanged a glance and nodded with confidence. Your Majesty, set your mind at ease. With the 2 of us here, all will be well. Hearing this, Shang Wanyan's expression didn't ease. Instead, she seemed hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Chu Ling'er asked curiously, Sister Shang Wan, what's wrong? You look terrible. Is it your time of the month? Although Chu Ling'er was young and hadn't experienced it herself, Chu Mo had taught her about biology, so she understood that women could look unwell during their period. Shang Wanyan shook her head slightly. No, it's just, there's news that might be very bad for us. The Empress and the Sword God exchanged glances. Xiaoyan, what could be worse than a visit from 2 kingdoms? Shang Wanyan sighed softly, bit her lower lip, and hesitated for a few seconds before speaking slowly. Your Majesty, according to reports, the kingdoms of Jin and Fire were annexed by the Artifact Sect and the Heavenly Unity Sect a few days ago. I fear their sudden visit is at the behest of those 2 sects. We wouldn't fear the experts of just the 2 kingdoms, but I'm worried that the delegation may include masters from those 2 sects. Also, the ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect has emerged from seclusion. It seems the situation is greatly unfavorable for our Ice Spirit Kingdom. At these words, the Empress Li Chunfeng and the others all changed color. It had been an unwritten rule of the continent that sects did not interfere in imperial affairs. But now, Jin and Fire had both submitted to sects. Of the 4 great empires in the southern domain, only their Ice Spirit Kingdom and the Wood Spirit Kingdom remained. Given the abnormal actions of Jin and Fire, it was likely that their sects were behind it. The soul-suppressing sect had also laid early plans, sending Liu Ji to seize the empire covertly. The current situation seemed dire. All the major powers seemed to have their sights set on the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Li Chunfeng could hold off the 2 kingdoms, but not the sects unless he could break through in the next few days. Only then would there be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, Liu Qingxue, who usually remained unflappable, now wore a grim expression. If the sects truly send people, it will be difficult to handle. Li Chunfeng gripped his sword hilt, gazing into the distance with a look of defiance. Your Majesty, rest assured. With me here, even if I must sacrifice everything, I will defend the Ice Spirit Kingdom. For a moment, their hearts grew heavy. The sky no longer seemed so blue, as if countless dark clouds had obscured the sun, leaving them without hope. The soul-suppressing sect alone was already overwhelming, let alone the convergence of 3 sects. Sensing Liu Qingxue's distress, the understanding Chu Ling'er rushed into her arms. She looked up at her with concern. Mother, how about? Ling'er tries to contact Father and ask for his help. As long as Father is willing to act, no matter how many come, there's nothing to fear. Liu Qingxue's eyes lit up, but then dimmed, and she shook her head gently in refusal. No need, Ling'er. Your mother and father are not related. I already owe him too many favors. How could I trouble him with such a trivial matter? Besides, since the Azura King has chosen to live in seclusion, I shouldn't disturb his peace. This is our Ice Spirit Kingdom's affair. I appreciate your kind intentions, Ling'er, but we'll handle it ourselves. Liu Qingxue didn't want to owe favors, but Chu Ling'er was eager to make her owe more. That way, when there was no other way to repay, she could only offer herself in marriage. Mother, why don't you marry my father? Then we'll be one big happy family. When you're in trouble, father will definitely come to your aid, and we'll deal with whoever dares to cause trouble. What do you think? Chu Ling'er blinked her eyes like a little matchmaker coaxing Liu Qingxue. Liu Qingxue's mouth twitched a flicker of longing in her eyes. Ling'er, your mother actually has a husband, but I cannot go to him for now. So, I cannot marry your father. Rejected. Chu Ling'er's eyes darted around, scheming something else. So mother has been married before. Hiss. Wouldn't that be exactly what father loves? I remember father once said drunkenly that he was no different from Chaomanda in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Though Ling'er didn't understand what that meant, a stepmother like this should be even more to father's liking. Just as Chu Ling'er was lost in thought, Liu Qingxue let out a long sigh and waved her hand slightly. It's fine. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. We'll take it one step at a time and deal with whatever comes. I only hope the soul-suppressing sect won't intervene for now, and that would make things slightly easier for us. Hearing this, Shangwan Yin seemed to recall something. She brushed aside the bangs on her forehead and spoke softly. Your Majesty, the soul-suppressing sect likely won't intervene for a while, because last night their ancestor Zhao Dezhu, while standing up for his sect's disciples, attacked the artifact sect. Coincidentally, the ancestor of the Heavenly Unity sect was also there, and the two joined forces to repel him. Given his overprotective nature, he'll definitely seek to avenge that humiliation first. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up. This was undoubtedly the best news they had heard all day. The muddier the waters, the safer the Ice Spirit Kingdom would be. At that moment, within the soul-suppressing sect, Zhao Dezhu, covered in injuries, was in a thunderous rage. Damn it all. Tui, that bastard from the Heavenly Unity sect hiding in the artifact sect. Are they conjoined twins? And they dared to lay hands on me, their ancestor? Have they grown a pair of bear hearts and leopard gallbladders? Master, please calm down. Perhaps it's best if we let this slight go. The ancestors of both sects have also emerged from seclusion, and they're not to be trifled with. Huomaier and the other high-ranking sect members advised him earnestly. But Zhao Dezhu was furious and refused to relent. No, this is no longer just about you. They've slapped my face, Zhao Dezhu. If I don't avenge this insult, everyone will know that I can't protect my sect's disciples. Where am I supposed to put my face? Seeing this, the alluring Huomaier pressed her hand to her forehead and said, Master, those two are in cahoots. Though your strength surpasses theirs, it's hard to fight two peers alone. Two fists can't beat four hands, especially since that old geezer from the artifact sect recently forged a desolate trank spear. With an inferior weapon, it's hard for you to win. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu's eyelid twitched, and a flash of inspiration struck him. A cleaver brimming with invincible saber intent appeared in his mind. Thinking of that blade, Zhao Dezhu became wildly excited. That's right, the weapon. If I could borrow that senior's divine blade, killing those two would be a piece of cake. Quick, Meyer, prepare to come with me to visit the senior. And remember, wear a nice dress and make yourself look beautiful and sexy. What? Master, did you say we're going to meet? Huomaier thought she had misheard. Were they really about to visit a supreme powerhouse? Her heart raced with both excitement and thrill. Zhao Dezhu rolled his eyes and bellowed impatiently, let's go. Remember to dress nicely. With a sweep of his robe, he sent a surge of energy toward Huomaier, hurling her into the room with a thud while he waited outside. Half an hour passed, and Huomaier had yet to emerge. Zhao Dezhu, usually swift and decisive, displayed uncharacteristic patience today. Women makeup is like renovation. There's fine work and rough work. A little plaster and powder take time. For the sake of latching onto a big shot, this old man will wait. A few minutes later, from the sect leader's cave dwelling of the soul-suppressing sect, a woman emerged in a long dress with light makeup. As she stepped forth with graceful strides, heaven and earth seemed to dim her beauty beyond compare. Huomaier, once seductive and alluring, now appeared remarkably dignified in the long dress. Many male elders and direct disciples of the sect stared, utterly captivated. Stunning. Her dignified aura, paired with enchanting peach blossom eyes, exuded a tantalizing blend of reluctance and allure. Master, how is it? Is this dress formal enough for your disciple? Zhao Dezhu gave her a once-over frown and waved his hand in disdain. Why have you become so clueless about dressing? So thoughtless. Which expert would fancy such a long dress? Change into something shorter, hurry. Huomaier. Meyer, listen, when we meet the senior, mind your manners and flaunt your strengths. Zhao Dezhu and Huomaier soared through the air, drawing closer to Gala Mountain. Along the way, Zhao Dezhu lectured her on the courtyard's etiquette, terrified his disciple would embarrass him. Huomaier smiled helplessly. I know, master. I've rehearsed it countless times in my head. I promise not to displease the senior. Huomaier glanced at her, self-confidence gleaming in her eyes. A short cropped leather top and leather skirt accentuated her proud curves, while her slender waist and long legs were perfectly revealed. She exploited her feminine assets to the fullest. Alluring without being vulgar, sexy without being wanton. With her looks, how many men could resist being smitten? Don't think him nagging. If you impress the senior and earn his favor, even a cup of tea from him would be a windfall, Zhao Dezhu counseled earnestly. Ling'er rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "I'm no sycophant. Would a cup of tea make me ecstatic? Come on, I'm a naturally beautiful sect leader. Others grovel at my feet, not the other way around." Both were experts, their flight swift. Hours later they arrived at Gala Mountain. Zhao Dezhu, having visited before, led Ling'er expertly down to the courtyard's entrance. "Master, is this the senior's residence?" Ling'er pointed at the courtyard, puzzled. "Yes. Don't point at the plaque." "Holy crap. What are you doing?" Zhao Dezhu had just started to caution her when Ling'er's actions sent him into a panic. Landing before the courtyard, Ling'er instinctively examined it, her eyes falling on the plaque at the entrance. "The calligraphy. It's quite mediocre. I don't see what's so miraculous about the courtyard owner's writing as master claims." A hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. The moment the words left her lips, an overwhelming force of law surged from the plaque toward them. In that instant, Ling'er felt as if a ferocious ancient beast was charging at her. Terrified, her pupils contracted, her delicate frame trembled, and every ounce of strength drained from her body. Bang! The force struck them, hurling both against a tree with a heavy thud. They both spat out a cough. How can these characters be so powerful? Even I couldn't resist. Struggling to her feet, Ling'er's face was a mask of shock. A single plaque had utterly defeated the master and disciple. Just how formidable was the senior himself? Zhao Dezhu wiped his blood and erupted in fury, cursing Ling'er. "I told you not to mess around. Last time the plaque didn't attack me, but now it's hitting me too. It must be your insolence that angered the senior. I should have known better than to bring you. You're young and reckless." Ling'er shrank her neck and muttered, "Does the senior really know what we're saying? Of course. He's a supreme expert with divine sense. If he wished, he'd know even the color of your undergarments today." Zhao Dezhu sighed in frustration. Ling'er gasped and instinctively puffed out her chest. "Perfect. Maybe the senior likes this type." Sigh. "Regardless, since you've angered the senior, we must go in and sincerely apologize. Let's compose ourselves, then try again." Sigh. "Regardless, since you've angered the senior, we must go in and sincerely apologize. Let's compose ourselves, then try again to see if he'll allow us entry." With that, the master and disciple sat cross-legged to meditate and calm their breaths. After the plaque's lesson, Ling'er dared not point recklessly again. But inwardly she sneered, "Once I become the courtyard's mistress and rise above all, the first thing he'll do is tear down that plaque." Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo was oblivious to the outside commotion. He swung his hammer, forging iron. After days of use, he found his self-forged knife surprisingly durable. It never broke, even when smashing garlic. It could chop vegetables and even split firewood. So on a whim, he decided to forge a long sword for himself and a feminine sword for his daughter Chu Ling'er. Both he and his daughter were at the 5th or 6th rank or above, armed with the grass sword art. How could they lack a prop? They couldn't just pluck a blade of grass to fight. That would lack style. Clang, clang, clang. Damn. Since learning blacksmithing, my dragon arms gotten way too strong. I'll need to control myself, or I might end things prematurely when handling a spear. Chu Mo grumbled at the system, but it completely ignored this lecture. As Chu Mo labored at the forge, the northern frost wolf tied to the stone stake behind him opened its eyes once more. Gazing at the utterly absorbed Chu Mo, the wolf's gaze was icy and filled with rage. "How? Damn it. You have no idea how I've endured these days. I've never met such a despicable treachery. Every time I open my eyes, before I can even howl, he smashes me with a brick. 48 times now. This time he didn't notice I woke up, did he? You wretched scum, daring to treat me like this and tie me with a rope. I by phone will tear you to shreds." The wolf's eyes blazed with murderous intent as it growled softly. As a prince of the northern frost wolves, being leashed like a dog by a sixth-rate nobody was a supreme disgrace. This man must die to quell its fury. If it hadn't been caught off guard, how could it have ended up in such a plight? By phone tore the rope from its neck with a claw, shook its body, and crept low toward Chu Mo, each step placed with extreme caution to avoid detection. That day Chu Mo had ambushed and knocked it out. Today it would repay the favor, ambushing and killing him. The distance shrank, and Chu Mo remained oblivious to the looming threat. When only 5 or 6 meters remained, by phone bared its fangs ready to pounce with full force. But just then Chu Mo let out a roar. "Holy shit. 10,000 strikes finally done. Get lost, useless sword." Chu Mo casually tossed the newly forged sword behind him, landing it precisely before by phone, embedding it into the earth. The fiery red blade hissed with a wisp of smoke. By phone hesitated, halting its advance. Could it be? This bastard noticed me. Impossible. Who cares? Even if he did, can he beat me? Die. As it prepared to strike the sword before it suddenly erupted with a terrifying sword intent, effortlessly pinning by phone to the ground, rendering it immobile. Feeling the crushing force that seemed to shatter its bones, by phone was horrified. "What the hell is this? Why can't I move? My organs, they hurt like hell." When Bai Feng struggled to open its eyes and saw the sword suppressing it, its wolf body trembled uncontrollably. It began to question its very existence. Heavens! What grade of malevolent artifact is this? Bai Feng's inner world crumbled. He was after all the imperial prince of the Northern Ice Wolf clan, a demon incarnate across the entire North Realm. He had beheld countless treasures beyond reckoning, not only those of his own clan, but also those belonging to other races and sects. Among them were even desolate tier artifacts, and even the three great demonic clans' ancestral treasures, the vast tier supreme relics, which he had both seen and handled with his own paws. Yet none, not even a vast tier relic, emitted a sword intent so terrifying. A single ripple of that sword intent had pinned him utterly in place, a half-step demon sovereign rendered motionless, only his eyeballs still able to roll. Could it be a cosmic tier artifact? No, surely it was a universal tier supreme treasure. He actually forged a universal tier supreme treasure. Just how mighty must he truly be? He could certainly not be merely a 6th-rank martial cultivator. Disaster! This day I have walked straight into a trap. I may well perish here. At this moment Bai Feng was flattened beneath the sword intent like a roasted suckling pig. Viewed from above, his contorted form resembled the Chinese character for Earth. A humiliation beyond measure. Oh damn it! He's discovered I'm awake. Slaying dogs, no slaying wolves, is done swiftly with a single nod. Why humiliate me thus? Bai Feng's eyes bulged with fury as he thrashed wildly, desperate to break free from the sword intense grip, but every struggle proved utterly futile. Despair washed over him. Legends say that when a supreme treasure first emerges into the world, it must be awakened with rare spiritual blood. He spared my life deliberately. Could it be? He intends to sacrifice my royal bloodline to temper the blade. Cursed fate. Today Bai Feng, the proud imperial prince, shall become mere fertilizer. His eyes burned crimson as he strained every sinew to lift his head, determined to etch the demon's visage indelibly into his memory. Yet the moment he raised his gaze and beheld the figure forging the blade, his entire wolf body jolted, and he urinated outright. Chu Mo wielded the hammer with fierce concentration, each strike drawing torrents of cosmic principles from the heavens themselves. Then, compressing them entirely into the nascent sword blade, he conjured above his head a vortex of terrifying spiraling principles. Bai Feng stared in abject horror. Principles were no stranger to him. His own father commanded fragments of them, and thus ascended to the throne of demon sovereign. But his father's mastery of principles paled before this demons like fireflies before the full moon. Great Mother of Heaven! What a monstrous devil! Within his heart, Bai Feng roared, but escape remained impossible. He could only watch transfixed as the hammer fell again and again upon the blade. Then suddenly something stirred within him, an inkling drawn from that deceptively heavy yet effortlessly light hammering technique. This, though the hammer appears crushing in his hands, it moves with utter nonchalance. Could it be the legendary lifting heaviness as if weightless? Lifting heaviness as if weightless. A principle I've labored over for decades without grasping. Yet he commands it with flawless mastery. Bai Feng dared not blink. His gaze locked unflinchingly onto Chu Mo's movements. After watching for over a quarter of an hour, his entire body convulsed violently. The bottleneck that had held him at the threshold of Demon Sovereign for decades shattered, and he ascended. Demon Sovereign. A desolate tier powerhouse, and now one who grasped a sliver of cosmic principle. Sensing his newfound strength, Bai Feng's expression turned complex to be captured, and yet paradoxically blessed by fortune. Yet what did it matter? He remained nothing more than fish on the chopping block, powerless at another's mercy. A deep sorrow welled up within his chest. He had not yet bidden farewell to his immortal elder, nor consummated his betrothal to Xiao Baihu, the White Fox Maiden of the Ice Plains clan. Such a pity. Just as despair consumed him, Chu Mo set down his hammer nearby and sighed. Working alone is exhausting. How delightful it would be in idle moments to enjoy a proper therapeutic massage. This strange world has much to offer, yet no coin to spend on such luxuries. Hearing these words, the three flames blazing atop Bai Feng's head flickered wildly, and revelation struck. I understand now. No wonder he spared me. No wonder he bound me here to watch him forge. So that's it. This devil intends to keep me, to serve as his personal masseur. In that instant, wisdom gleamed in Bai Feng's azure eyes. He believed he had fully unraveled Chu Mo's, yet he was the imperial prince of the Ice Wolf clan, his talent and lineage unmatched. Could he truly stoop to becoming a massage hound? Even if this mysterious expert possessed overwhelming power, he would never surrender his dignity, never lower his head like a fawning tail-wagging cur. He, Bai Feng, was an ice wolf who devoured men whole, bones and all. In this lifetime, I would rather starve to death than become a massage hound. With unwavering resolve, Bai Feng strained against the sword intent and unleashed a defiant, soul-rending howl, his final testament of unbroken will. A woo! That howl instantly seized Chu Mo's attention. Glancing over, Chu Mo scowled fiercely, and strode forward hammer in hand, cursing under his breath. Damn fool dog. Howling is bad enough, but now you dare glare at me with those vicious eyes. You're a beast that can't be tamed by beating. Well then provoke me too far, and today I'll slaughter you for stew. Though Chu Mo adored dogs, in his view a disobedient, unbreakable hound left only one recourse: cleave it into pieces and simmer it with radish. Especially large canines. After all, a rabid dog could easily maul its master. Seeing Chu Mo charge toward him radiating murderous intent, Bai Feng recoiled in terror. Holy master, what are you about to do? My ferocious glare. That's simply because I am a lone wolf of the northern wastes. It's over. I've utterly lost his patience. He means to destroy me utterly since he cannot possess me. How ruthless. The brilliant, peerless Prince Bai Feng is about to die beneath a single blow. That hammer forges universal tier treasures. It bends cosmic principles themselves. How could my frail body possibly withstand even one strike? So this calamity was written in my fate. He'd intended to fight to the bitter end, to die defiantly. But the sight of that hammer made him realize the peril, and instantly abandoned all pride. Tongue lolling, tail wagging frantically, he emitted soft, submissive whimpers. Better to lose face and live as a dog than die a noble wolf. His father had always said, when necessary, honor may be discarded. After all, it holds no market value. Indeed, timely surrender proved remarkably effective. Seeing the husky before him cower and wag its tail, Chu Mo's lips curled upward into a grin. Hey, you cowardly mutt. Never lost a quarrel, never won a fight. Must admit your looks are striking, truly wolf-like. You are the bearing of a true wolf. But tell me, little one, what peculiar pose is this? Quite distinctive. Prostrating yourself before my crude blade. Seeing the husky collapse utterly to the ground, Chu Mo set aside his hammer and withdrew the newly forged sword from the earth before him. The oppressive sword intent vanished from Bai Feng's body, and he rose at once. Springing to his feet, he circled Chu Mo eagerly, tail whipping furiously, his demeanor dripping with sycophantic devotion. Chu Mo grinned broadly. Truly a good dog emerges only beneath the rod. I preferred your earlier defiant spirit. Shall we restore it? A desolate tier hound. I'll soon wield influence through canine might. Cross me, and I'll unleash you to tear them limb from limb. As Chu Mo ruffled the dog's fur twice, he nodded in satisfaction. The coat was cool and luxuriant, proof of excellent nutrition and care. Feeling those hands stroke his head, Bai Feng instinctively bared his fangs, wondering whether traces of last night's youthful vigor still clung to those fingers. Enough, I've no time for you. I'm taking a nap. Chu Mo tossed aside the hammer and reclined onto his lounge chair. Bai Feng, ever perceptive, hurried over and began massaging Chu Mo's back with his weakened wolf-fawn gale fist. Silently he vowed, humph. For now I shall feign submission, leverage his power to advance further, then seize my chance for vengeance. I, Bai Feng, shall rise and become master, not servant. Witnessing his husky's intelligence and surprising strength, Chu Mo felt deeply gratified. Oh, you even know massage. Technique's quite impressive. Now apply more pressure, boy. Tonight I'll reward you with a massive bone. Truly a wise master breeds a wise hound. I am profoundly pleased. Nonsense. It's the system's premium hound module, not your innate charisma, master. Even the system could no longer tolerate Chu Mo's self-praise and interjected with biting sarcasm. Chu Mo rolled his eyes, ready to argue with the system, when a familiar, hesitant voice sounded beside him. Yielder, senior, this junior Zhao Deju has brought my disciple to pay respects. Pray do not take offense. Hearing the shouts beside him, Chu Mo turned his head. Oh, aren't you the one who brought me wine a few days ago? Please come in. After recognizing the visitor, Chu Mo quickly put down his hammer and began to extend his hospitality. Seeing no trace of anger on Chu Mo's face, as if he had not pursued their previous rudeness, Zhao Dizhus breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly pulled Huomaier, introducing her to Chu Mo. Although the other party's strength meant they likely knew their relationship before entering, out of politeness, Zhao Dizhus felt it necessary to explain. Senior, this is my wayward disciple Huomaier. Huomaier pays her respects to the senior. Huomaier was quite adept at pleasing others, bowing gracefully, and due to her half-exposed corset skirt, her ample bosom was perfectly accentuated. One must admit Huomaier was extremely skilled at utilizing her own advantages. Her alluring form was fully on display, her charm maximized, and combined with her fair complexion, it instantly captured Chu Mo's attention. Chu Mo followed his gaze downwards, raising an eyebrow, feeling a warmth in his nose. However, considering that the other party was a practitioner, if he stared too long would he provoke her and end up being chopped to pieces? Thinking of this under the threat to his life, Chu Mo could only smile faintly, subtly shifting his gaze, and solemnly returned a salute to Huomaier. Hello, Miss, guests are to be welcomed, please take a seat. Chu Mo's reaction surprised Huomaier. Indeed, he was a senior completely unmoved by feminine charms. Men who could remain calm under her allure were exceedingly rare. Moreover, the senior looked so young and handsome, his muscular build particularly striking. Master said I should find a way to marry the senior. It seems that might not be impossible. Chu Ling'er smiled sweetly. Thank you, senior, you are too kind. At Chu Mo's invitation, the two of them sat on the stone bench. Chu Mo smiled, pressing down his hand towards the two. You two sit for a while, I was just forging, and there's no tea at home. Please allow me to wash my hands and put on some clothes, then I'll brew some tea for you. Hearing this, Zhao Dizhu was overjoyed. Tea. Enlightenment tea. He could drink it again, although he couldn't absorb much, having it in his stomach was greatly beneficial. Okay, thank you. Just as Zhao Dizhu was about to express his gratitude, Chu Ling'er was quicker than him. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. I can drink anything with master. Brewing tea is too much trouble. How about just water? After hearing this, Chu Mo thought for a few seconds and nodded. All right. Last time I brewed a pot, your master hardly drank any. It seems that tea didn't suit his taste, so let's just have water. He'll go pour some. Saying this, he turned and entered the room. No. It was very much to his taste. He could have tea 3 times a day. Zhao Dizhu wore a long face, raging internally, but he dared not speak, only watching Chu Mo leave. Chu Ling'er propped her chin on her hands, gazing dreamily at him. I thought you were ancient, but unexpectedly you're young and down-to-earth, walking so gracefully, and you don't even hold a grudge against my previous rudeness. That's wonderful. Good heavens. How did I end up with such a wasteful disciple? You're going to drive me to death. Seeing Chu Ling'er's appearance, Zhao Dizhu spat in anger. Seeing Zhao Dizhu lose his temper, Chu Ling'er was slightly taken aback. What's wrong, master? What do you mean, what's wrong? Why did you refuse the senior's offer of tea? Do you know what kind of tea that is? That's enlightenment tea. Zhao Dizhu was on the verge of tears. They say daughters are their father's warm jackets, yet his disciple, whom he treated like a daughter, seemed to be acting like a rebel. An opportunity delivered to her door, yet she dismissed it like this. Chu Ling'er changed her expression. Enlightenment tea. How about I go talk to the senior and say I prefer tea after all? Zhao Dizhu gritted his teeth, glaring at her in exasperation. You are also a sect leader now. Can't you act less like a naive girl and think a bit more realistically? That's enlightenment tea. The senior offered you an opportunity and you refused it. Now you want to go back and ask for it. What do you consider the senior? After realizing the truth, Chu Ling'er's heart filled with regret. She sighed and couldn't help but retort. But master, you repeatedly told me to be polite and respect my elders. I was doing as you instructed. When it was time to respect, you pointed at the plaque with disdain, causing me to get beaten. When it was not time to respect, you were the quickest to refuse. Zhao Dizhu clutched his chest in anguish, speechless. Having lived for several hundred years, he understood that arguing with a woman, even a young one, was futile. They will admit to marrying the wrong person, but will never acknowledge any other mistake. If not for the fact that this girl in front of him was raised by him from infancy, he would have long since dealt with her. Seeing Zhao Dizhu's silent, Chu Ling'er opened her seductive eyes, curiously surveying the courtyard's layout. A ginkgo tree, some bamboo fences, a few houses, and behind the houses some vegetables were planted. Master, if I hadn't seen the senior in action, I would have thought he was just an ordinary 6th grade warrior. Apart from that handsome face, there was nothing remarkable. Zhao Dizhu raised his head, full of admiration. This is the depth of the senior's prowess. Being able to maintain a 6th grade realm at all times without us being able to discern any truth or falsehood looks completely like a 6th grade warrior. If we could learn such a skill, wouldn't that allow us to deceive our enemies? Hearing him say this, Chu Ling'er felt it made a lot of sense. No matter how well they disguised their realm, they could still reveal some flaws. However, Senior Chu was different. He appeared to be a 6th grade warrior from every angle, showing no weaknesses, demonstrating control that had reached an exquisite level. Wait, master, look over there. There's a handsome dog forging, and it's swinging its paws with the hammer, looking quite the dog raised by the senior is so clever and strong. I want one just like it. At this moment, Chu Ling'er suddenly noticed a forge in the corner of the yard. Beside the forge, there was indeed a dog swinging a hammer like a blacksmith. This amazed her. Was there such a smart? Following Chu Ling'er's finger, Zhao Dizhu's expression changed, and he quickly interrupted her before she could continue. You want to keep it? Are you looking for trouble? Look closely. Oh, what is that? Chu Ling'er was momentarily stunned. It was just a dog. Before she could speak, the distant Baifeng heard their conversation and snorted coldly, flames flickering on his head. With the aura of a demon king of the wild level, he exerted pressure on Chu Ling'er. If she dared to provoke that demon, would he not be able to deal with this little girl? I will test my lightness in this new realm. You dare to insult me as a dog? The overwhelming pressure instantly caused the unprepared Chu Ling'er to stagger back a few steps, her pretty face showing signs of shock. What? 3 flames, blue eyes, the aura of a wild level demon. This is a Northern Plains ice wolf. My God, the senior actually uses a demon king level ice wolf as a laborer to forge. Oh, what a grand gesture. Hearing this, Baifeng snorted. If it weren't for the fact that the other party said he was handsome, he wouldn't have held back at all. I'm not just good at forging. I can also give massages. When it comes to flattery, I, Baifeng, am a professional. I must please my master to stay. Only then can I learn more. Looking at the ice wolf in the distance baring its teeth, Chu Ling'er wasn't too concerned. She was at the peak of the celestial level capable of self-defense, and her master at mid-wild level was there to protect her. Most importantly, since the senior hadn't spoken, the ice wolf shouldn't act on its own. Holmeyer shot a glance at the ice wolf, turning her head to the side. Seeing this scene, Zhao Dizhu let out a long sigh, feeling utterly helpless. Meyer, can you not be so loud and just sit quietly? No way. It's not every day I get to see a living super strong person. Can I not take a good look at his dwelling? I'm not taking anything from the senior. I just want to look. Holmeyer opened her big eyes. Having lived in the sect since childhood, apart from interacting with a few high-ranking officials, she had mostly been cultivating, so everything was fascinating now. Zhao Dizhu didn't want to scold her anymore, sighing and shaking his head. Sigh. When will you mature and grow up? By the way, that ice wolf was only half a step into the wild level last time. How did it break through now? While being a dog under the senior, how could it not break through? While Zhao Dizhu was lost in thought, Holmeyer's surprised cry rang out once more. Holmeyer boldly walked up to the forge, her gaze fixated on a pink long sword beside her. Master, a pink long sword, a color and style I have never seen before, so beautiful. Holmeyer's eyes sparkled. The sword was carelessly tossed on the ground. It shouldn't be a valuable item, right? Just touching it wouldn't hurt, would it? Just for a moment. Hearing the exclamation, Zhao Dizhu came back to his senses. When he saw Holmeyer's actions, his face instantly turned pale. What the hell? Are you trying to send your master to his grave? Don't touch that. Zhao Dez's shout seemed a moment too late. Holmeyer's hand had already grasped the sword hilt. Hearing her master's call, she turned back in confusion and asked, Master, what's wrong? As Holmeyer held the pink longsword by Feng, who was turning the millstone nearby, sneered coldly. This woman, so reckless and audacious. In the next instant, an unparalleled sword intent erupted from the blade, striking Holmeyer directly. Even Zhao Dizhu, standing at a distance, was not spared, both fully enveloped within its range. Seeing the overwhelming sword intent surging toward him, Zhao Dez's aged face turned pale. He produced a pillow from somewhere and pressed it against his back. Bang! The sword intent struck the pair with lightning speed, hurling them over 10 meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. The long sword slipped from Holmeyer's hand, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. After spitting, she gasped in pain while clutching her rear. It hurt so much. As for Zhao Dizhu, his foresight had saved him. The large pillow cushioned his back, and being farther from the sword, the impact he suffered was not severe. Gazing at the fallen master and disciple, Bai Feng shook his wolf head with a mocking look. Curiosity killed the cat. This prince has been avoiding this sword, yet you dared to approach it. On the ground, Holmeyer, still shaken, studied the pink longsword before her, her voice trembling. Master Hua, what is this exactly? It seems to have just been forged. Holmeyer turned to ask, but when she saw the large pillow beneath her master, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Master, what's with that pillow? Zhao Dizhu, unflinching, stored the pillow back into his storage space and let out a resigned sigh. You still have the nerve to ask. If I hadn't been foresight, I'd be doomed with you as my disciple. Can't you just sit quietly and wait for the senior? This isn't our sect. Stop your reckless behavior and behave. Holmeyer's pretty face flushed with embarrassment and a hint of weakness. It's just that the sword was so beautiful I couldn't resist. Master, what level is this senior's sword to be so if we could borrow it? Wouldn't it be easy to destroy the Tianyi sect and the weapons sect? Hearing this, Zhao Dizhu smiled bitterly. He knew his disciple had been spoiled in the sect, developing a willful and arrogant nature. He had scolded her many times, but she never listened, never heeded, and never changed. Zhao Dizhu was utterly, You're worse than a brat. Can you calm down, little ancestor? I don't know its level, but it seems even more formidable than the cleaver the senior forged last time. If I could obtain such a treasure, it would be like a tadpole transforming into a butterfly, a metamorphosis to soar. What difficulty would there be in destroying the Tianyi sect and the weapons sect? Holmeyer wiped the crimson from her lips and glanced toward Chu Mo's house, her eyes filled with curiosity. This senior is truly remarkable. Not only is he unmatched in martial arts, but he also forges supreme weapons. Handsome as he is, his character is impeccable. Master, you don't know. When he saw my beauty, he didn't even glance sideways. Such restraint and integrity are unheard of. Hearing this, Zhao Dizhu paused, scrutinizing Holmeyer with a look of surprise. He knew his disciple's allure well. She could easily be called a seductress. If he hadn't raised her from childhood, even he might have struggled to resist. Speaking of the senior, he's been in his room for a while, hasn't he? Why hasn't he come out after changing clothes? Inside the room, Chu Mo had just activated his sage mode. A vigorous man, having tasted carnal pleasures and endured celibacy for nearly a decade, now had such a powerful seductress in his home. If he didn't enter sage mode, he feared he might embarrass himself. He harbored no thoughts of romantic encounters. His wife's fate was unknown, and his daughter was 8 years old. He was a family man. He couldn't be swayed by a beautiful woman. To steady his mind, he could only cheat by playing the sage for a while. Forgive me, guest. But speaking of which, this girl is truly a masterpiece. So mature, those long legs. TSK. So long and straight. if she wore black or white stockings. Unthinkable. Chu Mo sighed with admiration. A look wouldn't hurt. Even Liu Qingxue would glance at a beauty. Truly a beauty before you have your ailments, a beauty passing by rejuvenates your spirit. This didn't mean he was unfaithful to his wife. On the contrary, his loyalty drove him to activate sage mode. Lust is a blade to the head, first cutting the wallet, then the waist. TSK, host is such a coward. Since you've been celibate for years, why not consider this girl outside? According to system analysis, she's still a virgin. The system teased mockingly. Chu Mo waved his hands repeatedly. No way. I can't afford to offend a peak celestial realm expert. And am I that kind of person? Compared to her, my wife has a better figure. As for looks, in the dark it's all the same. What's a cultivator? Women are all the same. Listen to the system. First call her sister, then darling, and finally sweetheart. Chu Mo. Ignoring the system's suicidal for looks. In the dark it's all the same. What's a cultivator? Women are all the same. Haha, sorry to keep you waiting, guests. The forging got me dirty, so I took a moment to clean up. Come. Since you don't drink tea, have some water. This mountain spring is excellent. I find it quite refreshing. Chu Mo placed the clear water before them. Looking at the water, Zhao Dezhu felt a pang of sorrow. He had once had a chance to taste the enlightenment tea, but because of this troublesome disciple beside him, the opportunity had slipped away. Yet despite this, Zhao Dezhu still wore a broad smile. Thank you for the water, senior. You've forged another exquisite treasure this time. Treasure. Following Zhao Dezhu's gaze, Chu Mo saw the pink sword on the ground. Oh, this. I made it for my daughter. As I mentioned last time, my girl is out exploring the world, so she needs a weapon. But my forging skills are crude, and this iron sword is hardly presentable. Please forgive my poor craftsmanship. Chu Mo scratched his head sheepishly. Compared to the cultivator's treasures that could split mountains, his sword was indeed unremarkable. Still, it was a token of his fatherly love. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu gave the sword a deep look, memorizing its design, then smiled awkwardly. Just moments ago, they had been thoroughly dominated by this unpresentable sword. Meanwhile, Holmeyer caught the implication in Chu Mo's words and asked in surprise, "Oh, senior, you have a partner and a daughter." Chu Mo nodded helplessly and offered a brief explanation. After hearing it, Holmeyer's desire to become the mistress of the courtyard diminished somewhat. Though polygamy was common in this world, she still hesitated. She had never even been in love. To intrude into another's family. It seemed inappropriate, but her unruly nature prevailed, and her eyes sparkled mischievously as she joked, "Well, senior, would you mind having another daughter? If I called you father, could you give me one of those unpresentable swords too?" Hearing this, Chu Mo was so startled, he spat out a mouthful of water. She was indeed attractive, slender yet curvaceous. Any other man might have lost control. But alas, Chu Mo had achieved sagehood and activated sage mode. Beauty. Mere clouds. Miss, don't joke like that. We're about the same age, how could you call me father? If you like the sword, I'll forge you one next time you come. It's not a valuable item, but you'll need to bring your own iron, or am out of iron. Holmeyer was overjoyed, marveling at the senior's generosity. Just as she was about to thank him, Zhao Dezhu quickly interrupted, raising his cup with a dry laugh. Ahem, Senior Meyer is lively and fond of jokes. Please don't mind her. Such a treasure is beyond her worth. Come, let's drink water. Huh. He had only come to borrow a blade, yet this girl had no sense asking for the sword outright. A sword of this level. How could they deserve it? The senior was just being polite. Seeing Zhao Dezhu raise his cup, Holmeyer rolled her eyes and lifted hers to toast Chu Mo. Senior, I toast to you. She spoke in a sultry tone, brought the cup to her crimson lips, and took a sip. But with that sip, her alluring peach blossom eyes suddenly flew wide open. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Master this water. It contains the power of enlightenment. Wait. After drinking this treasure of the seniors, I feel it. I'm about to break through. Holmeyer gazed at the water in her hand, her heart quaking violently, as if this seemingly ordinary water possessed some miraculous power. As she drank the cup of water, Holmeyer felt a refreshing sweetness, and her mind seemed to grow sharper. Martial knowledge that had once been obscure and incomprehensible suddenly became clear, as if her enlightenment had surged in an instant. The heavenly peak realm, which had long eluded her, was suddenly comprehended after drinking the water. A soft crack echoed from within her body, like a membrane being pierced, crisp and distinct. Then a surge of powerful spiritual energy poured into her from above, and she at the heavenly peak successfully stepped into the desolate realm. Feeling the strength in her hands, Holmeyer stood dumbfounded. Just like that, I broke through. Is this for real? After years of arduous cultivation, without moving an inch, all because of a cup of water. Senior, your treasure is truly incredible. I'm convinced, utterly convinced. Drinking it feels so soothing, and my belly is warm. Holmeyer looked up at Chu Mo, giving him a thumbs up with an adoring expression. Hearing this, Chu Mo's mouth twitched. This girl's words were so improper. Seeing Holmeyer's breakthrough, Zhao Dezhu was overjoyed and gulped down the water in his cup. As expected, aided by the water's mystical power and his own accumulated foundation, Zhao Dezhu also broke through to the late desolate realm. This water is amazing. Senior, this treasure of yours truly enhances enlightenment for minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Is this the legendary Prajna spring from Mount Wutai known as the wisdom water of the 10,000-year spring? Zhao Dezhu had thought he was given ordinary water, but even the senior's water was extraordinary. Hearing this, Chu Mo was taken aback. Wisdom water? Is my water this powerful? I've drunk half a tank without any effect, and you break through with just 1 cup. Could it really be something special? This damn system doesn't even have an item description. What a scam. Prajna spring. No, it's Farmer's 3 Springs a little sweet. Chu Mo grinned dismissively. Zhao Dezhu leaned back in shock. Farmer's 3 Springs and a little sweet. Never heard of it. But the effect is truly formidable. It's almost as good as the enlightenment tea you gave me last time. If they could be combined, the effect might double. Recalling the enlightenment tea, Zhao Dezhu felt a pang of regret, wishing he could skin Ling'er beside him. Sensing his resentment, she rolled her eyes. Master, don't be delusional. This Farmer's 3 Springs is so potent, it must have been hard for Senior to obtain. You should be grateful for even a sip, not be picky. Zhao Dezhu sighed and smiled apologetically. Chu Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. It's not hard to get. Isn't that well over there full of this water? If you want to drink, just scoop it up with a bucket. There's plenty. Though it did nothing for him, he didn't mind forging a good connection if it helped them. With your flattery, I'll count you as friends. You make me feel so good, I almost think I'm a supreme powerhouse if not for the system constantly reminding me I'm a waste. This master-disciple pair, both skilled and amusing, I really like them. Hearing this, they turned to look. Sure enough, they saw a well not far from the ginkgo tree. They nearly spat. A whole well? How much Farmer's 3 Springs was that? A single cup had helped her break through to the desolate realm. Guarding this, while even a pig drinking this spiritual spring could become a supreme expert. Zhao Dezhu was stunned. Senior, wasn't this while here last time? No, I moved it here yesterday morning. The water is quite tasty. Chu Mo replied casually. Ling'er and her master exchanged glances. Master, such a top-tier spiritual spring should have a high-level guardian beast, right? Of course, the higher the treasure's grade, the stronger the guardian. Wait. Did Senior have to kill many lives and exert great effort to obtain this spring? Ling'er's eyes narrowed. This harmless-looking handsome Senior was actually so fierce. But for this, well, even countless kills would be worth it. Chu Mo shrugged, recalling that night with a sigh. It took no effort. With these Qilin arms of mine, I killed hundreds of millions of lives in a short while. Afterward, I got this well. Well, he wasn't wrong. He always relieved himself before signing in for better luck. I'm such an honest lad. Though it's a bit embarrassing, I never lie. Hearing this, the master and disciple gasped. Hundreds of millions in one night. Had he shattered the void and killed in other realms? Heaven. A universe-level powerhouse, terrifying beyond imagination. By the way, old Zhao, did you really like that tea last time? As Zhao Dezhu and Ling'er sighed, Chu Mo's puzzled voice reached them. Zhao Dezhu nodded shyly, not hiding it. Being deceitful before such a senior was hypocrisy. Yes, I liked it very much. I brought a cup back to share with Ling'er, but it was so delicious and precious I accidentally finished it. He expected Chu Mo to ignore this. I thought you didn't like it since you left so much last time. Turns out you were just being thrifty. Wait here with Ling'er. I have plenty of tea leaves. I'll get some. Having made 2 living cultivator friends, Chu Mo naturally wanted to bond well. After all, in the martial world, more friends were always better, right? And it was nice to have someone to chat with and relieve boredom. Watching Chu Mo leave, Zhao Dezhu was overjoyed. Ling'er, I notice Senior seems fond of you, glancing your way often. This time, thanks to you, I get a few enlightenment tea leaves. Hearing this, Ling'er puffed out her chest proudly. Senior is indeed approachable. I like him too. But Senior has a daughter and a wife. I'm a bit hesitant. It doesn't feel right. They exchanged. Soon Chu Mo emerged from the house, carrying a cloth bag as big as a yoga ball. With a thud, he dropped it on the stone table. Zhao Dezhu and Ling'er were dumbfounded. Senior, this is tea leaves. Since you and Ling'er like this tea, consider it a gift from a friend. It's worthless. Chu Mo grinned and opened the bag. It was stuffed full of enlightenment tea leaves. At the sight, Zhao Dezhu felt dizzy, his heart nearly stopping. This was enlightenment tea. Even a Hong-level expert would treasure a leaf or two, saving it for a bottleneck. Yet here was a whole sack. Zhao Dezhu was speechless with excitement, while Ling'er's face flushed red. She screamed in joy and lunged forward. Ah, so much enlightenment tea. Senior, you're so generous. Chu Mo dodged swiftly. As a married man, he reminded himself to keep boundaries with female friends. Eye candy was fine, but nothing more. Senior, is all this enlightenment tea for us? Enlightenment tea. Is that what it's called? Chu Mo looked at his tea leaves in surprise. The system hadn't told him the tea's origin, but he didn't care much. It didn't work for him, so it was useless. In his mind, anything he couldn't use was trash, better given away. Like a non-smoker with fine cigars, sell them or gift them. After all, in the martial world, human connections mattered most. Someday he might need their help. Well, I'm ignorant, but to me it's not valuable. No different from ordinary tea. I have hundreds of pounds in my warehouse. Ordinary tea. Zhao Dezhu and Huomaier were stunned. Was this the aura of a true master? In his eyes, enlightenment tea was nothing more than ordinary leaves. Then what had they been drinking all this time? Horse urine. Others counted enlightenment tea by the leaf, but this master measured it by the caddy. Am utterly speechless. I surrender. After the initial shock, Zhao Dezhu quickly regained his composure. Gazing at Chu Mo's indifferent expression, he felt as though he had gained profound insight. This must be the senior testing my character and Myers. Otherwise, why would he, a stranger, gift us so much enlightenment tea for no reason? Could it be that he simply admired our strength and wished to befriend us? If my guess is correct, accepting this bag of tea would mean we master and disciple have failed this test. The senior would be utterly disappointed in me, and any hope of visiting him again would vanish, let alone making the audacious request to borrow his blade later. Thus, I, Zhao Dezhu, must stay true to my heart and not let greed cloud my reason. Having grasped the truth, a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes as he rose, clasped his hands, and declined. Senior, this is far too much. One should not accept rewards without merit. We'll take just a few leaves. With that, he picked out about a dozen leaves. This left Chu Mo bewildered. He scratched his head, feeling that Zhao Dezhu was being rather troublesome. If I give it to you, just take it. It's not like you asked for it. Chu Mo, a transmigrator from a later era, preferred straightforward people and disliked those who were overly rigid and bound by etiquette. You're not a first-time visitor, why so formal? This tea is useless to me, it's just taking up space. Miss Meyer, since your master won't take it, I'll give it to you. Take it back and brew some for him to sip slowly. Chu Mo casually handed the enlightenment tea to Huomaier. He had never experienced enlightenment from drinking it, but it did make him urinate quite frequently. Seeing Zhao Dezhu's expression, it was clear he cherished it greatly. Ever since Zhao Dezhu left him a generous supply of fine wine, Chu Mo had regarded the old man as a friend, and he was never stingy with his friends. Zhao Dezhu's face bore an expression that said, I knew it. Complaining that enlightenment tea took up space. What nonsense is that? Clearly this was a feigned refusal to test me. Zhao Dezhu was about to decline again, but Huomaier gracefully, thank you, senior. I'm not like my master who loves false modesty. He clearly likes it, but pretends otherwise. Besides, this is a gift from you, senior. As the saying goes, a gift from an elder must not be refused. If there is anything you need, senior, please tell me. I will do everything in my power to obtain it for you. However, we may not be able to offer anything of equal value to enlightenment tea, for my abilities are far beneath yours. Huomaier bowed respectfully. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu's face turned pale. He cried out in his heart, it's over, it's all over. They'll never be able to visit the senior's home again, you wretched girl. When have you ever been this quick to work when I ask? Watching the lively and candid Huomaier, Chu Mo smiled with relief. This is how young people should be, less rigid with rules and formalities, free to joke around. It makes interactions far more relaxed. Old Zhao is too old-fashioned, it's just no fun. Old Zhao, I'm telling you, why be so polite over a bit of tea? It might be precious to you, but it's worthless to me. If you really feel bad, just bring me more wine next time. With that, Chu Mo poured them more tea brewed with well water. Zhao Dezhu lifted his cup, his hands trembling, violently sipping, while studying Chu Mo's expression. Seeing no sign of anger, Zhao Dezhu was visibly taken aback. Could he have been wrong? Wait. No, he couldn't be wrong. Was the senior giving the tea to Meyer as a hint that he had taken a liking to her? At that thought, Zhao Dezhu's hands steadied, his trembling ceased, and he straightened his back with renewed vigor. Aha! Excellent. All those years of raising her have finally paid off. Years of nurturing, and now she serves a purpose. My bond with the senior is secure. By the way, senior, you have given us so many treasures and opportunities, and we have nothing to repay you with. I have no valuable possessions to offer. How about, I presume upon your kindness and offer my precious disciple Meyer to be your concubine. If that won't do, she can serve as your maidservant. Zhao Dezhu braced himself and asked. Huomaier was taken aback. The usually lively girl shyly, after all, she was an unmarried maiden. How could she not be shy at the mention of marriage? Chu Mo was so startled, he spat out a mouthful of water, staring at her in disbelief. In his past life, people had seduced women with cheap street food, and now he had traded some enlightenment tea for a beautiful woman offering herself to him. What an eye-opener. Were cultivators always this straightforward? But this girl didn't seem very bright. Such a silly woman. Good for nothing but hard labor. What use was she? Ahem. Old Zhao, don't joke. I already have a wife and daughter, so I must decline. By the way, Miss Meyer, which troop? Which sect do you and old Zhao come from? Chu Mo deftly changed the subject. Though his wife was not beautiful and had been gone for years, the brief time they spent together had filled Chu Mo's heart with the ordinary woman Liu Qingxue. He was not a fickle man. A small family, a wife, a daughter, and some land to farm. That was enough for a lifetime. Seeing the refusal, Zhao Dezhu was not disappointed. Perhaps his disciple was still unworthy of this great master. But there would be time to work on it gradually. Moreover, Chu Mo had mentioned that his wife had been gone for many years, and was likely dead, so this wouldn't be interfering with another's relationship. We are from the soul-suppressing sect, one of the 3 top sects in the southern domain. But in your eyes, Senior, it's probably like ants playing house. Utterly insignificant. By the way, Senior, why do you suddenly ask about our sect? Is there something you need? After being refused, Chu Mo sighed softly and asked curiously. Chu Mo nodded, looking slightly embarrassed. It's like this. I'm currently at the 6th grade realm, so I wanted to learn about the nearby sects. In 2 years, when I leave the mountains, I'd like to join one. Chu Mo had his own plans. The system would confine him for 2 years, and how far he could advance in that time depended entirely on his daughter Chu Ling'er. Besides, he didn't even know where his daughter was. If he could use his connections to join a sect early, it would make it easier to find her and provide her with a stable cultivation environment. Hearing this, Chu Mo and Zhao Daiju exchanged glances, their hearts racing. One thought echoed in their minds: the senior has no sect, and the senior wants to join a sect. As for Chu Mo's claim of being a mere 6th grade martial artist, they automatically ignored it. Could a 6th grade martial artist treat enlightenment tea like dead leaves? Could he forge super weapons? Could he effortlessly help a half-wild great ice wolf break through? As senior, you truly wish to join a sect? If the sect doesn't mind me, I'd like to join one. But I'm afraid no sect would accept me, and I know nothing about the outside world. Chu Mo nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Mo and Zhao Daiju were overjoyed. Chu Mo bounced forward and exclaimed excitedly, Senior, to be honest, I am the sect master of the soul-suppressing sect. If you find it acceptable, why not join us? I am willing to step down and offer you the position of sect master. From now on, you will be our sect master, and I, Meyer, will gladly serve as your deputy, handling chores and attending to your daily needs. What do you think? Chu Mo was stunned and looked at Chu Mo in disbelief before immediately refusing. No, I don't want to be sect master. This boisterous, elegant woman was actually the head of a sect, and she wanted me to take her place. Was she joking? Being an ordinary nominal disciple was more than enough. Holding a high position without strength was a death wish. At that point, even his dog might not be able to protect him. Hearing his refusal, Chu Mo frowned, thinking the senior found the position too lowly. Indeed, how could such a master be satisfied with just being a sect master? Zhao Daiju seemed to understand as well. He clasped his hands and smiled. Senior, the position of sect master is far beneath you. How about serving as our grand elder? Chu Mo pressed his hand to his forehead and glared at Zhao Daiju as if he were an idiot. He already thought being sect master was too high a position, and this old man wanted him to be grand elder. Was he trying to set him up? Seeing Chu Mo roll his eyes, Chu Mo narrowed her beautiful eyes. She discreetly glanced at Zhao Daiju, made a decision, and looked up at Chu Mo with utmost seriousness. Senior, how about this? In my capacity as sect master, I will have my master step down as founding ancestor, and you can take that position instead. What do you say? Such filial piety. This disciple was truly, utterly filial. It would be the death of old Zhao. Chu Mo was visibly startled by this proposal. Not only did the corners of his mouth twitch, but his neck also spasmed, causing his head to bob slightly. Seeing Chu Mo nod, Chu Mo and Zhao Daiju were overjoyed. Haha, wonderful. Thank you for honoring us, senior. From this day forth, you are the sole founding ancestor of the soul-suppressing sect, and I, Zhao Daiju, will gladly step down to grand elder and serve you tirelessly. Seeing the beaming faces of the pair, Chu Mo found himself at a loss for words. These master and disciple had truly lost their minds, wanting me, a mere 6th-rank martial artist, to be their ancestor. Could it be that old Zhao was just lazy and didn't want to handle sect affairs, so he deliberately found a scapegoat? Damn, what a ruthless heart you have. There's no way I'm falling for your trick. Are you serious? Dead serious. More serious than gold itself. They both nodded in unison, their gazes resolute. Little did they expect that their soul-suppressing sect would encounter such a stroke of fortune, gaining the backing of such a formidable expert. Who would dare provoke them now? Chu Mo's eyelid twitched as he asked weakly, First, let's get this straight. I can't leave the mountains for a few years, so I want to stay here. Is that all right? Also, I'm not handling sect affairs. You two can manage that. How about it? Of course. You are the ancestor now. Whatever you say, well do. By the way, ancestor, do you need a maidservant? Should I have Meyer stay? Zhao Daiju was ingratiating, willing to sacrifice even his disciple raised from childhood if it meant keeping the man. Even if the man wanted to stay in the mountains and do nothing, he would be 100 times willing. Seeing their agreement, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how reasonable they were. No. Miss Meyer, as the sect leader, must have many matters to attend to. How could she stay with me in the deep mountains? Chu Mo dared not let her stay. A man and woman alone together would surely lead to sparks. Most importantly, if his future wife Liu Qingxue and daughter Chu Ling'er returned, how would he explain? He was not a frivolous man wishing only to preserve his original family. His reaction to Chu Mo was merely a natural physiological response. Zhao Daiju sighed, not overly discouraged. A water tower gets the moon first. His Chu Mo would have plenty of. They were all part of the same sect now, she could visit frequently. And with each visit, who knew what might blossom? By the way, ancestor, I recently acquired a treasure. With your vast experience, could you take a look and tell me what it is? If you like it, ancestor, consider it a gift to keep in your home. A token of my respect. With that, Zhao Dezhu pulled from his storage space a fist-sized, crystal-clear great pearl that radiated fiery light. This thing was their soul-suppressing sect's supreme treasure, the South Brilliance Fire Pearl. How could he not recognize it? This was merely a pretext to gift it to Chu Mo as a return gesture. Chu Mo took it and felt the heat emanating from the pearl, like holding a small furnace, bringing warmth to the pearl's light was also exceptionally bright, akin to a night pearl, but over 100 times more luminous, capable of making a dark room as bright as day. Chu Mo's brow furrowed, gradually sensing a strange familiarity. Seeing his change in expression, Zhao Dezhu and Ling'er exchanged a glance and breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It seemed the ancestor had recognized the treasure's value. Ancestor, how do you find it? Do you like it? I do like it, but it looks so familiar. Chu Mo replied as he pondered deeply. Familiar? How is that possible? I checked the ancient texts, and it seems this is called the South Brilliance Fire Pearl. The ancient texts say there is only one such pearl in the entire continent. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand. This pearl not only enhances the cultivation of fire tribute techniques, but also grants greater opportunities to comprehend the laws of fire. Most importantly, legend has it that gathering the 5 continent stabilizing divine pearls, the North Water Profound Pearl, the East Wood Pearl, the West Metal Pearl, and the Central Earth Pearl, could allow one to break through to the legendary universe level. It might even be possible to tear through the void and ascend to immortality. Originally, this South Brilliance Fire Pearl was something Zhao Dezhu had secretly stolen from an ancient tomb for Ling'er's future breakthrough to the universe level. But considering repaying a debt and deepening ties with Chu Mo, the master and disciple, had deliberated for a long time before reluctantly offering this treasure. After all, they understood the principle that an innocent man gains a coveted possession and becomes a target. With the soul-suppressing sect's strength, they could never safely possess such a rare treasure as the South Brilliance Fire Pearl. If word got out, they would be doomed. So it was better to use it to win over Chu Mo, showing their sincerity. Now that they were all in the same sect, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. If the ancestor got the pearl and Ling'er managed to win him over, wouldn't it return to their hands anyway? You might think you've gained, but I never lose. Furthermore, Zhao Dezhu had his own calculations. He wanted to borrow a blade, and the pearl was the perfect stepping stone, as favors come with strings attached. He wouldn't dare ask for a favor without first offering something invaluable. No, I really do find it familiar. Give me a moment to think. My memory isn't what it used to be with age. Chu Mo tapped his head as a flash of inspiration struck, recalling where he had seen such a pearl before. Old Zhao, you say this pearl is one of a kind in the world? That's right. That's what the ancient texts say. If it were an ordinary item, I wouldn't have dared bring it for your appraisal. Zhao Dezhu smiled smugly, patting his chest with utmost certainty. Beside him, Ling'er licked her crimson lips, her gaze fixed covetously on the pearl that held great benefit for her. Hearing this, a strange expression crossed Chu Mo's face. Under their watchful eyes, he turned and walked into the house. A dozen seconds later, he emerged carrying a worn-out fire basin. Old Zhao, then take a look at what this is of mine. Chu Mo placed the fire basin on the stone table. Zhao Dezhu and Ling'er stared, their eyes turning vacant. Inside the basin lay a head-sized great pearl covered in dust, yet emitting a fiery glow. It was no different from Zhao Dezhu's pearl, except one was fist-sized and the other head-sized. Hey, ancestor, yours. Mine. What's going on? A South Brilliance Fire Pearl. This big. Wasn't it said there was only one in the world? Why does the ancestor have one too? Zhao Dezhu was incoherent, his mind a tangled mess. Chu Mo looked equally innocent. I don't know. I found it at my doorstep. It was warm, so I used it as charcoal for heating. You know, sleeping alone in winter gets cold, and this hot pearl makes for a sound sleep. In truth, it was a reward from the system. Besides serving as a little sun for light and warmth, it was utterly useless, so he had never paid it much mind. Who would have thought it had such a grand origin? One of a kind. Not anymore. Now there were two. A sweetness rose in Zhao Dezhu's chest, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. The treasure he held as priceless was in the ancestor's home, nothing more than an ordinary fire basin. So in the ancestor's eyes, South Brilliance Fire Pearl equaled charcoal. What the hell? A cultivator using it for warmth. How come this cultivator had never heard of that? And finding it at the doorstep. More likely looted from someone's treasure vault. Zhao Dezhu was at a loss for words, but Ling'er's focus differed from theirs. The information her ears caught. The ancestor said he slept alone in winter and felt cold. Was that a hint to me? Hiss. She longed to say to Chu Mo, ancestor, you sleep alone, and I sleep alone. What a waste to each lie in our own beds. Call me darling, say sweetheart, and he'll lull you to sleep at night. But mindful of his attitude and status, Ling'er chose to remain reserved. Chu Mo nodded, not refusing Zhao Dezhu's pearl. After all, courtesy demanded reciprocity. He had given them tea that was highly useful, and they already felt it. If he refused their gift, they might never dare visit again. Having finally made a friend in the deep mountains, how could he let them slip away? He'll accept this pearl. After all, the outhouse needed a lamp, or it was too dark to use at night, and easy to fall into the cesspit. Chu Mo added silently in his mind, not daring to voice his true thoughts, seeing how much they treasured the pearl. By the way, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Let's not beat around the bush. Chu Mo smiled wryly, his expression helpless. The so-called sudden attentions are either villainous or lecherous. Though Chu Mo's cultivation was weak, his insight was sharp. He could clearly see that Zhao Dezhu and Huomaier had an ulterior motive. Rather than beating around the bush, it was better to speak plainly. After all, they were now members of the same sect and would see each other often. Besides, he had a good impression of the master and disciple. They hadn't bullied him despite their superior cultivation. Seeing Chu Mo's serious expression, Huomaier and Zhao Dezhu both stiffened and sat up straight. Zhao Dezhu cupped his hands. Ancestor, to be honest, I do have an impertinent request. May I ask, Ancestor, if I could borrow that divine blade you used last? I wish to slay some heretics and bring peace to the sect. A blade? What blade? Listening to Zhao Dez's plea, Chu Mo was bewildered. How could his household possess a treasured blade capable of aiding such a formidable expert? Zhao Dezhu gritted his teeth, summoning his courage to speak. Senior, it's that new kitchen knife you forged during... You mentioned it was your first creation, that very one. Zhao Dezhu added a reminder, recalling that Chu Mo had even offered to gift it to him last time. Yet he dared not ask, for how could such a divine artifact be given away? It was worthy of worship as an ancestral treasure. At this reminder, Chu Mo suddenly slapped his forehead in realization. Oh, that kitchen knife you said was incredible. So you want to borrow it? What's the matter? Seeing Chu Mo's inquiry, Zhao Dezhu recounted every detail of the oppressive acts by the Tianyi sect and the artifact sect. That's how it is. They not only bullied our soul-suppressing sect's disciples, but when I went to seek justice, they joined forces and repelled me with a heavy treasure. So, this junior wished to borrow your blade, Ancestor, to restore our sect's honor and teach those two a lesson. In this era, perhaps only your blade can overpower their weapons. With it, I am certain to triumph over them. Having spoken with indignation, Zhao Dezhu looked at Chu Mo, anxiously fearing rejection or reprimand. After all, that was an incomparably precious treasure. Hearing this, Chu Mo rolled his eyes. Fine. I thought it was something major. Take it, I've forged a better. Chu Mo hurried into the kitchen and emerged with a plain, unadorned blade. Here, it's yours. As the sect's ancestor, were of the same clan. Go claim our dignity. Gee, giving it to me. Ancestor, you truly gift this blade to me. Zhao Dez's heart raced, blood rushing to his head, flushing his entire being. Never in his life had he been so exhilarated, not even on his wedding night. Seeing Zhao Dezhu like this, Chu Mo, he wondered if the man had a heart condition, who dying of excitement in his home would be most inauspicious. It's yours. If you feel indebted, bring me some wine next time. My cultivation is insufficient to leave this mountain, so I can't buy any. Chu Mo chuckled, nonchalantly pressing the kitchen knife into Zhao Dez's hands. Wine. That depended on whether the Monkey King was home. Trembling, Zhao Dezhu stared at the divine blade in disbelief. He caressed it gently, more tenderly than he had ever treated his Dao partner. Once the blade left Chu Mo, its overwhelming saber intent instantly retracted, making it appear utterly ordinary. Yet Zhao Dezhu knew the blade had merely returned to simplicity, not lost its power. It was just like Senior Chu, an inherently supreme existence, unwilling to flaunt its brilliance. With the divine blade in hand, Zhao Dezhu felt he could even battle a peak Hongstage cultivator. Ancestor, with this divine blade, I will easily crush those two sects and ensure no one dares bully our disciples. Tears streamed down Zhao Dez's face. He resolved to enshrine this blade as the sect's ultimate treasure. No need to thank me. Since you call me Ancestor, I'll help however I can. With that, Chu Mo reclined in his... Bai Feng, the clever dog, immediately licked his chops and used his paws to massage Chu Mo's shoulders. Stretching, Chu Mo felt a book slip from his chest. A breeze flipped through its pages. Zhao Dezhu himself in my spare time. You know, stuck in these mountains, all I do is... He thought he glimpsed a saber technique within the book. Uncertain if it was an illusion, Chu Mo picked up the book before he could examine it further. Ancestor, this is a cookbook. I made it myself in my spare time. You know, stuck in these mountains, all I do is sleep and eat, so I've delved deep into cuisine. Do you need it? Gift it to you. A cookbook. It's just a cookbook. I have the blade, or what would I do with a cookbook? Moreover, as the Grand Supreme Elder, if he wanted a meal, he'd dine at a restaurant or have his disciples deliver it. He'd never cook himself. Zhao Dezhu dismissed it, believing his fleeting glimpse was merely a trick of the eye. Senior, upon deeper thought, I believe that cookbook is unnecessary. Just as Zhao Dezhu cupped his hands to decline, the composed Huomaier interjected hastily. Ah, Senior, my master is senile. Actually, we desperately need a cookbook. My master and I have dreamed since childhood of becoming skilled chefs. A sect leader who can't cook is no good, woman. Thank you for bestowing your secret manual upon us. Once I master it, I'll come cook for you every day. After speaking, Huomaier frantically signaled Zhao Dezhu with her eyes, conveying a clear message. Master, have you lost your wits? The senior has gifted a divine blade. He wouldn't casually hand over a mere cookbook. There must be profound meaning behind this. This cookbook likely holds hidden secrets. And perhaps the senior, having lived as a mortal for so long, craves home-cooked meals, hinting he desires a culinary maid or Tao partner. If I master this cookbook, I could come here every day. How can you give up such a golden opportunity? This look struck Zhao Dezhu like a thunderbolt, jolting him to his senses. Indeed, the senior would never give useless things. All my Meyer sees so clearly, I nearly missed a great fortune. Once my Meyer masters this cookbook, she won't just be cooking, she'll be building our future. Yes, Meyer is absolutely right. In truth, I also love cooking. Thank you, senior. Zhao Dezhu smiled apologetically, bowing repeatedly. Chu Mo rolled his eyes at him, then smiled warmly at Huo Meyer, showing clear favoritism. Then, I await Miss Meyer's culinary showcase. Once she learned to cook, this young lady would be further capable in many ways, and truly capable. Excellent. Seeing Chu Mo unangered and not reclaiming the cookbook, Zhao Dezhu sighed in immense relief. While Chu Mo's attention was fixed on Huo Meyer, Zhao Dezhu stealthily pulled out the manual and peeked inside. What he saw in that first glance, his expression shifted from shock to sheer terror. The first dish in the cookbook was named blade-slaying braised chicken. The name was ordinary, accompanied by a drawing of a rooster with its head held high, along with complete slaughtering and cooking instructions. It pointed out the rooster's weakness, detailing the precise cutting point to dispatch it swiftly. After reading the introduction, the scene before Zhao Dezhu's eyes transformed utterly. Gone was the rooster. Before him lay a vast primordial world. And he, Zhao Dezhu, stood upon a colossal. The tree soared endlessly, its trunk, branches, and leaves all enshrouded in dense laws of heaven and earth, unmistakably indicating its extraordinary nature. Is this the world-piercing giant tree? Zhao Dezhu was astounded, a name spontaneously surfacing in his mind. This was a legendary entity from ancient texts. Was he truly blessed to witness it? Wait, that is... Caw, caw. As Zhao Dezhu reeled in shock, a peculiar bird cry echoed from above. Though unfamiliar, he instinctively knew. It was a phoenix. Looking up, he saw a phoenix strikingly similar to the rooster in the cookbook, confronting a man wielding a kitchen knife. The phoenix exuded overwhelming might, wreathed in flames capable of annihilating heaven and earth with a single strike. The man opposite appeared as an ordinary mortal, devoid of any cultivation aura. Yet who could stand atop the world-piercing giant tree and oppose a phoenix and be merely ordinary? Zhao Dezhu's eyes blazed with awe. A phoenix, a legendary divine beast. Where had he arrived? Why was he witnessing something so terrifying? The phoenix cried out and swooped toward the man. Seeing this, Zhao Dezhu shook his head with a sigh. He is finished. How can a human contend with a divine beast? Yet the next moment the man opened his eyes, raised his kitchen knife lightly, and swung it at the phoenix. Gazing upon that single strike, Zhao Dezhu could no longer contain himself, screaming in shock. How is this possible? It's... holy crap. That single slash, seemingly unadorned, was in truth peerlessly elegant. The young man casually swung his blade, and the sword intent coalesced with the laws of the world, carried boundless power as it cleaved toward the phoenix. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth were saturated with sword intent. Every blade of grass, every tree, even the very air itself transformed into sword intent, covering every angle without a single gap. The phoenix refused to be outdone. Of flames erupted from its body as it sought to resist the sword intent. Yet just as the phoenix launched its counterattack, the sword intent seemed to gain a consciousness of its own and vanished in the blink of an eye. Just as Zhao Dezhu was momentarily stunned, trying to sense the sword intent, a faint tearing sound reached his ears. From within the phoenix's neck, a storm of sword intent erupted, severing and shredding all its blood vessels and meridians. Soon the phoenix let out a single cry of agony and lost all signs of life, not even a chance for nirvanic rebirth, its vitality utterly severed. As the phoenix perished, the law forces of heaven and earth coalesced into four massive characters. Blade of Phoenix slaying. All that had been before vanished, and Zhao Dezhu found himself once again in the small courtyard. Though the scene had seemed to unfold for a long time, in reality, not even 3 seconds had passed. In Zhao Dezhu's eyes at this moment, there existed no person or thing. Only that uncanny slash remained. Is this the blade that slays braised chicken? Clearly it is the blade of Phoenix slaying. No wonder the senior gifted me the divine blade, and then suddenly handed me a cookbook. If not for Meyer's guidance, I fear I would have missed this heaven-sent opportunity. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary cookbook is actually a world-destroying blade art? If it can slay even a divine beast like the phoenix with a single stroke, just how powerful must it be? Zhao Dezhu muttered to himself for a few moments. Then clarity returned to his eyes. He closed the cookbook and with great solemnity placed it safely inside his robes against his chest. Zhao Dezhu looked up and asked, his voice full of anticipation. Senior, since you have slain a phoenix, may I ask if you have ever seen a dragon? Is that divine beast majestic? Chu Mo rubbed his nose, somewhat bewildered. What did he mean by I have slain a phoenix? He had only ever killed a chicken. This old man was rather odd. Shaking his head, Chu Mo grinned mischievously. I've never seen a dragon, but I have been fortunate enough to be served by one. Zhao Dezhu gasped sharply. To be served by a dragon, and you say you've never seen one. After his shock subsided, Zhao Dezhu's expression turned solemn. He knelt on both knees before Chu Mo and bowed heavily in gratitude. This junior Zhao Dezhu thanks the senior for his great kindness. I will thoroughly master this blade art, and in the future I too shall have a dragon serve me. From this day forward this junior's life belongs to the senior. Whatever the senior commands I shall do even if it costs me my life. Seeing the man's actions, Chu Mo was utterly baffled. Old Zhao, have you lost your mind? It's just a cookbook and a cleaver. And as for wanting a dragon to serve you, they'll take you to try it out sometime, no need. Ling'er, who was standing nearby, had a glint in her eyes as if she had discovered something. The smile on her lips grew even more radiant and enchanting. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. Senior, perhaps to you it was just a casual pointer, but to me it is of the utmost importance. By the way, senior, I may have to take my leave soon with Meyer. I need to master this secret manual quickly, then take your treasured blade and head to the final battle with the Tianyi sect. Zhao Dezhu's face was resolute. Since the senior had imparted such a peerless technique to him, how could he let it go to waste? Chu Mo scratched his head helplessly. Not staying for a meal. Thank you, senior, but not today. This junior is already indebted enough and dares not impose further. Ah, senior, you enjoy wine. I happen to have a jar of the finest newer Hong. What do you think? Zhao Dezhu bowed, then, as if remembering something, retrieved a jar of wine from his storage space and placed it on the stone table. Seeing the wine, the old drunkard Chu Mo licked his lips. He didn't care if it was newer Hong or old mother Hong. He reached out and gladly accepted it. Days without wine were unbearably hard, like a lifelong smoker without cigarettes. The restlessness was maddening. Good. I accept your kind gift. Since you insist on going home, I won't force you to stay. But come visit me when you have time. And don't forget to bring me wine next time. Seeing Chu Mo accept the newer Hong, Ling'er's pretty face flushed crimson. The usually fiery and passionate woman suddenly became shy and bashful. At that thought, Ling'er stomped her foot coquettishly, then pulling Zhao Dezhu along, transformed into a streak of light and vanished from the courtyard. Senior, we're off. Next time Meyer will come to serve you. Watching the master and disciple leave, Chu Mo shook his head with a chuckle. Who says cultivators are hard to get along with? Who says they kill at the slightest provocation? These two are pretty good. A cleaver and a cookbook, and they're already so grateful to me. And they've inexplicably made me some kind of patriarch. Oh well, they're worth befriending, ha. It's just that old Zhao is a bit perverted. At his age, he's still thinking about it. Chu Mo unsealed the newer Hong, poured himself a cup, and drank with great delight. Good wine. Old Zhao is a true friend, always leaving me good wine. This must be expensive. Next time I absolutely must make him stay for a meal. Oh, system. Let's check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a child-sized gold thread jade garment. Gold thread jade garment. The fabric is soft and silky, cool in summer and warm in winter. It can transform into any children's style at the wearer's will. It is impervious to water and fire, boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, and is wash-free. As Chu Mo gave the command, the system's voice promptly sounded. Hearing the reward, Chu Mo's eyes lit up. A treasure. Isn't this just like the clothes I'm wearing? Never need to change clothes for life, no washing, and it never gets dirty. Quick, mail the clothes to my precious daughter. The astonishing defensive capability is crucial. With this outfit, my daughter's safety is guaranteed. Oh, system, send the sword I forged earlier along with it. Ding. Mailing successful, delivery completed. Please keep the receipt, host. Chu Mo nodded. Aside from a bit of fun, his greatest daily joy was checking in and drawing lots. Maybe one day he'll draw a divine-level cultivation base and ascend to the heavens in broad daylight. Guzzi, stop turning the millstone. There's good wine tonight, and I'm going to stew a chicken. Since you've been so well-behaved, I'll reward you with a chicken neck and a chicken butt. Ha ha ha. Chu Mo called out to the husky, then strode into the house with a hearty laugh. Bai Feng, hearing the call, had a cold glint in his eyes. Damn it. Guzzi, I may not be human, but you are definitely a dog. One day, I will devour you. Leaving the small courtyard and flying midair, Ling'er looked at Zhao Dezhu curiously. Master, why have you been silent the whole way? Is there something wrong with the cookbook? Asked by Ling'er, Zhao Dezhu's expression turned grave. This is no mere cookbook. It is a true world-creating, peerless blade art. Zhao Dezhu recounted to Ling'er everything he had seen in his vision. I suspect the senior is not merely at the universe realm. Remember, even a phoenix can reach the universe realm, and if I am not mistaken, that figure was the senior himself. To be able to slay a phoenix so easily, his strength has likely transcended this very world. He most likely comes from above. The senior said he cannot leave that mountain for now. I suspect it is because his cultivation is too high and he is being rejected by the world. He is currently using that mountain as an array nexus to resist the great Tao of heaven and earth. Zhao Dezhu pointed a finger toward the sky, a trace of reverence on his face. After hearing this, Ling'er was greatly astonished. What? Above? Master, do you mean? The senior is an immortal who has descended to the mortal world to experience life. Incredible. To think we have had the fortune to make the acquaintance of such a senior. But why did the senior impart such techniques to us? Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu gave her a profound look and smiled meaningfully. Had this all started with you? Tell me, why did the senior accept that jar of Nuer Hong? You see, it was not only a gift from me to him, but also a test for me. It was to find a good husband for you, Ling'er. At these words, Ling'er was instantly overcome with shyness. Master, do you mean? The senior took a liking to me, and that's why he specially gifted us such a treasured blade and secret manual. And joining our sect was actually for your sake. If I am not mistaken, that is the case. The senior may have been stirred by mortal feelings. Zhao Dezhu smoothed his robes and laughed with supreme confidence. Ling'er was overjoyed. Since the senior holds me in such high regard, how could I disappoint him? I will become the most perfect woman and serve the senior for the rest of my life. At the very least, I will be a diligent handmaiden who washes and cooks. Seeing Ling'er so understanding, Zhao Dezhu nodded with satisfaction. Good. Excellent. My good disciple, finally the opportunity to send you off. Ahem, to marry you off has come. Ling'er, upon our return, issue a challenge to the Tianyi sect and the artifact sect in the name of our sect. This old man will make them kneel and call me father. Furthermore, I heard that the Golden Spirit Kingdom and the Fire Spirit Kingdom have allied with those two sects. Perfect. After we crush their sects, we will seize the resources of both kingdoms as tribute to the senior. Then we will use the power of both kingdoms and the sect to search for the senior's daughter, Chu Ling'er. In contrast to the joy of Ling'er and Zhao Dezhu, the female emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and her court wore grim expressions today. For no other reason than that today was the day of the joint visit from the Golden and Fire Kingdoms. At this moment, Empress Liu Qingxue sat upon her dragon throne, while the assembled officials stood with bowed heads silent, as if awaiting something. Just then Wei Zhongxian, the Grand Director of the Western Depot, rushed in swiftly and saluted the Empress. Your Majesty, the national preceptors and the senior princesses of the two kingdoms are about to enter the imperial city. They are currently 3 li away. What are your orders? They have finally arrived, have they? What do you think, my ministers? How shall we entertain these guests? Liu Qingxue asked with a solemn gaze, seated upon the dragon throne. As her voice faded, the Prince of Jinbei, Liu Ji, curled his lips in a playful, mocking smirk from the corner. He then shot a meaningful glance at his loyal followers. The group instantly understood. The towering Minister of Justice Chang Wei stepped forward with a cupped hand salute. Your Majesty, since the two nations have sent envoys claiming it to be a friendly state visit, I believe Your Majesty should personally greet them at the palace gate, with full ceremonial honors and a grand welcome. Our nation of Bingling is a great power, and Your Majesty is a benevolent ruler. We must not fail. Moreover, this is a golden opportunity to foster goodwill among the 3 kingdoms. Our borders have long suffered from endless conflicts, leaving the people destitute. If we offend the two nations due to a breach of protocol, worsening relations and sparking more wars, Your Majesty might fail the countless subjects of Bingling. I implore Your Majesty to deliberate deeply. Hearing this, the Prince of Jinbei nodded with satisfaction. Though Chang Wei lacked martial prowess, his mind was indeed sharp. With a single sentence, he had placed Liu Qingxue on a moral pedestal. If she slighted the envoys, any future war could be blamed entirely on her. Yet if the Empress went to greet them, it would undoubtedly undermine her authority, a true dilemma. The Empress furrowed her brow, a cold glint flashing in her eyes as she remained noncommittal. The Minister of War snorted, stepping forward and spitting at Chang Wei. What utter nonsense! What is Her Majesty? Besides, our kingdoms have been embroiled in frequent conflicts, our relations already strained. With the recent breakthroughs of their preceptors, their visit is surely meant to humble us. If Your Majesty greets them in person, wouldn't we be playing into their hands, appearing weak? Since Minister Chang claims Bingling is a great power, I believe we should prepare a formidable defense, showcasing our strongest military might to demonstrate our resolve and strength. If war comes due to etiquette, then it only proves we were conflicts, our relations already strained. With the recent breakthroughs of their preceptors, their visit is surely meant to humble us. If Your Majesty greets them in person, wouldn't we be? In Bingling there are no cowardly generals. As for certain dogs, I cannot say whether they fear death or not. Zhu Jun cast a pointed look at Chang Wei. As a hawkish court official and a veteran who had retired from the battlefield, Zhu Jun's words were razor sharp. His stance on foreign enemies was singular kill. You? Who are you calling a dog? Chang Wei fumed with rage. Whoever responds is the dog. My spine remains unbroken, unlike certain curs who only grovel and fear death. Zhu Jun ridiculed without mercy, his early celestial stage aura exploding outward. Wei fell silent, unable to retaliate without martial skills. We second the motion. Grand Censor Du Ruhui and others raised their hands in support of Zhu Jun. The Empress made a swift decision. Excellent. Lu Bing Zhu Jun Wei Zhongxin summon all elite forces above the Earth stage from the embroidered uniform guard Imperial Guard and Western Depot. Make sure they display the full might of Bingling. The rest of you await my orders in the hall. Lu Bing and his men departed, and the palace's military forces were set in motion. Chang Wei's expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly bowed again. Your Majesty, this matter is not. But before he could finish, Liu Qingxue's cold, authoritative voice cut him off. Guards, eject him. Chang Wei. The courtiers trembled in fear, daring not to utter a word. Though a woman, Liu Qingxue was always domineering in her actions, and Chang Wei was merely the prince of Zhenbai's lackey. In her mind, that dog was destined to die. Why should she show any courtesy? As the Minister of Justice was dragged away by guards, the court fell into silence once more. The Empress sat high on her dragon throne, while Li Chuanfeng, clutching a rusty iron sword, sat calmly by her side. Only the Prince of Zhenbai ground his teeth in fury, a grating sound escaping his mouth as he nearly shattered them. Revel while you can. Once these two nations topple your throne, I will seek our ancestor from the soul-suppressing sect and slay them all. Then, these three empires shall all fall into my hands, Lu Ji. And you, Liu Qingxue, will be nothing but a captive. They'll sell you to a brothel. Time passed slowly. About 40 minutes later, a loud announcement rang out. The national preceptors of the Gold and Fire Nations, accompanied by their princesses, request an audience. With Wei Zongxian's booming cry, a procession slowly approached the hall from outside. At the forefront were two arrogant old men, one in a dark gold robe, the other in fiery red. They strode in with heads held high, ignoring everyone around them. As they surveyed the court officials and guards outside, their eyes gleamed with contempt, dismissing the defenses entirely. These two were the national preceptors of the Gold Spirit and Fire Spirit nations, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, the strongest in their lands. Beside them walked two elegantly dressed women, exuding extraordinary grace and beauty. Both women, around 18 years old, had slender figures and an air of scholarly refinement. Wisdom sparkled in their eyes, marking them as far from simple-minded. They were the princesses of the two nations. At the rear came a squad of guards, all above the Earth stage, but they were stopped at the hall's entrance by the Imperial Guard. After all, the council chamber was not open to commoners. The capital of Bingling isn't bad, suitable for us to plant some flowers. But the people are lacking in manners. They sent only a eunuch to receive us. A clear sign of disrespect. The Gold Nation's guard leader sneered, his voice deliberately loud enough for all in the hall to hear. Wei Zhongxian, who had escorted them, narrowed his eyes coldly. Had it not been for the Emperor's plans, he would have struck the man dead on the spot. Your Majesty, the guests have arrived, Wei Zhongxian reported with a bow. The Empress nodded and waved her hand, prompting him to step back respectfully. You have traveled far, preceptors and princesses. Servants serve tea. What brings you here? Do not speak of national friendship. I will not believe it. Liu Qingxue's stance was firm, her imperial aura fully unleashed. She had no intention of engaging in pretense. Her intelligence told her these envoys were sent by the two great sects to probe Bingling's strength. If they found weakness, they would strike with overwhelming force. Liu Qingxue feared the power of the Artifact sect and the Heavenly Unity sect, for she had no mighty man backing her. Thus, she had to project strength to conceal her vulnerabilities. Who would have thought the little girl of yesteryear would become an empress today? Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. Jin Shang remarked with a feigned smile, though inwardly he was startled. He had not expected the girl they dismissed to have grown so formidable. Indeed, his emperor had foresight in seeking to eliminate this ice soul body. Hui Yuan followed up. Since your Majesty asks, we shall not conceal our purpose. We have long heard of Bingling's abundance of talent. Thus, by our emperor's command, we bring the princesses for an exchange visit. Yet from what I see today, I find no remarkable talents. Apart from the Prince of Zhenbai, who catches my eye, have all of Bingling's talents perished? Or has your Majesty hidden them away? We have come a long way, I hope your Majesty will not be stingy. Let our three nations spar and deepen our friendship, shall we? Hui Yuan spoke slowly with his hands behind his back, casting a casual glance at Liu Qingxue, his intentions laid bare. Moreover, both men unleashed their half-step desolatinistic auras, bearing down on Liu Qingxue in an attempt to intimidate her and shame Bingling. Seeing their blatant disrespect, Li Chuanfeng, standing beside the Empress, rose with a cold laugh. He released his own equally solid half-step desolatistic aura, intercepting their momentum. So you've both broken through, and you dare make a move the moment you arrive. Do you think I, as the national preceptor, am dead? As ministers, when visiting our emperor, why do you not kneel? You've regressed with age. Regardless of your intentions, kneel and speak first. Li Chunfeng's dominance was unmatched as he unleashed his full power without restraint. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, refusing to back down, and exerted their own strength to the fullest. In an instant, the hall was charged with tension, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. Bang! With the clash of their momentum, a resounding noise erupted. The ministers in the grand hall were thrown into disarray, and the palace maids and servants all fell to the ground. The scene was a complete mess. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan were forced several steps back by the ferocious Li Chunfeng. Meanwhile, Li Chunfeng stood his ground, hands behind his back, looking down at the two with arrogance. He's still daring to come and make trouble. You guys are nothing special. You, old immortal, you've broken through too. Seems we underestimated you. Seeing Li Chunfeng's relaxed demeanor, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan's expressions turned serious, and they regarded him with a touch more caution. Their arrogance had lessened significantly, and they were no longer as haughty as before. Li Chunfeng's breakthrough genuinely surprised them. After all, according to the intelligence provided by the Northern King, he had only recently recovered from serious injuries, and it was already impressive that his realm hadn't declined, let alone breaking through. The two exchanged glances, their scrutinizing eyes fixed on the Northern King, seemingly asking him what was going on. Lu Ji blinked, looking confused and unable to articulate a response. Do you think my ice spirit kingdom is a soft persimmon, easy to bully? If you come to visit, sit properly. If you seek trouble, then let's fight. I have never backed down in my life. Li Chunfeng stood imposingly beside the Empress, supporting her. Although the Empress was highly gifted, her time in cultivation was still short, and Li Chunfeng was somewhat worried about facing these old foxes. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan shook their robes, found a seat, and while they were wary, they were not afraid of Li Chunfeng because they had their backing. Seeing the two of them lowering their flags, Li Chunfeng quietly retreated to the Empress' side, his body unable to stop trembling slightly. Others didn't notice, but Liu Qingxue ditto. Li Chunfeng's hands were shaking as if he had Parkinson's. Master, how are you? Liu Qingxue asked subtly. Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly. Their strength is not weak. I took on both of them and sustained some minor injuries. I need to rest for a bit. Your Majesty, you handle things for now. Don't worry, if there's danger to your Majesty, I will be there before you. To create a strong image and to give the two nations a warning, Li Chunfeng chose not to retreat and instead faced them with a domineering stance, resulting in his current poor condition. The Empress nodded. With his deterrence, both nations would definitely behave more obediently. After Jin Shang and Hui Yuan sat down, they also adjusted their breathing and refrained from causing further trouble. As for the two princesses Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi, they slightly clasped their hands in salutation. I've long heard that the Empress acts decisively, and the Sword God has a domineering and fierce character. Today, seeing it for myself, it truly lives up to its reputation. The two girls continuously assessed Liu Qingxue. Although they too were exceptionally beautiful, they paled in terms of looks, temperament, and realm. They were indeed inferior to Liu Qingxue. For a moment, it left both of them feeling a bit defeated and unwilling. Liu Qingxue cast a faint glance at them, exuding a hint of murderous intent. You two princesses possess extraordinary courage to dare to venture into my ice spirit kingdom with the two national masters. Given the relationship between our three nations, are you not afraid that I will keep you here forever? Upon hearing this, the two princesses looked at each other, then at her expression that seemed genuine, and their hearts tightened as they forced a smile. I believe your Majesty would never do such a tasteless thing. Even when nations are at war, envoys are not harmed. Moreover, we have come to visit your Majesty with gifts to ease the tense relations between our three nations. Liu Qingxue clearly had no intention of making a move. She said this merely to intimidate them. Although Li Chunfeng could contend with the two national masters, he feared interference from sect members. Oh, gifts. Indeed, gifts. The two girls responded and clapped their hands. Come on, bring forth the grand gift we've prepared for your Majesty to see. After saying this, a maidservant in the earth tier came out, holding a brocade box. Under Liu Qingxue's puzzled gaze, the maid opened the brocade box, revealing a fist-sized top-tier spirit pearl of heavenly rank inside. Just from its exterior, one could feel a massive amount of spiritual energy surging, which would greatly benefit any cultivator. Your Majesty, please look. This is the Ice Soul Spirit Pearl, formed from 10,000 years of cold ice. The effects and rarity of this pearl need no explanation, right? This pearl is the grand gift we are presenting to your Majesty. We hope your Majesty will not despise it. Liu Qingxue took the pearl in her hand to play with. It was indeed a top-tier treasure, feeling extremely cold to the touch, and it was incredibly beneficial to her, perfectly aligning with her cultivation method and physique. She felt that as long as she consumed this pearl in multiple doses, or wore it continuously, it would surely allow her to break through to the ruin tier. One must know, even Li Chunfeng, such a powerful national master, barely managed to attain a heavenly tier weapon, while this pearl was much more precious than his weapon. I really like this item. Then I will accept it. Your Majesty, please wait. This gift is not so easily given. The world says that the Ice Spirit Kingdom has countless wise men who today we wish to see for ourselves. This treasure was obtained from the far north, and the pearl has two small holes, one for entry and one for exit, with twists and turns inside. My father said before he left, if someone from the Ice Spirit Kingdom can thread this pearl with a string without damaging it, then this pearl will be given to your majesty. Jin Feng smiled triumphantly and interrupted Liu Qingxue. Liu Qingxue examined the pearl closely and indeed noticed the 2 holes. Hearing Jin Feng's words, the Minister of War Zhu Jun was furious. If you can afford to give it, then give it. If not, then take the pearl and scram. What do you mean? Your Majesty is indeed patient. Had it been me, I would have already driven this bunch of hypocrites out. Liu Qingxue waved her hand, dismissing the indignant Zhu Jun. Their actions were clearly provoking her Ice Spirit Kingdom. If she did not respond, would it not imply that her nation was without strength? My Ice Spirit Kingdom indeed has countless wise men and skilled craftsmen. Threading a mere pearl with a string is not a challenge at all. Upon hearing this, Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi exchanged glances, a few smirks of conspiracy appearing on their faces. Oh, is that so? Your Majesty truly is full of confidence. How about we add some stakes to this matter? If your Majesty can thread the spirit pearl, then this pearl will be given to you. If you cannot, then your Majesty must cede 2 states of land to our 2 empires. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxue couldn't help but chuckle coldly. The sound of you 2 scheming can be heard all the way in the northern regions. Your Majesty, are you afraid to accept? It seems that even the dignified Empress has times when she boasts about her strength, unable to accept such a minor challenge. Alas, the 2 provoked her. Liu Qingxue was not angry at all. Her Ice Spirit Kingdom had a total of 13 states, and they were asking for 2 right off the bat, clearly indicating that threading the pearl would not be easy. However, if she did not respond, she would lose the might of her nation, leading to a decline in her prestige among both the military and civilians. At that time, it would be detrimental to her imperial aura, so she had to accept this challenge. What harm is there in me accepting? However, you cannot expect to use just 1 pearl to gain something for nothing. That won't do. How about this? If my people can thread the pearl, then you must each offer up a state of land near the border to my Ice Spirit Kingdom. Dare you? Upon hearing this, the 2 girls immediately agreed without hesitation. All right, then it's settled. Please have your Majesty sign the Heavenly Tao Oath. They had expended considerable effort to prepare this pearl, yet they had been unable to thread it with a string. They too did not believe that anyone from the Ice Spirit Kingdom could accomplish it. If they were not extremely confident, how could they have dared to issue such a challenge? It seemed that this trip, 2 states of land were theirs for the taking, and they would not even need to share them with the Northern King. The 2 girls exchanged glances with Liu Ji, their faces filled with mockery. This fool still wants to use a knife to kill someone. Sorry. We also want to use your hand to effortlessly seize the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Liu Ji stood by with his arms crossed, watching with amusement. He had no idea that he was selling himself out while helping others count their money. After the Empress and the 2 princesses signed the Heavenly Tao contract, the Empress ordered the gathering of people. Come, bring all the embroiderers from the palace. Wei Zhongxian received the order and immediately retreated. In no time, he brought a group of women into the palace. Your Majesty has decreed that whoever can thread the pearl without damaging it will receive a great reward. Line up one by one. Wei Zhongxian shouted in a loud voice. Hearing there was a great reward, the embroiderers were all excited and ready to give it their all. However, dozens of skilled embroiderers could not manage to thread the pearl. A group of them sweated profusely as they gathered around, chattering continuously, but none could come up with a solution. Seeing this scene, Liu Qingxue's expression gradually darkened, and she had a bad premonition in her heart. What is going on here? Questioned by the Empress, the embroiderers were terrified, all kneeling with heads bowed. Your Majesty, this bead is strange. Strange. Why? Yes, the hole inside is not wavy as we imagined, but like a maze. Threading a soft strand through it is almost impossible. Neither hard nor soft needles can penetrate this hole. Please punish us, Your Majesty. The embroiderers trembled in fear. They had never seen such a bead, which seemed deceptively simple to thread. Yet despite racking their brains, they could do nothing about it. Hearing this, Liu Qingxue's face turned ashen, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Seeing the flawless Liu Qingxue at a loss, Hui Yunxi and Jin Feng couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker, their mockery palpable. So the sole Empress of the Ice Spirit Kingdom also has problems she can't solve. We thought the Ice Spirit Kingdom was brimming with talent as rumored, but it seems nothing special. Faced with offered territories and treasures, you can't seize them. Alas, if Your Majesty truly cannot manage it, then it's time to cede the lands belonging to our 2 kingdoms. We may return early to report and take over. This was the jealousy of women. They could not bear to see someone more beautiful than them living a better life. Liu Qingxue ascending the throne as a woman was admired and envied by countless princesses. Unfortunately, they lacked the means to seize power. Since they couldn't surpass Liu Qingxue, they sought to destroy her. Seeing her suffer brought them joy. Liu Qingxue's expression turned icy cold. The fact that her entire kingdom couldn't handle a single bead made her feel humiliated. Yet mindful of her imperial dignity, she did not lose her temper, but shifted her tone to a delaying tactic. No rush. My Ice Spirit Kingdom is a mighty nation. How could it fail to solve a mere bead? However, the most skilled embroiderer in the palace happens to be away today. If you two can wait, how about another day? Hearing this, the two princesses exchanged glances with their state preceptors, waving their hands contemptuously. With your bunch of incompetent fools, we can wait not just 1 day, but 3. If your majesty can't find a solution within 3 days, then you must fulfill the contract, return the bead, and cede territories as compensation. With that said, the envoys of the two kingdoms rose, dusted themselves off, and cast arrogant glances at the ministers of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Snorting disdainfully, they strode toward the hall's exit. Oh, by the way, where will our delegation rest tonight, your majesty? Rest assured, Commissioner Wei of the Western Depot will arrange everything. Liu Qingxue suppressed her troubled expression and waved her hand with slight impatience. Wei Zhongxian bowed in acknowledgement and led the group toward the Honglu Temple embassy. Gazing at the modest embassy before them, the two princesses seized the opportunity to complain. Is this it? Is this how the Ice Spirit Kingdom treats its guests? Given our status, you dare to house us here. The environment is terrible. No rear garden, poor air, far inferior to the palaces of the Golden and Fire Kingdoms. Hearing this, Wei Zhongxian shot them a cold glare, pinching his fingers in an effeminate manner. All envoys stay here. If you two are dissatisfied, I can have a cow or pig pen prepared for you. Spacious and with excellent air. The two women flew into a rage, channeling inner energy into their palms. You? Courting death. Seeing this, Wei Zhongxian swayed, vanishing like a wisp of smoke with lightning speed. He muttered under his breath, "How dare you slight Her Majesty? Not making you sleep in a latrine is already generous. I want to argue with two-mouthed women. Can't win anyway." Enraged, the two women lost all composure. How dare a eunuch be so insolent and insult us? Jin Shang and Hui Yuan raised their hands to calm them, twitching their mouths. Your highnesses, don't fret. The outcome is already sealed. This palace will soon be ours. Then even the Empress bedchamber will be yours to occupy. For now, just wait for her to hand over the Ice Spirit Kingdom willingly. In the council hall, Wei Zhongxian, master of lightness skills, returned to report. Your Majesty, those people are settled. Good, keep them under surveillance and report any unusual activity. Liu Qingxue resumed her cold demeanor and turned to the ministers. All of you are the finest talents of my Ice Spirit Kingdom. Think of a way to thread the bead. The Empress passed the bead around, and the ministers gathered to study it. Could it be that the hole doesn't go through? Are they tricking us into a trap? Yu Huaiyan, commissioner of the Eastern Depot, asked in confusion. Du Ruhui picked up the bead deep in thought. Whether it's through or not, we can find out easily. Saying this, he put the hole to his mouth and blew hard. The bead emitted a sound like a conch. Oh, it's not blocked at both ends. Air flows through. For a moment, the ministers fell silent. Seeing no one could solve the problem, Liu Qingxue dismissed the court with a troubled look. Clutching the bead, she left the hall, with Li Chuanfeng heading to the sword pavilion to think. Watching Liu Qingxue's helplessness, Liu Ji was overjoyed. Let's see how you handle this, Liu Qingxue. This glorious kingdom of ice spirit will soon be mine. Inside the sword pavilion, Liu Qingxue toyed with the bead, her face full of despair. State preceptor, do you think I made a mistake? Should I never have signed the heavenly Tao oath? Li Chunfeng shook his head slightly to comfort her. Your Majesty, why belittle yourself? Even if you hadn't signed today, they would have found another way to force you. Crisis and opportunity coexist. If we overcome their challenges, we can gain vast territories. The Empress nodded, but threading the maze within the bead was no easy feat. Even she couldn't think of a solution. Shaking her head helplessly, Liu Qingxue sighed. Li Chuanfeng, struck by a thought, also wore a grave expression. Your Majesty, after our brief skirmish today, I noticed that when I forced back Jin Shang and the other old man, they showed no fear. That's highly suspicious. I suspect the two great sects have already sent their people, which is why they are so emboldened. At this, both fell silent, fully aware of the implications. Without the sect's intervention, the Ice Spirit Kingdom could withstand the combined forces of the two kingdoms. But with their involvement, it was uncertain. Rest assured, Your Majesty, with your Dragon Chi protection and my all-out effort, I can still take down a Huang-level expert. I have hidden my sword for 100 years. I am not so easily slaughtered. Despite these words, the shadow of worry did not lift from their hearts. Enough, let's not dwell on what hasn't happened yet. First, we must solve this bead. As Liu Qingxue stared at the bead, lost in thought, a cheerful laugh rang out from the sky, interrupting her reverie. Sister Shangwan, fly faster. This feeling of flying is wonderful, so thrilling. Father never took me flying. He said the ground is safest. I think he's just lazy. Liu Qingxue looked up to see Shangwan Yin, clad in silver female armor, flying through the air with Chu Ling'er in her arms. Her face was etched with exhaustion and helplessness. As a royal guard, she had now become a young and beautiful babysitter. Sister, smile. Don't always look so glum. My father said a girl who smiles is easier to marry off. You're so old and still unmarried. Ling'er suspects it's because you don't smile. But don't worry, if you can't find a husband, you can marry my father. He probably won't mind. Chu Ling'er giggled. Yin stumbled midair, nearly falling. Marry the Azura king. She dared not even think of it. Ling'er, I've just broken through, and my inner energy isn't deep enough. I've exhausted it all flying with you all day. Let me rest a bit. Oh, the Empress and my master are here. Let's go down and see. While speaking, Yin noticed the Empress and quickly floated down. It must be said, taking care of children is more exhausting than fighting enemies. I have seen your majesty. Yin cupped her hands in salute. Liu Qingxue nodded slightly in response. As she landed, Chu Ling'er pouted and immediately left Yin's embrace, rushing towards Liu Qingxue. Mother, are you also here to send Ling'er to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun? In the palace, everyone dotes on her, and many big sisters play various games with her every day. Now Chu Ling'er seems to have forgotten her father, as if she has already forgotten the task of finding her mother for him. Looking at Chu Ling'er's lively and innocent demeanor, the Empress forced a smile and patted her head. Mother has encountered a problem and is temporarily unable to accompany Ling'er. You can play by yourself for a while. She thought that upon hearing this, Chu Ling'er would obediently go off to play. Mother has encountered a problem and is temporarily unable to accompany Ling'er. You can play by yourself for a while. She thought that upon hearing this, Ling'er might be able to help you just like last time. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxue, who had been frowning, suddenly raised her eyebrows, her heart leaping unexpectedly. Last time, when she was at a loss, it was this eldest daughter who suggested a labor exchange strategy that helped her successfully resolve the crisis. Could it be that this time, she could do it too? That's impossible, right? This time the problem was beyond the capability of the entire court. Even the embroiderers in the palace had been called in. How could an 80-year-old girl like Ling'er possibly do needlework? How could she compare to those embroiderers who had been working for many years? Liu Qingxue shook her head, hesitated for a few seconds, and still narrated the situation to Ling'er. It's like this: if mother cannot thread this bead with a thread, we will lose a lot of territory. Moreover, the imperial authority will suffer a severe blow, and the internal situation of the country will become even more chaotic, with the people losing faith. But mother has exhausted all her efforts and searched for talented craftsmen, yet no one could solve it. Liu Qingxue spread her palm, revealing the bead in her hand. Chu Ling'er curiously opened her big eyes and picked up the bead from her hand, examining it closely. Wow, it's so cold, perfect for making chilled fruits in summer. With a sparkle in her eyes, Chu Ling'er played with the bead, even holding it against her little face to feel its coolness. Seeing the little girl so engrossed, Liu Qingxue sighed in disappointment. To think she was relying on a little girl for something that even adults couldn't solve. Truly, a desperate measure. However, she didn't scold Chu Ling'er, but rather affectionately ruffled her hair. If you like it, Ling'er, why don't you play with it for the night? Tomorrow mother will return it to those two nations. Upon hearing this, a sly smile inexplicably appeared at the corners of Chu Ling'er's mouth. Return it. Ling'er likes this bead, and it feels like mother and this bead are very compatible. My father said that as long as you get your enemy's possessions, they become yours, even if obtained through deceit. Since I got it through my own ability, why should I return it, eh? Looking at the little girl who resembled a cunning merchant, the others were momentarily taken aback. Unexpectedly, the king of Shura actually taught his child this way. This little rascal. The seemingly adorable little girl turned out to be so deviously clever. But mother has made a vow to the heavens, and if we don't return it, we will be struck by 5 thunders and die. Alas, if it doesn't work after we return it to them, mother will gather experts tonight to forcibly retrieve it. The longing in Chu Ling'er's eyes as she played with the bead made it impossible for Liu Qingxue to refuse. At this moment, she only had one thought, even if it meant sacrificing everything, she had to fulfill her daughter's request. Chu Ling'er looked up and smiled happily. Mother, there's no need for that. Actually, as long as we can thread the bead, it will rightfully belong to us. But Liu Qingxue furrowed her brow, about to repeat the bead's difficulty, but was interrupted by Chu Ling'er waving her little hand. Mother, this thing isn't difficult at all. In the past, my father let me play with those Lu Ban locks, tangrams, and Rubik's cubes at home, which are much more difficult than this. These are all tricks Ling'er has played before. Threading the line through is a piece of cake. Once she said this, looking at Chu Ling'er's nonchalant expression, Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng felt a shock run through them. They all showed expressions of disbelief. What? Ling'er, you say you've played with this bead before? Yeah, it's easy to say, or it's impossible to thread the bead using human strength, but we can think of other methods. Chu Ling'er casually replied, tossing the bead lightly in her hand. Liu Qingxue was stunned and quickly asked, other methods? Ling'er is the smartest, quickly teach mother. Chu Ling'er's eyes twinkled mischievously as she smiled. Mother, this is my unique skill. If I succeed, you have to promise me one thing, okay? Okay. As long as it's not too unreasonable, mother will agree. Liu Qingxue nodded without hesitation. As long as it could solve the crisis, anything was negotiable. After all, what could a little girl possibly ask for? At most, she might want a toy or a few days off from studying. Seeing the agreement, Chu Ling'er was overjoyed. In the future, when Ling'er asks mother to go back and marry father, she couldn't possibly refuse, could she? This was a promise she had made herself. Hee mother, listen closely. We can find a big black ant and tie a soft thin thread around its waist, then smear a little honey or frosting on the other end of the bead. The ant will follow the scent to the other end, and then the thread will naturally go through. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng exchanged glances, both feeling enlightened, as if they had received a sudden revelation. They had been thinking about how to thread it through using humans, but forgot that they could utilize small animals. It sounded simple, but when thoughts were limited, no one had pointed it out, making it hard to think of. Good idea. But little Ling'er, how are you sure the ant won't get lost in the maze inside? If it goes the wrong way, it will block the retreat. Won't that mean failure again? Li Chunfeng suddenly realized a problem, and his expression shifted between uncertainty and clarity. Chu Ling'er waved her hand. That's why we need a special thin, smooth, and soft thread, otherwise it will block the way back. But where can we find such a thread? Silken thread is thin, but it sticks. When the ant pulls, it will break. Liu Qingxue was troubled. Metal threads are too heavy for the ant to drag, and spider silk and silkworm silk won't work either. Other threads might be bitten through by the ants. After all, big black ants are quite strong. Clearly having a plan, the problem arose with the materials, which was also frustrating her. Chu Ling'er also scratched her head helplessly. My home has plenty of such threads, but I can't get any now. At that moment, Chu Ling'er suddenly remembered something, her eyes gleaming as she turned around, happily twirling in her skirt. Mother Ling'er has thought of something. Look, isn't there some on Ling'er's clothes? This is the new dress father gave me last night. Not only can it change styles at will, but the quality and texture are superb. It's especially silky. Even Shangwan's sister's sword couldn't cut through my new dress. If we use the threads from this dress, wouldn't that be perfect? Chu Ling'er's words once again captured everyone's attention. Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng glanced at the little skirt, then turned their gaze towards Shangwan Yin, seemingly asking for confirmation. Shangwan Yin smiled wryly and nodded helplessly. That's right. I used all my strength, but couldn't cut off the tag on Ling'er's dress. Moreover, I even left a notch on my sword. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Shangwan Yan's treasured sword is also one of the best among earthly weapons. How could it not cut off a mere dress tag? Wow. No wonder it's the clothing given by the king of Shura. It's truly amazing and extraordinary. Sister, why do you always want to cut my tag? If you cut it, how will anyone know I'm wearing a new dress? Chu Ling'er wrinkled her little nose, looking at Shangwan Yin with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others instantly turned complex. Shangwan Yin, Liu Qingxue, Li Chunfeng, Sigma, how reasonable. Your father said you were clever since you were little, and it seems he was right. But if we can't even cut the tag, how can we remove the thread from your dress? Shangwan Yan's words struck the others like a bolt from the blue, awakening them. They had the dress, but how to peel off the thread was another problem. Ling'er has a solution. Last night, father also gave me a new weapon, which is particularly sharp. It should be able to cut a bit of thread. The next second, when Chu Ling'er pulled something out of the burlap bag, Li Chunfeng and Shangwan Yin were both shocked. The sword intent in their bodies erupted, uncontrollably attracted by it. This sword? What the hell? How is this possible? Li Chunfeng swore that he had seen fine swords before, but never one as exquisite as this. The moment Chu Ling'er drew her sword, even before it left its scabbard, it caused his sword intent to surge uncontrollably. If it were unsheathed, how devastating would its power be? As he pondered, Chu Ling'er casually pulled the sword out with a clang. Whoosh! A sword aura burst forth, slicing through the roof of the sword pavilion and shaving off its majestic top, leaving it flat. The entire rooftop was cleaved and reduced to dust by the sword aura, leaving only roofless training chambers where numerous experts stared blankly up at the sky. What? What happened? Who stole our roof? At that moment, the divine sword in Chu Ling'er's hand hummed softly. The group of sword cultivators in the pavilion felt their internal sword energy erupt uncontrollably, as if resonating with the blade. The energy forcibly compelled their bodies, making them burst through the ruins and walk toward Chu Ling'er. This terrified the sword experts, for among them were earth-tier masters who could not even control their own bodies. What kind of power was this? Damn it. First they steal the roof, and now they're stealing people. Let us go. Where are you dragging us off to? Thud. Controlled by the sword intent, the crowd rushed to Chu Ling'er and knelt before her. Witnessing this, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Li Chunfeng, barely resisting the urge to kneel, gazed at the ruined sword pavilion, his eyes filled with shock. After all, Chu Ling'er had only just reached the 6th rank martial artist level yesterday, yet with a mere draw of this sword, she unleashed power surpassing the earth tier. If a heaven tier or higher master wielded it, gasp, would it not devastate heaven and earth? What rank is this sword? It can even control a sword cultivator's internal energy. It seems all sword-related energy or intent must bow before this blade. Gasp. Too powerful. Even when I was in the flourishing central region back then, the Hongtier treasured sword I saw pales in comparison to this one's might. Seeing Li Chunfeng's utter astonishment, the sword cultivators blinked, finally understanding why they had knelt, kneeling to this prodigious princess. If it meant gaining her favor, what harm was there in kneeling again? Ling'er, could you let your grandfather see the sword in your hand? Li Chunfeng asked, trembling. Chu Ling'er did not refuse and generously handed the sword over. Here you go, Grandpa Li. As he took the long sword, before he could even caress it, the blade shuddered violently and returned to Chu Ling'er's hand, as if utterly disdainful of him. Li Chunfeng was stunned, drooling with envy as he roared without dignity. A sword spirit. This sword has actually birthed a sword spirit. Damn it. Legends say only celestial artifacts can develop consciousness, and a sword with a spirit can make every strike reach the essence of the sword art, amplifying its power tenfold or more. Gasp. Such mythical items from ancient texts. Ling'er, are you sure your father forged this? His shock was understandable as Chu Ling'er's revelations continually shattered their perceptions. Phoenix meat. Blood fiend body. Grass character sword art. Now an impenetrable robe and a celestial sword. Astounding. Chu Ling'er gave him a look as if he were an idiot. Who else? If not from my father, do I know anyone else? Who would raise another's daughter? Li Chunfeng slapped his forehead, realizing the logic. Who would give away a celestial artifact? But Ling'er's father could forge such a weapon. Then his strength. Gasp. He must have transcended heaven and earth entirely. Terrifying. Ling'er inherited his teachings, and she passed the grass character sword art to me. Doesn't that mean I, Li Chunfeng, have become a disciple of an immortal? Your Majesty, there is hope. We are secure now. Li Chunfeng turned excitedly to Liu Qingxue. The Empress was momentarily stunned. You mean this sword? Exactly. With this celestial sword in hand, I am confident in killing a desolate tier expert across ranks. Moreover, I have grasped the first move of the grass character sword art Ling'er taught me. Combined, no one can touch our ice spirit kingdom. Even if 2 or 3 desolate tier masters from those sects come, I can hold them off single-handedly. Li Chunfeng stood with hands behind his back, sword aura radiating as he gazed proudly into the distance. Only those who practiced the grass character sword art knew its true power. Even if he was not yet proficient and had mastered less than half of the first form, it still became his most potent killing. Liu Qingxue was overjoyed. Her previously gloomy face suddenly bloomed with a radiant smile, like sunlight piercing the darkness. Good. Ling'er, now that we have a solution, when the 2 kingdoms' schemes fail, they may resort to desperate measures. At that point, Mother might need to borrow this sword. Is that all right? Though Ling'er was her adopted daughter, borrowing such a precious celestial artifact required clear communication before. Otherwise, if the sword spirit refused to cooperate, it would be useless. Liu Qingxue also feared that using the sword without permission might anger the Azura king. Of course, we are family. Father's things are Ling'er's and Ling'er's things are Mother's. So what father gives is essentially Mother's right. Mother, use it freely. Family shouldn't stand on ceremony. And Grandpa Li, just tell Ling'er when you want the big sword. Chu Ling'er's eyes twinkled mischievously. Her father had told her that if an idea was repeated often enough, it would be accepted as truth. This was called brainwashing. So now she was brainwashing her Empress mother, making her believe she was truly part of father and Ling'er's family. Gradually, her beautiful mother would be secured. Father wouldn't have to remain alone. Sigh. As a daughter, I worry so much for him. Ling'er, thank you. Can you cut a thread from this robe? Just one to thread through the bead. Not noticing the subtle shift in logic, Liu Qingxue thanked her joyfully and prepared to extract the thread. With a means of self-defense secured, she planned to use this foundation to trample the 2 kingdoms. She could not let go of the territories the 2 nations had offered. 2 provinces, nearly 1/6 of the Ice Spirit Kingdom's land. For centuries, the kingdom had been losing territory. If she, Liu Qingxue, could expand it after ascending the throne, it would greatly boost popular support and prestige. Then her throne would be unshakable, and she could naturally find a way to bring her man Chu Mo over to enjoy a life of ease. Ling'er should be able to cut it. This robe seems quite obedient. With that, Chu Ling'er raised the sword to snip a thread. But before the blade touched the fabric, the robe, as if alive, automatically loosened a thread and floated a silk strand into Chu Ling'er's hand. The onlookers were stunned, a wild thought surfacing in their minds. Could this robe also be a celestial artifact? Did it possess its own consciousness? Ling'er, don't move. Let me test a strike on you. To verify his suspicion, Li Chunfeng's gaze turned serious and he waved his hand, sending a sword aura straight at the little girl. Just as the aura was about to hit her, the robe fluttered without wind, forming a light barrier that neutralized the attack and reflected it. Seeing this, everyone was speechless with awe. The celestial artifact deemed me too weak and even countered my attack automatically. A desolate equipment could stir waves in the martial world, let alone celestial artifacts. Today they had witnessed too. Now, looking at Chu Ling'er's cheerful demeanor, Li Chunfeng felt like he was hugging a jar of vinegar. His heart's an 80-year-old girl wielding a celestial sword and wearing a celestial robe that protected her autonomously. She was a walking ultra-wealthy heiress. Shaking off his jealousy, the group caught a hapless black ant. Following Ling'er's method, after half an hour, the ant finally carried the thread through the maze inside the bead, reaching the other side. Done. Your Majesty, this bead that baffled us was so easily threaded using Ling'er's idea. Haha, all those winding tunnels are useless. Li Chunfeng laughed heartily. The cheerful sound also drew out Sai Huadua, who was napping. Seeing his joy, Sai Huadua smirked, flickered over, and ruthlessly mocked him. Stop laughing, you look hideous. Beautiful people all look the same, but the ugly have their own unique ugliness. Li Chunfeng roared in anger, you bastard. I want stoop to your level. Since the bead is threaded tomorrow, I want to see the looks on those bastards' faces. Daring to look down on our ice spirit kingdom. They never expected an 80-year-old girl to solve their problem and seize 2 provinces for us. When they learn the truth, it will infuriate them to death. After the issue with the ice soul pearl was resolved, Li Chunfeng was in excellent spirits. Handing the pearl to the Empress, he smoothed his robes and turned his gaze to Sai Huadua. By the way, Quack Sai, once we take over the territories of those 2 kingdoms, we'll need a considerable military fund to station our troops. How about lending me some to tide us over? Your medicine god Valley is wealthy. Ooh, I won't borrow much. Just a few million taels should suffice. What do you say? Li Chunfeng already regarded the lands of the 2 kingdoms as his own prize. The Gold and Fire kingdoms had originally used this heavenly contract to prevent them from reneging on a loss. But they never expected that the Ice Spirit Kingdom would devise a solution. The heavenly contract was a double-edged sword. It bound the Ice Spirit Kingdom as much as it hung like a blade over the heads of the Gold and Fire kingdoms. No one dared defy a heavenly contract, for all who did had perished. With the pearl resolved, what Li Chunfeng and the Empress had to consider was how to arrange defensive forces in the new territories. However, the Ice Spirit Kingdom's treasury was currently depleted, leaving no funds for military pay. Li Chunfeng could only set his sights on Sai Huadua. After freeloading off him for so long, borrowing some money wasn't too much to ask, was it? As for repayment, just as Ling'er girl said, I borrowed it with my own skill. Why should I pay it back? Freeloading felt great. Upon hearing this, Sai Huadua rolled his eyes and let out a wry chuckle. Old fool, we're both over 300 years old. If you don't have it, what makes you think I do? Forget it, I'm off to exercise my legs. Farewell to you. Sai Huadua departed. Li Chunfeng also flew away, leaving only the Empress and her company. That day the Empress was in high spirits and for once set aside her duties to spend the entire day with Ling'er. She played and frolicked with her, shedding all imperial solemnity, revealing nothing but a mother deeply guilty for years of neglect toward her child. Liu Qingxue transferred all the love she had for her own child onto Chu Ling'er, as if making up for her regrets. That night, even in sleep, mother and daughter stayed together. After finishing a story, Ling'er nestled in Liu Qingxue's arms, preparing to sleep. Mother, your chest is so soft and warm. It's so comfortable to lean on. Ling'er loves it. Father would surely love it just as much. Chu Ling'er burrowed into Liu Qingxue's embrace, looking up with a hearty smile. Liu Qingxue's fair face flushed slightly as she gently patted the girl's head. Nonsense, little one. You'll have that too when you grow up. It's something all women have. Don't you find it soft and comfortable sleeping against Sister Shangwan? Chu Ling'er tilted her head, pondered for a few seconds, then frowned. No. Sister Shangwan's chest is as flat as Ling'er's. It's bumpy to sleep on and not comfortable at all. But mother's is different, soft as a quilt. And somehow, Ling'er feels deep down that mother's chest has a very familiar scent, as if I've slept against it before. Liu Qingxue was stunned, her gaze softening further. This girl must deeply miss her birth mother, must. How could there be such a heartless woman in the world, abandoning such an adorable and sensible daughter? I truly wish I could have her drawn and quartered, fed to the dogs. If you like leaning, then lean on me, Ling'er. Let's sleep together, mother and daughter. Yea? Mother, can father sleep against your chest like Ling'er too? Chu Ling'er asked with a squinting smile. Liu Qingxue's cold face broke into a roll of the eyes as she gave her a light rap on the head. What are you thinking at such a young age? Your mother and father aren't truly husband and wife. How could we sleep together? Hurry and blow out the lamp for rest. Tomorrow your mother must hold court and deal with those 2 princesses. Chu Ling'er, smarting from the tap, let out an ouch and clutched her head pitifully, getting up to blow out the oil lamp. Mother, take me along tomorrow too. Maybe Ling'er can help with something. I also want to see if the court is lively. This? Liu Qingxue frowned slightly. By law, princesses couldn't attend court. Only female officials could. But since Chu Ling'er had asked, it had to be done. After all, this was her daughter. Who else would dote on her if not her? Anyone who dared to object would give her a perfect excuse to replace them. All right, they'll take you along tomorrow morning. With Liu Qingxue's consent, Chu Ling'er slept especially soundly that night, pillowed against her chest. It felt just like being by her father's side, reassuring. She even left a bit of dream drool on Liu Qingxue's chest. And Liu Qingxue, holding Chu Ling'er, slept just as peacefully, with an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if she were holding her own daughter. Alas, my husband, I miss you all. Once this matter is settled, I will surely come to find you. Then Ling'er and our daughter can become the best of sisters. It'll make them both princesses. Ling'er will be Yongle and our daughter will be Changle. The next morning at court, In the assembly hall, the same old group of officials stood with heads bowed. Chu Ling'er, dressed in a long skirt, sat obediently beside Liu Qingxue, with no one daring to speak against her presence. After He Shun's execution, even if Liu Qingxue's faction did anything, all was deemed proper. Liu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself, smart of you all. Just then the state preceptors of the Gold and Fire Kingdoms entered with their 2 princesses. The group made perfunctory bows, and Jinfeng raised an eyebrow, speaking with a teasing smile. Your Majesty, why have you summoned us? Could it be you've decided which 2 prefectures to cede to us? At this, the officials of the Ice Spirit Kingdom exchanged uneasy glances, uncertain if the Empress had found a solution. Liu Qingxue sneered coldly, cede territory. Princess Nanyang, you must be dreaming. No. Princess Nanyang was Jinfeng's title. Jinfeng raised an eyebrow, looking up with mockery. Oh, your Majesty has sworn a heavenly contract. Surely you don't intend to break it. The Empress smiled wordlessly, sitting confidently on the dragon throne with the poise of a ruler of the realm. Li Chunfeng quickly chimed in, this mere pearl. We've already threaded it. It's you who should cede territory and fulfill the contract. Li Chunfeng opened his palm, revealing the Ice Soul Pearl. Jinfeng and the others were startled, leaping to their feet in disbelief as they stared at the pearl in his hand. What? Threaded? How? How is that possible? Where's the thread? I don't see it. Jinfeng picked up the pearl and indeed saw a nearly invisible fine thread on it, barely noticeable even with her sharp eyes. The pearl is threaded. Now shouldn't you fulfill the contract? Remember, I want the territories bordering the ice. Liu Qingxue curled her lips into a beautiful arc, looking contemptuously at the people before her. Jinfeng was still in shock. After all, both kingdoms had spent much time failing with this pearl, and just yesterday Liu Qingxue had been at a loss. But today, how did your Majesty thread it? It wasn't me. I'm too busy with state affairs to bother with this little pearl. My daughter Princess Yongla solved it easily by using an ant. Liu Qingxue said calmly, but the pride in her eyes was unmistakable. Jinfeng and Hui Yunxi were shocked, turning to look at Chu Ling'er beside her, immediately shaking their heads in disbelief. You say this little girl threaded it? Impossible, absolutely impossible. We already tried using ants to thread it. It couldn't pass. Any wrong path would block the hole. Li Chunfeng gave a cold smile. Do your kingdoms have such sturdy, smooth, and light thread? Jinfeng frowned and yanked the thread hard. But to her surprise, the thread from Chu Ling'er's clothes cut deeply into her flesh, nearly reaching the bone. Startled, she quickly let go. Hiss! This thread can break through my Earth rank peak physical defense. Jinfeng was astounded. If such a treasure could be mass-produced into hidden weapons, who could be harmed by it? Liu Qingxue had no time for her contemplation. Slapping the heavenly contract on the table, she waved her hand imperiously, and the Ice Soul Pearl flew into her grip through the air. Your 2 kingdoms are generous indeed, sending territories from afar, a light gift with heavy sentiment. They'll accept this precious pearl. Furthermore, please both princesses and state preceptors fulfill the contract and delineate the territories. I will choose a day to take over. Hearing this, Jinfeng staggered back a few steps, speechless. Experiencing the feeling of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait, her face turned ashen, nearly spitting blood in rage. At a loss, she could only signal Hua Yuanzhenshang and the others with her eyes. What do we do? Are we really going to cede territory and fulfill the contract? I won't accept this. Hui Yunxi's smile faded and her eyes filled with indignation and reluctance. What choice do we have if we don't accept? The contract is signed. Do you want to suffer the backlash and ruin the kingdom's fate? Who knew she could actually solve the Ice Soul Pearl? But I have a way to make her spit out even more territory than she's taken. Just watch my performance from here. Hui Yunxi's gaze was icy cold as she produced a map and divided some barren territories near the Bingling Kingdom among the 3. Your Majesty, the territories have been demarcated. You may claim them with our contract at any time. Our imperial father has already instructed us on this matter. All affairs can be fully handled by the national preceptor and us. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The Empress nodded and ordered the map to be presented. After examining it, she nodded with satisfaction. Though barren, it was still territory. After all, when winning such a wager, could one expect the opponent to offer prime land? After examining it, she nodded with satisfaction. Though barren, it was still territory. After all, when winning such a wager, could one expect the opponent to offer prime land? Of course not. I've heard the Bingling Kingdom excels in both civil and military arts and boasts a great scholar like Gu Yanwu, master of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Fortuitously, the grand tutor of my Fire Spirit Kingdom, Zhu Jishan, and the couplet king Dui Chuanchang are both here today. Hence, I wish to take this opportunity to challenge all scholars of the Bingling Kingdom in poetry and verse. Furthermore, let's add a little wager this time. Kingdom, Zhu Jishan, and the couplet king Dui Chuanchang. If your Majesty wins, you gain 4 prefectures from our 2 kingdoms. If you lose, not only must you return the territories you've won, but you must also compensate each of us with 1 prefecture. Such a generous offer. Surely your majesty wouldn't dare refuse. Hui Yongxi's face was full of mockery. As she spoke, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the attendants behind her, holding a folding fan and possessing 6 fingers on his right hand, exuding an air of arrogance. Beside him stood a rotund scholar with a pair of handlebar mustaches, giving off a cunning and sly impression. Hearing Hui Yongxi's words and seeing the 2 men emerge, the courtiers erupted in murmurs, unable to help whispering among themselves. What? Zhu Zhishan? Is he the one who dominated the literary circle of the southern domain, snatched 2nd place among the 4 great talents, and then retired? We thought he was dead. Who knew he became the Grand Tutor of the Fire Spirit Kingdom? Even Minister of Rites Gu Yanwu wouldn't dare claim certain victory against him. And Dui Chuanchong is here too. A century ago, when the first talent of the Wood Spirit Kingdom wagered his life in a couplet duel, he was defeated so thoroughly his intestines burst, and he bled to death. Hiss. With these 2 here, no wonder they dare challenge our Bingling Kingdom, skilled and bold. The courtiers buzzed with discussion. Everyone knew the reputations of those 2. Their fame and talent even surpassed Gu Yanwu's. They were immensely formidable. One excelled in poetry, the other in couplets. Both were titans of the literary world. Even Imperial Censor Du Ruhui and Li Chunfeng furrowed their brows, their faces heavy with solemnity. As the saying goes, under great fame, there is no mediocre man. Since they dared wager 2 prefectures, they must be brimming with confidence. In recent years, the Bingling Kingdom had suffered continuous disasters, and the empire lacked the resources to cultivate talent. With Gu Yanwu away on disaster relief and absent from the capital, they couldn't think of anyone capable of contending with these 2. For a moment, the Empress and her ministers were lost in thought. Seeing the Empress frown in silence, Hui Yunqi continued her taunts. The vast Bingling Kingdom with so many great scholars is afraid of a mere woman like me. The literary scene of the Bingling Kingdom is truly a mess. It seems we must warn all students back home that the Tsinghua Academy here is nothing but a decoration. Misleading the youth. How tragic, how lamentable. Our Fire Spirit Kingdom is different. Our academies gather renowned masters and boast countless talents. Her arrogance was on full display. Though the ministers were indignant, none dared to rebuke, for they lacked confidence. The Bingling Kingdom valued martial arts, and its literary strength was indeed a weakness. Yet having been provoked so openly, Liu Qingxue could no longer refuse. Very well, I accept. Summon the top scholars from all academies, the great Confucians and the literary masters. At these words, Prime Minister Guanzhong, who had remained silent and unnoticed, furrowed his brow and clasped his hands. Your Majesty, this is unwise. If we lose, we forfeit 4 prefectures. Even with the 2 we won earlier, we'd still lose 2 of our own. I implore your Majesty to reconsider. Do not fall into their trap. Hearing this, Liu Qingxue sighed. Guanzhong was a veteran minister skilled not only in strategy and military tactics, but also in governance. Moreover, he had founded the first brothel in the Bingling Kingdom, earning him the title of the originator of such establishments, beloved and revered by many. But in recent years he had indulged in wine and women, neglecting his duties. Still, one couldn't deny that every piece of advice he offered was valuable. Prime Minister, if I avoid a challenge from a foreign kingdom, where will that leave the literary reputation of the Bingling Kingdom? How will our countless scholars ever hold their heads high again? This would disgrace not only me, but the entire empire. Since its founding, the Bingling Kingdom has always faced challenges head-on. Win or lose, we cannot shy away. Liu Qingxue was clear-minded. The empire's literary scene already lacked talent. If it suffered a severe blow and the people lost faith in literature and academy, scholars might leave to study in other empires. Then, the brain drain would be even greater, a loss of the future for the sake of the present. Guanzhong realized this too and shook his head helplessly. Your Majesty, if we must fight, perhaps we should summon Gu Yanwu back from the disaster area. A Heavendeer cultivator can travel swiftly. He should arrive by tonight. With him to steady the ship. It would be safer. The Empress pondered for a moment and nodded. Since Princess Guantao wishes to compete with all my literary masters, summon the Minister of Rites from the disaster area. With the command given, Zhu Jun, a Heavendeer cultivator, immediately acknowledged and shot into the sky. Hui Yunqi paid no mind. Even if Gu Yanwu came, she was absolutely confident of victory. An hour passed, and the finest talents and scholars of the Bingling Kingdom had all assembled. Your Majesty, since everyone is here, let us begin. Your Majesty may set the theme. I shall accept all challenges. You may come at me together or one by one. After exchanging formal bows, Zhu Zhishan stepped forward, directly asking the Empress to set a theme for a poetry duel. His contemptuous attitude infuriated the talents of the Bingling Kingdom. How dare he speak such nonsense? Well, teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Even if you are one of the 4 great talents, so what? We refuse to believe that so many of us can't surpass a single Zhu Zhishan. Zhu Zhishan snapped open his fan and shook his head with a laugh, his attitude haughty. Hi, you lot. You'd need another 20,000 years to defeat me. The atmosphere was tense. Under Liu Qingxue's themes, the two sides exchanged blows back and forth. But after a few warm-up poems, the Bingling Kingdom quickly fell behind. The four great talents were indeed no match for ordinary scholars. Even the academy instructors were crushed. The group was drenched in cold sweat, panicking. Zhu Zishan, after all, was a master in his field. No good. This poem won't work either. It can't compare to his. Damn it. Why is he so strong? 30 years east, 30 years west. Never bully a youth in poverty. Facing their furious howls, Zhu Zishan's gaze was contemptuous as he gently twitched his six-fingered right hand. Feudal rage. Is this your level? I overestimated you. 30 years east. Even with 300 years, you'd be useless. Trash is trash. Can hard work compensate for innate talent? Hearing this, the crowd was unwilling, but even in defeat their tongues. What are you so arrogant about? Wait until our Master Gu returns. You'll be humiliated. That's right. Master Gu is a renowned great scholar of the southern domain. Dealing with you will be a piece of cake. The Empress' expression also darkened. She hadn't expected her many talents and great scholars to be so fragile. Minister of Rights. I'm counting on you. Gu Yanwu. Huh. It's been a while. Zhu Zishan curled his lips and shook his head, his eyes betraying no tension, only ease. Clearly he held no regard for Gu Yanwu. Just as his words faded, a sound of breaking air came from the sky. Two streaks of light landed on the ground. Zhu Jun, with an explosive hairstyle, rushed in first, panting heavily. Your Majesty, I have brought Gu Yanwu. Following him, Gu Yanwu, with a white beard also blown into an explosive style by the gale, strode in. Seeing the two punk-styled entrants, the crowd felt as if hope was beaming at them with a maternal smile. Minister Gu, please teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Yes, we are no match for him. We beseech Minister Gu to turn the tide and restore the prestige of the Bingling Kingdom's literary circle. Gu Yanwu had already learned the situation from Zhu Jun on the way. Amid the flattery, Gu Yanwu bowed to the Empress. Your Majesty, no need for formalities. May I ask Minister Gu, what are your chances? Liu Qingxue inquired. Gu Yanwu glanced at Zhu Zishan, then turned back, his expression exceptionally grave. Your Majesty, I have only a 30% chance. Hearing this, Liu Qingxue's heart jolted and her face changed color. Gu Yanwu had been renowned for years, the pillar of the Bingling Kingdom's literary world. For so long his position had been unshakable, yet now. What? Even you only have a 30% chance. Then what are we to do? At this moment, Liu Qingxue realized that things were not going well, her heart suddenly sinking. The so-called 30% chance, to put it nicely, is 30%, to put it harshly. It means it's basically a lost cause. Gu Shangshu this. Looking at the Empress' furrowed brow, Gu Yanwu clasped his hands and sighed deeply. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally spoke of an unbearable past. To be honest, the world knows me, Gu Yanwu, as a great scholar, but they do not know. 50 years ago, I was also celebrated as one of the top talents in the southern region, spirited and unique. But, do you know why I did not compete in the second talent conference? Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged. Who would have thought that this great scholar Gu Yanwu was once one of the four great talents in his youth? Why had he never mentioned such a glorious past before? What happened? Did you get interrupted while peeking at a young woman bathing? His good friend Zhu Jun, speaking with a peculiar accent, asked in confusion. He knew that although Gu Yanwu appeared righteous, he secretly enjoyed watching young women. In his words, at the beginning of humanity, people are inherently good. A man who is not lustful is not a real man. Life has always been about compromises. A man remains youthful until death. Everyone was taken aback, gazing at Gu Yanwu with astonishment. I never expected. Gu Shangshu had such a glorious past. Hiss. Everyone was reminded. This man liked to peek at married women so they could never allow him to visit their homes again. Guard against fire, theft, and old Gu. Feeling the vigilant and wary gazes of the crowd, Gu Yanwu's face flushed with anger. At this moment, he wished he could stab Zhu Jun's heart, unable to hide his feelings. The demeanor of the great scholar was gone, and no longer was he the righteous man of the past. With his hands on his hips, he began to scold. Damn you and your 5-spice beef farts. How could a scholar be accused of peeking? I watched openly. In my youth, I was talented and handsome. Countless widows and young women were enamored with my fair body. Even if they touched me, I remained unmoved. If you don't believe me, let your beautiful wives and concubines come in. As Gu Yanwu spoke, he boastfully brushed back a strand of his graying hair. The crowd was bewildered. This old-fashioned man actually had this flirtatious side. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Gu Yanwu took a deep breath, his tone shifted, and his expression darkened. However, just when I was at the pinnacle of my life, two young men sought me out for guidance. One was skilled in painting, the other in poetry. I, Gu Yanwu, was a great talent in my time. How could I refuse to teach the younger generation? But, unexpectedly, because of this competition, I learned what it means to have someone beyond oneself, and what endless learning truly is. Indeed, I lost. When Gu Yanwu uttered these words, he seemed to age several years, a bitter smile escaping his lips, utterly drained. Truly, the waves of the Yangtze River push the waves ahead. The previous waves die on the beach. From that point on, I never dared to participate in the talent conference again, not for any other reason, but because I knew. With those two around, I could never win. Later on, I coincidentally met the late emperor who recognized my talents, and I came to the imperial city to serve as a minister dedicating myself to education. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. They never expected that Gu Yanwu, who was perceived as a towering figure of talent, had actually faced defeat in his youth. Gu Yanwu cleared his throat and retorted with righteous indignation. How can a scholar be said to back down? If you break down the word back down, it means to act according. Gu Yanwu cleared his throat and retorted with righteous indignation. How can a scholar be said to back down? If you break down the word back down, it means to act according to one's heart. Knowing I could not win, yet still stubbornly fighting, I am not a fool. Is it not all right to be low-key? Then old Gu is that person you mentioned? Zhu Jun asked softly, his face looking particularly unpleasant. Gu Yanwu sighed deeply. At this point, I do not fear your ridicule. The shadows in my heart must eventually come to light. Indeed, the painter I spoke of is none other than the current top talent in the southern region, the elusive Tang Bohu. And the one who defeated me in poetry is him, Zhu Zhishan. Boom. When these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue striking everyone in the head. The officials in the court widened their eyes, revealing looks of disbelief. What? The one who defeated you is him? It's over. It's over. At this moment, even Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng were tense, their hearts crying out in alarm. For a moment, they did not know what to do if their nation's hope was actually Sai. Seeing this scene, Hui Yunxi and others burst into laughter, their demeanor extremely arrogant. Your Majesty, why not skip this competition? UI's Spirit Kingdom can just give up the 4 states. We won't waste our effort. It would also leave you some worthless face. Liu Qingxue's expression darkened, and she fell silent. In the corner, Liu Ji, seeing the other side losing face, was already laughing heartily. Woman, what use is beauty? Can a woman truly sit on the imperial throne? Once you lose territory, I will take the opportunity to strike. Then I will see what face you have left to sit on the dragon throne. Ha ha. Liu Ji had never been this happy. The more difficult Liu Qingxue became, the more advantageous it was for him. Once I take the empire, my ancestor will surely be overjoyed, and then I will be the favorite in front of my ancestor. Damn. Old Gu, why didn't you say this earlier? Zhu Jun, with his impatient nature, always spoke his mind. Gu Yanwu helplessly shrugged. You never asked me, did you? I thought, why would I bring up such a humiliating matter with you? Did you ever tell us about your little mistress outside? Moreover, I had no idea that these two nations suddenly wanted to compete in poetry and bet so heavily. Sigh. Zhu Jun's expression froze, slowly retreating to the side. He was afraid of his wife. If this matter got out, wouldn't he be skinned alive? The Empress sighed slightly and raised her hand. At this point, there is no use in saying anything, as surely in these years Gu Shangsha's knowledge must have improved quite a bit, right? Until the very end, never say you give up. Gu Yanwu looked dejected. Your Majesty, although this old minister has improved, but sigh. The shadows left years ago loom over Gu Yanwu's heart once again, leaving him somewhat despondent. Hearing this lack of confidence, Zhu Jun, who had just retreated, stood firm again, angrily patting Gu Yanwu on the shoulder to encourage him. Old Gu, keep it up. Right now you are the only one who can take on a few rounds. Although you have improved, others may also have progressed. When these words were spoken, Gu Yanwu's expression darkened, and the entire place fell silent, everyone staring wide-eyed at Zhu Jun. In his mind were a row of question marks. This guy, whose side is he on? Seemingly realizing he had misspoken, Zhu Jun hurriedly corrected himself. That, even if he has made progress, so what? Although you lost back then, if you do not put in the effort now, how will you know how poor you are today? Isn't that right? Do you think that kind of genius learns quickly? Do you think they can produce poetry with ease? I tell you, it's all true. Gu Yanwu's veins bulged as he closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the anger within him. His hands slowly reached into his robe, seemingly searching for something. Seeing that his encouragement was effective, Zhu Jun's eyes brightened as he continued speaking, inwardly praising himself. I truly am a good friend who understands and can relieve worries. See, I have bestowed my teammate with an inspirational aura. It's all right. I have seen your efforts over the years, although hard work cannot make up for lack of talent, but I believe with your poor aptitude. Damn. Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Yanwu pulled out a brick from his robe and angrily smashed it on Zhu Jun's head. Zhu Jun was caught off guard and rolled his eyes, immediately fainting. Damn it, I've tolerated you for too long. If you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute. Guards, throw him out. This brick struck well, and everyone applauded. Even Chu Ling'er covered her forehead with her small hand, greatly sighing. We are originally from the same faction, why the rush to harm each other? After the guards dragged Zhu Jun away, Gu Yanwu took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and resolutely clasped his hands towards the Empress. Having muddled through half my life, always teaching from behind, this time, I should charge forward. In the past, I, Gu Yanwu, could sweep the literary world of the southern region with a single stroke. Today, having grasped the wolf hair brush, I shall stand tall. Your Majesty, although I am old, I am still willing to fight for my great empire once more. Everyone retreat, this battle. Gu Yanwu will take over. Gu Yanwu turned resolutely, dismissing the scholars of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, and fixed his gaze upon the mocking and sardonic Zhu Zhishan. The two literary titans immediately commenced a poetry duel. Gu Yanwu, true to his reputation as a great scholar, managed to neutralize the overwhelming advantage Zhu Zhishan had previously held. They exchanged poems, each one worthy of eternal fame, with effortless brilliance locked in a fierce back and forth. Yet observing this spectacle, the Empress and Li Chunfeng were far from optimistic. An hour flew by, and they noticed a faint sheen of sweat on Gu Yanwu's brow. What can be done? Is there truly no one in my Ice Spirit Kingdom who can rival them in poetry? If we lose, it will cost us 4 provinces. I fear I will become a sinner, disgracing my ancestors, alas. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly lifted her head and whispered, Mother, what if Ling'er gives it a try? You, Ling'er? This is a poetry duel, not a quarrel with... Liu Qingxue shook her head gently. Though Chu Ling'er possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation and astonishing calligraphy, she held little faith in her for this. A poetry duel was entirely different. It belonged to a separate realm. Without profound cultural accumulation, how could one compose verses in such a short time? Moreover, Chu Ling'er had never composed poetry before. There was likely no ink in her belly. Ling'er, this is a matter of state. If the duel is lost, vast lands and populations are at stake. This is no game. Liu Qingxue's face was clouded with worry. Though she doted on Ling'er dearly, she dared not trifle with national affairs. If Ling'er failed, it would deal a devastating blow to the Ice Spirit Kingdom. When that happened, things would only worsen. Seeing her godmother's lack of trust, Chu Ling'er pouted and clung to her arm, shaking it incessantly while acting coy. Mother, Ling'er actually knows some poetry and verses. Father had me go through what he called 9 years of compulsory education. I've studied with father for 4.5 years now. Another 4.5 an ID graduate. Ling'er can do it. And Ling'er thinks father's poetry is far superior to this. Zawatch's fan. At this, Liu Qingxue gave a bitter smile, not taking it seriously. Ancient records noted the Azura king's martial prowess was unparalleled, but there was no mention of literary talent. For him to excel in governance, calligraphy, and military strategy was already remarkable. How could he also master poetry? After all, poetry and song were not things one could learn through sheer effort. They demanded exceptional genius. She doubted the Azura king possessed such literary brilliance, let alone Chu Ling'er, who had only studied a few years. Ling'er, mother truly cannot let you meddle in this. It's too important. Mother, trust me. Father says Ling'er is a genius. I really can do it. Ling'er is honest, why never lie. Chu Ling'er persisted, continuing to wheedle. Liu Qingxue shook her head helplessly. Then Ling'er used the word genius and casually composed a line of poetry. All right, mother, listen closely. If Ling'er composes a good poem, then if my disciple Gu Yanwu fails later, Ling'er will take the stage. Chu Ling'er rejoiced, her smile innocent and bright. Composing poetry was nothing. Her father could dash off verses effortlessly, and he had taught her so much that she had remembered some. After pondering for 2 seconds, Chu Ling'er imitated Gu Yanwu, swaying her head and blurting out, Genius. I got it. Heaven gave me talent for a reason. Oh, a Mao's son knows how to dig. Mother, how was that? It has heaven and talent. Liu Qingxue nearly spat blood, while Li Chunfeng beside her could barely suppress his laughter, his body shaking. Had the timing not been so dire, he would have burst into laughter. Alas. Ling'er, just sit still. Don't make trouble. While the Ice Spirit Kingdom was locked in heated conflict with the two nations, on the other side, Chu Mo was also working with fiery zeal. Guzi, pull faster. Make the fire bigger. That's right. The bellows need this quick in-and-out motion to bring in more wind. Good work. Tonight you'll get a meaty rib. That's how generous I am. Ha. Ever since acquiring the art of blacksmithing, Chu Mo would mine iron ore from the mountain after each meal to craft farming tools. He replaced all the hose plows, hammers, and such at home. He found that his creations were not only effective but also of exceptional quality. A single hammer blow could split a stone. This system wasn't entirely useless after all. At least he could make a living as a blacksmith to support his family. Watching Chu Mo's imperious demeanor, Guzi, by phone, rolled its intelligent blue eyes and couldn't help but howl in protest. Whoa. Chu Mo curled his lip, glancing at it with disdain. Stop your yapping. They'll forge you a collar and leash later. You want work for nothing. By phone. Listen to me, thank you. Because of you the seasons are warm. Damn it. Emma Wolf. You want to make me a collar and leash? Fine, since you're so insistent on giving them this, prince will reluctantly accept. At least, their universe-grade equipment or above. By phone muttered inwardly. It had grown to love the work of bellows pulling and blacksmithing because every spark that landed on it allowed it to absorb a trace of the loss. Though the amount was small, it was over 100 times faster than cultivating on its own. Most importantly, the constant burning from the sparks was tempering its body into bronze bones and iron sinews. After just a few days of this baptism, its physical strength had doubled, and even its racial ultimate skill Savage Charge had greatly increased in power. Now at the initial Desolate stage, it could even fight against a late Desolate stage opponent. It felt that if it persisted for 100 years it might walk the path of physical sanctification. Damn it. You stupid dog, stop nuzzling the sparks. Your head's practically under my hammer. I used to think you were dumb, but I didn't believe it. Now you're literally headstrong, bashing your head into the furnace and catching sparks with your mouth. Bai Feng, reveling in the sparks, was kicked away by Chu Mo in disgust. Bai Feng shook its head, roaring, "This prince is being clever. How could I let you see my true intent?" Watching the husky sidle up again with its obnoxious demeanor, Chu Mo threw down his hammer and stopped forging. "Go on, knock yourself out." With that, he walked aside and performed a set of calisthenics to soothe his aching muscles. Watching Chu Mo's movements, Bai Feng was astonished. A vast fist intent formed a whirlpool. Heavens, what divine-level fist technique is this? It seems far mightier than my clan's wolf Feng Wind fist. Sigh, I knew it. Hiding by his side as a dog would let me learn so many incredible things. Quick, I must memorize it, even if just the form. Once I master this, will be the big shot when I return to the clan. As for my demon emperor father, he'd better abdicate and retire. Bai Feng was ecstatic, but just as it tried to commit the movements to memory, the lightning-fast Chu Mo had already finished. Bai Feng's fur bristled with frustration. Couldn't he have taken longer? Unaware of Bai Feng's thoughts, Chu Mo stretched, went inside, relieved himself, washed his hands, and laid down on the bed for a nap. Gazing at the empty gourd of wine, Chu Mo sighed. Alas, I wonder when old Zhao will come by again. The wine's almost gone. Oh well, old Zhao's probably busy with the chef competition, right? Since he has no time to visit me, then I, as 7th-rank Grandmaster, shall grace you system with my presence. Chu Mo rubbed his hands excitedly and delved his mind into the system. Ignoring the system's disdain, he clicked on the daily check-in. Congratulations, host, on your abysmal luck. You have received the complete collection of Tang and song poetry and couplets, along with all examination papers from primary to senior high school. They have been issued. Please check. After hearing the reward and seeing the thick stack of papers and books in the system's inventory, Chu Mo was livid. Damn it. What the hell is this? I thought after transmigrating I'd never have to do exams again. But alas, truly life is unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in a bun. Chu Mo was stumped by the papers and the poetry collection. Doing them was out of the question. He would never solve problems in this life. He refused to be a small-town test-taker again, but the papers and books couldn't go to waste either. What if? A spark of inspiration flashed through Chu Mo's mind, and a solution dawned on him. His brow arched, a smile gradually twisted at the corners of his mouth, and an eerie chuckle escaped his lips. Ha ha ha. My precious daughter is at the perfect age for learning. Though her old father isn't by her side as a father, I must let her feel the depth of my love for her. That little sweetheart abandoned her father, yet how could I treat her poorly? System, send over all the elementary exam papers and Tang and song poetry at once. Consider it a reward from her father for her diligent cultivation. Also attach a note telling my daughter not to discard the papers. Her father will inspect every single one when he returns. Upon hearing this, the system seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Host, are you sure this is wise? Who rewards someone with exam papers? Aren't you afraid that when your old Ling'er will pull the plug on you? What's there to fear? I was tortured by exam papers for over a decade, and I never pulled the plug on my old man. How about we dig up your father and let you experience pulling the plug anew? The system said disdainfully. Though Chu Mo couldn't see its expression, he could tell it was rolling its eyes. Get lost. Now that I have a daughter, can I enjoy watching her suffer through exam papers? A life without experiencing 3 years of mock exams and 5 years of college prep is incomplete. Every father hopes their child will succeed, and he was no exception. Most importantly, he just wanted to watch someone else do the papers. Fine. Delivered. The papers have been bound as per your request. Little Ling'er won't be able to get rid of them. With a father like you, if Ling'er ever finds out, she'd rather have pasted you on the wall back then. Hearing this, Chu Mo flipped the void a middle finger and ignored the system. He opened the empty wine jar, tipped it over to let a couple of drops fall onto his tongue, savored the taste, let out a long sigh, and lay down to rest. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Bingling Kingdom's palace, the poetry duel had reached its climax. Gu Yanwu was drenched in sweat, his face flushed red, while Wei Zhongxian frantically dabbed at his brow with a handkerchief. Oh my! Minister Gu, you're sweating buckets. This servant can barely keep up. Gu Yan was face stiffened. Can you speak properly? His opponent Zhu Zhishan wore a faint smile, seemingly still at ease. Well, the incense is almost burned out. Great scholar Gu, can you manage? Just give me a little more time. I should be able to. Gu Yanwu said urgently, but the incense before him was nearly spent. Watching Gu Yanwu in this state, Liu Qingxue and Li Chunfeng let out heavy sighs. Alas, old Gu has lost his composure. His mindset is shattered. How can he compose poetry in such a state? Your Majesty, perhaps We should cut our losses. Admit defeat, and I'll borrow Ling'er's sword to do my utmost to keep them here. Liu Qingxue waved her hand and refused outright. No. The sword is our trump card and must not be revealed. If the sect becomes wary, we'll be in danger afterward. We must keep this card hidden and catch them off guard. Li Chunfeng rubbed his temples worriedly. Then what do? The incense. Before he could finish, the sharp voice of Hui Yunxi rang in their ears. Thumbs up. Great scholar Gu Yanwu, you have failed to produce a poem surpassing Grand Tutor Zhu Zhishan. Admit defeat and hand over the territory. The literary scene of Bingling Kingdom is truly pathetic, ha ha ha. At these words, the crowd's faces darkened. Even the ministers loyal to the Northern Pacification King were filled with righteous indignation. Gu Yanwu trembled all over, lifting his head in a daze, muttering through quivering lips. I lost again. Lost to Zhu Zhishan in poetry once more. How they say a man doesn't fall into the same pit twice. I never expected that after decades of hard study I'd still. So, from now on, wherever I fall, I'll just lie there and never move again. Whoever dares touch me, I'll sue them into bed. Gu Yanwu slumped to the ground in despair, the light fading from his stern eyes. Just then Zhu Jun, who had been dragged out earlier, appeared beside him and patted his shoulder firmly. Old Gu, cheer up. 30 years on the East Bank, 30 years on the West, never. Before he could finish, Gu Yanwu waved his hand with a bitter smile to interrupt him. Don't say never bully the young and poor anymore. In another 60 years, this old bones will be 6 feet under. Zhu Jun. Zhu Zhishan sneered contemptuously. You people of Bingling Kingdom are useless. You can't even match me alone. The literary titan. I defeated you once before, and I can do it again today. I'm not targeting anyone in particular, but all of you here are trash when it comes to literature. Gu Yanwu was so enraged that he spat blood, instantly wilting. Seeing Zhu Zishan's arrogant demeanor, even the usually aloof Liu Qingxue narrowed her beautiful eyes, itching to run him through with her sword. Just as the crowd was boiling with rage, Chu Ling'er's body trembled inexplicably, and a familiar voice echoed in her mind again. Ding! The complete collection of Tang and Song poetry and couplets has been delivered and is being automatically instilled. Chu Ling'er's mind went blank for a moment as a flood of information surged into her thoughts, causing her head to throb and her body to sway unsteadily. Liu Qingxue noticed this, her expression shifting as she quickly steadied the little girl who was about to fall from her chair. Ling'er, what's wrong? Just as Chu Ling'er was about to respond, the princess of the Holing Kingdom began to clamor loudly. Giggle, giggle, Empress, why the long silence? Don't tell me you're trying to weasel out of admitting our victory. Remember, Gu Yanwu himself conceded. Is there anyone else who dares to compete? Then bring them all out. None of the Bingling Kingdom's subjects dared to step forward. If Gu Yanwu couldn't win, what chance did they mere minnows have? Chu Ling'er ignored the taunts and smiled sweetly at Liu Qingxue. Mother Ling'er is fine. Father just taught me a lot of new things. I think they'll be very useful. With that, Chu Ling'er savored the new knowledge and her mind broke into a joyful grin, revealing 2 small canine teeth, and turned to face Hui Yunxi. Lose. With father and me here, mother can't lose. Didn't you say anyone could take the challenge? Then, this battle is mine to accept. Chu Ling'er planted her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence, exuding a hint of Liu Qingxue's regal aura. At these words, the envoys from both kingdoms clutched their stomachs in contemptuous laughter. Ptah! You, a mere brat still wet behind the ears. You're a princess. And who is your father? Wait, we recall the Empress has no daughter and isn't even married. Faced with the aggressive questioning from both kingdoms, the ministers of Bingling Kingdom surprisingly united. Internal squabbles were one thing, but losing face to outsiders was another matter entirely. Though having an 80-year-old like Chu Ling'er step forward was embarrassing, she had already spoken, and there was no taking it back. This is His Majesty's adopted daughter, our Princess Yongla. So what? Gu Yanwu lost. What can a little princess do to me? Have you even read a book? Do you know your characters? Can you recite 3 poems? Zhu Zhishan chuckled dismissively, lightly waving his folding fan. Zhu Jun, his second disciple, seeing his newly acknowledged master insulted, stepped forward with a furious snort to defend her. How dare you look down on my master? Before she was 3, my master Ling'er was already contending with literary giants through poetry. At 4, she dominated the southern region with her verses. By 5, she transcended material constraints, turning grass, wood, bricks, and stones into poetry. She's known as the poetry immortal, and you dare to belittle her. As for my master's father's identity, you're not worthy to know. Zhu Zhishan burst out laughing, and the 2 princesses giggled coquettishly. No one believed Zhu Jun's words. If she were truly that remarkable, why had they never heard of her? Poetry immortal? What nonsense. Even the civil and military officials covered their faces in shame, wanting to grab Zhu Jun and ask him, are you seriously hyping up this 80-year-old Princess Yongla like this? Do you even believe it yourself? Zhu Jun, a martial artist, didn't care about such things. He'd say whatever made him look good first. Chu Ling'er squinted her big eyes, dragged a stool over, stood on tiptoes, and patted Zhu Jun's shoulder like a little adult. Good disciple, you really understand your master. You're to my liking. As for those poems he wrote in my eyes, they're utter nonsense. To be honest, dealing with him would take just a flick of my wrist. Chu Ling'er tried her best to appear arrogant, but her porcelain doll looks only made her seem adorable, utterly lacking in intimidation. After saying this, she struck a pose, as if commanding the nation, turning to face Zhu Zishan. Besides, my father once told me to treat my own people with sincerity. Since you dared to bully my senior disciple Gu Yanwu, this princess will definitely seek justice. He's under my protection. Even if I've only studied under my father for a few years, dealing with you is far too easy. Chu Ling'er stood before Gu Yanwu, hands on her hips, shouting with authority. Though Zhu Zishan's poetry was formidable, she couldn't lose face. Chu Ling'er adhered to her father's creed, never lose spirit, even if you lose the battle. Even in death, keep your tongue sharp. Her protective nature left everyone exasperated. Linger you. Liu Qingxue frowned, her eyes filled with astonishment. She hadn't expected Chu Ling'er to actually step up to the challenge. Mother, rest assured. My father is the poetry immortal. He can compose 100 poems over a cup of wine, so I've naturally inherited some of his essence. Now, watch as I avenge my mother and my senior disciple. In literature, there is no second place. Linger will spread my father's poetry to every corner of the world. I want everyone to know that my father is the greatest in both martial arts and literature. Upon hearing Chu Ling'er's words, Liu Qingxue was taken aback. The Azura king had been secretly helping Ling'er. Could it be that he truly knew how to compose poetry? Was there really such an all-capable man in the world? Yet no matter how perfect the Azura king might be, he could not compare to her husband, even by half. Well then, if Ling'er wished to give it a try, let her. It was better than leaving matters to chance. While Liu Qingxue was lost in thought, Chu Ling'er had already issued her challenge. Hey, you over there. Just now my eldest disciple lost on the theme of chanting snow and solitude, didn't he? Then listen well, princess. As her voice faded, Chu Ling'er's demeanor transformed entirely. In that moment, she gave the illusion that the person standing before them was no longer an 80-year-old girl. Instead, she seemed like a poet steeped in utter solitude. A poem brimming with profound emotion flowed from her lips. From 1,000 peaks the birds have flown away, on myriad paths, all traces of men are gone. A lonely boat, an old man in a straw hat fishing alone in the cold river snow. Boom. As the poem was recited, it was as if a ton of TNT had been dropped into a tranquil lake. It startled everyone, making their hair stand on end and their scalps tingle. No one had ever imagined that Chu Ling'er could truly compose poetry. Even Zhu Zishan, upon hearing this poem, narrowed his eyes, his earlier ease replaced by a gradually deepening solemnity. I underestimated you. The poem is not bad, but it lacks a certain essence. The moment Zhu Zishan's words fell, a vast and overwhelming essence descended from the heavens. The great hall was enveloped, and the scene within underwent a dramatic transformation. The crowd was no longer in the imperial palace, but had arrived at a snow-covered riverbank. Snowflakes drifted in the sky, and by the river sat an old fisherman with a profound gaze, holding a worn-out fishing rod. He sat there alone, enduring the biting wind. Even as his straw coat was covered in snow, he did not stir in the slightest, appearing utterly out of place with the world around him. Alas! A long sigh from the fisherman pierced through heaven and earth. Then a wave of loneliness surged toward the crowd, breaking through everyone's defenses and reaching straight into their hearts, making them feel a desolation so extreme it was almost tangible. Minutes passed, and the crowd remained immersed in sorrow and loneliness, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if they had become the fisherman himself, grieving over catching no fish, having no food, and being accompanied by no one. But Zhu Zishan snapped out of it, his face changing dramatically, a storm raging within his heart. This is the essence of poetry. This is the essence of poetry. I have spent my entire life only catching a glimpse of its edges, yet how can a little girl like you possess it? His startled shout pulled everyone back from the snowy riverbank. The crowd found themselves back in the great hall with no snow or fishermen in sight. Only a group of bewildered people remained. Watching Zhu Zishan's horrified expression, Hui Yunxi brushed the hair from her forehead and asked, Grand Tutor Zhu, is this girl's poem truly remarkable? Could she have stolen it? How else could an 80-year-old compose poetry? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zishan immediately shook his head in denial. It cannot be stolen. If she had plagiarized the poem, how could it possess the essence of poetry? Absolutely impossible. Poem. Essence of poetry. Grandmaster Zhu, what is the essence of poetry? Why are you so astonished? The king of Jinbei, who was a potential ally, asked in confusion. Such a concept seemed beyond his comprehension. He was not naturally gifted. Had his mother not provided him with abundant resources, he might never have reached the celestial rank. The king of Jinbei's question echoed the doubts of many. Zhu Zishan did not turn around. His body trembled, and his eyes burned with longing. The essence of poetry. It is like the sword intent, blade intent, or fist intent you martial artists possess. It can only be comprehended when one reaches a supremely high level in poetry. Once you comprehend the essence of poetry, every poem you compose will be imbued with a soul capable of swaying the emotions of listeners and making them feel as you do. It can even use poetry to transport people into its essence and silently kill them. This is what is commonly called stabbing someone in the back. Are destined. Moreover, those who possess the essence of poetry are destined to step into the desolate rank. If their insights run deep, they might even charge into the flood rank, becoming a titan of the continent. Hearing this, the crowd gasped in awe. To them, even the half-step desolate rank national preceptors of the three kingdoms of gold, fire, and ice were already an unattainable ceiling. As for the even mightier desolate and flood ranks, they dared not even imagine how formidable such beings truly were. They had never seen one after all. So you mean? This little princess could reach the desolate rank in the future? Hiss. I don't know. I Zhu Zishan have roamed the literary world all my life. I have only seen the essence of poetry in one person. And he is someone I cannot even hope to catch up to. Zhu Zishan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and wore an expression of helplessness. The king of Jinbei raised an eyebrow. There was such an extraordinary person in this world. Once I ascend the throne, I will need talented individuals. I must recruit him as the grand tutor. May I ask, who is this remarkable person? Tang Bo, known by the nickname the Deadly Little Scholar. He is the most gifted poet I have ever seen. In the southern domain only, he comprehended the essence of poetry. After breaking through to the desolate rank, he retired into seclusion with his Dao companion Xiao Xiang. As he spoke, Zhu Zishan's helpless expression shifted to one of puzzlement and gravity. However, the essence of poetry he possessed could only to a certain extent infect listeners. It could not, like Princess Yongle, directly immerse people in the scene and leave them unable to extricate themselves. The difference between the two is like clouds and mud. So the little prince's future. I dare not speculate. Zhu Zishan did not conceal his thoughts. When these words were spoken, the national preceptors and princesses of the gold and fire kingdoms shot to their feet. Staring at Chu Ling'er's adorable appearance, their faces were etched with wariness and murderous intent. No wonder. No wonder the empress had brought a princess to court. So that was the reason. Back then they had regretted not eliminating Liu Qingxue before she grew into a force to be reckoned with. This time they absolutely could not allow this even more gifted princess to survive, or it would spell disaster. Liu Ji squinted, sizing up Chu Ling'er, and licked his lips lasciviously, as if eyeing prey. My mother said. The ancestor seems to have the sect searching far and wide for little girls. It seems his tastes have changed from mature women to young girls. Such a spirited little girl. If I were to present her as a tribute to the ancestor, wouldn't I soar to great heights? Zhao Dezhu would have my back through thick and thin. Little girl, you run, I chase, you can't escape. Thoughts churned in everyone's minds. The Empress Liu Qingxue, Yenwu, and Zhu Jun were overjoyed with a hint of surprise. I never expected Ling'er wasn't just fooling around, as she really does know poetry. Damn. So that means Ling'er has only studied with her father for 4.5 years and is already this skilled. Just how formidable must her father's literary prowess be? Unprecedented and unmatched. Haha. I told you all my little master's poetry would sweep the competition, and you didn't believe me. Take that. Hey, you, do you admit defeat? Zhu Jun waved his arms in excitement. Seeing little master Ling'er shine felt as satisfying as if he himself had taken the spotlight. Zhu Zishan frowned and let out a cold laugh. Winning one poem is hardly a victory, at best it's a draw. Seeing the other party refuse to acknowledge defeat, Zhu Jun fumed. In all my years, I have never seen such a shameless person. You clearly lost, so how can you call it a draw? If you have the skill, compose a poem with the essence of poetry yourself. Too cowardly to admit defeat, what kind of man are you? You besmirch the integrity of a scholar. Old Gu may not be your equal in skill, but at least he is upright and admits his defeat, unlike you. Zhu Jun's words were sharp, and Zhu Zishan's face alternated between pale and red. Trapped by his own fault, he found himself at a loss for words. However, Hui Yunqi quick-witted, as she was immediately stepped in to defuse the situation. That's not quite right. A poetry duel requires give and take to be called a duel. So you can't be the only one setting the themes, we must have our turn as well. Moreover, to avoid a draw this time, we need to add a rule. A true poet must not only produce fine verses, but also compose a great many of them. I will set the themes, and within a limited time, we'll see who can compose the most poems. What do you say? Do you dare to compete? Hui Yunxi's words finally enlightened Zhu Zishan. Right. I can't beat that little girl with the essence of poetry, so. If quality fails, make up for it with quantity. She is only 8 years old. Even if she has comprehended the essence of poetry, so what? Composing poems quickly doesn't rely on talent or artistic conception. It relies on accumulated knowledge over time. I Zhu Zishan have read 10,000 books. Poetry flows from my hand effortlessly. How many books could this little girl have read? Once we compete on quantity, how can her cultural foundation compare to mine? A brilliant plan, truly brilliant. Princess Guantao is right. A poetry duel must test speed. And this time we must add a wager. Our very lives. The loser must not only surrender territory, but also fall on their sword on the spot. Little princess, do you dare? Zhu Zixin's eyes turned cold, his expression somewhat savage. Since he had chosen to be shameless, what harm was there in being even more so? He already had the suave and erudite Tang Bohu looming over him, and he could not allow anyone else to surpass him in literary skill. Moreover, this person was only 8 years old. If he lost to an 80-year-old girl, word would spread, and the reputation he had painstakingly built over a lifetime would become her stepping stone. Absolutely not. The poetry duel could be lost, but the little girl must die? Seeing the opponent's shamelessness, the people of the Ice Spirit Kingdom were filled with righteous indignation, each openly cursing them for their dishonor. However, Chu Ling'er proudly raised her head, stepped forward, and prepared to accept the challenge. Seeing this, Gu Yanwu and Li Chunfeng were greatly alarmed. They quickly called out to stop Chu Ling'er. Ling'er, what are you doing? Listen to Grandpa Li's advice. The waters here are too deep for you to handle. You absolutely must not accept. It's dangerous. Exactly. Master, this guy is setting a trap for you. Though you possess poetic talent and have received the personal teachings of the Azure King, poetry is not like other things. It's not something where high aptitude ensures speed. Even Liu Qingxue frowned deeply with her wisdom. How could she not see that this was a scheme laid by the opposing side? Once Chu Ling'er agreed, she would inevitably squander all the advantages she had previously won and even risk her life. That was the Azure King's daughter. Who would dare let her gamble her life? Although even if Chu Ling'er lost, no one could take her life. But Liu Qingxue would not allow it because she already regarded Ling'er as her own daughter. What mother would let her daughter court death? Ling'er, come back. This Zhu Zixin is no ordinary man. He's famed for his swift poetry composition. His speed is unmatched throughout the entire southern domain. There were rumors in the martial world that he was once framed by a big shot at the Scholars' Grand Assembly, yet he turned the tide by composing a poem in 7 steps, earning the big shot's appreciation. He was thus crowned the fastest man of the southern domain. In terms of speed, even Tang Bohu, the top scholar of the southern domain, cannot surpass him. Liu Qingxue looked worried. In the decades since Tang Bohu's seclusion, Zhu Zixin had become the pillar of the southern domain's literary circle. His legend was everywhere in that realm, and no one could break his record of composing poetry in 7 steps. Listen to your mother, come back. I will seek justice for you. According to the previous rules, they have already lost. Hearing everyone's persuasion, Chu Ling'er did not stop. Instead, she turned back and looked at Liu Qingxue with a child's dependent gaze. No, Mother Ling'er is confident. What is 7-step poetry? I heard from father that when he roamed the martial world, he had already attained divine mastery in poetry. During the inter-kingdom competition, he composed 100 poems over wine, astounding everyone. Having received father's true teachings, even if I cannot surpass him, composing 10 poems in 10 steps is no problem. Chu Ling'er patted her flat chest, her gaze growing resolute. And they dared to bully my beautiful godmother and humiliate my old disciple. If I don't crush them, I'd be failing my country and people. Father said to kill you must destroy the heart. Defeating the enemy on their own turf is the best revenge. Mother, just watch. Ling'er will protect you. With that, Chu Ling'er stepped forward. Hearing her resolute words and seeing the little adult-like figure wanting to shield her mother, Liu Qingxue's eyes welled with tears, deeply moved. If only this obedient, sensible, and filial daughter were my own flesh and blood, how wonderful that would be. Even if I were to die young. No, even if I died right now, I would have no regrets. Liu Qingxue no longer stopped her. Even if she lost, she would cast aside her dignity to protect the little girl, fulfilling her duty as a mother. Seeing Ling'er step forward, Hui Yunxi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. She had been afraid the girl would be dissuaded and back down. Thankfully, the little one was fearless and came. As for the girl's claim about her father composing 100 poems over wine, no one believed a word. Did you think your mind held a poetry anthology that no one else had ever read? Poetry at your fingertips. 100 poems over wine. She's not even drunk yet, and already talking nonsense. Princess Yonla, have you thought it through? If you lose, you won't be having any fun for the rest of your life. Had then I'd better laugh all I can now. Alright, give me the topic. I still have to go slaughter a little lamb later. Chu Ling'er pouted, urging Hui Yunxi with a hint of sarcasm. The latter's lips curled into a cold smirk, and she exchanged a subtle glance with Zhu Zixin. Very well, let it be about flowers. Any flower will do. Whoever composes more poems wins. But no padding with inferior work. Hearing this, the people of the Gold and Fire Kingdoms smiled smugly. But Gu Yanwu and Liu Qingxue's faces darkened. They knew. Zhu Zixin's specialty was composing poems about flowers. 7 out of 10 of his poems were flower-related. This was pitting their weakness against his strength. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat for Chu Ling'er. The little girl innocently looked up, do having money to spend and spending freely count. My father loves those 2 kinds of flowers best. Everyone stumbled. Hui Yunxi's pretty face darkened. No, I mean the botanical kind of flower. Fine, fine. Whatever flower it is, Princess Ling'er can handle it. You go first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Chu Ling'er waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor utterly relaxed. Zhu Zishan did not decline. He had a stick of incense lit and began directly fanning himself with a folding fan. This was a battle for his reputation. If he won, no one would care that he was bullying an 80-year-old girl. The only legend the world would remember was that of Zhu Zishan single-handedly taking on a kingdom. Flowers have a spirit divine, the brush holds a soul. The power of transformation lies not in the spring sun. 1,000 autumn hues under one sky, the peach blossoms of before now mere dust. Zhu Zishan took 7 steps and completed a poem. 1. Hui Yunxi announced loudly, and someone immediately recorded it. Scattering celestial blossoms beneath the purple altar, dew across the autumn sleeves, water rings the sound. Rippling waves wish to follow the king away, yet fear the heavy frost cannot bear the cold. 2. As Zhu Zishan continued composing while waving his fan, the entire hall fell silent, with only his sonorous voice echoing. Many scholars from the Ice Spirit Kingdom who were watching hastily took out paper and brushes to copy the poems, and even some poetry-loving ministers did not miss this opportunity. After all, this was live poetry from a literary giant, a chance that would never come again. Yet even so, they couldn't keep up with his speed. The incense stick burned out quickly. 9 poems in total. Congratulations, Grand Tutor Zhu, on breaking your own record again. Ha ha, Hui Yunxi shouted loudly. Then gasps of awe filled the hall. Everyone was astonished. Composing a poem in 7 steps was already impressive, but 9 poems in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Terrifying. Truly unprecedented. 9 poems. And all of such quality in the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Truly a great scholar living up to his reputation. Exactly. I managed to copy 6. If you weren't so fast, I could have gotten more. By the way, how many did you copy? 7. Though we're adversaries, literature knows no borders. I must frame them when I return. Zhu Zishan closed his eyes, standing in the center of the hall with an air of supreme elegance, basking in the admiration of the crowd. He relished this feeling. It was his lifelong pursuit. He could not allow Chu Ling'er to take everything from him. Princess Yongla, it's your turn. Didn't you say you could compose a poem with every step? I look forward to seeing it. What's there to be smug about? 10 poems in 10 steps. What's so hard about that? Chu Ling'er put her hands on her hips and cocked her chin at Zhu Jun. He immediately understood. The burly man wore a fawning smile and eagerly lit a stick of incense. Seeing the little girl so arrogant, everyone shook their heads. Composing a poem in 7 or 10 steps could earn respect. But 10 poems in 10 steps. Even if you could do it, what quality could they have? This was an insult to poetry, treating it like a child's game. Master, it's lit, Zhu Jun replied respectfully. Chu Ling'er nodded slightly, ignoring the contemptuous gazes. After taking a deep breath, her entire demeanor transformed. Her small, delicate feet took a step forward, and verses flowed from her lips. Today, let you all behold my father's poetry collection. In the human world, April's blossoms have all faded, yet the mountain temple's peach blossoms just begin to bloom. I long for spring's return, but find no trace, unaware it has turned into this place. As the poem ended, its poetic aura enveloped everyone once more. Hearing the verses clearly, everyone's pupils contracted, their minds shaken. This didn't seem like a filler poem. It seemed even stronger than Zhu Zishan's. But before anyone could savor the poetic essence, Chu Ling'er took another step. The artistic conception shifted again. Dawn greets the autumn dew with a new branch, not vying for the top spot in the garden. The peach and plum trees are silent. Where are they now? Facing the wind, they smile at the bright sun's people. Step by step, poem by poem. Each one different. Each time the audience felt as if they were enveloped in an artistic conception, yet not fully. Before they could truly absorb one, it had already shifted to another. Everyone was numbed. And Zhu Zishan's expression after Chu Ling'er began composing shifted from disdain to a frown to gravity, and finally from gravity to terror and disbelief. With each poem, she composed, his face grew paler. By the 9th poem, his body and mind had been crushed by the artistic conceptions multiple times, becoming overwhelmed. After all, he was the one Chu Ling'er targeted most. Though experiencing artistic conception was beneficial not when it was tormenting and attacking him. Seeing Chu Ling'er take her 10th step, Zhu Zishan turned ashen, utterly terrified. If she composed another poem, not only would his body give out, but his lifetime of fame would be utterly destroyed. No, please, I beg you, stop composing poetry. Refuse. How can that be? A man without trust cannot stand firm in the world. Ling'er is an honest child. If she says 10 poems in 10 steps, she shall deliver. Zhu Zishan's retreat did not soften Chu Ling'er's resolve in the slightest. Her father had taught her since childhood that when plowing the fields, one must uproot the weeds entirely, never showing leniency. She had always kept that lesson close to heart. How dare you press my beautiful godmother so harshly? Did you truly think Ling'er would let you off easy? Chu Ling'er's gaze hardened, carrying the killing intent she had honed after slaughtering sheep, and she took another step forward. Poetry and murderous aura merged as they burst forth from her lips. When autumn arrives by the 8th of the 9th moon, my blossoms bloom, and all other flowers die. Their fragrant assault pierces Linen, the city draped in golden armor. Linen was the capital of Fire Spirit Kingdom, and Chu Ling'er had slightly altered the original Chang'an. After all, she could hardly trample her own mother's Chang'an, could she? As the poem resounded, a terrifying surge of killing intent materialized out of thin air, and the scene before everyone's eyes shifted to a battlefield facing an endless army. Every soldier was clad in golden armor, charging fearlessly toward them. They tried to flee but found no escape, with Zhu Zishan bearing the brunt of the assault. 9/10 of that blood-soaked, spear-wielding golden army charged straight at him. Zhu Zishan's face contorted in shock. Before he could even struggle, dozens of spears pierced through his body. A chilling sensation. Zhu Zishan had no idea how long it lasted, but the agony was so unbearable he wished for death, yet could not attain it, as if someone was truly slaughtering him. He felt his entire body riddled with wounds. After an eternity, when it seemed his blood had drained dry, the soldiers spat on him and vanished. A chilling sensation. Zhu Zishan had no idea how long it lasted, but the agony was so unbearable he wished for death, yet could not attain it, as if someone was true. If you think that's not enough, shall I give you another 10? Chu Ling'er's voice echoed through the hall. The others, snapping back to reality, glanced at the still burning incense, their faces etched with sheer astonishment. Incredible. 10 poems in 10 steps. Each one worthy of being passed down through generations. The princess truly did it. I thought she was boasting, but it turns out she's genuinely remarkable. And these poems carry such fierce killing intent. Truly unprecedented. Even standing at the edge of the battlefield, I was trembling. Only a war god who has bled on the battlefield could possess such overwhelming murderous aura. Damn, the princess was too fast. I didn't even have time to copy down those poems before those golden-armored lords pinned me down and started slaughtering me. The prince's poems far surpass Zhu Zishan's. I wanted to frame one and hang it at home. TSK, truly worthy of being my master Gu Yanwu. I thought composing a poem in 7 steps was already unmatched in the world, but here she is with 10 poems in 10 steps, and I sense my master still held back. If my master is this formidable, how powerful must my grandmaster be? Listening to the murmurs, Zhu Zishan knew he had been toppled from his pedestal forever. The poems he had composed in haste were merely passable, but this little girl, every single one of hers was a masterpiece. How could he compete? With what could he compete? His situation now mirrored the day decades ago when he had dethroned Gu Yanwu. The reverence of the crowd had now shifted entirely to Chu Ling'er. Watching the honor he had cultivated all his life slip away, Zhu Zishan spat out a mouthful of heart's blood. He collapsed weakly to his knees as if all strength had left him. 10 steps. 10 poems. You truly did it. Zhu Zishan's eyes were hollow, the world around him seeming drained of all color. The artistic conception might not have harmed his flesh, but it wounded his spirit. Coupled with the crowd's mockery, Zhu Zishan had lost all will to live. Chu Ling'er raised her head proudly, hands on her hips, gazing at him. Well, do you concede? I. Zhu Zishan lifted his head, weakly hesitating, only to find Hui Yunxi and the others frantically signaling him. Get up. Don't you dare admit defeat. If you concede, you'll not only lose your life, but become the eternal sinner of my Fire Spirit Kingdom. I will have you recorded in the annals of history, and you will be reviled for 10,000 generations. Then your descendants will be cursed by all. Hui Yunxi cared nothing for the blow Zhu Zishan had suffered. She only knew he was her kingdom's dog, and if he admitted defeat, the 2 kingdoms would lose 4 provinces. In total, that would slash the nation's territory by a quarter, something she could not accept. Hearing this, the crestfallen Zhu Zishan whipped his head around, staring at Hui Yunxi and the others in disbelief. His heart turned ice cold in an instant. He had risked his life for them, and this was his reward. Hui Yunxi's words were the final straw that broke the camel's back. Zhu Zishan took a deep breath and turned to face Chu Ling'er. I concede. In both quality and speed of poetry, you far surpass me. I, Zhu Zishan, am completely convinced. Zhu Zishan, how dare you? Hui Yunxi's face twisted in fury as she roared. But Zhu Zishan turned a deaf ear. How could you possibly defeat me? A master produces a fine disciple. My father's literary prowess is unmatched in the world, so how could his daughter be any less? By the way, what about the bet? The territory you promised my mother. Time to honor it, isn't it? Chu Ling'er retreated to Liu Qingxue's side, gazing at them with pride. Zhu Zishan's eyes were dim, the light of life extinguished. You'll have to ask them for the reward. And, may I ask one thing? Who exactly is your father? And does this poem have a name? Could it be Tang Bo? Judging by age, his daughter should be about this old. I can't think of anyone else whose poetry could reach such heights. Questioned by Zhu Zishan, Chu Ling'er stood proudly, pointing one hand to the sky and the other to the ground, shouting with a smile. I've heard my father say, when he once roamed the literary world, he used the pen name Li Bai styled Tai Bai. He was hailed as the immortal poet. As for the poem's name, Ode to Chrysanthemums after failing the imperial exam. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng blinked in surprise. Ling'er isn't your father's nickname, the drunken sword immortal. Why another name? Chu Ling'er squinted and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, one is a pen name, the other a martial name. My father said when you drift through the world, having a few aliases keeps things steady. The crowd. Zhu Zhishan nodded, muttering the name over and over. Li Taibai. Li Taibai. I've never heard of him, but such an extraordinary man exists. Truly there is always someone greater. Immortal poet. To have raised a daughter like you, he certainly deserves the title. Ode to Chrysanthemums after failing the imperial exam. Excellent, truly excellent. Zhu Zhishan spoke as he staggered toward the hall's entrance. Under everyone's gaze, Zhu Zhishan lifted his head and roared at the heavens. Oh heavens! Since you gave birth to Bai, why did you create Shan? Thinking of his life's work wasted ending in such a plight. The literary titan Zhu Zhishan, overwhelmed by a surge of heart's blood, spat several mouthfuls and breathed his last. For a moment, the great hall fell into dead silence, everyone exchanging bewildered glances. None of them had ever imagined that a literary giant who had dominated the literary world for decades could be dethroned by an 80-year-old child meeting such an end. Would this not cause an earthquake in the literary world when it got out? Watching Zhu Zhishan, who had once strutted so boldly, lie dead, Chief Counselor Dui Chuanchong felt a twinge of sorrow for a fallen kindred spirit. Hui Yongxi's earlier words had chilled him, as well prompting him to ask himself silently. If he lost his value, would he too be discarded like a pawn? At that moment, Dui Chuanchong couldn't help but start scheming for his own future. Princess Guantao, your two representatives have conceded. Isn't it time to fulfill the contract and hand over 2 provinces from each kingdom to me? Hui Yunqi forced a wry smile, retreating a few steps, her expression grim. Well, I will certainly honor the contract, but before that, dare your majesty engage in another contest. This time let it be couplets with 4 provinces as the stake. Liu Qingxue was not afraid of them reneging, as a heavenly contract had been sworn. Oh, if both princesses lose again, your kingdoms will have lost half their territory. So what? I refuse to believe we can lose every time. To defeat me, you'll have to see if your majesty has the skill. Hui Yongxi's eyes hardened as she placed a massive bet. Yet she was not flustered, for she had a trump card by her side. Liu Qingxue did not wish to continue gambling. The winnings were already substantial, and if she lost now, everything would turn to dust. Knowing when to stop was the wise choice. I'm sorry, but I do not. Before she could finish, Chu Ling'er clamped a hand over her rosy lips and whispered softly in her ear. Mother, bet on it. Ling'er knows couplets too. When Chu Ling'er spoke, Liu Qingxue stood rooted to the spot. You can compose couplets as well. How much has your father taught you, child? What is there you still do not know? So then, aside from childbirth, she has mastered almost everything. Is that true? Does Ling'er feel certain? It is true as my father's fondness for beauties. Chu Ling'er declared with conviction. Liu Qingxue felt a plan settling in her heart if Ling'er dared speak. So then, as a mother, she could risk one more push. These 4 prefectures. Intoxicatingly tempting. If one kingdom relinquishes 4, that becomes 8. Coupled with lands already won, the territory of her Bingling state would double. Her throne would be unassailable. Ling'er, your father is truly erudite and versatile. Of course, my father can lay bricks, dig tunnels, escape prisons, give massages, and set bones. He does it all. In the Jianghu, many skills are never a burden. Chu Ling'er boasted, patting her chest. Liu Qingxue sighed inwardly. If she later found a husband, she would make him learn from Ling'er's father. Surely for Ling'er's sake, her father would not be stingy. If worst comes to worst, have Ling'er teach my husband. Otherwise, if my husband knows nothing, arriving at the imperial city, he will feel inferior and uneasy. How could he possibly succeed me on the throne? If he cannot take the throne, then what was all my striving for? As a woman, one must ensure her man is cared for. Mutual support between husband and wife is the road to longevity. Very well. I consent. The combatant will be my daughter, Princess Yongla. Someone draw up the oath. At that announcement, a bewildered Zhu Jun started forward, urgently trying to dissuade her in a low voice. Your Majesty, you must not. That Dui Chuanchong has long been famed in the art of couplets. His standing surpasses even Zhu Zhishan, his status rivaling the foremost talent Tang Bo. If he says he is second, no one dares claim first. Besides, couplets are not the same system as poetry. They demand precise antithesis and concordant meaning. The difficulty is more than doubled. To pit ourselves against him is like a mouse begging a beating from a cat. I implore your Majesty, rescind the decree. Zhu Jun, standing at a distance, had not heard the mother and daughter's whispered exchange. Yet Dui Chuanchang's renown thundered through the realm. If one spoke of the strongest in couplets, he was the undisputed king. The Empress paid no heed to Zhu Jun and waved her hand with resolve. No matter. If Ling'er wishes to play, let her play. If I do not dote on my daughter, who will? At that blunt declaration, the envoys from both kingdoms burst into raucous laughter. Excellent. Your Majesty shows such boldness, truly commanding to wager several prefectures for the little princess. Someone seal the contract. After the treaties were signed, Jin Feng and Hui Yunxi brought the rotund-eared Dui Chuanchong forward. Her Majesty, your boldness is real but lacks deliberation. This time you are destined to lose. This man at my side, Dui Chuanchong, has unmatched skill with couplets. He masters evocative imagery. A decade ago, he employed imagery to confront the Grand Tutor of Mu Ling, driving him to throw himself from the White Gate Tower. Who among you can match him? I fear your Princess Yongle will be made to weep within 3 turns. Ha ha ha. At those words the crowd fell silent. The Grand Tutor of Mu Ling had held rank above Gu Yanwu and was immensely talented, yet he had been forced to his death by sheer verbal pressure. This Dui Chuanchong was indeed formidable. Hearing the princess's theatrical praise, he did not feel proud. Instead, he shrank slightly and cursed like a man on fire within. Damn it, don't drag me into your boasting. I saw plainly how Zhu Zhishan died. To say he fell in disgrace and perished in the hall would not be an exaggeration. Who could say whether this little girl's accomplishment in couplets was not unfathomably profound? No, I cannot risk it. As a seasoned denizen of the Jianghu, one must preserve oneself. Cutting losses in time is the true path. To avoid fighting is only to lose the top spot, but if I accept and am beaten, I might lose my life. You 2 women think to use me as a disposable tool. No way. Dui Chuanchong cursed beneath his breath as he plotted an escape, though he wore a humble smile. Aha, you flatter me, you flatter me. I do not deserve such praise. Seeing both princesses rallying support, Zhu Jun would not be outdone. He squared his shoulders, strode forward, and called out loudly. His record amounts to nothing. My master Ling'er, before she was 3, contended with literary heroes through couplets. At 4, she swept the southern regions with her antitheses. At 5, she could match anything. Plants, bamboo, stones. People dubbed her the couplet immortal. And you dare to look down on her. Hearing that familiar boast, many staggered and fell back. If memory did not fail, he had blown himself up the same way when reciting poetry before. Gu Yanwu pressed his palm to his brow and hustled the triumphant Zhu Jun aside. You blundering oaf. Can't you use a different line of patter? Zhu Jun shrugged helplessly. I have not read many books, that's the only ink in my belly. Gu Yanwu drew a deep breath and forced down the urge to strike him. Are you a fool? You can't even boast properly. Zhu Jun curled his lip. A fool? Am not. They say fools enjoy foolish fortune. Why have I yet to see it? Gu Yanwu barked. Fools may enjoy simple luck, but idiots do not. Zhu Jun said nothing. Watching the proceedings, the Jinbei Wang's gaze hardened and his fists clenched. Inwardly, he raged, defeat that little girl quickly. Do not let that wretched Liu Qingxue claim the territory. It was not only the Jinbei Wang who grew frantic. The 2 princesses and their court advisors were equally eager. Enough talk. Since the combatants are set, begin. Today, let your Majesty witness who truly is the world's foremost in couplets. The literary champion is not to be goaded by just anyone. Commander, show us your skill now. The 2 princesses declared and signaled Dui Chuanchong to step forward in contest. Dui Chuanchong made a slight bow, smiling on the surface while cursing inwardly. To perform, he thought, is to toil while others reap the rewards and send me to bear the blame, or worse. I will not be the one to die for their benefit. There is no such generous arrangement. It seemed he must act with guile. If he could not crush this little girl in one blow, he would have to adapt in the moment. So it was decided. Dui Chuanchong made his plan and arranged every contingency. As a practitioner of survival rather than glory, he would not allow himself to be shattered in public. The pudgy Dui Chuanchong touched the patch on his face, grinned, and stepped out, offering a formal salute to Your Highness. Princess, would you like to go first, or shall I? His manner was leagues better than Zhu Zishan's earlier arrogance. The gesture infuriated Hui Yunxi, Jin Feng, and the others. Even the 2 court sages Hui Yuan and Jin Shang could not help but scold him. Dui Chuanchong, what are you doing? This is a contest. Show some seriousness. He was rebuked. He smiled sheepishly. I was merely greeting. Do not be so fierce. I too have dignity, he protested. There is a saying, second place in competition, friendship first. Above all, it's the taking part that matters. Yes. Participation. Princess, you agree, do you not? Those words enraged the envoys of both nations. Their faces turned ashen with fury. If he were not of use, they would have torn him by the throat and gutted him with a dagger. Damn it. This was an act of territorial aggression. You preach friendship and participation now. Do you think this is a children's revel? This is a wager of life. Brother, does lecturing the enemy on friendship help? Why have we never noticed your sudden kindness before? You should be sitting in the Buddha's seat on the Western Spirit Mountain. Dui Chuanchang's change of manner surprised Liu Qingxue and the others. They remembered how proud the fat man had been at first. Could this be a deliberate feint? Feign weakness to mislead the enemy. They moved to warn Chu Ling'er, but were a beat too slow. The child was already smiling at her opponent, guileless and untroubled. My father says polite people win favor. You may not be handsome. No, you are not at all handsome. But you look In that case, this princess will let you lose with some dignity. You offer the upper line first, otherwise once I speak you will be unable to match it. At that Dui Chuanchong was taken aback. Chu Ling'er's words circled his mind. Am I a good person? She actually thinks my pen, the instrument with which I fell others, belongs to a good man. Once he had wanted to be a good man, but society had forced the virtuous into compromise. Dui Chuanchong shook his head, his countenance returning to its usual mask, his eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike. Very well, I shall make my move. Princess, beware, this couplet is a peerless composition of the ages. Not from arrogance, but I dare say there is no one alive who can reply to it. I conceived this upper line a century ago, yet to this day, I have not found a matching lower line. The crowd stiffened. An upper line granted such solemnity by Dui Chuanchong could not be trifling. If even he could not provide the lower line, could the 80-year-old Princess Yongle succeed? It appeared he intended a swift, overwhelming victory. For a moment Liu Qingxue and the others tightened with worry for Chu Ling'er. Linger you. Mother, do not worry. Let him be strong if he must. My father will shoulder it. Chu Ling'er grinned, her large eyes crinkling with innocent delight, utterly unflustered. Polite fat uncle stepped forward. Dui Chuanchong smiled faintly, tapped his folding fan, and pronounced slowly word by word, very well. Listen, princess, the upper line is mist shroud the pond's willows. This first couplet was not actually composed by Dui Chuanchong himself. He had stumbled upon it in an ancient tomb. On the surface he was the king of couplets, but in secret he harbored an unknown obsession. He was a grave robber specializing in the tombs of great literary masters from ages past. Only in their graves could he find the rare ancient texts he could not otherwise access, allowing him to enhance his literary cultivation and maintain his esteemed position. This very couplet was unearthed from one of his grave excavations. Yet despite racking his brains he could not match it, and it had become his inner demon. Dui Chuanchong had already mapped out his course. If his opponent could answer this couplet, there was no need to continue it would only mean his opponent's skill far surpassed his own, and conceding gracefully was wiser than fighting to the bitter end. Moreover, he had left behind a truly formidable couplet, allowing him to save face even in defeat. It was a win-win. Upon hearing Dui Chuanchong's couplet, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, then fell into thought, murmuring among themselves. Smoke locks the pond willow. What does that mean? It doesn't seem remarkable. Why does Master Dui Chuanchong call it a timeless absolute? I don't know either. Even he couldn't find a matching line after all these years. It must not be simple. Let's ponder its deeper meaning more carefully. The courtiers buzzed with discussion, and even great scholars like Du Ruhui and Guanzhong sat in deep contemplation. At that moment, Gu Yanwu, whose literary prowess far surpassed theirs, was struck by a sudden flash of insight and let out a startled cry. Smoke locks the pond willow. Splendid. What a splendid couplet. Truly worthy of Dui Chuanchong to conceive such an absolute. Gu Yanwu's forehead was drenched in cold sweat, his heart trembling with shock. How could such an exquisitely perfect couplet exist in this world? That cry drew everyone's attention. Zhu Jun, his close friend, asked in confusion, "Old pedant, what does this mean? Can smoke really lock a willow tree?" As he spoke, Zhu Jun's brow arched as if he had stumbled upon something remarkable. He then began shouting excitedly, shaking his leg with an air of smug arrogance. "Wait! I've got a matching line. Fog blocks the shore tree. What do you think? It's pretty much the same idea." Thud! The crowd stumbled and fell to the ground. Guanzhong, the founder of brothels, turned pale with rage and cursed, "Illiterate fool, you're a disgrace. I am ashamed to be associated with you." Zhu Jun rolled his eyes. "Fine. If you want play along, then forget it. I won't go to your brothel. I, General Zhu, will order my 100,000 brothers to take their business elsewhere." Guanzhong, "Brother, I was wrong." The crowd. Gu Yanwu composed himself and sighed, "You two stop fooling around. This couplet is not as simple as you They exchanged glances and bowed respectfully. "Old Gu, please enlighten us." Facing their inquiries, Gu Yanwu stroked his beard, his eyes growing solemn. "Look at the radicals of these characters. Don't they represent metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? The essence of ice in our ice spirit kingdom is in fact water. And the southern domain comprises 5 kingdoms: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. So these 5 characters also represent our 5 kingdoms. As everyone knows, a couplet must not only be balanced in structure, but also similar in meaning. This upper line seems easy, but is in truth extremely difficult. Therefore, to match this couplet, one must also consider the 5 kingdoms. It is nearly impossible for anyone to produce a match. This can rightfully be called a timeless absolute." Gu Yanwu shook his head. Even he had pondered it several times before uncovering the profound meaning hidden with this couplet was utterly venomous and cunning. Even racking his brains, he could barely come up with a few lines containing the 5 element radicals, but none achieved perfect balance. Hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. So that's it. The difficulty is indeed immense. Does that mean Princess Yongle is at a great disadvantage? I don't know. Though my young master defies common logic, this couplet, it might still be too much for her. Gu Yanwu shook his head with a worried expression. For a moment, the ministers' faces darkened. But But the envoys from the Metal and Fire Kingdoms were overjoyed seeing Du Chuanchang's impressive performance. Huh? Why doesn't your majesty concede? This timeless absolute has stumped even Master Du Chuanchang. No one in the world can match it. Exactly. If you surrender now after Princess Yongle takes her own life, we might consider sparing you one less province as a gesture of friendship. The two women taunted with glee, shooting Du Chuanchang a look that said, well done, you'll be richly rewarded later. But Du Chuanchang smiled awkwardly, feeling the gaze was somewhat insulting. It was like a dog being praised by its master and tossed a bone. In the arena, Chu Ling'er ignored their mockery, furrowing her brow as she searched her mind for a suitable couplet. Seeing Chu Ling'er at a loss and silent, her adoptive mother, Liu Qingxue's eyes filled with concern. Ling'er, if you can't answer, just give up. With your mother here, no one can harm you. Oh, so your majesty intends to break the oath. Can you bear the punishment from the heavenly Dao? The two princesses sneered. Before Liu Qingxue could retort, Chu Ling'er suddenly lifted her head, a joyful smile spreading across her lips. Seeing that smile, the envoys from the two kingdoms and Du Chuanchang felt a jolt of unease, a foreboding sensation creeping over them. Could she actually produce a match? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Du Chuanchang had failed after all these years. How could an 80-year-old girl? But reality defied their expectations. Mother, this isn't hard. Ling'er has already thought of one. And not just one matching line. These words sent a shockwave through the crowd. Such a timeless absolute, and someone claimed to have a match. Impossible. They had all pondered for so long without the slightest clue. How could this little girl come up with a matching line in half a minute? And not just one matching line. Attention-seeking. Princess Yongle, please don't spout nonsense here. You'll only make things harder for Her Majesty the Empress. Jin Feng sneered, convinced that if the #1 couplet master Du Chuanchang couldn't solve it, no little girl could. Hua Yunxi also lifted her proud chin and said caustically, I too have been well-read since childhood. I fully understand the depth of this couplet. If a little girl like you can answer, it'll stand on my head. No, Princess Nanyang and I will shave our heads and become nuns on the spot. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er burst into laughter. Good, you said it. Ling'er has never seen a nun before. Listen carefully. First match, cannon guards the Sea City Tower. Chu Ling'er placed her hands on her hips and declared loudly, cannon guards the Sea City Tower. The moment these words left her mouth, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Du Chuanchang was utterly dumbfounded, his heart filled with shock as he raised his head and stared in disbelief at the tiny Chu Ling'er. How is this possible? How could she in such a short time come up with such a perfectly balanced matching line? This was a timeless absolute. I've spent half my life without a single clue, and this little girl actually. Just as Du Chuanchang's mind was reeling in a blank stupor, Chu Ling'er's voice, sweet as a lark, rang out again. Huh, not satisfied with this one. I suppose it has some flaws. The character guard in the lower line and lock in the upper are both oblique tones matching in pitch. City and pond are both level tones, so the tonal balance is a bit off. But no worries, Ling'er has more. Lamp, deep village temple bell. How about this one, big fatty uncle? Bam! Another thunderbolt struck the crowd, leaving them utterly astounded, their minds a complete blank. Du Chuanchang felt like crying. I couldn't even produce one, and this girl has come up with two. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, I just can't keep up. At this, the faces of the envoys from the Metal and Fire Kingdoms turned ashen. Before they could speak, Chu Ling'er pressed on. Still not good enough. You're not satisfied with this one either. Then, peach burns brocade riverbank candle engraves dam pine. How about these two? Watching Chu Ling'er's innocent expression, Du Chuanchang wept tears of despair. He felt the little girl was showing off. Du Chuanchang spat blood to the sky. For lines, 4 whole lines. I couldn't produce a single one, and she came up with 4. Is she even human? She must be a reincarnation of the god of literature. Could she at least show some respect for the timeless absolute? The crowd was already numb with shock. From that moment on, no one dared underestimate Chu Ling'er, an 80-year-old girl whose knowledge far surpassed theirs by tens of thousands of miles. Unbelievable. The envoys from both kingdoms turned pale, stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. She answered it. An ordinary little girl had matched the timeless absolute. How could this be? They wanted to claim the couplets were inadequate, but couldn't bring themselves to say it. Still not good enough. Wait, I have more. Chu Ling'er pouted, ready to speak again. Du Chuanchang hastily interrupted, his dignity already ground into the dust. Letting her continue would be unbearable. No need, no need. The Yongle princess is truly brilliant. This is a divine couplet indeed. I concede. Watching Du Chuanchang state, Liu Qingxue and the others breathed a heavy sigh of relief. They looked at the little girl Chu Ling'er with newfound reverence. Who would have thought that an 80-year-old child already unmatched in swordsmanship, calligraphy, military strategy, and cultivation would also excel in poetry and couplets beyond the ordinary? How could there be such a dazzlingly brilliant person in this world? A master of all trades. Could it be? She was born with innate knowledge. Did Mingpo forget to feed her the forgetfulness broth? Or perhaps it was because her father raised her with his own hands through thick and thin that made her so formidable. And the Azura king who nurtured such a peerless prodigy, how profound must his own strength and knowledge be? Wait, could it be that the Azura king was also raised that way? Hiss. Could such humble means actually enhance one's talent? Since Uncle Fatty thinks it's acceptable then, shouldn't these two shameless princesses fulfill their promise and become nuns? Chu Ling'er laughed slyly. She held no goodwill toward Jin Feng and the other who in her father's words were beautiful but sharp-tongued women. Chu Ling'er didn't quite understand the contradiction. Jin Feng and Hui Yunx's faces turned grim and they stammered without making a move to shave their heads. Seeing them about to renege, the straightforward Zhu Jun snorted coldly. What? Waiting for us to help? Remember, your actions represent your two nations. If you don't follow through on your words, it will be hard for others to trust your countries. The two women sneered inwardly. They hadn't signed a contract. They could just refuse. Who would believe such a bet happened? But Zhu Jun was prepared. Zhu Jun smiled sinisterly, pulled a transparent crystal from his bosom, and stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at the two women as he spoke softly. I recorded the entire bet with a memory stone just now. You wouldn't want today's events to become public knowledge, would you? Zhu Jun's smile grew increasingly twisted. Playing games of face with him. As a military man, he had long abandoned such scruples. What dirty tricks hadn't he used? The two women's faces darkened. What do you want? What do I want? Don't you know? Looking at his twisted... They didn't want to shave their heads, but they knew if they reneged, Zhu Jun would broadcast the recording across the continent. Then they would become infamous and the nations of gold and fire would face public scorn. You're ruthless. Their eyes venomous, they wished they could kill Zhu Jun. Under his threat, they reluctantly drew their swords and shaved each other's heads. Watching the strands of hair fall, their hearts bled. So, this is a nun. How ugly. Women with hair look better. Chu Ling'er curled her lips and her words struck like a sword, piercing the two women's hearts and causing them immense pain. Chu Ling'er ignored their feelings and turned to look at Dui Chuanchang. Now it's my turn to give the first line. Listen carefully, this is an absolute couplet written by my fatherly Tai-Bai. Green forest mouth, white blacksmith, red furnace, burning black coal, sitting south, facing north to strike east and west. Hearing this, Dui Chuanchang trembled, struck hard in his heart. This couplet was too exquisite. The first line alone depicted the person, place, profession, and product, while weaving in the colors green, white, red, and black, along with the four cardinal directions. It was even more challenging than smoke locks the pond willow. How could he match it? He felt he would live in Chu Ling'er's shadow for the rest of his life. Before Dui Chuanchang could think, Hui Yunxi screamed viciously, quick. Defeat her. Give the second line and defeat her. If you can't even handle an 80-year-old, don't bother returning to the Fire Spirit Kingdom. Dui Chuanchang didn't turn back, tapping his folding fan with a confident smile as he walked toward the dragon throne. Seeing this, everyone tensed. Could Dui Chuanchang really answer? Even Liu Qingxue frowned, watching him anxiously. As for Jin Feng and the other, a smug smile curled on their lips. They loved seeing Dui Chuanchang's confident and composed demeanor. But the next second their smiles froze. Thud. Your Majesty, look, is this how a commoner kneels? Dui Chuanchang, without any pretensions of a literary master, knelt obsequiously in the hall and bowed to Liu Qingxue. Liu Qingxue was stunned and Gu Yanwu and the others were utterly bewildered. Quite nimble. Dui Chuanchang quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Your Majesty, give me a chance. How can I give you a chance? Liu Qingxue asked. Dui Chuanchang smiled bitterly, his face full of helplessness. Before I had no choice. Now, I want to be a good man. To be honest, Your Majesty, ruling a nation as a woman shows great talent and vision. I have always admired you deeply. My body may be in the gold and fire courts, but my heart belongs to the Ice Kingdom. I have tried many times to abandon the darkness and join Your Majesty's light, but I had no way. Fortunately this time, I used the trust of those two vixens to successfully meet Your Majesty. I beg Your Majesty to accept me. Dui Chuanchang kowtowed heavily, his fat face solemn and earnest, looking as sincere as possible. He knew that if Liu Qingxue took him in, he wouldn't have to kill himself to atone, nor would he worry about being abandoned by the gold and fire kingdoms. As for matching couplets with Chu Ling'er, he wished he could, but his skill wasn't up to it. Dui Chuanchang, you fat pig, what are you doing? Get up, or I'll have you executed. Hui Yunxi and the others screamed in fury, losing all princessly decorum. A sense of doom washed over them. Dui Chuanchang remained silent, his head pressed to the ground, still kowtowing. Liu Qingxue frowned and glanced at Prime Minister Guanzhong. Guanzhong understood, thought for a few seconds, then nodded and sighed with admiration. He's chosen the broad path. Your Majesty, you can take him in for menial tasks. First, his attitude. Second, he's the top scholar of an enemy nation. If Your Majesty accepts him in this setting, and we spin the narrative properly, think of the prestige it will bring. I've even thought of a headline shock. The enemy nation's top scholar travels 1,000 miles, dedicating 8 provinces in fury. His learning may not match the Yongle princess, but he'd make a decent academy teacher. It would also highlight your majesty's benevolence and magnanimity. What do you think? The empress nodded. Dui Chuancheng's life or death didn't matter, but using his identity could build momentum. It would greatly solidify her throne and deal a heavy blow to the Gold and Fire Kingdoms. Very well. Since you wish to submit, I'll give you a chance. Minister Gu, he's in your charge. Yes, your majesty. Gu Yanwu accepted the order, and Dui Chuancheng's face lit up with joy. After settling the matter, the empress scooped up Chu Ling'er, who had jumped to her side, and sat her on her rounded thigh. Ling'er, you've worked hard. It was nothing. Composing poems and matching couplets is as easy as slaughtering 2 little lambs. Chu Ling'er smiled sweetly. Liu Qingxue affectionately tapped her nose, her heart brimming with excitement. The larger her domain, the more magnificent the empire, the softer and more fragrant the soft rice she would serve her future husband. Even if her husband were an ordinary man with her by his side, she would make him an emperor for the ages. Anyone who dared cause trouble would face her blade. Her man might not need the throne, but he must have it. She would be his greatest backing. Thinking of that ordinary man, Liu Qingxue's face softened with tenderness, her eyes filled with longing. Half a minute later, when she raised her head again, her smile turned to ice as she coldly regarded the envoys of the 2 kingdoms. Such a swift change of expression was truly rare. Both princesses and the state preceptor, a bet is a bet. The combined 8 provinces from both kingdoms, shouldn't you hand them over now? Hearing this, Jin Shang and the others looked as if they had swallowed maggots, their faces utterly grim. They had no idea how to return and face their people. Hey, race the contract. We dare to bet, so we dare to lose. But, though the territory is vast, the empress must have the strength to hold it. Don't lose it all in a few days, that would be a loss worse than gain. Hui Yuan added a meaningful threat. Li Chunfeng was not to be outdone. He stood up and snatched the heavenly contract, saying, "Mind your own business. Give it here. You. Damn it. Let's go. This isn't over, we'll be back." Hui Yuan fumed, leading the 2 nun princesses and their retinue toward the court of state ceremonies. In the corner, the prince of Jinbei cast a venomous glance at Liu Qingxue before quietly retreating. He knew this group still had a trump card to play. It was a move that could shake the very foundation of the Ice Spirit Kingdom, even kill Li Chunfeng and Liu Qingxue. A last resort not to be used lightly. But now they had no choice. If it succeeded, Liu Ji would become the mantis hidden Oriole, reaping all the... After a few people left, the grand hall erupted with joyful laughter. Congratulations, your majesty, on your 3 victories in 3 battles, acquiring 14 new territories under the banners of 2 nations. The territory of our Ice Spirit Kingdom will thus expand by more than double. Among the 5 nations, our Ice Spirit Kingdom is the largest. As long as we take this territory, your majesty's dragon energy will likely increase to a terrifying level. At that time, stepping into the wilderness realm will be a natural progression. Liu Qingxue's cultivation was linked to the imperial aura. The stronger the aura, the stronger her power. This time she estimated that breaking through from the late heavenly realm to the mid-wilderness realm should not be a problem. With the heavenly Dao contract in place, she was not afraid of the 2 nations refusing to cede territory. Otherwise, without her intervention, the heavenly Dao would directly obliterate both nations. As long as she secures the territory to make her breakthrough, she would not fear any sect in the southern region. Who would have thought that a little girl picked up by the roadside would become a blessing for her as a female emperor? All the credit goes to Ling'er. I wish to grant Ling'er a fief, and she can choose the area herself. Do you have any? Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The princess did have a fief, but such a precedent of freely selecting territory had never been established before. If she chooses a few states, would she receive those too? Frankly speaking, this is an enormous reward. As for objections, who would dare to object? Given the merits and status of Princess Yongle, along with the current might of the female emperor, even if they were to be treated poorly, they would still be overjoyed. Seeing that no one opposed, Liu Qingxue nodded in satisfaction and had someone bring out a map of the empire. Ling'er, you choose. You can have as much as you want. Choose territory. What can this territory be used for, mother? Chu Ling'er asked with great interest. Liu Qingxue smiled slightly. You just need to mark an area on the map and mother will grant you the land and its people here. You will have the power of life and death over them. All officials will be under your management. You can investigate corrupt officials and appoint or dismiss officials at your discretion. Furthermore, the well-being of the common people will also be your responsibility. For instance, welfare, taxes, disaster relief, all of it will fall under your jurisdiction. In summary, within the fief, Ling'er will be the highest authority, and all of them will be your subordinates. Hearing this, the ministers were all astonished. This is not just a fief, but it's practically a fiefdom. Generally, a prince's fief only enjoys tax revenues without any other powers, but Liu Qingxue has completely delegated authority. On the surface, it's a fief, but in reality, it's a fiefdom. Chu Ling'er's eyes lit up. Isn't this what father referred to as a simulation game? If I make the people live, well, they will bring me plenty of resources. How interesting. Mother, I want to play. This is much more fun than playing house. Chu Ling'er, being young, did not realize the benefits of ruling a fiefdom. Liu Qingxue dotingly nodded, not minding it. It was normal for an 80-year-old to have a playful heart, and what did she know about state affairs? At worst, she would let Gu Yanwu keep an eye on things and ensure everything was in order. Since Ling'er understands, then choose for yourself. Liu Qingxue pushed the map towards Chu Ling'er. The latter tiptoed and leaned over the map to examine it closely. Suddenly, 3 words appeared in her vision. Gala Town. Wait a minute, isn't this where father lives? Gala Mountain. If Ling'er takes this place, then this area will be our territory. Not only will we not have to pay taxes, but when father gets tired of farming, he can also go out and serve as an official. How wonderful. And will father be happy knowing Ling'er holds a high position? Mother, I want this town and the surrounding mountains too. Just this area? Liu Qingxue frowned, looking at the small piece of land, and waved her hand decisively. All right, bring the entire Suzhou to Ling'er. My daughter must not be treated poorly. With a single command, Guanzhong and the Minister of Revenue Liu Biao both bowed and accepted their orders. Liu Qingxue then turned her gaze to Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun. I have newly acquired 14 states. Starting today, we will hold a 3-day banquet to celebrate the nation. Hearing this, Chu Ling'er was overjoyed. Feasting. Ling'er loves feasting, especially on mother's banquets. It's wonderful. Liu Qingxue was unaware of Chu Ling'er's thoughts, otherwise she would have been so moved that she might have coughed up blood. Additionally, the Minister of War is responsible for dispatching troops to take over the territories of the 2 nations and be sure to set up defenses. Do not let the 2 nations retaliate after we have taken their lands. With orders being issued one after another, the machinery of the Ice Spirit Kingdom began to operate busily. Meanwhile, those officials secretly siding with the Northern King saw the current high prestige of the female emperor and began to waver in their positions. Liu Qingxue cast a cold glance at them, her heart filled with a chilling resolve. None of them would escape. Once the territory was secured and she broke through to the mid-wilderness realm, she would take immediate action. Dismissed. Compared to the celebratory Liu Qingxue and others, the envoys from the Jin and Hui nations were far from happy. After suffering a setback and losing half their territory, they had not yet left the Ice Spirit Kingdom. Instead, they returned to the Honglu Temple to plot loudly. Damn it. This is truly despicable. Those 2 useless ones, Zhu Zhishan and Chuanchong, boasted about their prowess on normal days, yet when it mattered most, they couldn't even handle an 80-year-old girl. What a disgrace. This is the disgrace of our 2 nations. Jin Shang slammed a table in anger, cursing loudly. Just then, the Northern King Liu Ji strode in with Miao Sanbu, the Lord of Miaojiang and the Bloodblade ancestor. What a disgrace. You all are nothing but useless 2 nations. Jin Shang slammed a table in anger. Not only did you fail to weaken that wretched woman, but you also gifted her such a large territory. With her imperial aura now full, who can compete with her? Incompetent at accomplishing tasks and adept at causing failures. Truly pig-like teammates. The moment he entered, Liu Ji sat down with a thud, 1 foot resting on the table, while he mockingly taunted. You? How dare you? A mere Northern King, do not think that just because you have a sect behind you we dare not act against you. Our 2 nations also have sects supporting us. Jin Shang, already in a bad mood, was infuriated by the other's mockery. Liu Ji ignored the threat and casually picked up a cup of tea to drink. You can try to act against me, I guarantee you will be poisoned to death in the next second. Jin Shang was momentarily at a loss for words, casting a wary glance at Miao Sanbu, the crafty old man, before ultimately suppressing his anger and sitting down. Oomph. You aren't here just to watch the fun, are you? Our loss brings no benefit to you. And while we are competing against her, what are you doing? What gives you the right to lecture us? Liu Ji smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. I'm standing in a corner providing you with mental support and encouragement. What else? Oomph. You think that woman has won for sure. After we've suffered such humiliation, how can we return with any face? I originally planned to resolve things peacefully, but now there's no choice but to use that final move. If we don't take action against her before she consolidates her territory, once Liu Qingxue grows powerful, there will be no further opportunities. Hearing this, Liu Ji burst into laughter. I told you long ago to resolve things more brutally, but you didn't believe me. After dragging things out, now you have to resort to this move. Liu Ji understood the opponent's trump card, which was to rally reinforcements. Indeed, while the 2 nations were being consumed by the sects, the national masters of both nations had accepted a mission from the sects, which was to carve up the Ice Spirit Kingdom without direct involvement from the sects. Due to an unwritten rule on the continent, cultivation sects cannot interfere with empires, so neither sect dared to be too overt. However, fearing that the Jin Spirit Kingdom and the Hui Spirit Kingdom might falter, both sects provided assurance that if they encountered insurmountable challenges, they could signal for assistance. When the time comes, the ancestors of both sects would put aside their pride, bringing experts along disguising themselves as people from the two nations to forcibly invade. Liu Ji also had plans. Once the ancestors of the two sects arrived, he would immediately notify his own ancestor Zhao Dizu's. At that time, with the three forces acting together and the two nations taking the lead, even if the Continental Enforcement Hall pursued the matter, their Jianghu sect would bear little responsibility. Moreover, with him as the internal supporter, they would undoubtedly gain a significant advantage in the scramble. While they might not be able to swallow the empire whole, it would still be a significant achievement for the sects, ensuring the stability of their standing once the ancestors were pleased. So why the delay? What are you waiting for? Liu Ji urged. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan snorted in unison, producing a precious sound transmission stone and sending a distress message through it. After a while, the sound transmission stone responded, and upon hearing the words inside, the expressions of both immediately changed to one of uncertainty. Two national masters, what's going on? Asked the two princesses in confusion. Jin Shang's gaze was dazed. The ancestor of the Tianyi sect said he is currently very busy and that someone is causing trouble in the sect, telling us to first register our appointment and also to offer some tribute money to the sect. Hui Yuan shuddered, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. What the hell? What a coincidence. Our Qi sect ancestor said the same thing. What's going on? Who in the southern region would dare to cause trouble at the two sects? Everyone was dumbfounded, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a sound of gongs and drums came from outside, causing everyone to tense up. What's happening? Could the plan have been exposed, and the Ice Spirit Kingdom intends to strike first? You go check it out. Fire Yuan issued a command to the guard. The guard vanished in a flash, only to reappear moments later, reporting to the national preceptor. There are no enemies, only dancers and fine wine. It is said the Empress is celebrating with the entire realm. A grand feast for 3 days. Upon hearing this, Jin Shang Hui Yuan let out a long sigh of relief. So it's just a banquet after all. What a false alarm. That old Li Chunfeng is no weakling, we underestimated him. If he had truly brought experts to besiege us, the trouble would have been considerable. The others nodded in agreement. Wait, you say? There's a feast outside. At these words, Miao Sanbu's eyes lit up, seizing upon the crucial point. The guard nodded blankly. Yes, it just started, and there are many beautiful dancers. Miao Sanbu was overjoyed. He cast aside his sinister black robe and in a flash changed into scholarly attire. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the others, he dashed out with a wild howl. Whoopee! A feast! Damn it, a feast without inviting me. Wait for me. Save me an elbow. Though we are enemies, there are no grudges at a banquet. Come, let the music play, let the dance continue. The faces of the crowd turned ashen. Was this a heaven-tier master? Was this the Lord of Miaojiang? He looked more like a starving ghost. They suspected that if a fight broke out, a single feast could easily lure this sly old fox from Miaojiang away. Sensing the strange looks from both nations, the Prince of Jinbei covered his face in shame, grinding his teeth as he glared at the blood-saber ancestor. Don't they have feasts in Miaojiang? The blood-saber shrugged, gazing out the door with longing. I don't know. Maybe the food is just better there. Anyway, joy shared is joy doubled. The ancestor is off to the feast too. You all take your time discussing, let me know the outcome. Better to enjoy others' feasts while alive. If you kick the bucket one day, it'll be your turn to be the main course. I've trained in martial arts all my life, can't I enjoy a little pleasure? With that, he too vanished in a flash from the court of state ceremonies. The crowd's mouths twitched, and Fire Yuan couldn't help but sneer. Excellent. Prince of Jinbei, your helpers are truly excellent. With talents like the sleeping dragon and the young phoenix by your side, how could the realm not be conquered? Liu Ji was furious. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Unity Sect's training ground, a gathering of experts was taking place. Disciples of the sect formed a grand formation, their inner energy erupting as they stood on high alert. Wei Chuan Kong, the patriarch of the Heavenly Unity Sect, impatiently tossed his sound transmission stone into his pocket. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools can't even handle a trivial matter. Exactly. I don't know why we keep them. Mei Qianhua, the patriarch of the artifact sect, similarly put away his sound transmission stone and cursed irritably. After cursing, the two raised their heads, gripped their weapons, and gazed solemnly at the sky ahead. In the sky, Zhao Dizhu, drenched in blood with a fierce look in his eyes, led the sect master Huomaier and thousands of disciples of varying ranks, mystic earth and heaven, blocking the mountain gate. On the ground beneath Zhao Dez's feet lay a dense pile of elite disciples from both the Heavenly Unity Sect and the Artifact Sect. Zhao Dizhu, how dare you be so insolent? You were lucky to escape last time, yet you dare to return. This is like looking for death with a lantern in a latrine. This is the training ground of my Heavenly Unity Sect. Do you think our protective grand formation is for show? Today we will ensure you never leave. Once we slay you and your disciple, tomorrow will be the day your soul-suppressing sect is annihilated. Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua roared with fierce voices. Gazing at the corpses strewn across the ground, their eyes turned bloodshot, and their killing intent filled half the sky. They never expected Zhao Dezhu to be so unscrupulous as to strike down sect disciples. Truly despicable. Facing their threats, Zhao De's face twisted into a contemptuous smile. Hey, you dare call me despicable? You threw firecrackers into our sect's latrine while our disciples were relieving themselves. Was that not despicable? You are utterly vile. A dignified formation sect, yet you set up formations over our sect's outhouse. Are you trying to drive my disciples away so you can steal the shit? Today I seek justice for the shit in the latrine, the maggots, and my disciples. Mei Chuankong's expression froze. Well, it was just to let the disciples practice their newly learned formations. After all, practice is the best way to learn. We've been enemies for so many years, this is nothing serious. Don't take it so personally. Take it personally. Go eat shit. Zhao Dezhu roared, extending a single hand. A tumter-long crescent blade sword materialized in his grasp. Gripping the handle with both hands, he let out a mighty shout, tearing off his clothes to reveal his bulging muscular frame. Swinging the great blade, he unleashed a 4-meter-long blade aura, charging at the two like a startling phoenix. At this moment, his latest primordial realm cultivation erupted the force, sending his disciples tumbling back over 10 meters. The sheer power was evident. Even before Zhao De's attack landed, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua could feel its sharpness, as if it could slice their cheeks from a distance. The very void around them seemed to twist slightly. The two were shocked. If this strike landed, it would mean death or severe injury. Zhao Dezhu, are you really going to start a bloody battle over a pile of shit? Seeing no sign of the attack relenting, Wei Chuankong's eyes narrowed. Not good. This old man's strength has increased lately. No wonder he dares to come seeking revenge so openly. Quick, old Mei, let's join forces and use the grand formation to kill him. Call me Patriarch Mei. Don't keep calling me old Mei. People might think I'm your sister. Mei Qianhua cursed, but his hands moved swiftly. Both knew they were no match for Zhao Dezhu in sheer strength. Their only chance to slay him lay in relying on the heavenly unity sect's formation. Formation rise. At the critical moment, Wei Chuankong rapidly formed hand seals. A flash of light swept across the heavenly unity sect's grounds, drawing the power of the earth and merging it into their bodies. In an instant, their inner energy surged. Feeling the growing power, they struck out in unison. The clash of techniques produced a deafening roar that sent boulders tumbling from the surrounding peaks. Dust billowed everywhere. The trees on the mountaintops were snapped in half by the shockwaves, and a bottomless fissure was carved into the earth. After the collision, heaven and earth fell silent. The disciples of the three sects were dazed by the residual force. Aside from the heaven-tier experts who barely kept their footing, none could stand. Witnessing such a tremendous upheaval, everyone's hearts tightened. They fixed their eyes on the drifting dust. Sigh. Primordial realm masters are truly terrifying. Indeed, the ancestors' 40-meter blade almost gave me a buzz cut. What's that compared to our heavenly unity sect ancestors' inner energy transforming into a horse? That's truly impressive. I wonder, who won? The crowd marveled. The next second, a figure was blasted out of the dust, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood splattered across the sky. Everyone looked closely and saw it was Zhao Dezhu, the most powerful of the three. Seeing this, the soul-suppressing sect members' faces darkened with worry. Master, are you all right? Huomaier cried out in alarm, abandoning her opponent as she descended to the ground like a flash, rushing to Zhao Dezhu. As the dust settled, the arrogant laughter of Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong rang out. Zhao Dezhu, on our home turf, how dare you fight us? Is this your first encounter with my heavenly unity sect? Don't you know our protective grand formation is unbreakable even by a peak primordial realm master? Only a cosmic realm expert can break it. This is the very foundation of our sect, and you came here seeking death. Their faces were full of mockery, looking at Zhao Dezhu on the ground as if he were an ant. Cough. I'm fine. Meyer, step aside. Zhao Dezhu wiped the blood from his lips, rose to his feet, and looked up at the arrogant pair without a trace of fear. This grand formation is indeed powerful. Not bad, very good. Not bad. This is your grave, Zhao Dezhu. We were wondering how to deal with you, and you deliver yourself to us. Who gave you the courage? Their lips curled slightly. With one hand, they drew a dragon, with the other a rainbow. An overwhelming force of inner energy coalesced in the air, locking onto Zhao Dezhu. Pushing with both hands, their attack erupted, suddenly enveloping Zhao Dezhu and the fallen soul-suppressing sect disciples. Facing the earth-shattering assault, all soul-suppressing sect disciples were filled with despair. They couldn't understand why Zhao Dezhu had come to die. Confronting the powerful attack, Zhao Dezhu was not afraid, but delighted. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him appear like a transcendent master. You asked who gave me the courage. Today I'll tell you, it was Senior Chu. With a devout expression, Zhao Dezhu knelt on the ground and roared as if in worship. Blade, come. With a fierce shout, the crescent blade sword in his hand transformed into a kitchen knife. Seeing the ordinary kitchen knife, Wei Chuankong and the other were stunned for half a second before bursting into mocking laughter. Ha ha ha. Zhao Dezhu, have you lost your mind? You're using a kitchen knife to fight us. Do you think this is a culinary competition? This is a fight for your life. Zhao Dezhu said nothing. He closed his eyes and, following the blade technique demonstrated in Chu Mo's cookbook, gently swung the knife. Blade slash. Braised chicken. This utterly powerless strike, one that couldn't even kill a chicken, caused the faces of the two men, who had been in absolute dominance, their strength bolstered by the formation to the brink of the Hong rank's pinnacle, to shift dramatically. As the blade descended, time itself seemed to freeze. Their ferocious assault crumbled like fragile paper before this strike, torn to shreds and annihilated into nothingness, where the blade's radiance passed space, shattered inch by inch, and the two could even glimpse fragments of the void. A terrifying, unparalleled blade intent soared into the heavens, hurtling toward them with lethal speed. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua exchanged a glance, their pupils brimming with horror. A profound sense of helplessness welled up from the depths of their hearts, leaving only a single thought in their minds. This technique is invincible. They yearned to flee, yet their chi was locked, leaving no escape. Driven by a fierce will to survive, they unleashed several more attacks, but each was crushed by the blade's radiance with devastating force. What? How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? And what grade of weapon could unleash such a terrifying blade intent? Powerless to resist, they could only watch helplessly as the blade's radiance gradually expanded in their pupils. With a sizzling sound, the blade's radiance swept past, severing their shoulders cleanly. Each lost an arm, and blood spurted forth like a fountain, gushing endlessly. Had they not twisted their bodies desperately at the critical moment, this single strike would have ended them both. My hand. Damn, you give me back my hand. The next moment, the entire Heavenly Unity Sect training ground was filled with nothing but their agonized wails. Witnessing this sudden turn of events, every expert present, regardless of rank, was visibly shaken. When their gazes fell upon the blade in Zhao Dez's hand, they burned with fervent desire. Zhao Dezhu panted heavily, his own heart brimming with astonishment. The power exceeded his expectations. Yet while this cleaver, capable of slicing braised chicken, was immensely formidable, it also consumed vast amounts of internal energy. At his late Huang rank, he couldn't swing it more than 3 times, but that was more than enough. TSK. Incredible. I've grossly underestimated the senior's weapon. It's not just capable of fighting Hong rank, it's an instant kill. From now on, call me Zhao 3 Strikes. If you can't withstand my 3 strikes, there's no need to fight. If you do withstand them, there's still no need to fight. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua struck down from the sky and, gravely wounded by a single slash, frantically tapped acupoints on their bodies to staunch the bleeding. When they looked at the blade in their opponent's hand, their eyes were filled with dread and terror. A blade capable of emitting such a heaven-shaking saber aura and instantly defeating 2 temporary Hong rank powerhouses. What grade could it be? Zhou grade. No, impossible. Even a Zhou grade weapon couldn't muster such might. Could it be? You. Gasp. The two dared not think further. Treasures of this level existed only in legends. Where on earth did Zhao Dezhu get it? Damn it, why wasn't such fortune ours? The two burned with jealousy. They now understood that as long as he wielded that cleaver, they stood no chance, not even with the sect's protective formation. Zhao Dezhu. We're all veterans, exemplars for our disciples. Winning by relying on a powerful weapon. What kind of hero is that? Even if you win, word will spread and ruin your reputation. Dare you set aside that cleaver? Well, forego the formation and have a fair duel. A battle to decide both victory and life or death. How about it? Faced with their provocation, Zhao Dezhu grinned shamelessly. He twirled the blade in his hand, making the two opponents tremble in fear, terrified he might strike again. What? Trying to morally blackmail me? Sorry, but since I have no morals, you can't blackmail me. What's fair? They'll sell it to you by the pound. Enough talk. Today one side must fall. Die. With a wild roar, Zhao Dezhu brandished his cleaver and charged at the two. Seeing that their trick failed, Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua exchanged a glance and bolted. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Dezhu, unwilling to let them escape, gave chase with his blade. He understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot, for he too was a seasoned schemer. The chase stretched on for an entire day, covering an unfathomable distance. From the eastern reaches of the southern domain, they crossed several provinces to the west. Though Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua were in disarray, they occasionally launched attacks to disrupt Zhao Dez's pursuit. The sounds of their aerial battle echoed incessantly. Zhao Dezhu reveled in the fight. This feeling of invincibility was intoxicating, as if he had reached the pinnacle of life. Even as they passed over Gala Mountain, he remained oblivious. On the mountain, Chu Mo slept soundly. Startled by the clamorous sounds overhead, he groggily rubbed his eyes. Damn it, disturbing the peace in the dead of night. I've heard of car quakes and bed quakes, but this is my first time witnessing an air quake. Are you guys skyquake? Cultivators really are avant-garde in their thinking. Once Ling'er helps me find my wife, I'll have to try this through. After a lecherous chuckle, Chu Mo kicked the sleepwalking dog that had crawled into his bed to the floor, pulled up the covers, and drifted back to sleep, leaving Bai Feng, who had been jolted awake, staring with wide, bewildered eyes. What the hell? How did I end up on the bed? That big shot. Laughing so lecherously he couldn't possibly be interested in me. Gasp. He's even after a dog. No, a wolf. My purity. How will I face other wolves now? Whoa. A night passed in the blink of an eye. That night, every cultivator in the southern domain learned that the ancestors of Heavenly Unity Sect and Artifact Sect were being chased across the world by Soul Suppression Sect. For a time, Soul Suppression Sect's prestige reached its zenith. Inside Heavenly Unity Sect, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua hid under a table trembling. Ancestors, where are you? The sect masters of both sects rushed in calling out. The two hesitantly poked their heads out from under the table. Is Zhao Dezhu gone? Has he returned? Reporting to the ancestors, Soul Suppression Sect has withdrawn. Zhao Dezhu ran out of internal energy and couldn't lift his blade, so he left. The two sect masters reported, still shaken. The ancestors let out a long sigh of relief. Good, he's gone. Good. Quick, reinforce the formation by 5 layers. No. Reinforce it by 50 layers. And stop training offensive formations, focus all on defense. By the way, did that old bastard take his anger out on the disciples? The sect masters nodded and bowed in acknowledgement, but lingered hesitating as they looked at the ancestors. No, he didn't, but speak. With the ancestors here, don't be afraid. Learning that Zhao Dezhu had left, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua gradually regained their ancestral heirs. Waving their remaining hands, they gestured for the other to continue. The Heavenly Unity Sect Master wore a grim expression, reporting to the ancestors, Zhao Dezhu looted our treasury, behaving with extreme arrogance. Even the sect's dog got 2 heavy slaps for barking, its face swollen. If you don't believe me, look. I drew a picture. The sect master produced a sketch of the beaten dog. The two ancestors exchanged a glance and sighed helplessly. Let him be arrogant. As long as he didn't do anything more excessive, we'll endure it. The situation forces our hand. The sect master wiped away tears, feeling deeply aggrieved. That's not all. He also made the disciples squat in the latrines and had people throw firecrackers in. Now our disciples have all experienced the feeling of flying freely. They're marinated in the stench, and the whole sect is too foul to inhabit. But the worst is yet to come. He blew up all our latrines. Now there's nowhere to relieve ourselves. Well, what do we do? Hearing this, Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua could no longer hold back and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Killing only goes so far as to take a head. Why destroy the latrines? This was crueler than a father's murder or a wife's abduction. They swore they had never suffered such indignity in their lives. Someone investigate. Find out where that old bastard got his U-grade divine blade and that miraculous saber. Once we know where the blade came from, we can try our luck. Until this grievance is avenged, the ancestors' Tao hearts cannot be at ease. The two roared in fury. The two sect masters curled their lips, silently cursing. Where were you when he was blowing up the latrines? This disciple will investigate immediately. Just as the sect masters left, the communication stones of Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua buzzed with a new message. They pulled them out and saw it was from the state preceptors of the Gold and Fire Kingdoms again. This time they didn't hang up, but shouted into the stones, "You come clean up the shit immediately." At the court of state ceremonies, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan were both bewildered as they stared at the communication stone in their hands. The ancestor wants us to hurry up and die. What's going on? Hiss. I'm getting the same roar over here. Could it be that we've failed in our duties and the ancestor has lost their temper? The two exchanged glances, trembling as they tucked the communication stones into their pockets. For a moment, they couldn't help but regret. They had sought a patron, but found none and had lost half their territory in the process. The very heavens and earth seemed to darken. The two could no longer see a future. What are we to do? As the words fell, a cultivator swift as the wind and clad in the robes of the soul-suppressing sect descended from the sky, landing before the Northern Pacifying King. Upon seeing the familiar messenger, the Northern Pacifying King's expression turned solemn. He produced 10 taels of gold and handed them over. Your efforts are appreciated. The recipient took the gold and immediately beamed with joy. You're too kind, young Master Liu. I've been sent by Elder Hu to deliver some good news. The Heavenly Unity Sect and the Artifact Sect have been severely crippled by our sect's ancestor. Now the higher-ups of the sect have their hands free. Elder Hu instructed me to tell you that if you need assistance, just send word to her. She will come with a large force. With our ancestor being so powerful, no one in the southern domain can stand against our soul-suppressing sect now. And let me tell you in secret, these past days our ancestor has latched onto a supreme powerhouse, one capable of annihilating heaven and earth. Hearing this, Liu Ji drew a sharp breath of cold air. Even Hui Yuan and Jin Shang were visibly shaken, a deep confusion clouding their hearts. Such momentous events had occurred, and they knew nothing of them. A supreme powerhouse capable of annihilating heaven and earth. And your soul-suppressing sect has defeated our Heavenly Unity Sect and the Artifact Sect. What is the meaning of this? The messenger glanced at them, but didn't hide much, knowing that with the commotion last night the news would eventually spread. Had to be honest, our ancestor Zhao Dezhu has voluntarily stepped down to become supreme elder. The reason is that after repeated invitations from him and the sect leader, that senior powerhouse reluctantly agreed to become our sect's new ancestor. So with a casual helping hand from our new ancestor, the supreme elder wielding a divine artifact effortlessly severed one hand from the ancestors of the Heavenly Unity sect and the artifact sect and chased them for 100,000 miles. Elder who says, young Master Liu, if you wish to do anything you may act with full force. The supreme elder, the sect, and that mysterious senior are all backing you. They will surely have your back. After hearing this, Liu Ji was overjoyed and his spine seemed to straighten. Now he looked at everyone as if they were mere lambs to the slaughter, his nostrils flaring with smugness. With a supreme big shot overseeing the sect, wouldn't they dominate the southern domain? In that case, why the hell do I need allies? He'll go solo, he'll swallow the empire whole. If I play my cards right after devouring the Ice Spirit Kingdom, I might even gobble up the Gold and Fire Kingdoms. I, Liu Ji, shall become the eternal emperor of the southern domain. Esteemed senior brother, I've troubled you. Please accept this small token. Liu Ji then produced more gold and a crystalline spirit stone, handing them over. The soul-suppressing sect disciple took them with a beaming smile. Who would run errands and deliver messages if not for the resources? In the mortal world, a single tael of gold could sustain an ordinary family for over a year. He got 20 taels for one delivery, plus a precious spirit stone. A huge profit. By the way, esteemed senior brother, please go back and inform my mother. Tell her I need reinforcements. Say her son is bullied every day here, forced to swallow his pride to the point where even an 80-year-old kid dares to shit on my head. I dare not even leave the house or breathe too loudly now. Tell her to bring people quickly to help me. Time is of the essence, delays will lead to changes. Liu Ji knew that once Liu Qingxue swallowed the territories she had won in these days, she would be protected by a vast amount of dragon qi and national fortune. Even if the supreme elder of the soul-suppressing sect mobilized, he might not be able to break through the national fortune's protection to kill Liu Qingxue. So he had to quickly play the victim and have his mother bring people for a swift resolution. As for that mysterious powerhouse, someone Zhao Dezhu himself had to treat with utmost respect. He never considered asking for their intervention. Very well. Rest assured, Your Highness, the message will be delivered. The messenger acknowledged, then transformed into a streak of light shooting into the clouds. As the messenger departed, silence fell over the room and the expressions of those present varied. Liu Ji felt an unprecedented exhilaration, as if the entire realm was within his grasp. Meanwhile, Jin Shang, Hui Yuan, and the two princesses furrowed their brows, their eyes filled with regret and worry. I see. No wonder when we sent a distress signal yesterday, the ancestor said someone was causing trouble. So it was the soul-suppressing sect launching an attack. And most importantly, the two sects combined still lost so miserably. And then they tell us to go die. How outrageous. The two sighed deeply. Now, without a backing, they had no idea how to reclaim their territories. If only they had known these sects were so useless, they wouldn't have been goaded by them. They regretted it bitterly. Now Liu Ji, whom they had despised and even considered a foolish prodigal son, had become their lifeline. Your Highness. What about our cooperation? The two lowered their posture considerably. But Liu Ji was full of disdain. Cooperation? What cooperation? Was there ever any between us? Don't go spreading rumors about me. Careful, or I'll sue you for defamation. I am the legitimate prince of the Ice Spirit Kingdom. I'm just here to attend the feast and watch the excitement. With that, Liu Ji, hands clasped behind his back, laughed uproariously and strode outside, looking as if he too was off to celebrate at a banquet. Hearing this, Jin Shang and Hui Yuan furrowed their brows. With their experience, they understood clearly. The man had gotten a big background and was now full of himself. So as losers, they were no longer worthy of cooperation or a share of the territory. At this thought, the people from both kingdoms wore bitter expressions. If they couldn't reclaim their lands, their national fortunes would decline. They would inevitably be devoured and annexed by the Ice Spirit Kingdom, the Wood Spirit Kingdom, and their ally, the Earth Spirit Kingdom, leaving not a trace behind. The two would become eternal sinners, something they wished to avoid. To salvage the situation, they needed to find a new patron. Now only the soul-suppressing sect stood alone as the dominant power among the three great sects. So, the two exchanged glances and nodded. Wasn't this Liu Ji just a rich second-generation fool with more money than sense? Hey, Your Highness, wait. Your Highness, you are so majestic and heroic, truly a dragon among men. I happen to know a bit of fortune-telling. I just did a reading for you, and without a doubt you will soon ascend the throne as emperor. When you do, you'll need vassal states want you. Though we two old men are aged, we are willing to follow your lead and serve you tirelessly. If you say go west, well, never go east. And every new year vassal states come to pay homage. Doesn't that sound? Which emperor of the Ice Spirit Kingdom has ever had such stature and style? The two immediately dropped their pride, bowing and scraping obsequiously before Liu Ji. Hearing this, Liu Ji paused, raised an eyebrow, and turned around with amusement. Oh, Is this the intention of you two or of both kingdoms? It sounds not bad, but how can I be so sure? You're not trying to fool me, are you? Bitterness welled in their hearts, yet they forced strained smiles onto their faces. They were the state preceptors of their kingdoms, figures who commanded respect far and wide. They had come with such grand ambitions to expand their territories. And now, while this is certainly the intention of both our kingdoms, as state preceptors with the princesses present, and given that our emperors authorized us to handle matters fully, we can indeed represent both kingdoms. Your Highness, rest assured, if you give the nod, we can immediately sign a vassal treaty guaranteeing annual tribute. Hearing this, Liu Ji burst into laughter, extremely pleased with the two old men's attitude. You two certainly know how to bend and stretch. He, as your Highness says, a man should know when to bend and stretch. The two nodded and bowed in agreement. Liu Ji's expression turned cold as he looked at them with mockery. What knows how to bend and stretch isn't a man. It's a turtle. A real man is like me, one who would rather die than bow. That's an upstanding true man. Since you say you'll be my vassals, I don't see any sincerity. That makes things difficult for me. Liu Ji looked troubled, subtly rubbing his fingers together. Their faces turned ashen, but they still had to swallow their anger and play along with a smile. We have it. We have it. With that, they produced storage pouches and took out many precious treasures. They then cast a meaningful glance at the two beautiful princesses. The women gave a bitter smile. Though deeply reluctant, they had to humble themselves for their country. They sidled up to Liu Ji, pouting and whining. Your Highness, we are willing to serve you just. Oh. Before they could finish, Liu Ji shoved them to the ground in disgust. Don't touch me. Is this the sincerity I asked for? If you can't understand, then forget it. With my future status, I'll have plenty of followers. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, not expecting that the northern prince was actually unaffected by the allure of women, even rejecting two such beautiful princesses. Despite their baldness, both women had remarkable figures and appearances. In the dark, wouldn't it be the same enjoyment? What does he want if he rejects this and that? Ahem, Your Highness, what do you mean by this? We are both older, our minds not as sharp, and we are a bit confused. We hope Your Highness can clarify. The two clasped their hands, their eyes subtly scrutinizing Liu Ji, trying to discern something from his expression. If not for the compelling situation, would they lower themselves to such a degree given their status? The northern prince snorted coldly, impatiently, pushing Jin Shang, who was very close to him. Stay away from me. Ooh, I don't like others being so close. You. Wait a minute. Before he could finish, the northern prince looked at his own hand in surprise, then grasped at nothing in the air. Lifting his gaze, he realized he had pushed against the other's chest. In the next moment, the northern prince's eyes filled with greed and delight. Like a predator sizing up its prey, he stared closely at Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, the two old men. That greedy, yearning gaze shocked the two men, causing their hairs to stand on end and goosebumps to cover their bodies. They felt as if they had become little lambs in Liu Ji's. That greedy, yearning gaze shocked the two men, causing their hairs to stand on end and goosebumps to cover their bodies. They felt as if they had become little lambs in Liu Ji's eyes. The two jumped back 5 meters, horrified as they stared at Liu Ji. He can't be. Hissing. Your Highness. A strange scene unfolded in the room. With each step Liu Ji took forward, the two national teachers retreated in terror. With each advance and retreat, they had already reached the corner. A strange scene unfolded in the room. With each step Liu Ji took forward, the two national teachers retreated in terror. With each advance and retreat, they had already reached the corner of the wall. Your Highness, please calm down. We are all men. I know we are all men, I just want to see your firm pectorals. Don't be nervous. Come, let me take a look. Liu Ji licked his lips and reached out his sinful hand. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan's pupils suddenly widened in terror as they clutched their chests, shouting loudly. Damn! Help! The two still hoped Liu Ji would help them reclaim their territory and didn't dare to act against him. They could only inwardly pray that this fellow was a normal person who would consider backing off. Hehehe. The more you resist, the more excited I become. Seeing this scene, the two national teachers could only use their internal energy to protect their bodies, preventing Liu Ji from getting near them, feeling utterly desperate. Could it be that centuries of purity would be lost? Even the two bald princesses nearby felt a chill run down their spines, unable to suppress a shiver. The two men formed a barrier of light with their internal energy, causing Liu Ji to be unable to advance an inch, and his expression immediately darkened. Gentlemen, you wouldn't want to lose the land you can't reclaim, right? With a single word from Liu Ji, he had the two old men firmly in his grasp. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan exchanged glances, feeling incredibly bitter. After hesitating for a long time, in order to cling to a powerful figure, they could only withdraw their internal energy. Your Highness. Be self-aware. Let's go to the room and discuss how to build such big muscles. Would you like this prince's help in reclaiming the territory? You two should think it over. You have 1 minute. I won't wait for long. With a smirk, Liu Ji turned and opened a room, stepping inside. Jin Shang and Hui Yuan swallowed hard, their backs tightening. They exchanged glances and gritted their teeth, making a decision. There can't be such a disgusting person in the world, right? He said he just wants to study how muscles are trained. Then, for the sake of the country and the grand cause, should we go in and discuss? The two exchanged opinions and looked up at Lu Ji. Your Highness, if we come in to teach you how to exercise, will you return our territory after you ascend the throne? Lu Ji held a cup of tea, having found a belt from somewhere, weighing it in his hands. His eyes roamed heatedly over the two national teachers. He come in first. As for the territory, that's to be discussed later. Outside, Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi both had their lips twitching madly. Beast, brute, is this a distortion of humanity or a degradation of morality? While the two women sympathized with the two national teachers, they also felt relieved for themselves. If it weren't for the fact that he was not interested in women, they would have been the ones being coerced. As soon as the two finished speaking, the door creaked open. Lu Ji walked out. Not bad. Rest assured, when I ascend the throne, the rewards that belong to you won't be lacking. As for reinforcements, they will arrive within 3 days at the latest. Ha ha ha. Lu Ji laughed heartily as he left with his hands behind his back. Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi rushed into the room upon seeing this. They saw the two national teachers like little girls, pulling the covers over their faces and crying in pain. Whoa. Seeing this scene, Jin Feng and the other woman felt a shiver in their hearts, not knowing how to comfort them. They could only sigh deeply. Sigh. The two national teachers have sacrificed too much for the empire. Our two countries truly owe a debt to the national teachers. The two men remained silent, but once they spoke, the two old men cried as if they had lost their parents. It was a wretched sight. Wow. The fortune teller said I would face a hurdle in my 300 years of life. I thought it was someone digging up my grave, but I was mistaken. At my age, I actually suffered such a great calamity. We thought he would talk about the territory later. We didn't expect him to say later. We are no longer clean, no longer clean. Jin Feng and Hui Yunqi. Amen. Compared to the sobbing Jin Shang and Hui Yuan, Liu Qingxue had just retired from the court. Accompanied by Li Chuanfeng, Zhu Jun, and Gu Yanwu, having just finished a meal, they headed straight for the sword pavilion. Your Majesty, regarding the matter of taking over the territory, I have already arranged it. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji have gone to the two countries for the handover, and with the Heavenly Dao contract in hand, the two countries will not go back on their word. It is expected to be completed within 3 days. As for the troops of the two countries, it may take 5 days for them to withdraw completely. The Minister of War Zhu Jun reported with his hands clasped behind him. Liu Qingxue nodded. Huang Fusong and Lu Ji were also among his ice spirit kingdoms, 3 heroes highly capable, and with them handling the matters, Liu Qingxue felt at ease. Be quick about it. Delays can lead to changes. Once the territory is in hand, I can begin to break through the wilderness stage and immediately push for the middle stage. If the national teachers and the divine physician also break through, the strength of my ice spirit kingdom will double, and even if the 3 sects gather, I can still wrestle with them. As for that northern prince, I can act without reservations, directly eliminating him and his followers, giving the court a major overhaul. Hearing this, Zhu Jun naturally understood the urgency of the situation. Your Majesty, I will send someone to urge Huang Fusong and the others. Oh right, speaking of sects, I have something to report. Liu Qingxue slightly furrowed her brows and turned to look at him. What is it? Speak freely. Last night, the ancestor of the soul-guarding sect. Zhu Jun sighed and reported in detail the information he had received to the Empress. After listening, the expressions of the few turned serious. What? Zhao Di's who's broke through to the late wilderness stage and defeated the other 2 sects. This was indeed beyond their expectations. According to the original plan, even if Zhao Di's whose strength was formidable, he would only be in the mid-wilderness stage and could be ignored after they reclaimed the territory. But now, it seemed that the situation had changed. Hiss. Your Majesty, things are not looking good. It seems I must quickly break through with Ouyang Mingri within these days. Only by breaking through to the wilderness stage along with Ling'er's sword can we perhaps confront him. Li Chunfeng's expression turned solemn. The Empress nodded. Good. When the time comes for the breakthrough, I will protect the 2 of you. As they conversed, they had already arrived at the sword pavilion. Inside the sword pavilion, Chu Ling'er was lying on the desk, lost in thought. The spirited Shangwan Yen sat beside her, twirling a lock of hair with her fingers. Upon seeing Liu Qingxue enter, Chu Ling'er immediately bounced over joyfully. Mother! Looking at the lively little girl, Liu Qingxue felt her gloom lift and her mood improved significantly. What are you doing lying on the desk, Ling'er? By the way, where's your big brother, Ouyang? Upon hearing the question, Chu Ling'er pouted in distress. Ling'er is doing the test paper that Daddy gave her. Daddy is so mean, I hate him. He should stay a bachelor for life. As for big brother, he seems to have gone to cheat on someone. Hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Jun exchanged glances, exclaiming in shock. What? Cheating? Which shameless person is he cheating on? Oh, big brother is scraping ash from my mother's house. He does it every day, even several times a day. Hearing their questions, Chu Ling'er chuckled innocently. Upon hearing this, Li Chunfeng and Zhu Jun's eyes widened in disbelief, their faces reflecting utter astonishment. What? That old geezer Sai Huo, relying on his youthful appearance and handsome looks, dared to scrape ash from the emperor's household. Hiss! What audacious lust! Just as they were about to confront him, a figure walked in from outside. Why is this happening? Clearly this pill is just soot from the pot bottom, yet why do I not feel any detoxifying power? Could it be I consumed it incorrectly? All eyes turned to see Sai Huo entering, holding a half-bitten pill in his left hand and a basin of black. His gaze was dazed and confused while he muttered obsessively. His once handsome and fair face was now smeared with black soot, pitch dark, even darker than Bao Zheng's complexion. Witnessing this, the group was stunned. Soot from the pot bottom. So Ling'er's scraping ash really meant scraping ash. For a moment the old men couldn't help but blush. The little girl was so innocent, and yet they had assumed. What are you doing? Instead of training hard to break through and help me fight enemies, you waste your days with pot-bottom soot. Li Chunfeng frowned, stepping in front of Sai Huo. This call snapped Sai Huo out of his reverie. Seeing the familiar faces before him, Sai Huo grinned, flashing his white teeth. Oh, there's no rush for training. I've given you my strength, not my soul. Let things take their course, breakthroughs will come naturally. If enemies come, no worries. If I can beat them, I will. If not, I'll flee first. After you croak, I'll return to bury you. Rest assured, after your death, they'll take care of your wife. Hearing such shameless words, Li Chunfeng's mouth twitched. What kind of teammates did he have? What, you've prepared the ash and planned to dig a grave to bury me? Sai Huo shook his head, a worried look on his face. No, I'm studying Ling'er's pill. Remember the one she gave me last time for research? One pill of hers can cure the Azura plague. If I can't figure out the formula, I won't sleep at night. I believe if I can understand its refining method, breaking through to the desolate stage will be effortless. But this pill looks just like soot. I've tried countless methods, soaking it in water, refining it into pills, applying it externally, ingesting it, all to no avail. Alas, I'll probably spend the rest of my life on pot-bottom soot. I must say the Azura King is truly formidable. He turned mere soot into a universal antidote. Compared to him, my medical skills are so shallow. Sai Huo sighed, feeling a deep sense of defeat. After all these days of studying the pill, even with it in his hands, he couldn't find a single clue. If you can't figure it out, forget it. When you die, I'll have someone burn it for you. You'll have plenty of time to study then. For now, breaking through is what matters. Li Chunfeng told Sai Huo about the soul-suppressing sect. Sai Huo frowned deeply. But if this matter isn't resolved, I can't calm my mind for cultivation. Seeing this, Li Chunfeng sighed. He knew Sai Huo's stubborn nature well. Once he set his mind on something, even 9 oxen couldn't drag him back. Otherwise, his medical skills wouldn't have reached such unparalleled heights in the southern domain. If you're really stuck, why not concoct some Azura plague yourself and test it with the soot? After all, you and Miao Sanbu studied under the same master. What he knows, you know. Li Chunfeng muttered impatiently. The word struck a chord. Sai Huo's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Why didn't I think of that? Brilliant idea. You all make yourselves at home. I'm off. I have a feeling this move will let me advance." With that, Sai Huo vanished in a flash, clutching the pot-bottom soot, leaving the stunned group behind. Li Chunfeng took a deep breath and cursed, "Damn it. How dare you say that? The sword pavilion is mine. You really have no shame." After cursing, they turned their attention back to Chu Ling'er, who had returned to her desk. "Ling'er, why haven't you been slaughtering little lambs these days? Practice can't be done in fits and starts. You must persist. Otherwise, your top-tier talent will go to waste." Li Chunfeng spoke softly, his tone completely different from when he talked to Sai Huo. He feared that a harsh word might frighten Chu Ling'er. Chu Ling'er shook her head in frustration. "No time. It's all because Daddy gave me test papers. If I don't finish them, he won't let me come home." The group exchanged glances and smiled with narrowed eyes. "Test papers? From the Azura King? Well, then it's fine. Keep working on them." Chu Ling'er. Seeing Gu Yanwu and the others so carefree, not helping her with the homework, Chu Ling'er was suddenly a spark of inspiration flashed in Chu Ling'er's mind. She thought of a brilliant way to solve the test paper problem. Her face turned serious. She clasped her hands behind her back and looked at Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun with an air of righteousness. "Ahem, my 2 disciples. I've been your master for days without imparting any knowledge, and I feel deeply guilty. So today I will assign you a sect mission for training." Hearing this, Gu Yanwu and Zhu Jun's hearts skipped a beat. A sense of foreboding washed over them. The next second, Chu Ling'er spoke. "Here are 2 sets of test papers. Take them and study hard. Finish them as soon as possible." Looking at the test papers, Chu Ling'er handed them. Their smiles froze instantly. Could she do that? "This is your homework, not ours." Master, isn't this a bit inappropriate? "This test is meant for you by Senior Azura King." "Exactly. I've never taken a test before. I'm a rough warrior who leads troops. This is out of my league." They both waved their hands frantically. Chu Ling'er widened her eyes, puffed her cheeks, and threatened fiercely. "I don't care. This is my test for you." Helplessly, the 2 took the papers and looked down at the dense lines of text. One was a Chinese test, the other a math test. Gu Yanwu took the Chinese paper, while Zhu Jun took the math one. They exchanged a glance and sighed in resignation. Fine, since it's master's order, well, do it. I was a general after all. I could count millions of troops. Doing math shouldn't be too hard, right? Alas, I, Gu Yanwu, have always set tests for others. Now it's my turn to be tested. How the tables have turned. After grumbling, they sat down, lowered their heads, and prepared to tackle the questions. But once they saw the questions on the paper, their expressions shifted from helplessness to gravity. Because they realized, hiss, I've never seen these questions before. I thought it would be easy, but I don't know a thing. What's this? A water pipe A drains water in 3 hours, pipe B fills it in 2 hours. How many hours if both are open at once? Damn, isn't that just too much water? Letting it flow in and out at the same time. What a waste. What idiot came up with this question? Zhu Jun blurted out impulsively. Gu Yanwu shuddered and gave him a hard slap. Damn it. This was set by the Azura King. How dare you curse him? Are you asking for death? Reminded by the slap, Zhu Jun seemed to realize his slip. He quickly looked around, checking for any descending heavenly thunder. When none came, he breathed a sigh of relief. All right, old Zhu, let's just do it honestly. Even Master Ling'er finds this test hard. Would a celestial being like him deliberately set a test to torment his own daughter? Do you think he just wants to see his daughter do homework? No, impossible, absolutely not. There must be a deeper meaning. Besides, with our knowledge, what questions haven't we seen before? The reason we can't understand might be because our realm isn't high enough. When we can grasp the knowledge contained in these papers, I suspect we'll leap straight from the heavenly stage to the desolate stage. Gu Yanwu stroked his beard, a look of profound insight in his aged deep eyes. Perhaps this was a test from the Azura King for them, his disciples, or even a form of promotion and cultivation. Thinking this, they exchanged glances, suddenly invigorated as if injected with adrenaline. When they looked at the questions again, they seemed to see something different. As time slipped by, Chu Ling'er handed her exam paper to Zhu Jun, and Gu Yanwu then skipped off with Shangguan Yen to play with cloth dolls, her face alight with joy. In the study, the Empress attended to state affairs, charting the realm's future. Li Chunfeng sat with closed eyes, meditating on the first form of the grass character sword technique. Zhu Jun bit his pen, his 10 fingers felt as if they might cramp from counting. Those tedious, tricksy questions gave him an unbearable headache. As for Gu Yanwu, he furrowed his brow over the literature paper. What is a gentleman does not elevate a man for his words, nor discard words, because of the man mean. He chuckled confident. Haha, this is child's play to a great Confucian like me. After reading, Gu Yanwu smiled with quiet certainty, poised to put ink to paper. The moment his brush touched the page, he suddenly froze. A memory rose unbidden, the scene when Chu Ling'er had taught him Luanyu. Luanyu, the Confucian way. Wait, a question posed by Senior Azura King could not be so simple. Allow me to ponder it properly. Gu Yanwu closed his eyes and imagined the Luanyu lesson, picturing an old man with bulging muscles gripping a brick. In that instant, a cascade of understanding seemed to unfold within him. This could the original meaning be: if one cannot speak, plainly strike rather than argue. A gentleman who is not forceful will not command. Does it imply one must strike decisively to establish authority? I see it now. I fully grasp it. This is the true essence of Luanyu. Gu Yanwu always knew the Azura King would not issue a test without purpose. He intends to elevate disciples like us. He laughed aloud, envisioning himself in the future, blade and hand muscles rippling, a man of action rather than words. This, he declared, must be his path of cultivation. There is a Confucian maxim, when one has strength to spare, then pursue letters. It dawned on him that it meant without a vigorous body and bold might one cannot truly study. Having apprehended the genuine intent of the Confucian way, Gu Yanwu's realm shattered its ceiling and surged into the mid-heaven tier. Zhu Jun watched the transformation with unabashed envy. I have broken through. Did you see what is hidden within? It is of great use. Gu Yanwu shouted in exhilaration. Zhu Jun's face changed. He scratched his head in unsure thought. I seem to have uncovered a little secret myself. Look, this question claims a triangle possesses stability. From it, I have also gleaned a truth for married harmony. One ought to keep a concubine who, forming a triangle, brings stability. Does that not make sense? I shall speak to my wife and then openly bring that concubine home. At those words, the Empress and Li Chunfeng exchanged astonished glances, their expressions peculiarly strange. Gu Yanwu's face darkened and a vein pulsed at his temple. You are a marvel. Did you truly deduce that? Zhu Jun's eyes narrowed with a glint of triumph. Of course there is more. I have found a most astonishing rule: if one side of a triangle is 3 and another is 4, the remaining side must be. Upon hearing Zhu Jun, Gu Yanwu produced a ruler and sketched accordingly, discovering the result matched his companion's claim exactly. My heavens! Old Zhu, you truly unearthed something so profound. Zhu Jun curled the corner of his mouth and thumped his chest with pride. I believe this is a law of heaven and earth, and I am its first discoverer. From this day forth, I shall name it the Old Zhu Principle. If I can divine such a law, am I not magnificent? Gu Yanhua's expression soured, and he waved a dismissive hand. I will not look. It disgusts me. Is that so? That Guga fellow is quick, sigh. Very well. Let us honestly do the exam. Perhaps other laws within will enable my breakthrough. If that old sour Confucian can break through, so can I. While the two buried themselves in their papers, elsewhere the Tianyi sect busied itself with grand construction. The two patriarchs of Tianyi sect and Qi sect stood massed upon the training ground, fretfully directing disciples as they rebuilt latrines and reworked the cesspits. Damn it! Those Jin and Hua nations only just allied with us and already refuse our orders. We asked them to send people to clean the filth, and they unilaterally sanctioned us and severed ties. It enraged. Once this is settled, I shall teach those two nations a lesson. They behave like curs without even a dog's conviction. How can that stand? The two elders seethed at the slight toward Jin and Hua. As they plotted how to deal with the nations, a beam of light descended and alighted before them. They peered and recognized the messenger as one of their scouts sent to discover where Zhao Daiju had obtained his fortune. Reporting elders. I have learned whence the Jinhuan sect's treasured sword came. What? Speak quickly. This Zhao Daiju, by wielding that sword, defeated us and severed a man's arm. I cannot abide the humiliation. Wei Chuankong and Mei Qianhua were ecstatic. If they too possessed such a sword, why fear Zhao Daiju? Then they would reduce him to a stick to avenge the severed arm. The scout reported that Zhao Daiju had twice traveled to a place called Gala Mountain. Upon his return, not only did he break through the barrier that had plagued him for decades, but his disciple Hua Meyer also advanced alongside him. That blade, it seems, was obtained from a mysterious, powerful figure on Gala Mountain. For it, Zhao Daiju even relinquished his elder seat and willingly became a senior elder. The scout reported respectfully. When they heard this, the two elders' hearts tightened and unease crept over them. You say Zhao Daiju befriended a mysterious strong one. Is this report reliable? Elder, it is reliable. The intelligence came from a high-ranking member of Jinhuan sect. It is 99% true, the scout answered. The scout nodded. In these times, which sect had not sown a few insiders? One who never sends spies out cannot call itself a true great sect. Wei Chuankong's expression shifted. Clearly the scout's intelligence was not what he wished to hear. This mysterious powerhouse might well unsettle the balance of the southern region. Do you know the name of that strong one? He did not say. Oh, if you ask his name, I recall they mentioned the surname Chu. The scout suddenly remembered and continued. Ah yes. The Jinhuan insider said this mysterious figure did not come to live within Jinhuan sect. They have never even met. It seems he remains on Gala Mountain. Hearing this, the two elders frowned. Remaining on Gala Mountain and not relocating to Jinhuan sect. Wait. To achieve elder status, yet not take residence at the sect, suggested the relationship between that powerful one and Jinhuan was not straightforward. If Zhao Daiju could seek him out, why could they not? Such a person could break the existing order. There was an old saying, when the hoe is wielded well, no corner is beyond excavation. Surname Chu. When Zhao Daiju crossed blades with us, he said his confidence came from Senior Chu. Indeed. It must be him. Old Mei, shall we go see? Perhaps the mysterious one might take a liking to us. Wei Chuankong cried excitedly. Mei Qianhua narrowed her eyes, but shook her head. Mysterious powerhouses often have strange temperaments. Are you not afraid we might be swept up simply because we displease him? She warned. I think we elders ought not scout personally. What are so many disciples for if not to do such tasks? Wei paused, and then nodded in agreement, seeing the reason in her words. Well said. Better that fellows take the risk than us. He issued a command. Send for the two sect leaders, summon them at once. There is important business to discuss. At his order, within minutes, two pinnacle masters swept down and bowed. We greet the elders. May we inquire the purpose of this summons? Wei Chuankong gave a curt, weighty explanation of the matter. The two sect leaders frowned, puzzled. Elder, why did you not go yourself to seek out this powerful one? Wei waved his sleeve and spoke solemnly. As elders, we must allow juniors opportunities to temper themselves. We believe you too can succeed. Take with you the Qiankuan array disc in my keeping. It is Tianyi sect's treasured artifact. He produced a Bagua array disc and solemnly entrusted it to them. Mei Qianhua likewise produced a grand furnace and handed it over. This is my Qi sect's treasured item, a Samadhi imitation fire furnace forged in the likeness of the true Samadhi fire artifact. Take it as well. If the mysterious one proves weak, take his life, without mercy. To be allied with Zhao Daiju, whether that sword truly lends him power or not, he deserves death, for his weakness, for weakness is original sin. If he is truly formidable, treat him with due respect, probe his character, then return and report to us. Remember, go swiftly and return quickly. The elders await good news. Upon receiving the orders from the two elder patriarchs, the two deputy sect masters bowed respectfully, withdrew a map, located the remote Gujiao mountain, and soared skyward. vanishing in a streak of light toward Tiany's sect. Seeing this, Wei Chuankong nodded with quiet satisfaction. Now, we shall await good news. If these two young men truly retrieve a peerless divine artifact, our sect may yet expand further. Indeed, even future advancement into the central region is not beyond possibility. Mei Qianhua murmured softly, stroking his beard with a slight nod. Precisely so. But have you considered one question? If only a single divine artifact is recovered, who shall possess it, you or I? Upon hearing this, Wei Chuankong visibly stiffened. This indeed was no trivial matter. Neither man was willing to yield. After all, a weapon capable of instantly defeating a Hong-level expert conferred dominion over all. Such wisdom they possessed well enough. Mei Qianhua narrowed his eyes and smiled. Naturally, it belongs to me. Only with a divine artifact can my Qigong sect decipher its forging technique. As compensation, I shall grant you a desolate tier supreme treasure. How does that sound? After all, we are brothers, bound by the same rope like two grasshoppers entwined. What is mine is as good as yours. Wei Chuankong sneered coldly. Humph, that sounds unsatisfactory. Your scheming is so audacious it echoes across the northern region. Tiany sect's strength slightly surpasses your Qigong sect, thus command rightfully falls to me. You yourself just called us brothers. Ought you not yield to me? They stared at each other, silence thickening until tension coiled like drawn steel. A single misstep, and they might have strangled one another, this fragile alliance crumbling in an instant. At that moment, the scout standing quietly nearby timidly cleared his throat. Since both elder patriarchs are brothers, and so resolute, I did expend considerable funds gathering intelligence. Regarding those expenses, who shall bear them? At these words, both men froze mid-expression, then instantly pointed fingers at each other. Ask him. The artifact is mine, the debt is his. After all, even the best of brothers cannot seize everything. Surely one thing must be left for the other. The scout fell silent. Half a day slipped by. Yang Feng, sect master of Tiany sect, and Yu Hua, sect master of Qigong sect, arrived at Gajiao Mountain after a prolonged flight, each bearing their sect's treasured heirloom. Flying high above, their gazes swept downward with hawk-like sharpness and unblinking intensity. Yet upon beholding Gajiao Mountain, overgrown with tangled weeds, their brows knotted in deep suspicion. Yang Feng grumbled discontentedly, do you suppose our elder patriarchs have lost their wits? What sage could possibly dwell in such a desolate wasteland? Even common folk find it bleak, let alone a true cultivator. Most likely Jinhuan's sect unearthed some ancient mausoleum elsewhere, then spread false rumors of a mysterious master dwelling here. Mere posturing draped in borrowed authority. Even if a master truly resides here, would it not be more fitting for our elder patriarchs themselves to pay homage? After all, old ginger remains the spiciest. Yang Feng held little faith in the notion of a hidden master on Gajiao Mountain. To the other regions, the southern region was little more than a barbaric frontier. Its strongest martial artists barely merited notice. How could such a place conceal genuine masters? Yu Hua sighed wryly. Since it is the elder patriarch's decree, let us search. Though tell me, have you not noticed? The air here is far purer than within our sect grounds. At least we needn't inhale that nauseating stench of excrement. Smell my robes, my hands, they're thoroughly cured in it. Yang Feng took a deep breath and found indeed the mountain thick with trees, and the air genuinely fresh. Then let us search, call it a leisurely excursion. With that, the two darted forward, once more circling Gajiao Mountain anew. Round after round they flew, yet found no trace of a master's abode. Aside from wild beasts and the occasional hunter venturing into the hills, not a single cultivator crossed their path. Just as they prepared to depart, Yu Hua's gaze snagged on a humble, unassuming cottage nestled halfway up the mountainside. Wait, Brother Yang, look there. How strange, a courtyard in such utter desolation. Where anomaly arises, demons surely follow. And outside that courtyard, surely a living person. Let us descend cautiously and observe. Yang Feng followed Yu Hua's line of sight, and indeed saw a small courtyard perched far up the slope. Exchanging a glance, the two suppressed their aura and drifted silently downward, halting just beyond the courtyard's edge to observe with meticulous care. Inside the courtyard, Chu Mo held a collar and an iron bone, carefully polishing both. Beside him bounded a lively tail-wagging Siberian husky, evidently overjoyed. Easy now, Guzzi, no need to rush. This is forged especially for you. Do you think I'd steal it from you? If I don't smooth every edge, what if iron shavings cut you? I certainly lack the coin to take you to a beast physician. Chu Mo shoved the husky aside with mild disdain. As a cultivated dog owner, he understood his companion deserved a proper collar. Yet the husky's boundless energy rendered ordinary leather collars useless. It spent its days either bashing its head against the iron furnace or leaping wildly about. Thus Chu Mo had spent an entire day forging an iron collar, and named it the tight-fitting headband. Gazing at that unadorned iron ring, Bai Feng trembled inwardly with ecstatic anticipation, nearly soaring with joy. A cosmos-tier treasure, the tight-fitting headband and the iron bone. At last this imperial prince would possess his own destined artifacts, 2 in number. Such a cosmos-tier supreme treasure dwarfed even the most revered ancestral relics of the 3 great demon clans of the far north. Their strongest heirloom, merely a Hong-tier artifact hopelessly inferior. Granted, the ring lacked elegance. But should he carry it home, even his father, so stern and aloof, would surely weep and beg for a glimpse. How humbling, for an ice wolf imperial prince, to endure life as a mere hound laboring miserably at the bellows. Today at last his toil bore fruit. Overcome with elation by Feng howled wildly. Hearing the lupin cry, Chu Mo rolled his eyes and slapped the dog squarely atop its skull. They say huskies share the closest bloodline with wolves and resemble them most closely. Indeed, it holds true. No need for such frenzy. I'll craft an iron chain next time, completing the full set. As a hound of the Chu Mo household, you must never appear shabby. Sighing, he muttered, when will old Zhao finally arrive? Last time he took my kitchen cleaver, promising wine in return, yet still no word. Beset by craving, Chu Mo grumbled bitterly, cursing Zhao Dezhu 10,000 times over, and that wretched old man, deceitful to the core. Having seized the treasure, he'd forgotten his benefactor the moment his trousers were fastened. All this unfolded within the courtyard, observed keenly from above by Yang Feng and Yu Hua, concealed among the clouds. Their hearing, supernaturally acute, caught every whispered word. Chu Mo. He bears the surname Chu. The elder master our elder patriarchs instructed us to seek. Was he not also surnamed Chu? A jolt surged through Yang Feng's chest as doubt flickered. Yu Hua frowned deeply, pondering aloud. He mentioned Zhao Dezhu. Said the man took his kitchen cleaver. Wasn't that the very weapon Zhao wielded last time? I even mocked him for it. HSS. If so, he must indeed be the elder master we seek. Yet, the intelligence claimed he was a supreme powerhouse. Why does he possess only the cultivation realm of a 7th-rank martial artist? And why keep such a useless hound? They exchanged baffled glances, their minds awash with confusion. How could one who commanded a cosmos-tier blade be but a petty 7th-rank cultivator? Why linger in obscurity upon this forsaken mountain? Puzzled beyond measure, they hesitated, refusing to approach before unraveling the truth. Suddenly Yu Hua's brow lifted, inspiration flashing across his mind. Could it be? He chanced upon the cosmos-tier blade unknowingly, and Zhao Dezhu passing by deceived him into surrendering it. Perhaps Zhao conscience-stricken lied about returning with wine as recompense. Then departing, Zhao staged a chance encounter with a mysterious elder master, who bestowed the blade upon him, thereby crafting for Zhenhuan's sect the illusion of celestial patronage, deterring rivals and cultivators alike from coveting the treasure. After listening to Yu Hua's analysis, Yang Feng was stunned for a few seconds. He observed several more times, and when he confirmed that Chu Mo was truly only at the 7th grade, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Exactly. Your reasoning makes sense. This is a universe-grade supreme treasure, a legendary item. If even one were to emerge in the world, it would be earth-shattering. How could it possibly be given away as a gift? Is Zhao Dezhu that handsome, or does he have some special charm? Moreover, it said that universe-grade treasures protect their masters. Zhao Dezhu couldn't have seized it. That Zhao Laolu must have used some trick to swindle it from that guy. I knew it. If that mysterious powerhouse had become the ancestor of their soul-suppressing sect, why wouldn't he go live at the sect? At the very least, he should have shown his face there, right? But only Zhao Dezhu and Huo Meyer among the sect's high-ranking members have seen him. This must be a scheme concocted by the master and disciple to deceive the world. What deep and treacherous cunning. If we hadn't received inside information, we would have been fooled. Yang Feng felt immensely fortunate that his sect had sent the 2 of them. Otherwise, they would have certainly fallen for Zhao Dezhu's trick, believing he truly had a supreme powerhouse backing him. Then they would have spent their days in fear and anxiety, dreading that the powerhouse would come and annihilate them, leaving them unable to cultivate. And eventually their cultivation would be surpassed by the soul-suppressing sect as a whole, leading to their annexation. Hiss! What a terrifying plan. The 2 shuddered, their minds already conjuring up a grand, sinister conspiracy. Since we know the truth, what are we waiting for? We should go back and expose Zhao Dezhu's insidious facade. But before that, as the ancestor instructed, we take this brat's life first. Yu Hua narrowed his eyes, directly revealing himself, and descending from the sky to land in the middle of the courtyard, not even bothering to use the gate. Yu Hua narrowed his eyes, directly revealing himself, and descending from the sky to land in the middle of the courtyard, not even bothering to use the gate. Yang Feng followed closely, landing beside him. An innocent man may be guilty of possessing a precious jade. Even though the divine blade was gone, he was still the root cause of the sect's injury. The 2 harbored a deep hatred for Chu Mo. Sensing the commotion behind him, Chu Mo turned around in confusion. When his truth-seeking eye saw through the cultivations of Yang Feng and Yu Hua, his brow furrowed. Cultivators. 2 at the heavenly peak. What's going on? Why have they come to my home without a word? Could it be they're like old Zhao, pretending to be ordinary people for a visit? Thinking this, Chu Mo put on a slight smile, brushed the iron filings from his hands, and stood up with a laugh. Gentlemen, may I ask what brings you to my humble abode? My home is simple. Would you care to come inside and sit? Hearing this, and seeing his frail and vulnerable appearance, Yu Hua and Yang Feng were even more convinced. He was just a puny 7th grade weakling. If he were truly a master, would he be so polite to them? He would have struck them down with a single slap. Their faces gradually darkened, their auras exploding with murderous intent soaring to the heavens. Sit. Indoors. Could it be you're fond of men? But you've miscalculated. We don't engage in such acts with men. Let me tell you plainly, today we've come to take your wretched life. They ceased their concealment. Seeing this, Chu Mo's brow tightened deeply. Now he understood, these visitors meant trouble. Had he offended some cultivator? Indeed, whether cultivator or commoner, there are both good and bad people. You want my wretched life? Look, my dog Guzi is lying right over there. Go ahead and take his life. Take it and leave. You're not welcome here. Chu Mo pointed to the husky beside him. At these words, the imposing auras of Yu Hua and Yang Feng faltered and their mouths twitched involuntarily. Bai Feng also tilted his head, his blue dog eyes staring at Chu Mo as if he were an idiot. He wanted to ask, haven't you ever been to school? What kind of comprehension is that? Shaking their heads and snapping back to reality, Yang Feng and the other man erupted in fury. Damn it. We said we're taking your life, not the dog's life. Hearing this, Chu Mo curled his lip and shot them a contemptuous look. Hell, are you crazy? I told you to take the dog's life, didn't I? I didn't stop you. However, their foul language irritated Chu Mo greatly. Chu Mo clasped his hands behind his back, his robes rustling without any wind, and gave an inscrutable lofty snort like a peerless master. I offered you a chance, but you didn't take it. Now you want my life. It won't be so easy. I, Chu Mo, am not someone to be trifled with. Seeing Chu Mo's stance ready to fight, the two men's hearts tightened. Could it be? This guy is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Have we misjudged him? Is he actually a master? Just as they were about to retreat, they saw the righteous Chu Mo take a step back and shield himself behind the husky. Then pointing at them angrily, he roared, "How dare you trespass? Go, bite them to death for me. Extra meal tonight, I'll add a chicken drumstick." Seeing this, Bai Feng's intelligent eyes were filled with disdain. But Chu Mo felt no embarrassment at all. Instead, he spoke with righteous indignation. "What are you looking at? Your master has reached this position by relying on 3 things. Being spineless enough, betraying friends, and selling out brothers. I told you to go, so go. Don't be a pain in the ass." Chu Mo kicked Guzi, not overly worried. This dog, given by the system, was very obedient to him, but there was no denying that its true cultivation level had reached the desolate grade. A desolate grade against 2 heavenly peaks. That's like a dog catching a mouse. Hearing Chu Mo's words, Bai Feng trembled all over. Spineless. Betray friends. Sell out brothers. Sakasni. So this is the senior's way of the world. I, Bai Feng, will remember this and make these 3 my guiding principles in life. It seems the senior is using these enemies to teach me the true secrets of surviving in the world. Indeed, this is a good senior, constantly nurturing me. He could wipe out these 2 mere heavenly peak trash with a wave of his hand, but he leaves them for me. Could it be he wants to test the results of my recent training? In that case, how can I, Bai Feng, not put on a good show? Bai Feng stood up, and adhering to the canine principle of striking with full force even at a rabbit, he put on the polished dog collar, shaking his neck. His desolate grade aura exploded, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes as he charged at Yang Feng and the other man. Today let you trash taste the racial skill of my Ice Wolf clan. Wild. Charge. The 3 flame-like markings on Bai Feng's forehead lit up, forming a terrifying light barrier that enveloped him. Bai Feng stomped hard with all 4 paws, and head down barreled straight towards Yang Feng and Yu Hua. Feeling the dog's aura, Yang Feng and the other man were greatly alarmed. What the hell? Desolate grade. How is it possible? A 7th grade martial artist keeps a desolate grade dog. Hiss. Wait, this isn't a dog, it's an Icefield Ice Wolf. Damn, we've kicked an iron plate today. Old you, hurry up and use the treasure to kill it. They knew all too well what an Icefield Ice Wolf was, a ferocious demonic beast that would fight to the death once it had you in its sights. However, they weren't panicking too much as they carried 2 desolate grade treasures given by their ancestor. With these treasures, they could kill a wolf above their level. The Bagua formation plate and the imitation 3-flame furnace were summoned. As they channeled their inner energy, the formation plate instantly created an indestructible miniature barrier enveloping them. No sooner had they finished than Bai Feng's attack arrived. Bang! Bai Feng's wild charge crashed into the barrier, but failed to break it, only producing a loud noise. Enraged and unsatisfied, Bai Feng condensed his demonic power and charged again several times, but all efforts were in vain. Seeing this, Yang Feng and Yu Hua breathed a sigh of relief. The Northern Ice Wolf is nothing special. Good thing the ancestor gave us these treasures, or we'd be in danger today. You've attacked so many times, now it's our turn, isn't it? They channeled their inner energy into the imitation three-flame furnace, and a burst of white flame erupted from within. This furnace was an offensive treasure from the artifact sect with terrifying power. Feeling the searingly hot flames rushing toward him, Bai Feng's expression changed drastically. Ice wolves are naturally afraid of fire. It was an elemental weakness. Even at the desolate grade, he panicked. Seeing the husky retreat, Chu Mo's expression also changed. Damn it. You ironhead dog, don't retreat. Charge. If you retreat, what about me? Better the dog dies than the master. Go. Chu Mo's shout made Bai Feng stop in his tracks. Doing the impossible. The senior must have a deeper meaning. Could this be another way to train my combat skills and courage? If I can overcome my inner fear, I can transcend myself and break through. In that case, Bai Feng will go all out. Bai Feng let out a howl, casting aside his fear, and fearlessly charged at the two men again. Just as the terrifying flames were about to touch Bai Feng, the collar around his neck emitted a faint glimmer. But that glimmer alone extinguished all the flames and granted Bai Feng an unstoppable power. Bang! Bai Feng slammed into the barrier. The once indestructible formation plate instantly became dim and lusterless, and even the flames in the furnace were snuffed out. The smiles on Yu Hua and Yang Feng's faces instantly turned to terror. Their treasures destroyed, they suffered a severe backlash, spewing blood like human fountains. Activating his blood fiend body, he plunged his pale hands into their bodies. Faced with this delivered experience, he prepared to unleash the trait of his blood fiend body. But soon Chu Mo's brow furrowed. Chu Mo's hands turned into pumps of immense power, converting the internal energy and blood chi that had not fully dissipated from the two men into the purest energy, forcibly drawing it into his own body. The energy contained within two heaven-tier peak powerhouses, even after some had leaked away, was still vast beyond measure for Chu Mo. For a moment his stomach felt unbearably bloated, his face turned purple, and his entire body began to tremble and convulse. Bai Feng watched this scene in utter astonishment. What's going on? Could it be? My master has epilepsy when he sees blood. Chu Mo's current state was no different from an epileptic fit, save for the frothing at the mouth. However, with the system's intervention, Chu Mo quickly recovered, and the excess energy was rationally transferred away. Moreover, his cultivation level leaped directly from a 7th-rank martial artist to the late yellow tier. Returning to normal, Chu Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Catching Bai Feng's stunned and disdainful gaze, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. What are you looking at? I just ate too much, that's all. It's not a seizure. After grumbling a few words, Chu Mo quickly delved his mind into the system to demand an explanation. What's the deal? Where's my energy? I could have broken through to the Xiantier in one go, and you embezzled it. The system couldn't care less about your paltry energy. Without the system's help, Host would have been long dead from overeating. Although the blood fiend body can absorb some of others' power for your own use this time, you clearly brought your demon pet, a major cheat, to exploit a loophole, and your body couldn't handle it. At the 7th rank, others only suck up rabbits and wild boars, but you go for heaven-tier peak experts, and 2 of them at that. You're truly reckless. The system rolled its eyes in a human-like manner. Chu Mo gave an awkward smile. Well, it's my first time sucking blood, it'll get better with practice. By the way, where did my excess energy go? It has been forcibly transferred to your daughter Chu Ling'er. Check the attribute panel for details. Chu Mo nodded, opened the panel, and saw that his daughter had also reached the mid-yellow tier. This leveling speed was extremely fast, as once one reached the yellow tier, each small advancement required far more energy than the total from the 1st to 9th ranks. Yet Chu Mo was still slightly dissatisfied. Even though he had acted quickly, he hadn't absorbed much. Most of the power had dissipated along with the death of their bodies. If he could stab a living heaven-tier expert, he would certainly absorb much more energy. This is great. One person cultivates 2 people, level up, double the joy. Huh. Hey system, how about a deal? Let me out, and it'll take air guzzi to kill monsters. It attacks, I finish them off. What do you say? Dream on. Practice honestly for 2.5 years, and then the system will release you as promised. The system ruthlessly rejected Chu Mo's proposal. Chu Mo wasn't bothered. He had only mentioned it casually, as letting a demon beast go out to kill people could easily draw the siege of certain living Buddhas. Especially his act of inciting the dog to bite, which was particularly inviting of attacks. The feeling of being late yellow tier is truly powerful. Unknowingly, I've become a top-tier expert. Chu Mo threw a few vigorous punches, thoroughly satisfied with his strength. After just half a month of practice, he was already this strong. How strong would he be after 2.5 years? Peak at debut. Seeing Chu Mo's intoxicated expression, Air Guzzi whimpered a few times, clearly also very pleased with his collar. Chu Mo chuckled and ruffled the dog's head. Not bad. I'm very satisfied with your performance. They say huskies never lose in arguments and never win in fights, but you're an exception. You're quite the fighter. Go on. That iron bone is yours too. Chew on it often and stop biting the quilts and pillars. Chu Mo pointed to the freshly polished iron bone on the ground. Bai Feng stared at the muttering Chu Mo, ecstatic inside. The senior is satisfied with my recent training results. I knew his order for me to charge fearlessly was to train and guide me. With this tightening ring, this prince has become incredibly powerful. And with this cosmic tier bone, how strong will I be? When I return to the far north, I'll definitely have priority in mating rights. As for Chu Mo's muttering and his yellow tier cultivation, Bai Feng naturally ignored them. In his eyes, this was just a bored powerhouse playing the fool. Even if Chu Mo displayed a yellow tier cultivation, Bai Feng felt he wouldn't be surprised even by a cosmic tier 1. Bai Feng leaped toward the iron bone, pinned it with his paws, and bit down. Instantly, a violent and pure energy surged from the bone, continuously tempering and strengthening his 4 fangs and front claws. Bai Feng's heart trembled. In an instant, he understood the purpose of these treasures: the tightening ring for offense and defense, the iron bone for cultivation. Sigh. 1 for internal, 1 for external, complete balance. With these 2 treasures was the path to becoming a saint through the physical body, still far off. Bai Feng was overwhelmed with gratitude. The senior had gone to great lengths to train and reward me. From now on, I, Bai Feng, will be even more devoted. If the senior says east, I want go west. If he tells me to stick out my rear, I want lift my head. In the future, when I, Bai Feng, inherit the Ice Wolf clan's throne as the Demon Emperor, I'll bring my entire clan to your home and start a large dog farm. All my people will follow you. Just as Bai Feng was so moved, he almost offered himself. Chu Mo's attention was drawn to 2 objects before him. This array plate and furnace. They're huge. I don't know their rank, but since 2 Heaveneer experts used them, they must be incredible treasures. Alas, I've accidentally revealed my lack of worldliness again. Let me try to see what they do first. Chu Mo placed his hand on the table-sized 8 trigram array, patting and knocking it, even dripping a few drops of blood on it. But after fiddling for a long time, it showed no reaction. Damn, isn't it said that treasures can be claimed with blood? Could it be? Broke it. He pouted and turned his attention to the furnace. After a dozen minutes, as he channeled internal energy into it, a small white flame suddenly flickered inside. Chu Mo was taken aback, then looked at it with disdain. That's it. All show and no substance. It's not even as hot as my forge furnace. Placing it here would just take up space, but throwing it away would be a waste. Forget it. Guzzi, give me a hand. Let's turn this 8 trigram array into a table for the yard. As for the furnace, well, move it aside and use it as a barbecue grill. You've probably never had barbecue before. Since you were so brave today, I'll make you some grilled chicken wings. Hearing this, Bai Feng immediately bounded over. After acquiring a cosmic tier treasure, he looked at these 2 mortal tier treasures with an unruffled mind, even finding them slightly amusing. Items that the outside world would call sect-guarding treasures in my master's home are only fit to be tables, chairs, and barbecue grills. Under Chu Mo's direction, they buried the bodies and turned the 8 trigram array into a table. Since the array had its own patterns, Chu Mo specially made a wooden Ludo board, pairing it with the stone table to create an otherworldly version 8 trigram Ludo. 1 man and 1 dog grilling barbecue while playing an intense and thrilling game of Ludo. Life was truly carefree. It must be said, with the intelligent dog Bai Feng in the house, Chu Mo no longer felt so lonely. However, things were not going well for the other side, the Heaven's Gate sect. 2 patriarchs paced anxiously in the sect's main hall, too distracted even to oversee the important task of building the sect's latrines. Those 2 rascals, Yang Feng and Yu Hua, had been out for so long without any news. Could they have met with an accident? As they spoke, a disciple suddenly burst and flustered. Seeing who it was, the 2 patriarchs' expressions changed. This disciple was the keeper of the soul lamps. His appearance here was always a bad omen. Report. Great calamity, patriarchs. The soul lamps of the 2 sect leaders have gone out. Upon hearing the disciples' report, Mei Qianhua and Wei Chuankong's faces drastically changed. As if unable to believe their ears, they asked again in shock. What? What did you say? The soul lamps went out. Yes. Just now they went out, both of them together. The disciples stammered out the report. The death of 2 sect masters was nothing short of a colossal earthquake for the sects. Even Mei Qianhua and the other were utterly horrified. Dead? How could they die? They only went to scout things out, and they were carrying the supreme sect treasures. Even if we wished to kill those 2 with the treasures, it would be nearly impossible. How strong must the one who killed them be? Could it be that there truly is a mysterious powerhouse in Gala Mountain, one who kills without cause? The 2 exchanged a glance, shuddered, and for a moment knew not what to do. What do we do? Given their fierce and reckless nature, they might have ignored our warnings and directly attacked. This would undoubtedly offend that powerhouse. And since they wore sect robes, the other party knows they are from our 2 sects. If he comes to seek retribution, what then? Wei Chuankong asked in panic. Truly, when it rains, it pours. The unexpected death of 2 high-end combatants was a further blow to their already struggling sects. Most importantly, who would now be sent to build the latrines? Should we send someone more tactful? If a man won't do well, send a beautiful female disciple. He couldn't possibly kill a woman, could he? Mei Qianhua narrowed his eyes, believing no man in the world could dislike a beauty. After thinking for over 10 seconds, Wei Chuankong waved his hand. No. Regardless of whether Yu Hua and the others offended a supreme powerhouse, I think we should go ourselves to investigate clearly. I will not rest easy until I know the cause. Remember, we can run, but we cannot hide. Besides, our treasures are still lost out there. How can we? Hearing this, Mei Qianhua's brow gradually furrowed a troubled look in his heart. One who could kill 2 sect masters bearing heavy treasures was undoubtedly stronger than them. Who knew the danger of such a journey? If they did not go, the 2 treasures would be lost, and their sect's strength would plummet. These were Huang-grade treasures, not common goods, earned through a lifetime of peril and hardship. We must go, but we must plan how. Mei Qianhua said. Wei Chuankong, confident in his wisdom, stroked his beard. I already have a plan. First we do this, then that. Understood. It must be foolproof. Someone, summon Yi Wuxin for this old ancestor. Moments later, a woman in a long dress with a pure and lovely face, seemingly around 20, flew over from the distance. Greetings, ancestor. The woman gracefully curtsied. Seeing her, the 2 nodded in satisfaction. Surely no man could resist being moved. She was the sweetheart type that all men loved, pure beyond compare. Though 2 sect masters were dead, if they could lure the other party into the sect, it would be a great gain. Thus the plan to seduce the mysterious powerhouse with beauty had a high chance of success. Let's go. After briefly explaining the plan to the woman, the 2 soared into the sky, heading straight for Gala Mountain under the cover of night. Meanwhile, several streaks of light flashed outside the soul-suppressing sect, heralding the arrival of big shots from the eastern domain. Haha. Old Zhao, your sect is quite famous lately. Even we've heard the news. Indeed. My scouts report that you obtained a supreme treasure blade, and even Mei Qianhua and the other were running from you. Hurry. We've come a long way to visit, at least let us see it. 3 hearty laughs came from the sky, and figures leaped down from the clouds. There were 6 visitors in total. Among the 3 leaders, one was a middle-aged man with arms longer than his knees and ears over his shoulders, giving an honest impression with 2 short swords at his waist. The second was also a middle-aged man appearing around 40 with a full beard and a short, stocky build, only 160 centimeters tall. A long sword hung at his waist, and his overall appearance and demeanor seemed somewhat lecherous. The last was a young man with purple beard and green eyes, equally distinguished, all appearing to be figures of high status. All 3 were at the peak of the Huang stage. Such cultivation made them overlords wherever they went. Behind each of them followed a Hong stage initial guard. Their combined strength could crush the entire southern domain. Hearing these familiar voices, Zhao Daiju shot out of his house like an arrow. A joyful smile spread across his face as he greeted the 3. Haha, Chuanda, Mengda, Chu Mo. What brings you 3 big shots to my humble abode? Long time no see, we missed you. Can't we visit an old friend? What, not welcome? The 3 joked with a laugh. Indeed, these 3 were from the eastern domain, the 3 most powerful warlords of the long-shattered and dilapidated Eastern Han Empire. Han King Liu Bei, Wei King Cao Cao, and Wu King Sun Quan. Their relationship was complex, though they often disliked and sought to overpower each other. They were on good terms with Zhao Daiju, having shared many youthful adventures, scavenging and training together. Zhao Daiju laughed heartily and quickly led the 3 inside. How could I? Your visit brings immense honor to my humble soul-suppressing sect. Thinking back to those days when we stole monkey wine and spied on widows bathing. Such memories are vivid. Please come in. Zhao Yindian Wei Gan Ning, don't just stand there, come in too. Tonight with old friends visiting, my spirits are high. Let's drink heartily. Zhao Yindianwei and Gan Ning were the Hong stage guards of the 3 kings. The group chatted and laughed as they entered Zhao De's cave dwelling. Huomaier, being perceptive, quickly ordered a grand feast and prepared plenty of fine wine. She then stood demurely to the side, serving the big shots. At the table there were no state affairs, no grudges, only tales of the martial world, and the atmosphere was harmonious. After several rounds of drinks, Liu Bei raised his glass with a long sigh. Old Zhao, you're not being straightforward. You know we came to see your supreme blade, yet after all this drinking you've hidden it away, not mentioning it at all. Are you treating us as brothers? Cao Cao belched, and with drunken eyes chimed in, exactly. So stingy. A single look won't cost you anything. It's not like we'd steal your blade. Sun Quan also couldn't help but scold with a smile. Get a move on, or we'll tie you up. Seeing their eagerness, Zhao Daiju didn't hide it and generously waved his hand. Since brothers want to see it so badly, how could I refuse? Prepare yourselves, I'll let you have one look. Remember, just one look. Don't blame me for being stingy if you miss it. Everyone's expression turned serious as they focused on Zhao Daiju, afraid to miss any movement. The next second, Zhao Daiju pulled a cleaver from his storage pouch, a flash of white light, and then stuffed it back in. Everyone's mouths twitched. Damn, that really was just one look. Couldn't he give half a second more? Yet even that brief moment made Cao Cao, Liu Bei, and Sun Quan's faces change drastically. Even the 3 Hong stage initial guards behind them were filled with shock. The six felt an overwhelming blade intent capable of destroying any defensive artifact rushing toward them. Such blade intent sent chills down their spines, utterly unstoppable. The next moment the room filled with sounds of sharp intakes of breath. Sigh. So powerful, so terrifying. Damn. Old Zhao, your luck is incredible. Where did you get it? With this blade you're truly formidable. No more sneaking around like a thief in other lands. Awesome. Watching their shocked, unsophisticated expressions, Zhao De's eyes narrowed with joy. But he kept silent about the blade's origin. Finally, after much pestering and getting him drunk, they managed to pry the story out. What? Old Zhao's blade was given to him by a senior he befriended with monkey wine. How formidable must that senior be to possess such a divine weapon? Truly the continent hides dragons and tigers. This fortune is incredibly impressive. Chow Chow, I'm so envious I won't leave tonight. You can go back if you want. Since Mengda isn't leaving, how can I Liu Bei depart alone? Once Zhao Dezhu was drunk, the three began. Sun Quan curled his lip. Stop pretending. Do you think I don't know what you're plotting? Since we all think alike, why not sober old Zhao up and have him take us to meet this eminent person? Wise words. Let us awaken him then. Sun Quan's suggestion received unanimous approval from Cao Cao and Liu Bei. The three exchanged glances, then nodded toward Liu Bei. Prince of Hanzhong, you are adept at handling men. Go ahead. Liu Bei understood a sinister chuckle escaping his lips as he reached out toward Zhao Dezhu. In his drunken stupor, Zhao Dezhu dreamed of a gentle hand caressing him, bringing immense comfort. He mustered a sliver of consciousness, wondering which beauty was so considerate. But when his eyes fluttered open, instead of a lovely maiden, the leering face of a man met his gaze. Zhao Dezhu was horrified, his intoxication vanishing instantly as he leaped several meters backward. What the hell? Liu Bei, what are you doing? Hee, not yet. Don't rush. Liu Bei replied with a wink. A wave of revulsion washed over Zhao Dezhu, his skin crawling. They say the entire Shu Han is full of deviance, and now I see it's true. As the upper beam is crooked, so the lower ones are twisted. Seeing Zhao Dezhu sober, they quickly revealed their intentions. Upon hearing they were to visit Senior Chu, Zhao Dezhu grew reluctant. Well, perhaps we should just talk about the blade. Stop changing the subject. We merely wish to pay a visit and see for ourselves how formidable the one who bestowed this divine blade truly is. The three replied in unison. Even Dian Wei and Zhao Yun behind them were eager, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Such a master was unheard of, a living legend. Zhao Dezhu sighed, his face troubled. It's not that I want to take you, but this senior dwells deep in the mountains. If you barge in, I fear it will displease him. They exchanged glances, unwilling to give up. Just then an idea struck Zhao Dezhu. However, if you have some exceptional wine, perhaps the senior would be willing to see you. Wine? Huh. Who in this world doesn't know my love for wine? How could I not have the finest? Lead the way. Cao Cao patted his storage pouch with pride. Liu Bei rolled his eyes, likewise producing his storage pouch, boasting, as if I lack wine. My third brother sells both wine and meat. Do you think I'm wanting? Sun Quan was taken aback. Oh, you both have wine. What am I to do? Under their relentless pestering, Zhao Dezhu agreed to set out that very night, leading the six to Gala Mountain. Huomaier, being of too low a seniority to accompany them, naturally remained at the sect to handle affairs. Before their departure, she blushed and pulled a purple scarf from her bosom, solemnly handing it to Zhao Dezhu. Master, don't forget to give this to the senior. I stitched it myself thread by thread. It may not be beautiful, but it's my first time. Seeing Huomaier's bashfulness, Cao Cao and the others exchanged knowing glances. She stomped her foot and fled, provoking hearty laughter from the group. Old Zhao, you've played this smartly, willing to make such a sacrifice. Nonsense. The young pursue their own happiness. How could I interfere? Ha ha. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand, his face beaming with pride. Huomaier's beauty was among the finest even in the entire southern domain. Observing this, Sun Quan stroked his chin thoughtfully. A beautiful woman. His sister-in-law De Qiao. Her looks surpassed even Huomaier's, but she was a widow. Would this senior fancy her? Perhaps he could find a chance to test the waters. With varied thoughts, they rose into the air, transforming into 7 streaks of light, heading straight for Gala Mountain. After a night's travel, they arrived at dawn. Taking in the surroundings of Gala Mountain and the tightly shut gate of the small courtyard, they blinked in bewilderment. This is where the senior you spoke of resides. Are you sure you're not fooling us? Zhao De's expression was devout as he solemnly instructed them, don't judge the courtyard by its shabbiness, it's the person inside that matters. Remember, show the utmost respect to the senior, or else. Don't come crying to me if you suffer. With that, Zhao Dezhu straightened his robe, stepped forward, and knocked on the courtyard gate. Senior, are you home? It's me, Zhao Dezhu, bearing fine wine for a visit. After several calls, there was no response from within. Zhao Dezhu shrugged helplessly. Brothers, it seems we've come at a bad time. The senior appears to be out today. Shall we wait? Liu Bei and Cao Cao had no objections, being older and more composed. But the impetuous Sun Quan curled his lips in disdain. Come on, we traveled all night to get here. What if he's gone for days? Are we supposed to freeze out here? In my opinion, let's go inside and sit for a while. There's a stone table, we won't touch anything else, just sit. It should be fine. Besides, the senior isn't home. He won't know. From the moment he saw the shabby little yard, Sun Quan doubted any great master lived here. Who would believe a powerful figure dwells in such a dilapidated place? It didn't need to be resplendent, but at least it should resemble a proper courtyard. Zhao Dezhu frowned, waving his hands to dissuade Sun Quan, pointing at the gate with a hint of wariness. That won't do. We are guests, we cannot enter uninvited. Besides, the gate is closed, so we can't get in. Sun Quan scoffed, eyeing the old gate dismissively. This ordinary gate and bamboo fence. How could they stop a few masters like us? We can simply fly over. You can wait if you like, but I, Sun Chu Mo, will go in first to have a look. If there's nothing impressive, I have official duties to it. Arrogant and proud, Sun Quan snorted and prepared to leap over the fence into the courtyard. Zhao De's face turned ashen with alarm. Damn it. Don't act recklessly. The senior isn't home, you can't possibly fly in. But his protests were futile. Sun Quan had already risen into the air. Zhao Dezhu, panic-stricken, quickly retreated dozens of meters and lay down under a large tree. Liu Bei, Cao Cao, Zhao Yun, and Dian Wei looked on in confusion. Old Zhao, what's wrong? It's just climbing a wall. Is there any need to run so far? Zhao Dezhu rested his head on his hands, lying down with practiced ease. You'll find out soon enough. Then he shouted toward the plaque. Master Plaque, and one of your own, go easy. Zhao Dezhu hadn't forgotten that Chu Mo was the new patriarch of his soul-suppressing sect, so calling himself one of them wasn't wrong. As his words faded, the plaque above the old gate suddenly radiated a vast and violent aura. The aura locked onto Sun Quan midair, striking with lightning speed. Sun Quan was horrified to find himself powerless to resist despite being at the peak of the desolate stage. What the? Bang! The aura effortlessly sent Sun Quan flying, crashing heavily into the large tree behind Zhao Dezhu. Sun Quan spat out a mouthful of blood, landing on the ground and exchanging stunned looks with Zhao Dezhu. Witnessing this turn of events and feeling the overwhelming violent aura bearing down on them, Liu Bei, Cao Cao, and the other five at the gate were also stricken with terror. Damn! Run! Realizing the danger, the five turned to flee, but their speed was no match for the plaque. The aura transformed into a giant fly swatter, smacking them hard on the rear. Thud, thud, thud. They too were sent flying, landing like dumplings beside Zhao Dezhu. The group lay weakly on the ground, staring at each other wide-eyed. At that moment, they understood why Zhao Dezhu had preemptively lain down under the tree. It turned out he had been swatted before and knew the drill. Seeing their bloodied and battered state, Zhao Dezhu laughed heartily. Ignoring the elder's advice leads to suffering. I told you to be respectful, but you wouldn't listen. Now you've provoked the master plaque. Trembling with fear, they clutched their chests, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Hiss. The six of us are top-tier figures in the Eastern Domain, especially Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Gan Ning, who are Hong stage super experts. Even in the flourishing Central Domain would be considered big shots. Yet the six of us were utterly dominated by a single door panel. This door panel is sentient. Is it also a super divine artifact? Then how powerful must the owner of this courtyard be? At least above the universe stage, right? No wonder he could gift you that divine blade. We are convinced. Liu Bei and Cao Cao were astounded. Using a divine artifact to guard the gate. What a grand gesture. The six exchanged glances and struggled to their feet. Approaching the gate with apologetic expressions, they respectfully cupped their hands and bowed to the plaque. Please, gate god, forgive our rudeness. We wish to offer fine wine to Senior Chu as an apology. We are willing to wait here patiently for the senior's return. At these words, the violent aura on the plaque instantly dissipated. It transformed into a gentle aura that enveloped them. Feeling the change, the group shuddered, staring in disbelief. Compared to the aura of this plaque, their own faint auras seemed utterly laughable. They understood. The gate god had forgiven them and bestowed a great fortune upon them. Bowing once more, suppressing their gratitude and excitement, they hurried to the tree that had slammed into them. Each found a branch, sat cross-legged, closed their eyes, and began to comprehend this profound aura. With such an opportunity, waiting here for 10 or even 100 years would be worthwhile. As they immersed themselves in the aura, Chu Mo, who had gone hunting in the mountains with his dog, returned with a large haul of game. Not bad. Today's harvest is absolutely splendid. Erguzi, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled hunter. Chu Mo held 2 wild rabbits in his left hand, a wild sheep weighing dozens of jin in his right, and a wild boar of over 300 jin slung across his shoulder. With such abundant gains from just a single morning's outing, the blissful grin on Chu Mo's face nearly stretched to the back of his head. Men, so easily satisfied. Ever since breaking through to the yellow rank, his strength had increased considerably. Previously carrying 200 jin felt strenuous. Now even 1,000 jin was effortless. Hearing this, Bai Feng rolled his eyes. As a desolate rank wolf king, catching some game was nothing but overkill. With a mere release of his demonic aura, would those creatures even dare to move? Once we're back, he'll lock up the sheep and rabbits to feed. The wild boar will be tonight's feast. I don't know why, but lately I've felt incredibly ravenous. One man out eating five. I've especially got a craving for this kind of wild game. Truly, all the best flavors are written in the penal code. Lucky for me, I'm in this world, back in my old one, ID have been locked up sewing machines for eating these things. Chu Mo clicked his tongue in wonder. Though this world was brutal and nobody like him could live peacefully and with his two wives, left hand and right hand by his side, life would never be lonely. At Chu Mo's words, by Feng's four doggy legs halted. Those casual words stirred a tempest in his heart. What? This glutton? No, this senior actually came from another world, tearing through space barriers to cross over. Even universe rank experts can't traverse realms, can they? Could he be beyond universe rank? Hiss. He wouldn't bother lying to a dog like me, would he yet? Indeed, I, by Feng, still underestimated him. As shock roiled within by Feng's mind, Chu Mo dropped the wild boar on the ground and turned back curiously. What's wrong? Why aren't you moving? Got a twitch in your mouth. Brain stroke acting up again. By the way, other cultivators have mounts. Ere Guzzy, come over and let me ride you. The husky the system had given him was enormous, quite imposing. Almost half the size of a water buffalo. In Chu Mo's eyes, it made for a fine steed. Forget intelligence, its looks alone had won him over. Riding it would surely be stylish. Hearing this, by Feng immediately bared his teeth, refusing outright. I am a lone wolf from the north. The future heir to the Wolf King throne. I have my dignity. I, by Feng, would sooner die of thirst or hunger than let a human ride me, even if you're a supreme powerhouse. Seeing the look his own dog shot him, Chu Mo seemed to understand and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had heard that every husky considered itself the lead dog and would defy its master's commands. In their eyes, the poopscooper was nothing but a lackey trailing behind. Chu Mo certainly wouldn't argue with a dog, so he chose action over words, a swift kick. Damn it. What's the harm in a little ride? We're under the same roof. Don't be so stingy. Fine, I'll forge you a new iron chain, how about that? If you're willing to be a mount, lie down. If not, forget the chain. You won't get it. Chu Mo knew his dog loved the walking gear head made and could understand some human speech, so he employed the tactic of carrot and stick. Hearing this, by Feng's eyes lit up, his stubbornness instantly dissolving as he lay down on the ground. Worried Chu Mo might be uncomfortable, he even softened his steel needle-like fur. Compared to a universe-rank iron chain, what was mere wolf dignity? Even now, if asked to call his father to lie down as a mount, he wouldn't hesitate. Chu Mo snorted and climbed on, shifting his butt to adjust his seat. Not bad. Premium soft seat with built-in, but heating. Best of all, the back is big and spacious. They say women like riding big things. I've discovered I do too. Of course I mean the dog. Giddy up. Run for me. By Feng. I'm a wolf, not a horse. Man and dog carrying their prey sped toward the small courtyard. Wind whipped against his face, and Chu Mo felt like he was driving a supercar. But that wind, it stung his face. More accurately, it was the branches in the jungle slapping against his cheeks. When Chu Mo reached the courtyard gate, he was startled by the sight before him. Holy crap! What's going on? Perched on the big tree by the gate were 7 experts. Using his true sight, he saw they were all above the desolate rank. There was even a flood rank big shot. Chu Mo was stunned, thinking his husky had offended someone outside and brought trouble to his doorstep. Holy crap! What's going on? Perched on the big tree by the gate were 7 experts. Using his true sight, he saw they were all above the desolate rank. Just as he was about to slip away quietly, he spotted Zhao Dezhu on the tree and breathed a sigh of relief. Damn! One vine bears 7 gourds, but my tree holds 7 grown men. What went wrong? Old Zhao, what are you all doing? Chu Mo shouted a greeting. His voice boomed, shattering the atmosphere and pulling the 7 back from their meditative state. The 7 frowned, wanting to see which bastard had interrupted their opportunity. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhao Dezhu was overjoyed. Gentlemen, the senior has arrived. Senior, I recalled your fondness for fine wine, so I brought several fellow enthusiasts with premium liquor to exchange insights with you. The others cupped their hands in greeting. Greetings, senior. Hearing mention of wine and seeing their politeness, Chu Mo's face immediately lit up with a smile. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Old Zhao was courteous, and these cultivators were equally polite, excellent. But this title, senior, was it universal in the cultivation world? Why did everyone call a nobody like him senior? System, tell me honestly, did you hide my cultivation level? Chu Mo seriously suspected that he might actually be a supreme big shot at heart. Hidden or not, does the host not have a clue in your heart? Can you fly? Can you split mountains and crack stones? The system mercilessly taunted. Chu Mo was momentarily speechless, aside from, well, he couldn't do anything else. Shaking his head, Chu Mo smiled and welcomed them. Quickly, please come in. I have no other vices. I only love wine. I just caught a wild boar. Tonight, I'll whip up some dishes and well sit down for a slow drink. Ha ha ha. Chu Mo pushed open the gate and rode his husky swiftly into the courtyard. Seeing this, the others frowned. Liu Bei and Cao Cao whispered quietly. Old Zhao, is this the senior you mentioned? His mount is decent, a desolate rank ice wolf. But why is he only at the late yellow rank? What kind of senior is that? Exactly. At yellow rank we could kill him with a single fart. Did he really give you that treasured blade? Did he really make this plaque? Zhao Dezhu blinked, sizing up Chu Mo's retreating figure. He raised an eyebrow. His but was round and perky. Truly a senior with a great physique. What? Yellow rank. Last time he was just a 7th rank martial artist. How come a few days later the senior is showing off at yellow rank again? Don't underestimate the senior just because of his realm. Isn't the lesson from the plaque just now enough? What you see is only what the senior wants you to see. Do you really think you can see through his realm? Take a closer look. Can you detect any flaws? Zhao Dezhu gave them a knowing smirk. Liu Bei Chao Chao and the others frowned, but no matter how they looked, Chu Mo was simply late yellow rank. Not a bit higher, not a bit lower. None of them were fools. At their level, how could they not understand what was going on? Their expressions shifted. Even if we deliberately suppress our realms, a careful observer can still detect leaking desolate rank aura, and the higher the realm, the harder it is to suppress. But this senior doesn't have that. Look at him horizontally or vertically. He's yellow through and through. There's not a trace of any other realm's aura. Could it be that the senior's control over his own aura has reached the microscopic level? Hiss! Isn't that even more incredible than a treasure that conceals one's aura? Zhao Dezhu nodded with a smile, a meaningful grin spreading across his face. These fellows were usually insufferably proud, looking down on everyone. Seeing their provincial shock, Zhao Dezhu felt a surge of superiority. After all, he had met the senior twice. He understood him far better. Hey, old Zhao, aren't you coming in? What are you doing out there? At least come in for a cup of tea and sit a while. It's not like this is your first time. Why be so polite? After putting away the game, Chu Mo saw them still whispering at the gate and waved enthusiastically. He hadn't had a drink in days, and the system wouldn't let him leave the mountain to buy wine. His heart had long been restless. Hearing Chu Mo's call, Zhao Dezhu quickly nodded. Oh, there's mud on our shoes. We're afraid of dirtying the senior's yard, so we're scraping it off on the grass first. We'll be right there. After saying this, he instructed the other 6. Let's go. Inside. Mind your manners. Though the senior is approachable, we mustn't forget proper etiquette. Chao Chao and the others nodded solemnly, casting aside their earlier disdain as they followed Zhao Dezhu through the gate. The plaque above the door didn't punish them this time, much to their relief. Once inside the courtyard, their eyes fell upon the Bagua stone table, and they all shuddered. Holy crap! How is this thing here? Isn't this the supreme treasure of the Heavenly Unity sect? Chao Chao inquired, his tone laced with uncertainty. Having resided in the Eastern Domain, he had naturally heard of the sect's most prized artifact. Zhao Dezhu narrowed his eyes and nodded. Be bold. This thing indeed belongs to the Heavenly Unity sect. I have crossed swords with Wei Chuan Kong countless times. Even if it were reduced to ashes, I could piece it back together. But this turtle shell was Wei Chuan Kong's cherished treasure. Why does it appear in the elder's possession? I am utterly baffled. The crowd sighed in astonishment. A desolate tier treasure held immense allure for them. This thing indeed belongs to the Heavenly Unity sect. I have crossed swords with Wei Chuan Kong countless times. Even if it were reduced— Wait, my lord, look over there. That stove with strips of smoked meat hanging above it seems rather familiar. All eyes turned in that direction. This does look familiar, as if it belongs to your southern domain as well. Old Zhao, take a look. Zhao Dezhu fixed his gaze, then leaned back in shock. Holy shit. Isn't this the supreme treasure of that old codger, Mei Qianhua? The reason the artifact sect can forge vast quantities of equipment and treasures is because of this counterfeit stove. To think, the elder used it to smoke bacon. They exchanged glances, all breaking into— Truly, comparing one person to another drives you mad. But in the elder's eyes, these two items are fit only to serve as a table and a stove for smoking meat, aren't they? Yet these two artifacts appear heavily damaged. What happened? By the way, old Zhao, why do you call the elder ancestor? Zhao Dezhu smiled mysteriously, his face brimming with smugness. The elder agreed last time to become the ancestor of my soul-suppressing sect. What other reason could there be? A sharp intake of breath followed. At these words, all were astounded. Damn, old bastard, you sure move fast. To have secured such a powerhouse as your ancestor is the wisest decision you've ever made. I think so too. Zhao Dezhu beamed with pride. As they chatted, Chu Mo changed out of his hunting clothes, donned the self-cleaning robe granted by the system, and emerged from the house carrying a large pot of tea. He usually refrained from wearing this robe during work lest it be damaged, as it was his only fine garment. Stepping out and seeing them examining the table and stove, Chu Mo couldn't help but smile. These two items seem to be broken, but they work well enough for smoking meat. Forgive the humble sight. After they've been smoked for a while, next time you come, each of you can take a strip of bacon home. This pork is raised without hormones or feed. It's healthy. Come, everyone, have some tea to wet your whistles. Chu Mo was a hospitable host, for it was rare to encounter living souls in these deep mountains, and he welcomed the company. As Chu Mo approached, Liu Bei Chao Chao and Sun Quan shuddered violently. The reason was none other than the dense aura of the laws of nature that emanated from him. This sight triggered an earthquake within their hearts. They were well acquainted with the laws of nature. The 3 guards behind them commanded a fair amount, yet compared to him they were but a puddle against the vast ocean. Was this still the yellow tier later stage? Even a universe tier later stage couldn't match this presence. Space itself warped around him. No longer daring to underestimate Chu Mo, they even felt a sense of trepidation and restraint. Recalling their earlier disdain, they began to tremble, too afraid even to accept the teapot he offered. Elder, you're too kind. We need no drink, having long since achieved abstinence from grain. Before he could finish, Zhao Daju delivered a resounding slap to Sun Quan's face, cutting off his words. The ancestor doesn't need to drink, but I do. I love your tea more than anything. I feel uneasy without it all day. Hee. Zhao Daju fawned with a grin, reveling in a sense of superiority as he watched their expressions change. Didn't I tell you to respect the elder and not underestimate him? You wouldn't listen, and now you're eating your words. But thankfully, this elder is the ancestor of my soul-suppressing sect. Their refusal made Chu Mo touch his nose. In his eyes, his tea seemed unappealing to them. These people dressed in finery had likely tasted finer brews. But he had no other tea leaves. After all, the system had only given him several hundred caddies of this variety, nothing else. Handing the tea to Zhao Daju, Chu Mo then set out 7 cups. Old Zhao, you've been here a few times. Help me entertain these brothers, will you? They'll go prepare a meal. You missed out the first 2 times, but today you must stay and eat. I've just hunted some game. The wild things from these remote mountains are absolutely delicious. Zhao Daju cradled the teapot protectively against his chest, responding with delight, and pulled a large jar of aged fine wine from his storage pouch. Rest assured, ancestor. And this is the fine wine I promised you last time, a token of filial respect from your disciple. As the 100-caddy jar was set down the courtyard, filled with the aroma of spirits, Chu Mo inhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent wine. But this huge jar, isn't it too precious? How about I pay you for it? I still have a little savings. No. We're of the same sect. It's my honor to offer this to the ancestor. Besides the blade you gave me last time. Such a great kindness, even 100 jars couldn't repay it. Zhao Daju waved his hands, frantically flattered. Chu Mo said no more. Excessive formality between friends only breeds distance. Very well. Next time you need some small trinket forged, just tell me. My skills are growing ever more refined, though what I craft may not meet your standards. At these words, Zhao De's heart leaped with joy. Had the ancestor just given him a promise, agreed to forge a top-tier artifact of his choosing. What do you mean may not meet my standards? The ancestor is too modest. A master like you, even a dirt pellet rolled from your sweat, is a priceless treasure. After speaking, Chu Mo clasped his hands to the group, gave an apologetic look, and headed straight for the kitchen with the wine jar. With fine wine in hand, work became a pleasure. Chopping vegetables and taking a sip, sheer bliss. Once Chu Mo had left, Chao Chao and the others breathed a sigh of relief, the oppressive atmosphere lifting. Chu Mo's presence had weighed on them like a 1,000-ton boulder, suffocating. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. Old Zhao, why the hell didn't you tell us the elder's true cultivation level? If you said he was the #1 in the world, I wouldn't doubt it for a second. They glared at Zhao Daju, faces full of reproach. Zhao Daju rolled his eyes. How was he supposed to know the elder's true realm? He only knew he was immensely powerful. Pouring himself a bit of tea, he took a tiny precious sip and wore an expression of rapture. I told you the elder was strong. Did you listen? I told you to show respect. Did you? Some people are just fools, they won't learn until they get burnt. This tea is still the same recipe. The elder truly cares for this old Zhao. They exchanged glances and sighed, regretting their behavior. Presumably the elder had sensed their contempt and deliberately revealed some of his power to awe them. Alas, we're seasoned veterans, yet we still make such mistakes. It seems we've grown too accustomed to high positions, looking down our noses at others. The elder has given us a timely wake-up call. Having grasped this, they rose, clasped their hands toward the kitchen, and bowed deeply. Afterward, their gazes shifted to the teapot in Zhao De's arms. Somehow they felt a peculiar aura lingering in the air, as if inhaling it enhanced their enlightenment. Coupled with Zhao De's earlier odd behavior, they began to piece things together. Somehow they felt a peculiar aura lingering in the air, as if inhaling it enhanced their enlightenment. Coupled with Zhao De's earlier odd behavior, they began to... Don't get any ideas. You said you didn't want tea, so it's mine now. Truth be told, you've missed a great fortune from the elder. This is enlightenment tea. And the ingredients are generous, a whole handful of leaves in this small pot. Hearing this, they felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. Their faces turned grim, consumed by regret. What? Enlightenment tea? With a handful of leaves? Damn. No matter what, you have to share some with us today, or else we'll impose sanctions on you. After much cajoling, threats, and bribes, Zhao Daju finally doled out a small cup of tea to each. This left them immensely grateful. To think the elder is so generous. We are truly ashamed. Brothers, later bring out some of your treasures. Though the elder may not value them, they represent our sincerity. Cao Cao waved his hand grandly, proposing to the group. As they chatted animatedly, two old men of the desolate tier middle stage and an exceptionally pure young woman appeared in the sky above the remote mountains. These three were none other than Wei Chuan Kong and Mei Qianhua, along with their sex golden flower Yi Wu Xin. This must be the place. I sense a faint trace of the 8 trigrams array plate, and Yang Feng of my heavenly unity sect lingered here as well. Wei Chuan Kong's gaze hardened, his fists clenched with murderous intent. Mei Qianhua closed his eyes to sense the surroundings, his brow furrowed. Indeed, I also detect the aura of the 3 flavors false fire stove. My disciple Yuhua was here too. Search thoroughly. This person must be in these mountains. Just then Yi Wu Xin seemed to notice something and spoke to them. 2 ancestors, look over there. There's smoke from human habitation.